Chapter 1. The Bronze Sarcophagus Among the Stars. Life is the greatest miracle of existence. The realm above and below is called the universe. Though the universe has substance, it offers no fixed point to seek. From ancient times to the present, this is known as space-time. While space-time may expand, its origin remains elusive. In the vast cosmos, amidst the boundless starry skies, numerous scientists speculate that Earth may be the sole cradle of life. Humanity is, in truth, profoundly solitary. In the sprawling heavens, despite the myriad stars, the search for a second, life-bearing planet proves exceedingly arduous. Yet, humanity has never ceased its quest for exploration since the last century. Numerous space probes have been launched. Voyager 2, an unmanned spacecraft, ascended from the Kennedy Space Center in the United States in 1977. It bore a gold-plated record entitled Greetings to the Universe, containing popular music and greetings recorded in 55 languages of Earth, with the hope that one day it might be intercepted by any potential extraterrestrial civilizations. From the 1970s to the present, Voyager 2 has journeyed in solitude, a mere speck of dust adrift in the vast expanse of the universe. Contemporary space probes, for the most part, have either malfunctioned or lost communication, vanishing forever into the desolate void. As 3 decades have elapsed, technology has advanced, humanity has developed more sophisticated probes, and perhaps, in the near future, our exploration of the cosmos will achieve further milestones. Nevertheless, for a considerable time, these new probes will still be unable to match the pace of Voyager 2. 33 years have passed, and Voyager 2 is now a staggering 14 billion kilometers from Earth. At this moment, it has attained the third cosmic velocity, its trajectory no longer capable of guiding it back to the solar system, transforming it into an interstellar vessel. In the dark and frigid cosmos, the stars twinkle like countless diamonds embedded in a black tapestry. Although Voyager 2 hurtles through space at incredible speeds, in the cold and infinite universe, it resembles a tiny ant crawling slowly upon the darkened Earth. After more than 30 years, at this very moment, Voyager 2 has made a breathtaking discovery. In the desolate expanse of the universe, 9 colossal corpses lie quietly, sprawled amid the void. In that instant, the control room of the space agency was in Chapter 3. Then and Now. Although Yi Fan cannot be considered particularly successful in his career, due to various reasons and experiences, he now possesses some capital. Not long ago, he had the fortune to purchase a Mercedes, which, in terms of price, exceeds Lu Yunji's Toyota. However, he finds it rather vulgar to assess one's social standing based on such material possessions that a few minutes later, Yi Fan arrived at the gathering venue. The seaside Moonlight City. Having graduated from university just 3 years prior, most of his classmates have yet to achieve any notable success, leading Yi Fan to perceive the choice of such an extravagant location for their reunion as somewhat ostentatious. Upon exiting the parking lot and approaching the seaside Moonlight City, he quickly spotted several familiar figures, classmates attending the gathering, some of whom he had not seen in 3 years. Yi Fan, at that moment. A handsome and refined young man noticed him, a smile gracing his face as he approached. This is quite unbecoming of you. As a local magnate, you should have been the one to initiate and organize this gathering. This well-mannered young man, Wang Ziwen, is one of the organizers of the event. He had always been an active figure during their university days, and, it is said, has flourished in another city over the past 3 years, accumulating considerable wealth. Other classmates soon joined them, and despite the long interval since their last meeting, the atmosphere was warm and lively. It was evident that Wang Ziwen was waiting for someone. It was easy to surmise that only a select few could warrant his presence at the seaside Moonlight City. A clever individual, Wang Ziwen chose not to linger alone, but instead led the way with jovial banter, guiding everyone into the venue. On the 5th floor, a small business center had been reserved, accommodating 30 to 50 attendees for meetings. By now, darkness had enveloped the outside world, and nearly all the classmates invited to the gathering had arrived. The arrival of several individuals instantly enlivened the atmosphere. As many approached to reconnect, the reunion evoked a sense of nostalgia, as if time had slipped away and space had become disjointed, momentarily overlapping with certain scenes from their university days. 3 years post-graduation. They were all now 25 or 26 years old, with a few already married, and 2 even embracing motherhood. Each person followed a unique life trajectory, yet it was clear that most remained ordinary individuals, with their past ideals and ambitions gradually dulled by the passage of time, resigning to a mundane existence. Dreams had faded, and the majority had come to a sober realization of their ordinary status. As Wang Ziwen led Yi Fan to another corner, he keenly observed that the surrounding classmates were either quite successful or came from affluent backgrounds. Yi Fan, arriving so late, warrants a penalty of 3 drinks. One exclaimed. 3 drinks is far too few. You underestimate my capacity, Yi Fan replied, as Lin Jia, sitting nearby, cast a sidelong glance with her alluring phoenix eyes, her figure tall and curvaceous, undeniably captivating. Which beauty wishes to impose this penalty upon me? Yi Fan jested, placing several male classmates in the same category as the beauties that arrive here and take advantage of us. You must be punished. Make it a severe one, the group unanimously declared, sharpening their wits for the playful banter. However, this statement momentarily created an awkward silence. Everyone present was well aware of the long-standing animosity between Lu Yunji and Yi Fan during their university days. Now, as Lu thrived in this city, his casual mention of Yi Fan arriving by taxi was rather conspicuous. The other classmates also took note of the situation, casting glances in that direction, yet Yi Fan merely smiled indifferently. Choosing to remain silent. I will step outside to greet Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen interjected, deftly shifting the topic before turning to leave. Lin Jia engaged in conversation with 2 female classmates about cosmetics, subsequently discussing several luxury fashion brands, while others shared amusing anecdotes from their past, allowing the earlier awkward silence to dissipate, and the atmosphere regained its vibrancy. However, following the earlier incident, a subtle tension lingered. No one dared to mention penalizing Yi Fan, yet discussions surrounding Lu Yunji intensified. Although Yi Fan had once been a prominent figure during his university years, all of that seemed irrelevant outside the campus. What truly mattered now was one's success in their career. Curious glances frequently fell upon him, as this gathering had formed an exclusive little circle comprised of classmates who were currently flourishing. While Yi Fan found himself somewhat at odds with the prevailing sentiment, he remained unfazed by this, yet ultimately chose to rise and join another group of classmates, not wishing to be labeled as part of a special demographic. Cosmetics and luxury fashion remained perennial favorites among the female attendees, while the male counterparts shifted discussions from football to current events, covering a wide array of topics. Half an hour later, all 25 attendees had arrived for the reunion. Out of the total 33 classmates, 3 were studying abroad and 5 were unable to attend due to various reasons. The initiators and organizers of the gathering delivered speeches in succession, creating a lively atmosphere. After which the attendees broke into smaller circles, engaging in animated conversations. Eventually, they departed the small business center, ready to toast to their reunion. Without any deliberate arrangements, the natural hierarchy and familiarity among the tables became apparent. Yi Fan chose not to sit with Lin Jia and Lu Yunji's group, instead opting for a different table. After another round of speeches, the gathering became more relaxed, with some moving between tables to toast, while others found themselves cornered at one table, inundated with toasts. Over the past 3 years, many changes had transpired in everyone's lives. Perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, numerous classmates began to share their personal experiences. Some spoke of triumphs, while others lamented their misfortunes. One expressed resentment towards their excessively demanding boss, who required overtime work yet offered meager pay. That a female classmate boasted about her boyfriend being a department manager at a prestigious company, while another mentioned her husband's recent promotion to vice president of his firm. Others claimed their fiancées were the nieces of high-ranking bank executives. Yet, many listened in silence, as their own lives were far from ideal. Among them, one female classmate appeared particularly haggard. Whispers suggested she had married someone she did not love and was unhappy in her marriage, with her husband reportedly drinking heavily. That a classmate who passed through her city to visit her recounted seeing bruises on her body. If there is anything you need assistance with, do not hesitate to seek me out. Observing the weary countenance of a female classmate, Yi Fan felt a pang of sympathy, recalling her shy and innocent demeanor during their university days. Standing outside the football field, fervently waving her hands to cheer him on, it was evident that her life had not been easy. She nodded with a mixture of melancholy and gratitude, whispering a soft thank you. Perhaps you should first focus on transforming yourself, that remarked a classmate, who claimed her husband had been promoted to vice president of a company, somewhat rudely under the influence of alcohol. Just look at how well Lu Yunji is doing now. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Yi Fan, and then to the table where Lu Yunji sat, surrounded by classmates who were now thriving in their careers. Yi Fan, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you were quite a figure back in university. However, once you step out of the campus, everything changes. One must strive to succeed. This sentiment was echoed by another classmate, who boasted of his fiancée being the niece of a high-ranking bank executive. Reflecting on Lu Yunji's table, some classmates expressed their astonishment, lamenting that certain individuals who once seemed inferior to them were now beyond comparison. Others, embittered and cynical, drunkenly voiced their disdain, accusing those successful individuals of returning home to flaunt their wealth and status. A female classmate even jokingly remarked to Yi Fan, expressing relief that her affections for him during their school days were kept secret, yet now regretting having turned down Lu Yunji's advances. The same city, the same people, yet upon this reunion, the sentiments of the crowd had shifted dramatically. Chapter 4. The ancient bronze inscriptions night had long descended, and the streets were adorned with flickering neon lights. The urban landscape pulsating with ceaseless vitality, towering skyscrapers reaching into the heavens. However, if one were to gaze down from the cosmos, all of this would appear trivial, merely a speck of land. This was an exceptionally unusual night, destined for turbulence, as numerous primary monitoring stations on the ground were fixated upon the inky expanse of the sky. In the desolate universe, 9 dragon carcasses glimmered with a metallic sheen, their bodies cloaked in scales the size of palm leaves, glistening with an ominous sheen. Dragons, legendary beings, should not exist in this world, yet at this moment, they lay starkly across the celestial dome. The imagery captured from the abyssal void of space was both breathtaking and fearsome. The enormous dragon horns resembled the bifurcated limbs of ancient trees, embodying both strength and mystery. Their forms akin to mountain ranges, robust and imposing, their scales sharp as blades, radiating a chilling brilliance, exuding an aura of grandeur. These 9 lifeless titanic bodies delivered a profound shock to human understanding, overturning certain entrenched beliefs. How has your life been over the past 3 years, Yi Fan? Many expressed genuine concern, inquiring after him. It's been all right. My life has been rather uneventful, with nothing particularly noteworthy occurring in these 3 years. Just then, the group at Lu Yunji's table approached to toast, offering numerous well-wishing remarks, and the clinking of glasses filled the air with merriment. Those who had earlier threatened to penalize Yi Fan did not seek him out for a toast until later, when Lin Jia and Wang Ziwen each came over to share a drink with him individually. How many souls once admired the youthful visage you possessed? Do you know who would be willing to endure the relentless passage of time? Countless individuals have come and gone by your side. Are you aware that in a lifetime, I shall remain by your side? Perhaps it is because one has truly succumbed to intoxication. A pair of classmates, once enamored during their student days, now find themselves silently regarding each other after parting ways with the bittersweet inevitability of graduation. Graduation signifies separation, perhaps a kind of curse, as each year's cohort of graduates reenacts this same tragic tale. Unfortunately, this tragedy is likely to persist, intertwined with youthful impetuosity, employment pressures, and the realities of society. Perhaps even more, almost everyone chooses songs from 3 years past. Some sing with heartfelt emotion, drawing the collective memories of those present back to the vivid scenes of their student years, each moment still fresh in their minds. Eventually, the karaoke enthusiast emerges, a tipsy classmate monopolizing the microphone for an extended period, their voice a cacophony that could only be described as earth-shattering and soul-piercing, while torturing the ears of the audience. This commotion inadvertently engenders a joyful atmosphere, prompting laughter all around. Most of the classmates who traveled from afar have reserved rooms in the same hotel, while a few with vehicles take it upon themselves to offer transportation. Others express a desire to take a taxi, but the limited seating in the nearby cars makes them hesitant to approach Lu Yunji and his companions. Yi Fan feels a pang of sympathy for this female classmate, who, during their university days, was a carefree and innocent girl, often cheering passionately for her peers outside the football field and occasionally shyly offering them bottles of mineral water. Yet now, the burdens of life have cast a shadow over her spirit. Her complexion is pale, and she appears unwell, speaking little throughout the evening. When she suddenly sees Yi Fan parked by the roadside, inviting her into his car, she is overwhelmed with gratitude and uncertainty. After a night of feeling overlooked, she seems unaccustomed to such attention from her peers. Meanwhile, Lu Yunji, upon spotting Yi Fan's arrival, is taken aback, his expression quickly darkening. The crowd around them displays a spectrum of reactions. Some puzzled, some surprised, and others caught in a web of complexity. All eyes inadvertently gravitate towards Lu Yunji, as the reality before them starkly contrasts with his earlier assertions. In that moment, Lu Yunji feels the heat of embarrassment flush his face. Akin to receiving a sharp slap, those classmates who had previously lectured Yi Fan with high-handedness now share a palpable sense of discomfort, yearning to speak yet unsure how to begin. A select few exhibit expressions of intrigue and bemusement, particularly those who had raised their glasses alongside Yi Fan, as if this scene undermines the dignity of Lu Yunji's small circle. Just then, 2 more individuals approach, opening the car door and taking their seats, familiar classmates of Yi Fan. At this very moment, in the distant expanse of space, aboard the International Space Station orbiting the Earth, several astronauts bear grave expressions, their nerves taut and on edge, encapsulating an atmosphere of extreme tension. In the cold, dark void of space, 9 colossal dragon corpses loom, ancient and eternal, bound by iron chains the width of a bowl, leading to a mysterious bronze sarcophagus, evoking an overwhelming sense of desolation and antiquity. The decision-makers on the ground have long since resolved that should any significant turmoil arise, they will immediately destroy these 9 dragon corpses along with the enigmatic ancient bronze coffin. However, no one wishes for such occurrences to transpire. The value and significance of the 9 dragons coffin, emerging from the profound darkness and desolation of the cosmos, are immeasurable. Suddenly, the main control room of the International Space Station intercepted a series of enigmatic signals, indicative of some extraordinary fluctuations. The source of the target is tantalizingly close. It is the colossal bronze coffin, drawn by 9 dragon carcasses, from which mysterious waves emanate, surfacing from the ancient and obscure patterns that adorn its surface. The time-worn designs on the bronze coffin are obscured by verdigris, making them difficult to discern entirely. Preliminary analyses suggest that these bronze engravings are connected to ancient Chinese legends. Monitoring rooms across nations have reached a consensus. The beastly motifs etched upon the bronze coffin bear a striking resemblance to certain primeval monsters chronicled in the Chinese Shanhai Jing. While the figures depicted in the bronze patterns seem to be divine entities, despite identifying the origins of some of the bronze engravings, the exceedingly faint mysterious signals remain unsolvable, leaving them with no leads whatsoever. Chapter 5. Li Xiaoman after graduation, People busied themselves with life and aspirations, and many distanced themselves from this city. Apart from a select few like Yifan, most were returning to their alma mater for the first time. The nearby lake shimmered gently, the scenery unchanged, and I vividly recalled those melancholic yet spirited figures strumming guitars and singing campus folk songs by the lakeside. Even after many years, whenever those melodies resound, they evoke memories of a carefree, innocent era, with a bittersweet nostalgia that touches the soul. The passage of time inevitably leaves a trace of poignant reminiscence that I cannot help but wonder if those individuals can still embrace their guitars and sing, as it has become increasingly challenging to track their whereabouts after graduation. I vaguely heard a friend mention that the once melancholic guitar virtuoso now performs at a bar in another city, bearing the weight of years. And what of that talented, long-legged sister from the school band, the stunningly beautiful and pure-spirited vocalist? It is said she now serves drinks at a nightclub. All could do was sigh in response. Post-graduation, many face the harsh clash between ideals and reality. At times, life can be profoundly disheartening, leaving one feeling thwarted and lost. After a brief silence, they continued walking forward. At that moment, Lin Jia approached Yifan. She donned a blue and white chiffon dress, the hem reaching her thighs, accentuating her long, fair legs. A black belt cinched her waist, enhancing her graceful figure, while her long hair cascaded elegantly over her ample bosom, creating a captivating silhouette. With her exquisite features, porcelain skin, and uniquely alluring upward slanting phoenix eyes, Lin Jia exuded a distinct aura. Clearly, you have a car. Why did you not mention it yesterday? I had no opportunity to speak. Will you not invite me to ride with you today? With great pleasure. I hereby extend a formal invitation to Miss Lin J. This. They both chuckled. Lin Jia abruptly broached the subject of the previous day, but lightly brushed past it, choosing not to dwell or lower her stance to bridge the gap between them. After exchanging these words, she smiled and turned to depart. Lin Jia is an astute young woman who understands that excessive deliberation can be counterproductive. As it often results in an air of insincerity, it is far more preferable to engage directly and naturally. This subtle transformation has also manifested in some of her peers. As they departed from their alma mater, the hour was nearing noon, and the group made their way to a bustling street renowned for its culinary delights. Ascending to the dining establishment, Wang Ziwen discreetly invited Yifan to join their table. Yet Yifan merely smiled and raised a few toasts before choosing to sit once again with the same company as the previous day. Why, Yifan, please do not take offense at my drunken ramblings from last night. Allow me to toast you, a gesture of respect. The male classmate, who had boasted of his fiancée, being the niece of a high-ranking bank executive, who had lectured Yifan the day prior, now adopted a humble demeanor as he fervently sought to clarify the previous day's events. Similarly, the female classmate who had claimed that her husband had been promoted to vice president of his company altered her stance, treating Yifan with marked politeness. Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses together. In contrast to the previous day, today the atmosphere at Yifan's table was lively, with toasts exchanged continuously and individuals from other tables approaching to offer their salutations. Yifan, unable to refuse, clinked glasses repeatedly, even engaging with each person from Wang Ziwen's table as they came over. Lu Yunji remained composed. Despite the awkwardness he had experienced the day before, today he was as unruffled as a still pond, giving no indication that anything had transpired. Ladies and gentlemen, last night I received a call from across the ocean. The speaker was Zhou Yi, an elegant young man rumored to come from a well-connected family. A fact that was no longer a secret among their peers. It was he whom Wang Ziwen had awaited at the seaside moonlit city the previous day. All eyes turned to Zhou Yi, who had always exuded a genial aura, never once coming across as haughty, whether during their school days or now. Those who have slipped away, the footsteps that have departed, the path that recedes into the distance, are akin to the sycamore leaves that gently fall before one's eyes. Li Xiaoman. This name had long faded from Yifan's memory. Upon graduating from university, Li Xiaoman had journeyed overseas to pursue her studies. Initially, in the first few months, their correspondence was frequent, but as time passed, their emails and phone calls dwindled until all communication ceased entirely. The gathering was prolonged, with plans to visit Mount Tai, the entire expense graciously covered by Wang Ziwen and Zhou Yi, an amount that might seem substantial to an ordinary person, yet for them, it was but a trifling matter. 3 days later, at the foot of Mount Tai, Yifan once again encountered that familiar figure. 3 years had elapsed, yet Li Xiaoman remained as graceful and poised as ever, showing little change. Standing at approximately 170 centimeters, she wore a pair of sunglasses, her long, dark hair dancing in the breeze, presenting an elegant silhouette. Her attire was simple, casual, and cool, a pair of shorts that rose above her knees, her fair, long legs captivating, paired with a t-shirt adorned with a whimsical cartoon design. Undoubtedly, Li Xiaoman was exquisite. Her skin fair and delicate, her large eyes framed by long lashes, exuding an air of vitality. She conversed effortlessly with her surrounding classmates, evidently becoming a central figure, yet radiating an approachable warmth. Beside Li Xiaoman stood a tall young man, introduced as her American classmate. In contrast to the gentle and smooth features typical of Eastern faces, he possessed a distinctly Western visage, characterized by its three-dimensionality, a prominent nose, slightly sunken azure eyes, and curly blonde hair, all of which rendered him quite handsome by Western aesthetic standards. "Greetings, I am Kai. That I have long yearned to see Mount Tai, and at last, here I am," he articulated. Although his speech was not particularly fluent, it sufficed to convey his meaning clearly. After a lapse of 3 years, Yi Fan encountered Li Xiaoman once more, experiencing a sensation of temporal and spatial shift. Both maintained a calm demeanor, exchanging polite greetings devoid of the exuberance typical of a long-awaited reunion, instead marked by a tranquil indifference, even a hint of nonchalance. Their conversation was minimal as they brushed past each other. Some matters require no words, and silence itself became a form of resolution. Chapter 6. The sacred place of Fengshan. Amidst the desolation and darkness of space, 9 colossal dragon corpses lay sprawled out, and an ancient, grand bronze coffin seemed to coexist with the primordial vastness of the cosmos. Days passed without any progress in deciphering the mysterious signals conveyed by the bronze patterns, and no reliable method had yet been devised to salvage and transport them to the surface. Suddenly, movement was detected. The vessel veered off its course and began to descend. At that moment, several elite astronauts within the International Space Station found their pupils rapidly constricting as the 9 dragons' coffin deviated from its trajectory and slowly sank. Mount Tai, majestic and profound, commands awe as the foremost of the 5 great mountains, renowned as the most magnificent mountain under heaven. Since ancient times, it has symbolized the sacred, located in the easternmost part of the ancient Central Plains. Embraced by the Yellow River and the One Rivered in antiquity, it was regarded as the cradle of the sun's birth and the flourishing of all life. No mountain surpasses it. No history is older. Mount Tai's grandeur is steeped in a rich historical legacy, tracing back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and the 5 emperors. A place close to the divine, the heavens are beyond reach. Yet atop Mount Tai, sacrifices and rituals were performed, drawing near to the divine. The illustrious Qin Shi Huang, with his sweeping ambitions, and the remarkable Han Wudi both held monumental sacrificial ceremonies on Mount Tai. Even before them, 72 emperors of antiquity had performed similar rites at this revered site. The ancient pre-Qin text Guanzi, Fengshan chapter records, in ancient times, the Hui clan performed sacrifices at Mount Tai. Fuxi held rites at Mount Tai. Shenong held rites at Mount Tai. Huangdi held rites at Mount Tai. Yao held rites at Mount Tai. Yu held rites at Mount Tai. In the ancient era, countless sage emperors and ancient rulers chose this sacred mountain for their rituals, enveloping Mount Tai in layers of mystery and imbuing it with an aura of the divine. In the 20th year of the Republic, General Ma Hongkui, while stationed at the foot of Mount Tai, inadvertently discovered a 5-colored earth altar containing 2 sets of jade tablets, sealed with stone clay and golden cords, hidden underground. The reasons behind the ancient emperor's choice to perform their rites on this mountain remain a mystery, perhaps one that will never be unraveled. After a night of rest at the hotel, Yi Fan and his companions began their ascent of Mount Tai the following day. Among the group, many were embarking on their first journey to this majestic peak. Only by standing in its presence could one truly appreciate its grandeur and magnificence. The mountain boasts a tri-layered, terrace-like geological structure, resembling a celestial staircase, oriented from north to south. The entire mountain unfolds magnificently, revealing a 10-kilometer-long path that leads into the vastness of its terrain, culminating at the summit. Whether viewed from afar or up close, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of grandeur that stirs the soul. Before the magnificent Mount Tai, one experiences a peculiar illusion of insignificance, feeling as diminutive as an ant, with even the sun, moon, and stars appearing trivial. This is a breathtaking sensation, sending ripples through the spirit. As the guide recounts the ancient rituals of Fengshan, the imagination is set ablaze, for humanity is eternally drawn to the unknown and the mysterious. Li Xiaoman walks alongside Kide, continually translating and elucidating, which deepens the young American's astonishment towards Mount Tai, prompting him to ask incessant questions. Lu Yunji casts a knowing glance at Yi Fan and then at the two ahead, yet his evident demeanor seems to be completely disregarded by Yi Fan, who remains unperturbed, leaving Lu Yunji feeling disheartened that in truth, Yi Fan is oblivious to him, maintaining a tranquil composure. However, he swiftly shakes his head, deeming his recent ennui as the source of such absurd musings. The ancient pines of Mount Tai are lush, interspersed with flowing springs and cascading waterfalls, their solemn grandeur imbued with a touch of ethereal elegance, further enriched by the wispy clouds that add an air of mystery and profundity. Ascending along the path, one encounters countless historical sites and inscriptions, each a marvel in its own right, from the earth sacrifice through the imperial palaces of Dai Temple to the celestial summit of Yuhuang Peak. Forming an axis stretching 10 kilometers between the earthly realm and paradise, as dusk falls, the group finally reaches the pinnacle of Mount Tai, Yuhuang Peak, where they gaze down upon the myriad mountains and the distant Yellow River. Suddenly grasping the profound significance of Confucius's ascent of Mount Tai, which rendered the world small. To stand atop the highest peak is to survey all lesser mountains. The poet sage has left behind such a timeless ode. At this moment, as the sun descends in the west, a golden rim adorns the cloud-kissed peaks, shimmering with the brilliance of rare treasures. Such a splendid scene is intoxicating. Suddenly, several dark spots appear on the horizon, gradually enlarging, accompanied by the rumble of wind and thunder. 9 colossal figures descend from the sky, resembling 9 black rivers plummeting down. In that instant, the expressions of all present on Mount Tai freeze in shock as they gaze at one another in disbelief. These are indeed the massive corpses of 9 dragons, dragging an ancient bronze coffin, hurtling towards the summit of Mount Tai. Dragons, legendary beings that stand alongside deities, transcend the laws of nature. Yet, in this age of scientific advancement, who would still believe in their existence? The visitors on the mountain, stunned into silence, hold their breath, even forgetting to scream. After a brief moment of quietude, chaos erupts on Mount Tai, as everyone frantically flees in all directions, seeking refuge from the impending colossal dragon corpses. It is a scene of sheer shock. As in the blood-red sunset, the 9 dragons pull their coffin downward, descending upon Mount Tai. Fearful cries and helpless wails fill the air as people scatter in panic. The descent of the 9 dragons is not a swift fall, yet when they land, they create a tremendous tremor at the summit of Mount Tai. Boom! The 9 gargantuan figures crash down like 9 mountain ridges, fracturing Yuhuang Peak with deep fissures, sending earth and stones flying, dust swirling about. The ancient bronze coffin thunders down with a resounding crash upon the summit, causing the mountain to shudder as if an earthquake had struck. A multitude of stones cascaded down the mountainside, producing a thunderous roar akin to the galloping of thousands of cavalry. Many individuals were caught in the chaos, their bodies battered and bloodied by the relentless onslaught of rocks. Tumbling down the slope amidst a cacophony of terrified wails, as the tremor subsided, the mountainside swiftly returned to a deceptive calm. However, chaos reigned atop Mount Tai, where numerous people stumbled in their frantic escape, resulting in a scene of utter disarray, with many sustaining grievous injuries, their heads bloodied as they rushed down the mountain in panic. There lay the colossal remains of 9 dragons, their massive bodies sprawled across the summit, a significant portion hanging ominously over the precipice, resembling a dark iron fortress, evoking a profound sense of awe and visual impact. The summit of Mount Tai, Yuhuangding, was marred by deep fissures, a testament to the cataclysmic disturbance. The ancient bronze coffin, measuring 20 meters in length, was unadorned yet steeped in a sense of age, adorned with faint, archaic motifs that whispered of bygone eras, shrouded in an air of mystery. Chapter 7. The multicolored altar. The events unfolded with such startling abruptness that they surpassed the bounds of human imagination. This was beyond belief for the onlookers. Yet, the 9 dragon carcasses and the bronze coffin lay starkly before them, an ironclad reality confronting their senses. Such occurrences defied all logic, shattering their understanding, leaving everyone's minds reeling from the profound impact. Amidst the earlier tumult, Yi Fan and his companions remained composed, gathering together until tranquility returned to Yu Huangding. Although they had all collapsed to the ground, they suffered no significant injuries, save for a few minor bruises that moment. Their faces were etched with shock, the astonishing spectacle before them destined to be etched in their memories forever. The 9 immense dragon carcasses lay silently ahead, accompanied by the imposing bronze coffin, overwhelming their visual perception with its sheer magnitude and mystery. Speechless, they grappled with tumultuous emotions, their faces betraying a mix of astonishment, anxiety, fear, and trepidation, unable to find solace. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Jia finally murmured, "We should hasten our descent." Everyone nodded in agreement, eager to vacate the area, unwilling to linger for even a moment. Lo, standing at the forefront, Wang Ziwen exhibited a look of astonishment, pointing towards the expansive chasm ahead. Beneath the nearly 2-meter-wide fissure lay a multicolored earthen altar, which had been fractured by the tremors. Within it, a jade tablet was partially revealed, inscribed with an array of intricate characters and symbols, indecipherable to all present in that moment. Everyone displayed expressions of disbelief, instantaneously recalling the term Fengshan, which could very well indicate an ancient altar for celestial offerings. The multicolored altar, containing jade tablets, closely resembled the accounts documented in Ban Guz by Hu Tong-yi from the Eastern Han Dynasty, which noted, "Some say the seals are made of gold clay and silver quartz, while others assert the use of stone clay and golden quartz." Furthermore, Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian from the Western Han Dynasty also referenced heavenly offerings and inscriptions in gold, clay, and stone. In a mere instant, the onlookers were astonished to discover that surrounding the multitude of chasms were numerous such multicolored altars, amounting to several dozen in total. Each earthen altar exuded an ancient charm, etched with the marks of time, unmistakably aged over countless years. Some altars sealed jade plates, while others were adorned with stone tablets, all inscribed with archaic symbols that were challenging to comprehend. The crowd felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. Vaguely sensing a connection to the dragon corpse and the bronze coffin. Yi Fan, an avid reader of antiquarian texts, possessed a deeper understanding of the Fengshan practices than his companions. His heart stirred with immense trepidation. Could it be that the legendary 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 72 kings had indeed conducted their celestial offerings here? Perhaps the legends held truth. Otherwise, how could there be so many multicolored altars? The characters inscribed upon them predominantly appeared to be oracle bone script, seemingly corroborating this hypothesis. Despite the logical inclination to retreat immediately, the group found themselves unwittingly drawn in, having already circled the bronze coffin for a considerable distance, awestruck by the 9 colossal dragon corpses, the staggering 20-meter-long bronze coffin, and the array of multicolored altars beneath the ground. While there seemed to be no immediate peril, the presence of the dragon corpses instilled a lingering unease. As they completed their circle, their fear gradually subsided, yet an air of restlessness remained, prompting them to resolve to descend the mountain swiftly. Look, there stands a massive altar in the central pit. The bronze coffin had cleaved a tremendous chasm into the earth, and the crowd had now turned to the opposite side of the colossal bronze structure. Gazing downward, they were met once more with astonishment. Below lay a superlative altar, not constructed of earth, but rather composed entirely of 5 colossal stones of varying colors, steadfastly supporting the 20-meter-long bronze coffin without a single fracture in sight. This grand 5-colored stone altar was markedly distinct from the other earthen altars, situated at the heart of Yuhuangding, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, far surpassing the others in grandeur. The bronze coffin, having descended from the heavens, exerted an immense force, yet miraculously left no cracks or damage upon the altar, leading one to ponder the nature of the extraordinary stones that constituted it. Upon this monumental 5-colored altar, in addition to the bronze coffin, lay a collection of jade pieces and stone tablets, all imbued with an ancient essence. Both the jade and stone artifacts bore remarkably mysterious inscriptions, even more primordial than the oracle bone script observed on the earthen altars. They resembled celestial scripts and enigmatic symbols. The meticulously arranged row of such jade pieces and stone tablets adorned the superlative altar, seemingly untouched by the impact of the bronze coffin, leaving the observers in bewilderment. "Let us hasten our departure from this place," someone urged. Yi Fan and Shou spoke simultaneously, urging the crowd. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was indeed unwise to linger here. Despite the myriad secrets that lay hidden, They were not meant to be explored at this moment. The presence of 9 colossal dragon corpses instilled a sense of unease, while the imposing bronze sarcophagus heightened their trepidation. Just as the group was about to turn away, a female classmate let out a startled cry as a large stone beneath her feet rolled into the abyss, causing her to lose her balance and begin to fall. Be careful. A quick-witted male classmate grasped her arm just in time, while several others rushed to assist, pulling her back to safety. The stone that had been dislodged tumbled with a thunderous roar into the pit below, striking the multicolored altar with a resounding crash. Instantly, the massive stone altar emitted a hazy quintet of colors, enveloping everyone in an overwhelming force that rendered their legs as heavy as lead, making movement nearly impossible. With a deafening thud, the 5-colored altar quaked, causing the nearby Yuhuang Peak to tremble as well. Those standing at the edge of the pit felt as if the world was spinning. Yet they were powerless to move, all being violently thrust into the depths below. As the group landed upon the multicolored altar, they collided with a collection of ancient tomes carved from jade and stone, resulting in a cacophony of sound and chaos upon the altar. The ancient bronze sarcophagus lay nearby, its surface marred by verdigris, yet the faded bronze engravings depicting ancient deities, complete with traces of tears, remained visible. So close they were that they could almost reach out and touch them, evoking a profound sense of dread that sent chills down their spines. This altar, a creation of the ancient ancestors, was erected for celestial offerings. Could it be that the ancient emperors of your truly possessed the power to summon something extraordinary? In that moment, the group was struck by a chilling and distant aura that stirred their souls. Before them lay the 9 dragon corpses in the bronze coffin. Could they have been summoned by the multicolored altar? Legend has it that long before the reign of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wudi, the ancient 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, along with 72 kings, had performed grand sacrificial rites here. What had they invoked in turn? As the 5-colored radiance shimmered, the jade and stone slabs on the altar became translucent, the ancient characters engraved upon them glowing brilliantly. The entire colossal altar exuded a gentle luminescence. With a series of cracking sounds, the piles of jade and stone suddenly fissured, releasing streams of light, as if the ancient inscriptions had come to life, bursting forth into the void. More ancient characters illuminated the air, and soon, the jade and stone were reduced to ash in a gentle breeze. Liberated from their confines, above the bronze coffin and surrounding the pit, thousands of ancient characters shimmered, appearing as if forged from molten iron, radiating a metallic sheen and texture. The cracking sounds resumed, as nearby small 5-colored earthen altars also released ancient characters into the air. Around the bronze sarcophagus, it seemed as though stars were flickering, their gleam rendered even more enigmatic beneath the blood-red sunset. Upon the summit of Yuhuang Peak, there were still a few individuals who, having refrained from fleeing down the mountain amidst the recent chaos, now found themselves stricken with terror as they witnessed Yi Fan and others plummet into the vast chasm. The sight of such an extraordinary phenomenon sent them into a frenzy, compelling them to rush down the mountain in a desperate scramble. In the turmoil, some stumbled and fell, their cries of anguish and pleas for help ringing out incessantly. Simultaneously, the ancient characters, shimmering with brilliance in midair, gradually coalesced into a colossal bagua, emanating a mysterious force that reverberated around them. This was a breathtaking tableau, as those ancient symbols and characters, imbued with unfathomable power, manifested into an immense bagua diagram, hovering above the bronze coffin and the 9 dragon corpses, exuding a metallic weight and texture, as if forged from the essence of refined gold. I wish to depart from this place, echoed a voice from below the chasm. Filled with despair, my body lay immobile. Everyone found themselves unable to move, gripped by fear, yet powerless to alter their fate. At that very moment, at the heart of the bagua in midair, a Tai Chi diagram emerged, with 2 yin-yang fish entwined in an embrace. Even in this modern technological era, the profound mysteries embedded within the ancient Tai Chi bagua remain unsolved. Some have attempted to correlate celestial bodies with the positions of the bagua, employing astronomical parameters to compute and validate the orbital velocities of these celestial entities. Moreover, the progenitor of modern computer binary was inspired by the study of the Tai Chi bagua, leading to a momentous breakthrough. The ancient Tai Chi bagua continues to present an alluring enigma to contemporary minds. Its creation, purpose, and functions remain steeped in legend and conjecture, devoid of concrete evidence at this pivotal moment. Yi Fan and his companions glimpsed one of the Baghua's hidden significances. It was intricately linked to the very fabric of time and space. Around the immense Tai Chi Bagua, the space warped and light danced in a haze. As the 8 corresponding Bagua symbols, Qian, Kowloon, Sun, Dui, Jin, Zhen, Li, and Can, radiated in succession, resembling a set of ancient and cryptic codes glimmering in the air. The 2 yin-yang fish within the Tai Chi diagram appeared as peculiar portals, quivering as they gradually opened a narrow gap, seemingly leading into the distant and unknown cosmos. Brilliant light pulsated. The 8 symbols of the Bagua flickered unpredictably. And after a series of intricate transformations, they ultimately illuminated simultaneously, casting forth a dazzling brilliance. With a resounding thud, the 2 yin-yang fish at the center of the Tai Chi Bagua slowly parted, revealing sporadic glimmers of starlight within, and even glimpses of an ancient celestial pathway. Eventually, the yin-yang fish completely opened like portals, unveiling a mysterious and vast passageway, its destination unknown, shrouded in darkness. Meanwhile, atop Mount Tai, the 9 colossal dragon corpses began to tremble, and the bronze coffin emitted a resounding clang. Shaking violently, Yi Fan and his companions stood mere feet away from the coffin, many overwhelmed with shock. Their exclamations piercing the air, while numerous female classmates erupted into cries of distress. "What shall we do? Help us in this dire situation." A sense of helplessness enveloped everyone, with many female classmates wailing loudly. At the same moment, a few resolute individuals, filled with trepidation, gazed intently at the colossal ancient bronze coffin, which appeared to be shifting as its lid ominously shifted out of place, revealing a significant gap through which an eerie aura began to permeate the air. With a thunderous clang, the bronze coffin trembled once more, its lid nearly dislodging, as an inexplicable and intangible force tugged at the onlookers' eye in the blink of an eye. Everyone felt the world spin around them before darkness enveloped their vision. As they were all drawn into the depths of the coffin. Help! Some cried out in near despair, their voices echoing with sheer terror. With a resounding crash, 9 massive dragon corpses suspended over the precipice shook violently, while simultaneously the coffin's lid emitted a deafening sound before sealing shut completely. Almost instantly, the 9 dragon bodies, resembling mountain ranges, ascended into the air, although they still showed no signs of life. They began to pull the enormous bronze coffin slowly into the dark and mysterious passageway formed by the Taiji Bagua diagram. The entire Mount Tai quaked violently, as if the very heavens were on the verge of collapsing, with the summit of Yuhuangding illuminated by a radiant 5-colored divine light piercing through the skies. Then, as the blood-red sun vanished in an instant, the peak of Mount Tai dimmed abruptly, and the enormous Taiji Bagua diagram in the sky sealed shut, gradually fading from sight. The 9 dragons had drawn the coffin away, leaving no trace behind. All the jade pieces and stone slabs on the 5-colored altar turned to dust, swept away by a gentle breeze that scattered the ashes into the air. The events that unfolded beneath the crimson sunset were destined to stir a tremendous uproar, reaching every corner of the world. Mount Tai would undoubtedly become the focal point of global attention, yet all of this was of no concern to Yi Fan and the others. Inside the bronze coffin, darkness enveloped them, infused with an icy chill. Some female classmates were on the verge of collapse, filled with helplessness and dread, yet dared not to scream, suppressing their emotions and weeping softly. What should we do? Who can save us? Are we truly inside the bronze coffin? Why is this happening? Is there any way to escape? Many desperately attempted to dial their phones, but the calls were futile, severing their connection to the outside world, amplifying their terror. Everyone, please do not panic. Although we cannot currently reach the outside world, the extraordinary events occurring on Mount Tai will undoubtedly be reported immediately, and I believe rescue teams will arrive shortly. Zhou Yi spoke with remarkable composure, managing to alleviate some of the collective anxiety. Zhou Yi's words resonated with the others, instilling a sense of calm amidst the chaos. Indeed, let us remain composed. The situation has transpired. Our fear serves no purpose now. What matters is devising a way to escape, Wang Zuan added, her voice steady, soothing the crowd's frayed nerves. Correct, there is no need for alarm. The events have unfolded, and our fear will not change that. The priority is to find a way out. Lin Jia, though a woman, exhibited remarkable poise, refusing to succumb to panic. Yi Fan remained silent, sitting quietly as the dark and mysterious passageway formed by the Taiji Bagua diagram lingered in his mind. At this moment, was he still atop Yhuangding? A foreboding thought crept into his consciousness. Utilizing the faint light from their phones, they could see the anxious faces surrounding them, many appearing pale, with some trembling uncontrollably. Li Xiaoman sat nearby, hugging her knees, her complexion somewhat pale, yet she exuded an air of calmness. Beside her was the American youth named Kaide, with whom she engaged in hushed conversations in English. In truth, a sense of unease permeated the hearts of everyone present, for they found themselves within a sealed bronze coffin. Had all gathered descended into this copper sarcophagus. Let us ascertain the number of individuals present. 1, 2, 3.28, 29, 30. As the count reached the 30th individual, the student responsible for the tally faltered, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "How could there be a 30th person?" The class comprised 33 students. Initially, 3 were abroad for studies and unable to attend, while 5 others had not arrived due to various special circumstances on this trip to Mount Tai. The 3 international students had returned, yet the 5 remained absent, amounting to 28 attendees, including Li Xiaoman's American companion. Kaide, the total should have been 29. How could there be 30 individuals at this moment? In that chilly darkness of the ancient coffin, an eerie chill coursed through everyone, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 9. The 30th person in the copper coffin. How could there be an extra person? Who is it? The voice of the one who dared to inquire trembled with fear. All the mobile screens flickered to life, and the crowd anxiously surveyed their surroundings, terrified of an unfamiliar face appearing before them. Familiar faces huddled together, cautiously scanning the area at that moment. They confirmed that indeed, an additional person was nestled in a corner nearby. Who are you? Are you human or a ghost? In the mysterious bronze coffin, the possibility of encountering supernatural occurrences loomed large, heightening the collective anxiety that a harsh cough emanated from the pitch-black corner, and the shadows stirred, producing a low, hoarse voice that whispered, "Ghost at ghost." The group felt as though they had plunged into an ice pit, many feeling a chill of dread, while some female classmates let out piercing screams, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ghost. Place. The voice was faint, revealing the shadow's evident fatigue as it swayed, attempting to rise. What a ghostly place, are weeped inside a copper coffin. The shadow in the corner gradually stood, voicing this bewildered inquiry, its tone gaining strength. Upon witnessing the towering figure rise, several individuals instinctively recoiled as the shadow approached. It continued, "It's me, Pang Bo. Stop. Don't come any closer." Everyone raised their phones, using their dim light to peer ahead. Yi Fan parted the crowd and cautiously stepped forward, asking, "Is it truly you, Pang Bo? Can't you even recognize my voice?" As the glow from the mobile screens illuminated the darkness, a familiar figure emerged, holding a phone, with thick brows and large eyes, a robust physique. Pang Bo was Yi Fan's closest friend from university, who had been unable to attend the gathering due to personal matters. His sudden appearance stirred doubt in the hearts of all present. I find it hard to believe that Pang Bo did not attend the gathering. Who are you really? A tremor in the voice from behind, an individual who should not have appeared stood within the bronze coffin, sending shivers down the spines of many present. "I am indeed Pang Bo. Does anyone have water? I am parched." The shadow continued to advance. Halt. The crowd still found it difficult to accept. Pang Bo had no choice but to stop, fervently recounting anecdotes from his university days to substantiate his identity. "Initially, due to matters at home, I was unable to attend the gathering on time. Later, upon hearing that everyone was heading to Mount Tai, I resolved my family affairs and naturally rushed over." Pang Bo accepted the bottle of mineral water handed to him by Yi Fan, gulping down several large swigs before recounting his experience of entering the coffin. By the time he arrived, everyone had already ascended the mountain. He had ascended via the cable car along the ropeway. Overall, he considered himself fortunate, as he safely reached Yhuangding just before the 9 dragon corpses collided with the bronze giant coffin at Mount Tai. Instead of fleeing downhill with the crowd, he clung tightly to a large tree, waiting until the chaos subsided, and emerged unscathed. Subsequently, he witnessed from afar as Yi Fan and others fell into the giant pit, arriving just in time to see ancient characters shimmering in the air, rendered immobile outside the pit. It was only when the bronze coffin trembled and the lid shifted that he was drawn into the coffin, following the others. Whether it was due to being outside the 5-colored altar or not, Pang Bo was knocked unconscious upon his fall into the coffin. It was at this moment that the crowd gradually dispelled their doubts. Their taut nerves finally relaxing that we must devise a means of self-rescue. Being trapped within this bronze coffin is disconcerting, and I have an ominous feeling. Li Xiaomon's complexion paled slightly as her beautiful eyes gazed into the depths of the coffin's inky blackness. Compared to other female classmates, she and Lin Jia exhibited remarkable composure. Upon hearing this, many felt a chill coursing through their bodies. "Let us huddle together and not disperse," Zhou Yi suggested. The group clustered closely. Utilizing the faint light from their phones to survey their surroundings, they pressed against one side of the coffin, where they could discern indistinct bronze engravings depicting a ferocious nine-headed divine bird soaring aloft. Alongside colossal beasts adorned with foot-long spiny bristles, roaring skyward, the bronze engravings, marred by verdigris, featured some of the ancient ferocious creatures recorded in the Shanhai Jing, such as Tao Tai, Xiong Qi, and Tao Wu, massive in size. With fearsome visages, rendered so vividly that they inspired dread, the bronze giant coffin measured 20 meters in length and over 8 meters in width, and what the crowd beheld was merely a fragment. They refrained from further observation, for at that moment, they sensed the presence of an object deep within the coffin. All phones were raised high, and emboldened, the crowd took several steps forward, faintly perceiving a vague rectangular object in the darkness at the center of the bronze giant coffin. Clearly, it was neither a corpse nor a living being, which provided a modicum of reassurance as they pressed forward. To their astonishment, they discovered that within the coffin lay yet another coffin. Upon truly discerning the object ahead, many gasped and shocked. In the very center lies another copper coffin, measuring less than 4 meters in length and less than 2 meters in width. It exudes an ancient and somber aura, adorned with archaic engravings, cloaked in verdigris, and etched with the wear of time, evoking a chilling sense of foreboding. Contrary to the notion that there exists a coffin within a coffin, this one is indeed the true sarcophagus. The vessel meant for interring the deceased, the outer bronze giant coffin, known as a gua, serves as a protective casing, and together, these two are referred to as the guangua. Pang Bo elucidated this concept to those few who were not entirely clear on the meaning of guangua. Upon learning that the coffin ahead contained the genuine apparatus for entombing a body, many retreated hastily, their hearts gripped by terror. What manner of person could possibly be interred within such a mysterious bronze coffin? The crowd was engulfed in both amazement and dread. The archaeological secrets and tales of ancient royal tombs they had previously heard paled in comparison to this bronze coffin, which seemed trivial by contrast. Who among them had ever witnessed a 20-meter-long bronze coffin? Who had seen a colossal coffin descend from the heavens? Who had encountered 9 dragon corpses drawing a coffin? It led them to question whether what lay within was truly a human remains, rendering it almost inconceivable to fathom the contents of the coffin. Time passed swiftly, and although they ranked among the first, they had not yet reached the pinnacle. The readers were urged to exert themselves further to propel Zhetian up the rankings. Chapter 10. The Vast Earth. The interior of the inky bronze coffin gradually fell silent. No one spoke. All were filled with trepidation, gazing at the copper coffin intended for interring a body, their heavy breaths betraying their tension. The copper coffin, mottled with green rust, concealed the identity of the person it contained. All of this seemed intricately tied to the 5-color altar atop Mount Tai. After a lengthy pause, the crowd began to murmur softly. Seeking to comprehend the reasons behind these occurrences, it was suggested that the ancient altar was responsible, summoning the 9 dragon corpses in the bronze coffin. The spectacle before them was so extraordinary that it profoundly challenged the perceptions of those present. The 5-color altar, constructed by the ancients, was shrouded in endless mystery. Yi Fan pondered deeply, contemplating the multitude of secrets concealed within the obliterated annals of ancient history. With no danger imminent, the crowd's anxiety gradually subsided as they earnestly speculated about the scene before them. Perhaps the 9 dragons drawing the coffin were summoned by the ancient ancestors. As this notion was voiced, a dissenting voice immediately countered. The ancients had long perished countless years ago. The truth remained elusive, shrouded in conjecture, with numerous possibilities to consider. Indeed, it was conceivable that the 9 dragons had no connection to the ancient ancestors, but rather had returned of their own accord. Have you seen the engravings on the bronze? They depict ancient ancestors, primal deities, many figures etched with traces of tears, evoking a sense of desolation and melancholy, as if recounting a tale from a distant past. Amidst the discourse, the collective fear of the crowd began to dissipate, and various possibilities emerged in their minds. However, They retained a profound reverence for the central bronze coffin, with no one daring to touch it, let alone attempt to open it. Surely, the rescuers must have ascended Mount Tai by now. Perhaps they are not far off. It was fervently hoped that no unforeseen calamities would occur, allowing for an early escape. The multitude found themselves ensnared within the ancient bronze coffin, which soared to a height of 8 or 9 meters. Its lid sealed so tightly that escape seemed utterly impossible. They's hope for deliverance flickered in their hearts. The bronze sarcophagus suddenly convulsed violently, causing all to teeter precariously, many tumbling to the cold, hard ground. What is happening? What transpired? Questions hung in the air, laced with uncertainty. Some of the female students, gripped by fear, clutched tightly to those beside them. Have the rescuers arrived? Are they here to liberate us? Amidst the swirling anxieties and dread, the coffin's tremors intensified, rendering it nearly impossible to maintain one's footing. Most succumbed to the floor, coming into close contact with the chilling bronze surface. The thunderous crash reverberated through the air, reminiscent of an aircraft slicing through frigid clouds, encased in a thick layer of ice, shuddering relentlessly. Then came a final, resounding boom that echoed like thunder, as if it sought to shatter all tangible forms. It was palpable that the bronze giant had collided with tremendous force. Yet, in that very instant, within the obsidian depths of the coffin, the bronze engravings began to emit faint glimmers of light, momentarily counteracting an unimaginable onslaught of energy. Confusion enveloped the crowd. Moments ago, they had felt as though the world was turning upside down, only to find themselves in an unexpected calm, creating an uncanny sense of illusion. No, there had indeed been a terrifying impact. How could it have suddenly ceased? This was no mere figment. The bronze coffin had endured a fierce collision, rolling several times, yet they had remained unscathed at that moment. To their astonishment, they noticed the bronze inner coffin clinging steadfastly to the side of the sarcophagus, firmly anchored and not having plummeted. The bronze coffin now lay overturned, and the smaller coffin, which contained the remains, must have been securely forged to the bottom of the larger one, impervious to any movement. Thus, when the sarcophagus tilted, it appeared as if the inner coffin hung suspended against the wall. One could only imagine the sheer magnitude of the prior impact. Yet it had been dissipated by the ethereal glow emanating from the engravings, leaving them in a state of disbelief. The light filtering in from outside, Li Xiaoman exclaimed. Instantly, all turned their gazes in the direction she indicated. And indeed, a faint illumination penetrated the dimness. The great bronze coffin had toppled, its lid askew, creating a narrow gap through which they could finally escape. The dislodged lid created an opening wide enough for two to walk side by side. Although the exterior remained shrouded in darkness, rendering the light's presence subtle, that a chorus of cheers erupted as they surged forward, eager to flee this terrifying abyss, yearning to linger not even a moment longer. However, upon emerging from the bronze coffin, they stood frozen, as if carved from stone. The ground appeared stained with blood, a deep reddish brown, cold and desolate. A scene of stark desolation unfolded before them, punctuated by scattered colossal boulders. Resembling gravestones dotting the expanse, the light in this realm was dim, enveloped in a dreary twilight mingled with a faint black mist. The group stood in stunned silence. This could not possibly be the pinnacle of Mount Tai. The boundless reddish-brown earth lay silent and lifeless, devoid of any signs of vitality, a place unlike any they had ever known. Never before have I encountered, nor have I ever heard of, such a place that is utterly foreign and shrouded in mystery. Where exactly have we departed from Mount Tai? The voice of the speaker trembles with uncertainty. The rescuers have isolated us in a desolate area. Is it out of fear that the 9 dragon corpses pose a threat? Even the classmate uttering these words struggles to convince himself. An ominous premonition rises within everyone. It seems that a most unfortunate event has befallen them. In this moment, many individuals simultaneously attempt to dial out on their mobile phones. Yet it is utterly futile, as there exists no signal. This is not Mount Tai. Where are we? Panic is etched upon many faces, devoid of the joy that should accompany escape, replaced instead by sheer trepidation. The transition from being trapped within the bronze coffin to stepping outside took but a mere quarter of an hour. Yet the landscape before them has undergone a dramatic transformation. The majestic and towering Mount Tai, which once commanded a view over myriad mountains, has vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of undulating, gravel-covered desert. Yi Fan gazed quietly at this scene. His foreboding intuition had indeed materialized. From his vantage point on Mount Tai, as he witnessed the Tai Chi Bagua diagram coalesce into a dark and colossal passageway. An unsettling association had formed in his mind. Although he did not witness the 9 dragons pulling the coffin into that passage leading to an unknown realm, it was now clear there was no longer any semblance of Mount Tai, and they had likely transcended the very boundaries of Earth. Chapter 11. The Source of Light. Once again, they stood before a colorful altar. Pang Bo and Yi Fan exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. They had been the best of friends since their university days and frequently met post-graduation. They understood each other profoundly. Yet, at this moment, both sensed that the situation was dire, their collective circumstances fraught with uncertainty and peril. The colossal bronze coffin lay overturned behind them, beneath which rested a grand 5-colored stone altar, reminiscent of the gigantic altar they had encountered on Mount Tai. Constructed from 5 distinct hues of massive stones, the 5-colored altar sprawled extensively, suggesting that its construction must have been an enormous undertaking in its time. However, years of erosion from wind and sand had nearly buried this once towering structure beneath the earth, now level with the ground strewn with reddish-brown gravel. Today, with the arrival of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, the heavy impact upon the earth had dislodged the surrounding sand, revealing the altar's rough outline. Not only did the immense bronze coffin lie atop the altar, but the 9 colossal dragon corpses were also positioned upon it, hinting at the grandeur of the 5-colored altar. Many faces turned pale as a multitude of possibilities surged through their minds. The scene before them resembling an alien world, no one was willing to accept this reality. Yet the absence of Mount Tai and the vast expanse of desert before them rendered silence inevitable. "Do not panic, do not fear. There will be a solution," Yi Fan called out loudly. The unknown inspires both awe and dread in some, while igniting a desire for exploration in others. Yi Fan and Pang Bo steered clear of the 9 enormous dragon corpses and ventured forward, seeking to ascertain the circumstances nearby. Li Xiaoman stood not far off, appearing somewhat cold, her arms wrapped around herself. Her beautiful visage bore a pallor, yet she remained remarkably composed, akin to a delicate lotus blooming in the twilight. As Yi Fan passed by, he removed his shirt and offered it, yet she merely expressed her gratitude before shaking her head in refusal. Not far from the multicolored stone altar lay a colossal boulder, its height exceeding 20 meters, though its incline was not particularly steep, allowing for easy ascent. Standing at approximately 179 centimeters, Yi Fan appeared quite serene, yet his physique was robust. He had once been a key player on the school's football team. Often referred to as a barbarian on the field. In contrast, Pang Bo was aptly named, exuding a formidable presence, not due to obesity, but genuine strength, resembling a hulking figure, with arms nearly as thick as an average person's legs. Both men possessed exceptional physical prowess, sprinting towards the giant stone without caution, directly scaling its surface. Upon standing atop the boulder and gazing into the distance, they were astonished to behold faint glimmers of light piercing through the darkness, revealing that they were indeed no longer in their original time and space. Despite Pang Bo's usual boisterous demeanor, he never jested when confronted with serious matters. He fixed his gaze upon the distant feeble halo and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Do you believe there truly exists a deity in this world?" Yi Fan, also fixated on the elusive radiance, replied, having witnessed a dragon's corpse, "I doubt I would be surprised even if a living god were to appear before us. What would it be like for a living god to stand before us?" Pang Bo mused quietly. Suddenly, a sound erupted from behind his guide, towering at nearly 190 centimeters, ascended the boulder. Upon seeing the distant light, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Praised up merciful God, I not have seen the light." That he articulated in somewhat halting Chinese, then turned and vigorously waved his hand towards Li Xiaoman amidst the crowd, shouting, "I see the light." Subsequently, he clambered down the boulder and rushed towards her. Kai's exclamation incited a flurry of activity within the crowd, prompting many to sprint in their direction. Pang Bo glanced at Li Xiaoman and Kai, standing together not far off, before turning to Yi Fan, asking, "Is that foreign fellow truly Li Xiaoman's boyfriend?" "How should I know?" Yi Fan replied. "Have you really given up just like that?" Pang Bo shot him a sidelong glance. "That I disdain you. Your life lacks richness." Pang Bo surveyed Yi Fan, then glanced back at Li Xiaoman, saying, "By a man's intuition, I have a feeling that something will transpire between the two of you. Please do not tarnish my reputation." Yi Fan chuckled. "You possess a sixth sense akin to a woman's?" At that moment, it seemed only the two of them could still muster a smile. Neither was inclined towards pessimism, finding it difficult to wear long faces. Regardless of the circumstances, before long, several individuals had climbed the massive rock to gaze into the distance, where the faint light flickered like fireflies, penetrating the dim expanse and capturing the attention of the crowd. Although the source of light was not bright, it ignited a spark of hope within many, leading several female students to cheer. The faint illumination ahead, though still shrouded in mystery, urged everyone to advance. Perhaps this is inherent to human nature, fear of darkness and a yearning for light. Let us not be disappointed. May a miracle occur. One by one, the crowd descended from the colossal rock and gathered before the multicolored altar to deliberate their next course of action. Everything here felt foreign to us. Even though there was a glimmer of light ahead, caution was advisable. Wang Ziwen, being particularly prudent, suggested this course of action. Zhou Yi maintained his composure, nodding in agreement as he remarked, "Indeed, let us first send a few individuals to scout the way, for that orb of light does not seem too distant, just to be safe." The others readily concurred. The unknown path ahead was unpredictable, and in such unfamiliar surroundings, vigilance was paramount. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberated through the air, and the copper coffin atop the multicolored altar emitted a metallic resonance. "What just happened?" I mused, feeling as though the sound emanated from within the coffin. A nearby female classmate, pale-faced, voiced her thoughts. "It appears to be a noise from inside the coffin." To her words, everyone's countenance shifted. After all, within that enormous coffin lay a small copper sarcophagus meant for the interment of a corpse. Chapter 12. The Wandering Star. Do not jump to conclusions. The coffin has merely toppled, and the lid has yet to settle. "It must have shifted," Lin Jia calmly interjected, seeking to stabilize the group's fraying nerves. The 9 massive dragon corpses, each stretching over 100 meters, lay nearby, their scales glimmering ominously, casting an unsettling aura. The bronze coffin itself was an imposing 20 meters long, resting atop the multicolored altar, instilling a profound sense of unease. "That I propose we collectively venture towards that orb of light," I suggested, echoing the sentiments of many who felt a palpable dread, nearly everyone reluctant to linger any longer in this place. Ultimately, agreement was reached, and the group resolved to advance together towards the source of illumination. The ground was composed entirely of reddish-brown soil and gravel, vast and desolate, with enormous boulders dotting the landscape like scattered embellishments. As we passed the towering rock that offered an elevated view, Lu Yunji exclaimed in astonishment, "There are inscriptions on that colossal stone, circling to the side of the rock facing the light source." We could distinctly discern 2 immense ancient characters etched into the stone, each towering at least 5 to 6 meters high, with bold strokes that seemed to swirl like 2 furious dragons. Unlike the intricate characters of today, these were evidently from a bygone era, their age indeterminate. The group gathered before the stone wall, gazing at the robust ancient characters. Many furrowed their brows, struggling to decipher their meaning. "This appears to be bronze script. The first character should be Ying." Zhou Yi discerned the first character, his brow knitting in confusion as he muttered, "What manner of place have we stumbled upon?" "Indeed, it is bronze script." The 2 characters reading Hua, Yifan remarked casually after recognizing them. Though he appeared composed, the significance of those characters stirred profound turmoil within him. Yinghua, how could it be Yinghua? He could scarcely believe it. Turning his gaze skyward, yet the heavens, though dim, revealed but a few stars. What does Yinghua mean? Is it a place? Many were perplexed, unable to comprehend the implications of these 2 characters. What does it signify? Where are we? The crowd was enveloped in uncertainty. Upon hearing the term Yinghua, Wang Ziwen comprehended its significance and elucidated to the assembly. "This place, I fear, may no longer be Earth." The term Yinghua, which translates to the blazing fire, was historically regarded as an ominous portent. In ancient times, Mars was referred to as Yinghua. Long before the endless ages, our ancestors had already observed the red hue of Mars, its brightness fluctuating, resembling flickering flames. Moreover, it traverses the heavens, sometimes moving from west to east, and at other times from east to west, rendering its movements perplexing and bewildering. The fiery glow of Yinghua is indeed disconcerting, and thus it was termed Yinghua in antiquity. Rulers of yore, steeped in superstition, feared this calamity star, believing it heralded misfortune. Whenever it appeared, it signaled either the dismissal of a chancellor or the demise of an emperor. Such superstitious legends, however, are not likely to be believed by posterity. Oh my God! exclaimed Li Xiaoman, as Kaide, beside her, exerted great effort to grasp the meaning of Yinghua in Chinese. He began scraping the reddish-brown soil and striking the rocks, incessantly observing the geology, astonished to the point of exclamation. How is this possible? Many stood agape, utterly unable to accept the reality before them. This expanse of reddish-brown earth beneath our feet is Mars. We are no longer on Earth. Anyone who heard this conclusion would be left in a daze, devoid of any rationale. Just half an hour ago, they were atop Mount Tai, and now they found themselves standing on the ancient star of Yinghua, a tale that seemed utterly fantastical. Lin Jia, tall and alluring, had a slightly pale visage at this moment, her phoenix eyes darting toward the crowd as she remarked, "At present, we have merely glimpsed this stone inscription. We cannot definitively ascertain whether we are truly on the planet Yinghua. However, it is said that the dry surface of Mars is strewn with red soil and gravel, and what we behold before us appears to be just that." A female classmate spoke with a tremor in her voice. Humanity launched space probes to explore Mars as early as the 1960s, and in 1997, the Mars Pathfinder successfully landed on its surface. After decades of exploration, humanity's ignorance of Mars has long since dissipated, yielding a wealth of invaluable data that if we truly stand on Mars, I fear we cannot survive. There is insufficient oxygen and unsuitable temperatures, Li Xiaoman articulated, her pallid complexion notwithstanding, as her words ignited a flicker of hope in many. Throughout this unfolding scenario, Yu Fan, Pang Bo, and a few others remained remarkably composed, confident that they were no longer on Earth. What could be worse than this? Whatever transpired next, it could not be more dire. The group was burdened with heavy thoughts, their voices scarcely rising above a whisper, shrouded in an oppressive silence, fearful that even the last glimmer of hope might be extinguished with a sudden force. Pang Bo kicked a fragment of stone beneath his feet, sending a cloud of dust into the air. That moment, a look of astonishment crossed his face. He realized that the stone he had dislodged appeared to be a piece of tile. Indeed, it was tile. Upon retrieving the half-broken shard, he instantly confirmed it to be a rudely crafted ceramic. Immediately, a throng gathered around to inspect the fragment, many displaying signs of excitement. If there were shards of tile, there must be structures. This land harbored inhabitants, and it was not merely a simple multicolored altar. We are saved. We shall surely find a way to escape. A sense of pessimism began to wane, replaced by a flicker of joy, as the crowds discerned a glimmer of hope for survival. At this moment, darkness enveloped the sky, adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars. Yu Fan gazed upwards, noticing a blurred disk suspended at the horizon, its size comparable to half that of the moon as seen from Earth, an undeniable indication that this place was not Earth. In another direction, a fist-sized bright star shone with a brilliance that outshone ordinary stars. Yet it was somewhat dimmer than the diminutive moon. To call it a star seemed excessive, while referring to it as a moon appeared insufficiently bright and small. Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lu Yunji stood nearby, their attention drawn to Yi Fan's actions, and they too looked skyward. Upon seeing the two diminutive moons hanging in the firmament, their expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 13. The Ruins of the Celestial Palace. This was. Despite their prior mental preparations, disappointment was etched across their faces. Influenced by these few, others also directed their gazes to the heavens, soon discovering the remarkable sight of two moons suspended above Mars that harbors two satellites, akin to the moon as seen from Earth. Kaide murmured in halting Chinese, before rapidly conversing in English with Li Xiaoman. Having distanced themselves 600 meters from the colorful altar, they had now drawn much closer to the faint light source, which appeared to be a mere 500 meters away. The group pressed onward without delay. Beneath the night sky, a gentle breeze brushed against them, carrying a hint of coolness. After traversing over 100 meters, they neared the light source. At that moment, a startled cry pierced the air, revealing a collapsed structure that seemed to be an ancient pavilion, succumbing to the ravages of time. This man-made pavilion hinted at the presence of humanity on this desolate planet. Surely, a path to survival awaited them. Is this truly Mars? Why are there human edifices here? The atmosphere, temperature, and gravity were strikingly similar to Earth, resembling merely a barren desert. Although overwhelming disappointment loomed, despair did not engulf them. Instead, numerous questions erupted. We have encountered dragon corpses. What significance do these hold? Perhaps this is merely a unique region on Mars. Perhaps here stood a grand five-colored altar, capable of summoning the 9 dragon corpses in the bronze coffin. rendering this place a potential sacred seal. If our conjecture holds true, and this is indeed a distinct area on Mars, our space for survival may be severely limited. At this pronouncement, a profound silence enveloped the group. If this is merely a small sanctuary on Mars, what avenues for escape remain? Their emotions surged tumultuously. As this pertained to their very lives and futures, no one could remain composed. Suddenly, a female classmate let out a piercing scream. Echoing hauntingly under the night, all the male students gathered around. As Pang Bo kicked a skull out of the sand with his foot, it was evident that this was the skull of an adult. Its age unknown, having weathered to the brink of erosion, its bone structure no longer smooth, adorned with numerous coarse cracks. What astonished us was the perfectly circular hole in its frontal bone, about the thickness of a finger. As if pierced by a sharp instrument, the edges of the hole remarkably even. It seemed this place was filled with mysteries and uncertainties. Although this was a mere skeleton, a remnant from years past, it was prudent for us to proceed with caution. The unfamiliar environment and various unpredictable factors instilled a chill in our hearts. What lay ahead? Beneath the hazy night sky, the stars and moon were not particularly bright, barely illuminating the undulating shadows in the distance, resembling a chaotic heap of jagged stones, uneven and interlaced. As we approached, everyone was left speechless. It was indeed a ruin. And what lay before us was merely a small portion of a far grander desolation stretching into the distance. This was an immense ruin, sprawling widely, its solid foundation constructed from colossal stones, evoking the grandeur and magnificence of the palace that once stood here. The source of light was at the end of this desolation, behind a crumbled wall. Were we truly on Mars? Had there once been a magnificent palace complex here? What monumental effort must have been required to accomplish such an undertaking? What could have led to this place's transformation into a wasteland? With all the towering edifices collapsed, the crowd nearly forgot their fear, utterly awestruck by the vast ruin before them. If we were indeed on Mars, this was simply astonishing. Yi Fan spoke calmly. In truth, it is nothing extraordinary. We have encountered much today that defies logic, and even if someone were to tell me that this vast ruin is the site of a celestial palace, I would not be surprised. Pang Bo remarked, the site of a celestial palace, it truly could be. After all, we have encountered the corpse of a dragon. Upon hearing these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The notion of a celestial palace site might not be far-fetched at all. The light's source shimmered softly from beyond the broken wall, casting a faint halo that was both elusive and sacred. What could it be? The source of light danced at the end of the ancient ruins, rendering the remnants of the shattered walls even more desolate, an air of profound mystery enveloping the scene. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of footsteps over the rubble echoed far across the vast night sky as we passed by collapsed palaces, finally making our way through the immense ruin. Ahead of us, the broken wall, though partially damaged, still stood at a height of 4 to 5 meters, leaving us to ponder the magnificence it once possessed. We were determined to discover the nature of that light source. Cautiously, our group navigated around the colossal broken wall, arriving at the end of the ruins, where we were greeted by a refreshing aura that enveloped us. As if a divine light had pierced through the void, captivating all our eyes. We had truly emerged from the ruins, standing behind the broken wall, and we beheld the source of light before us in all its clarity. 50 meters ahead, an ancient temple quietly stands, illuminated by dim lights that flicker like beams, with the tranquil presence of a time-worn Buddha. Before the temple lies a venerable Bodhi tree, its gnarled form reminiscent of a coiling dragon. Its trunk entirely desiccated save for a few verdant leaves scattered 2 meters above the ground. Each leaf glimmers with a translucent brilliance, radiating a jade-like luminescence. Chapter 14. The Great Thundersound Temple. At the end of the ruins, an ancient temple emerges, silent and unassuming, modest in scale, far from grandiose. It consists solely of a solitary hall, housing a stone Buddha cloaked in a thick layer of dust, beside which a bronze lamp sways gently, casting flickering glimmers. Accompanying the ancient temple is the sturdy Bodhi tree, so vast that it cannot be encircled by 6 or 7 individuals. Its ancient trunk is hollowed out, and were it not for the 5 or 6 shimmering leaves adorning its branches, one might assume the tree to be lifeless. The temple and the Bodhi tree exist in harmonious companionship, steeped in antiquity, evoking a sense of the blurred passage of time and the vicissitudes of existence, bestowing upon one an endless tranquility and a sense of the ancient. Upon reaching this place, all present are unable to conceal their astonishment. The once magnificent and vast palace complex has crumbled into ruins, yet this small, ancient temple endures, imparting a feeling of serene authenticity. How can such an ancient temple exist? The few remaining leaves of the Bodhi tree shimmer with vibrant green light. The Bodhi tree is often referred to as the tree of enlightenment, deeply entwined with Buddhism. According to legend, over 2,500 years ago, Siddhartha Gautama attained profound enlightenment beneath a Bodhi tree, achieving the status of Buddha. The Bodhi tree before us, in conjunction with the ancient temple, bears an extraordinary significance that evokes wonder. Why do I sense the currents of history swirling around me? Everything before my eyes appears unfathomably ancient, as if steeped in the sediment of time. 50 meters is a mere stone's throw, and the group swiftly approaches, each individual filled with an uncanny sensation, as if witnessing a faded tapestry of history, infused with the essence of bygone days. Could this be a sanctuary for deities? Surely, there must be a Buddha in this world. Despite the temple's dilapidation, it still radiates an aura of simplicity and serene enlightenment. The temple remains silent, enveloped in tranquility. There is a copper plaque bearing inscriptions. The weathered ancient temple displays a rusted plaque, inscribed with 4 archaic characters, entwining like dragons and serpents, exuding an endless Zen quality. The script, though complex and challenging to decipher, reveals its first character with ease, recognizable even to those unfamiliar with ancient inscriptions. The final character is temple. Zhou possesses a certain understanding of these inscriptions and discerns the last character. The 4 characters read Great Thunder Sound Temple. At that moment, Yifan articulates the entire phrase. The attendees are taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Great Thunder Sound Temple. Surely, I cannot have misheard. How is this possible? The fabled Great Thunder Sound Temple is said to be the abode of the Buddha, the supreme sanctuary of Buddhism. Yet, this dilapidated ancient temple, so diminutive and devoid of grandeur, merely a single hall. How can it bear the name of the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Having already witnessed 9 dragon corpses carrying a coffin, the group has mentally prepared themselves, almost convinced of the existence of the divine. Yet, at this moment, an unsettling trepidation lingers. An ancient temple on Mars, known as the Great Thunder Sound Temple. What might this signify? Perhaps numerous histories and legends will unveil new interpretations, and the obscured annals of antiquity shall reveal a glimpse of their enigmatic veil. The resonant echoes of Buddhist teachings reverberate like thunder. Indeed, this is the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Could it be that this ancient edifice before us is the very temple of legend? If this conjecture holds true, it would undeniably be profoundly astonishing. Amidst the red-brown soil and gravel of Mars, an ancient sanctuary, shrouded in dust, possesses an extraordinary origin. The more one gazes upon this temple, the more extraordinary it appears. Behind us lies a celestial palace, once magnificent in its grandeur and splendor, now reduced to ruin, leaving naught but a field of debris. In stark contrast, this seemingly dilapidated temple stands resilient, forming a peculiar juxtaposition. Accompanied by a Bodhi tree, with its ancient Buddha and a flickering light akin to a single beam, all is tranquil and serene, enduring the trials of time, revealing what is genuine, while the ostentatious is but fleeting dust in the wind. A lamp, a Buddha, a temple, and a tree, seemingly eternal, they persist in this world. All of this exudes peace and tranquility, enveloping one in a gentle breeze of spring, as if an ethereal chant of Zen begins to resonate. If this truly is the legendary Great Thunder Sound Temple, could the ancient tree before the temple be the very Bodhi tree beneath which Shakyamuni attained enlightenment? How could this be possible? It is merely a religious myth. You genuinely believe that Shakyamuni, 2,500 years ago, sat in meditation beneath an ancient tree on Mars for 7 days and nights, ultimately achieving Buddhahood? From our experiences, nothing is impossible. Everything that those present have encountered today feels dreamlike. Yet it is an undeniable truth. At this moment, Yifan suddenly strides forward, accompanied by Pang Bo, as both enter the ancient temple. Meanwhile, Zhou hastens to follow, with Wang Ziwen trailing closely behind, also stepping into the temple. Behind them, Lu Yunji appears to recall something, his expression shifting abruptly as he rushes forward. Others, as if awakening from a dream, realize that if this is indeed the Great Thunder Sound Temple, then within it lies the abode of deities. Although long abandoned and cloaked in a thick layer of dust, it remains an extraordinary place. The temple is modest, comprising merely a hall for the Buddha, empty and desolate, nearly devoid of any furnishings. Yifan approaches the stone Buddha directly and seizes the accompanying ancient bronze lamp. The lamp, Unremarkable in appearance and of archaic design, feels warm to the touch, lacking the cold hardness of metal, akin to grasping a piece of warm jade. Strikingly, despite the dust that fills the temple, the bronze lamp remains untouched, as if it possesses the ability to repel dust. This temple has evidently not been cleaned for many years, with a thick layer of dust accumulated. Yet, the ancient lamp remains untainted, continuing to shine brightly. Leaving Yi Fan astonished. Could it have burned continuously since the distant past? It is indeed pristine. Aside from the stone Buddha and the bronze lamp, nothing else remains. Pang Bo surveys the surroundings, but regrettably finds no other artifacts. At that moment, following closely behind them, Zhou Yi steps onto the thick layer of dust, producing a resounding clatter as he inadvertently dislodges a bowl from the ground. At the same moment, Lu Yunji and others entered the ancient temple, all remaining silent as they quietly searched. Initially, they were unable to free themselves from their preconceived notions, approaching the site of the temple with the mindset they held on Earth, filled with uncertainty and suspicion. It was only when Yi Fan took the first action that they suddenly recalled that they were now on another planet, confronted with what might indeed be the legendary Great Lane Temple, a place potentially filled with artifacts left behind by deities. Inside the temple, Yi Fan held a pristine bronze lamp, its soft glow cascading gently, illuminating the sacred space. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound of Zen chanting, as if emanating from the heavens. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but the Buddha's voice gradually grew more resounding, swirling throughout the ancient temple like the grand reverberation of a majestic bell. Solemn, vast, exquisite, and profound. Then, the dust within the temple was swept away, leaving it pure and immaculate, as the six-syllable mantra resounded. Om, Ma, and I, Pad, Me, Hum. Chapter 15. Bodhi, what's wrong with you? Pang Bo's voice broke into Yi Fan's reverie as he vigorously shook his shoulder. Yi Fan awoke as if from a dream. There was no Buddha sound, no Zen singing. The temple remained unchanged, covered in a thick layer of dust, while the others seemed oblivious to it all. Could this really be the Great Lane Temple? He murmured softly to himself. Although the experience had been fleeting, why had it felt so tangible? This left him lost in thought, pondering deeply at why Yi Fan gazed at the ancient bronze lamp in his hand. Yet it no longer evoked any special feeling. Its surface bore some engraved patterns, rustic and natural, utterly unremarkable, devoid of anything unusual but a meditation cushion. A male classmate exclaimed as he unearthed an ancient cushion from a pile of ashes, time having failed to erode its essence. Shortly thereafter, a female classmate discovered a purple sandalwood prayer bead beneath a thick layer of dust, untouched by the ravages of time, its faint luster still glimmering after being cleared of grime. Simultaneously, Kaid found a half-broken wooden fish amidst the dust at the foot of the stone Buddha, adorned with 3 bodhisattvas, each depicted with either solemnity or compassion, appearing vividly lifelike. At this moment, myriad thoughts raced through Yi Fan's mind. If this truly were the fabled Great Lane Temple, then it was a place forsaken by deities, and all unearthed artifacts must be extraordinary. When Wang Ziwen's foot struck something, producing a metallic resonance, she brushed aside the dust in that corner, revealing a small, broken bronze bell, missing a piece of its wall, yet bearing an ancient design. As she shook the bell, a melodious chime resonated, akin to the sound of Buddha's teachings, instilling tranquility within the heart. Yi Fan's contemplation was interrupted, and he turned his gaze to the bell, which was inscribed with swirling cloud patterns, embodying a simplicity imbued with Zen essence and resonating with the spirit of Buddhism. Pang Bo murmured something softly. He had entered the temple first, but found nothing, attributing it to his lack of luck. Almost simultaneously, Li Xiaoman discovered a half-piece of a jade rui beneath the stone Buddha's feet. As she wiped away the dust, the translucent remnants shimmered with a radiant glow. Though the temple appeared empty, several individuals uncovered artifacts beneath the layers of dust, prompting the others to spring into action. Eagerly searching, Yi Fan paid little heed to the artifacts surrounding him. In the ancient temple, the only object that remained pristine, unblemished, and eternally luminous was the bronze lamp he held in his hands. A stark contrast to the other items that clearly paled in comparison. I refuse to believe that we cannot find anything, muttered Pang Bo. Search meticulously here. Whatever artifacts you discover, ensure they are collected. Yi Fan instructed, passing the ancient lamp to Pang Bo so he could illuminate their search. Although the fragmented Buddhist relics appeared mundane at first glance, he was convinced that if deities truly existed, these objects must possess extraordinary significance. Temporarily entrusting the lamp to Pang Bo, Yifan stepped out of the ancient hall, making his way towards the Bodhi tree that stood before the temple. At this moment, he had liberated himself from his previous mindset, allowing himself to momentarily believe in the existence of divine beings, given that the ancient temple was indeed the great Thundersound Temple. How could he overlook the accompanying Bodhi tree? If there were a Buddha in this world, then this gnarled, ancient tree must be remarkable. The Bodhi tree is a sacred symbol in Buddhism, as recorded in the records of the western regions of the Tang dynasty. The Buddha once told Ananda that three objects deserve reverence: the relics of the Buddha, Buddha statues, and the Bodhi tree, for it was beneath the Bodhi tree that the Buddha attained enlightenment. To behold the Bodhi tree is akin to encountering the Buddha himself. The gnarled tree before him stood robust like a coiling dragon, so immense that 6 or 7 people could scarcely encircle its trunk. Its heart was hollow, and from a branch that hung 2 or 3 meters above the ground, 6 verdant leaves dangled, shimmering like translucent green jade. Irrespective of any connection this ancient tree might have with the Buddha, the mere presence of those 6 jade-like leaves sufficed to signify its extraordinary nature. Yifan knelt beneath the tree, scrutinizing the Bodhi tree intently. Its massive branches nearly enveloped the ancient temple above, and one could only imagine the spectacle of shade it would cast when fully adorned with foliage. Just then, a thought struck Yifan as he noticed the 6 crystalline green leaves emitting a barely perceptible green mist, with a small portion drifting toward the distant multicolored altar while the majority vanished into the roots of the tree. This green mist, delicate as silk, flowed continuously from the 6 leaves, imparting a palpable vitality. A sense of boundless life coursing through the AI. Yifan crouched down, clearing the soil from around the roots, eager to uncover the source of the green mist emanating from the Bodhi leaves. Beneath the earth, he found no miraculous object. Instead, he discovered a Bodhi seed, devoid of brilliance, ostentation, or ethereal aura, its color dull and unremarkable, easily mistaken for a clod of dirt. The only distinguishing feature was its size. While typical Bodhi seeds are merely the size of a fingernail, this grayish seed was as large as a walnut. Yifan was taken aback. Could it be that the green mist from the Bodhi leaves was absorbed by this seed? After observing for a moment, he noticed the thread-like green mist flowing downward, dissipating just 3 inches away from the Bodhi seed, although he had yet to witness it absorbing the essence of the Bodhi leaves. He could almost confirm it was the cause. Holding the seed delicately in his palm, he examined it closely, only to display astonishment. The natural patterns on this unassuming and dull Bodhi seed intricately formed the image of a compassionate Buddha. The Buddha, born of nature itself, emerged from the convergence of natural textures, yet it appeared as if it were meticulously carved. The ancient and unadorned depiction of the Buddha exuded a subtle Zen quality. Was it possible that, 2,500 years ago, Shakyamuni indeed attained enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree? The Bodhi tree, also known by various names such as the Tree of Wisdom, the Tree of Enlightenment, and the Tree of Thought, is said to possess the power to awaken the divine nature within individuals and facilitate self-realization. Yifan raised the Bodhi seed high above his head, directing it towards the 6 verdant leaves above. Instantly, the flow of green mist intensified, pulsating with a vibrant vitality that concentrated around the Bodhi seed. Although its brilliance still dissipated 3 inches away, a gentle sound resonated as a crystalline Bodhi leaf released its final wisp of green mist before shattering into fine ash, which gently drifted down. At this moment, Yifan was finally convinced that the seemingly unremarkable Bodhi seed was, in fact, extraordinary, and he carefully cherished it. He then noticed a multitude of powder on the ground, identical to the ash produced by the previous Bodhi leaf. Could it be that all the leaves of the Bodhi tree vanished in such a manner? This revelation astonished Yifan. The Bodhi seed, imbued with the essence of a celestial Buddha, felt immensely significant to him. He sensed it held greater importance than the ancient bronze lamp that always accompanied the stone Buddha. The Bodhi tree still bore 5 green leaves, though they appeared less lustrous and somewhat duller than before. Yifan refrained from plucking them, content with his single acquisition of the Bodhi seed, as he wished to remain inconspicuous at that moment. 7 or 8 others discovered Buddhist artifacts of various kinds. Lu Yunji miraculously unearthed a half-broken golden vajra from behind the stone Buddha. Though buried in dust for countless years, its brilliance remained undiminished, exuding a sense of weighty refinement. Had it not been for a damaged end, it would have been regarded as a flawless and powerful masterpiece of craftsmanship. This staff-like Vajra, known for its imposing name in Buddhism, symbolizes the indomitable wisdom and true nature of Buddhahood, representing an invincible force that shatters foes. It is the staff held by revered saints. Should there exist a Buddha in this world, this Vajra would undoubtedly be a sacred relic, rich with extraordinary manifestations, and it would be no surprise if it possessed the mysterious power to split mountains and sever rivers. However, in that moment, its miraculous qualities remained elusive. Lu Yunji swung the half-Vajra with vigor, and it sliced through the air like a golden flash of lightning, radiating dazzling light, commanding an impressive presence. Imagine, Lu Yunji mused, if these artifacts were indeed possessions of the divine, how astonishing it would be if we discovered their true applications. Upon hearing Lu Yunji's words, all those who had found Buddhist instruments were filled with reverie. Chapter 16. Like deities descending to earth. In addition to the Vajra, several others discovered broken incense burners, measuring sticks, bronze bells, and fish drums, among other items. Among them, a female classmate, who had garnered Yi Fan's sympathy due to her haggard appearance at a recent gathering, stumbled upon a particularly remarkable artifact. It was a complete set of prayer beads, consisting of only 6 beads, glistening like droplets of water, in a pale golden hue, transparent as crystal, each roughly the size of a longan fruit. Could they be made of relics? Someone nearby speculated, uncertainty lacing their voice. These 6 beads, all of a delicate golden crystalline nature, resembled exquisite gemstones, easily evoking thoughts of the relics left behind after the ancient Buddha's nirvana. After all, this was an item originating from the Great Sound Temple, and its material could not be trivial. This extraordinary set of prayer beads was inadvertently discovered by the female classmate atop the stone Buddha's head. The 6 beads were strung together by a fine transparent thread, each adorned with a vague human figure etched upon it, each in a different pose. This marks the 3rd complete and unscathed artifact following Yi Fan's bronze lamp and Zhou Yi's bowl. Undoubtedly, the bronze lamp draws the most attention, for it is the only ancient lamp untouched by dust, burning eternally and radiating an extraordinary aura recognizable to all. Within the ancient temple, several beams of intense light occasionally dart towards the bronze lamp. Although Yi Fan sensed this, he remained utterly composed, facing it all with serene tranquility. The Buddhist hall of the Great Thunder Sound Temple had been thoroughly searched, yielding no further artifacts, prompting the crowd to withdraw. Pang Bo, feeling particularly disheartened, noted that while over a dozen individuals had discovered ancient relics, he, the first to enter the temple, had found nothing at all. Subsequently, it dawned on everyone that this bronze plaque must possess remarkable significance. Having endured the ravages of time, it bore no trace of dust, remaining impeccably clean. It is worth noting that among all the artifacts within the ancient temple, only that bronze lamp remained untainted, and the plaque was equally exceptional. Then, the sacred 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism resonated. Om, Ma, and I, Pad, Me, Hum. The resounding voice of the Buddha reverberated through the heavens, shaking the cosmos, as the very fabric of existence trembled. The compassionate, solemn, profound, and mysterious tones of the Zen chant were immensely powerful, purging filth and cleansing the mundane, enveloping the ancient temple in a sacred and harmonious light. This was no mere illusion. Not only Yi Fan and Pang Bo heard it, but all present stood as if carved from clay, rendered speechless by astonishment. Simultaneously, every artifact discovered within the Buddha hall, whether intact or damaged, emitted a gentle radiance, casting brilliant light that left everyone in awe. However, in a cataclysmic roar, the stone Buddha within the ancient temple shattered into dust, and soon the Great Thunder Sound Temple crumbled into powder upon a gentle breeze. That very moment, the ancient Bodhi tree standing nearby also disintegrated, leaving no splinters or dead branches, only a cloud of ash cascading softly to the ground. Subsequently, the luminous aura of the Buddhist artifacts in everyone's hands dimmed, returning to their ordinary state. All stood frozen in bewilderment, questioning the cause of such events. Was it the removal of the temple's artifacts or the detachment of the bronze plaque that led to this? The ancient temple was left with nothing but a ground strewn with ash. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fan remarked, "The removal of various Buddhist artifacts and the detachment of the ancient temple's plaque stripped the already forsaken Great Thunder Sound Temple, of its purpose for existence. Perhaps this is why it has dispersed into the wind. Zhou Yi, typically gentle and refined, was now visibly agitated, his eyes sparkling with fervor. I am now more convinced than ever that deities truly exist in this world. Perhaps we can advance along the path they have left behind. The myriad experiences we encounter today may present us with immense opportunities. Deities, Buddhas, immortality, these once absurd legends, now invoked, seem less implausible in light of current events, suggesting that many established norms can indeed be overturned. The divine is not absolutely absent. Advancing along the path left by the deities, easy to say, yet I see no glimmer of hope, Pang Bo retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Yi. For now, finding a way to survive is of utmost importance. In this desolate expanse, there are no villages ahead nor inns behind, devoid of water and sustenance. In another 7 or 8 hours, our situation could become exceedingly dire. Various signs indicate that this planet is most likely Mars, and we are all aware that Mars cannot possibly sustain a habitable environment. Li Xiaoman, graceful and enchanting, grew increasingly composed following a series of events, and continued, if indeed a deity exists, perhaps it could elucidate all of this. This is merely a small sanctuary upon Mars. Her words fell. A sudden rumble reverberated across the reddish-brown earth, shaking the vast expanse, as if an army of thousands was galloping, or as if furious waves were surging. A sandstorm, a superstorm on Mars. The expression of Kaide beside Li Xiaoman shifted dramatically as he shouted in halting Mandarin. Mars is shrouded in a tempest of swirling sand for a quarter of each year, with typhoons on Earth reaching over 60 meters per second, while storms on Mars can soar to a staggering 180 meters per second, capable of engulfing the entire planet. Not to mention humans. Even heavy tanks would be swept skyward in an instant. The celestial stars and moon vanished, and an endless expanse of reddish-brown dust completely obscured the heavens, heralding a tempest that would engulf all of Mars. No, there is no storm here. Just moments ago, many were gripped by terror, fearing an impending cataclysm, yet now they discern that although the storm rages in the distance, tranquility prevails nearby, centered around the 5-colored altar and the Great Thunder Sound Temple. A hazy dome with a diameter of over 1,000 meters enveloped this region, isolating it from the outside world. Li Xiaoman's words rang true. This indeed was a small sanctuary, shielded by supernatural forces from the storm, indirectly affirming the potential existence of deities, suggesting that this may be a place of divine protection. Alas, the translucent dome was dimming, on the verge of vanishing. A female student gazing skyward turned pale as snow. The faint luminous shield above was gradually dissolving, and it would not be long before it disappeared entirely. Upon witnessing this, everyone changed color. Death felt so imminent, and no one could remain composed. What should we do? Are we truly destined to perish here? Some voices trembled that I do not wish to die. Several young women wept openly. If the shield dissipates, we shall be crushed by the superstorm. Even the male students were gripped by fear. For this solitary sanctuary on Mars would cease to exist, leaving no room for survival. The thunderous roar of the storm echoed like distant thunder, as the entire land seemed to tremble in response. Shrouded in a hazy veil of chaos, with panic spreading among the crowd. Yet, Yifan remained clear-eyed, gazing at the overwhelming sandstorm, and calmly remarked, "Perhaps there is only one path to survival now. Can we escape? Quickly, what is the way?" The realization that this sanctuary would vanish set off a wave of desperation. Where else could they survive? In the face of death, everyone was profoundly anxious, many losing their composure. "We must follow the path traversed by the deities, leaving this inhospitable environment," Yifan stated. Instantly, some began to grasp his intention, though many remained perplexed. Indeed, this might be the only path to survival. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement, signaling his concurrence. According to Yifan's conjecture, in the distant past, a deity forged an ancient celestial path, enabling travel from Earth to Mars. Yet, this may not be the ultimate destination. On Mars, there exists a multicolored altar, likely connecting to even more distant realms of the cosmos. This path was once traversed by the gods, and now they find themselves cornered, with only the option to follow this ancient route to escape Mars, thereby grasping a slender hope for survival. At this moment, everyone comprehended the urgency, hastening towards the multicolored altar. Even if they were to reach the altar safely, whether they could unlock the ancient celestial path remained an uncertainty. casting a significant shadow of dread over their hearts, for they knew that in the face of Taishan, all had been passive. Yet, at this juncture, there was no choice. That altar was their only lifeline, and they could only rush there and devise a plan thereafter. Suddenly, a female classmate, while sprinting through the ruins, emitted a piercing scream and fell into the dust with a thud, motionless. Her face was etched with terror, and on her forehead was a gaping wound the size of a thumb, from which blood flowed profusely. In her final moments, it seemed she had witnessed something extraordinarily horrifying. "Do not approach her," Yi Fan commanded, stopping two boys who were about to draw nearer to the corpse. He recalled the pristine white skull he had seen on their way, also bearing a finger-sized hole in the center of its forehead. A similar fate and an ominous premonition stirred within him. Have we desecrated the great Thunder Sound Temple? Could it be the deities are exacting punishment? A female classmate trembled, her heart filled with trepidation, and one hesitated. In this moment of life and death, the corpse was of no concern. Then, suddenly, a melodious chime resounded, powerful and solemn, akin to the great bells reverberating. That a magnificent golden light erupted from Wang Ziwen, enveloping him in resplendent glory. As if he donned a thick golden armor, dazzling like divine flames. In his hands, a battered bronze bell swayed gently, producing the grand sound that echoed through the air, and the brilliant golden light emanated from it. "What is happening?" Lu Yunji, standing closest, inquired with palpable anxiety. "Something just attacked me." Wang Ziwen, typically gentle and refined, now shrouded in golden divine flames, appeared as a formidable figure, akin to a deity descended upon the mortal realm. "Did you discern what it was?" Pang Bo asked, eager to uncover the source of danger. Usually carefree, he displayed remarkable composure in critical moments. "That I saw nothing. Only a terrifying aura enveloped me, and then the bronze bell began to tremble violently." At this moment, despite being surrounded by golden radiance, Wang Ziwen remained haunted by fear. Upon hearing these words, those who had gained insights at the Great Thunder Sound Temple clutched their tattered Buddhist artifacts tightly. These items had now proven their extraordinary nature, undoubtedly belonging to the deities. The trembling bronze bell ceased its quaking, the harmonious chime gradually faded, and the burning golden divine flames around Wang Ziwen extinguished, their brilliance returning to the bell. "Let us depart swiftly from this ruin." Yi Fan, holding an ancient bronze lamp that scattered glimmers of divine light, led the charge towards the multicolored altar. The crowd followed closely behind, acutely aware that within the vast and desolate ruins of the celestial palace, something dreadful surely lurked. Every additional second of delay increased the peril. A scream pierced the air once more as a male classmate fell prostrate on the ground near the edge of the ruins. A bloodied hole the size of a finger gaping in the center of his forehead, blood gushing forth. A repetition of the same grim fate. His eyes remained wide open in death, the terror etched upon his visage frozen in time. In that moment, a profound fear gripped many. Another classmate had succumbed, and they could only watch helplessly, oblivious to the force that had claimed his life. The concept of life and death may seem easily articulated, yet the lived experience brought a bitter reality to all, as a dear companion passed without uttering a final word, leaving an unbearable void. Several female classmates, on the brink of collapse, began to weep softly, having never before witnessed such a harrowing scene. "Let us go." The group did not linger, nor could they afford to. Hastening toward the multicolored altar at last, they escaped the ruins, yet the two lives forever remained there, lost to them eternally. However, before they could catch their breath, 3 more screams erupted almost simultaneously. 2 male classmates and 1 female classmate fell heavily to the ground, their foreheads marred by identical, gaping wounds. Such a horrifying sight. Blood stained the earth as 3 once vibrant classmates, friends, met their tragic end, their eyes bulging in terror. In a fleeting moment, 5 lives had been extinguished, leaving the remaining group engulfed in sorrow, their bodies cold and their scalps tingling with dread. For who could say when their own lives might be claimed next? Wails erupted from a female classmate, nearly broken, as she cried out, "The deceased found nothing within the temple. That unknown demon is near." Without a sacred relic bestowed by the divine, death is inevitable. This was an undeniable truth. The 5 who perished had discovered nothing within the temple, while Wang Ziwen had been spared solely due to the presence of an ancient, battered bronze bell. "Help us." Those who had found no relic within the temple were paralyzed by fear, while those who had come close to securing one pleaded with an almost desperate tone for assistance. Yet, In such a life-and-death crisis, who would relinquish their sole means of salvation? The complexities of human relationships and the contradictions of human nature faced their first arduous test. That I beg you, save me. The almost shattered female classmate cried as she ran, tears streaming down her face, a pitiful sight. Her shoes had been lost in her frantic escape, yet she remained bewildered, consumed by fear that now dominated her spirit. Yifan called out loudly, "The relics found within the temple can be shared among us." Pangbo, ever loyal to Yifan, stood by his side and echoed, "Indeed, we can collectively wield one of the ancient relics found in the temple among 2 or 3 of us." Many turned to them, though doubt flickered in their eyes, and someone ventured, "What if these broken relics prove to be ineffective? If only one person could be sheltered, would it not imperil the original owner, casting them into the abyss of life and death?" "Thank you, Yifan." The girl, who had lost her shoes and bore a face streaked with tears, appeared before Yifan, swaying unsteadily, her countenance radiating profound gratitude, mingled with the tears that cascaded down, evoking a deep sense of compassion. She trembled as she extended her right hand, but as she approached within a foot of the ancient lamp, her expression suddenly froze. Her eyes lost their luster, and she fell heavily to the ground. The turn of events was so abrupt that Yifan could only watch in horror as the light faded from her gaze. Her pitiable, beautiful face marked by tear stains, and the hint of gratitude that had just graced her lips was forever captured in a frozen smile, stirring a painful ache within his heart. That immobile smile pierced Yifan's eyes, and he slowly retreated, leaving behind the increasingly cold body. What on earth was that? This was the question that plagued everyone. With death looming so near, a palpable fear enveloped the crowd. Soon, 3 or 4 individuals surrounded Yifan and Pangbo, eagerly reaching for the ancient lamp and bronze plaque, their demeanor almost resembling a frantic scramble, intent on claiming them for themselves. "What do you intend to do?" Pangbo's eyes widened in alarm as he bellowed. "We are here to save you, to share these treasures with you, not to relinquish the bronze plaque and ancient lamp to you at the cost of our lives." His imposing stature lent an intimidating force to his glare, causing the others to halt abruptly, awkwardly placing their hands on the bronze plaque and ancient lamp. There was no time to linger. The crowd dashed forward, yet an unsettling tension began to spread, with some individuals' eyes gleaming with desire to seize the sacred artifacts. Those possessing the damaged relics were filled with a sense of vigilance. Regretting their shared ownership, "We hail from the same origins. We have been classmates for 4 years. Do not let your later years be marred by shame and regret for your choices today." Yifan's voice rang out, even more resonant than Pangbo's, instantly pacifying many. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted as Lu Yunji, ahead, was suddenly enveloped in a tempest of lightning, arcs of electricity dancing around him. As if the god of thunder had descended, the lightning crackled, enveloping his form completely and illuminating the surroundings, while the golden vajra he held radiated with dazzling brilliance, all stemming from that half-damaged sacred staff. Lu Yunji appeared clad in a battle garb woven from bolts of lightning, emanating an unmatched, fierce aura, with electric arcs swirling about him, resembling a deity of thunder in all his glory. "That I was just attacked by that inexplicable entity." He uttered but a single sentence, and then fell silent, his piercing gaze inadvertently sweeping over Yifan. But upon noticing the bronze ancient lamp, the fierce glimmer in his eyes quickly faded. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that the electric aura surrounding Lu Yunji gradually subsided, and the golden vajra in his hand dimmed to a lackluster state. The staff held by the divine, the power wielded by this vajra was evident to all, sending shivers through the hearts of the onlookers. Throughout the journey, silence reigned among the crowd, and they finally arrived at the multicolored altar, relieved that no further incidents of death had occurred, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. The 9 colossal dragon carcasses and the ancient bronze coffin lay quietly on the multicolored altar. Still profoundly shocking. As one approached the altar, an astonished gasp escaped the lips of all present. The altar emanated a hazy radiance, with faint glimmers of light converging from all directions, merging beneath the stone base. The luminous dome enveloping the sky gradually dissipated, seemingly due to the multicolored altar, as if it were gathering some mysterious energy. Initially taken aback, the crowd soon displayed expressions of joy, for the multicolored altar was shining, reminiscent of the time at Mount Tai, likely signaling the opening of the ancient starry path. Yet this time, the source of energy was not the stone inscriptions or jade tablets, but rather a vast and nebulous light shield. With a thunderous roar, the indistinct light shield in the sky melted away, while the external storm rumbled like rolling thunder, causing the very earth to tremble as the light shield dimmed. Everyone ascended the multicolored altar, their eyes fixed anxiously on the unfolding events. A terrifying presence, shrouded in mystery, loomed in the shadows of their hearts. Though it remained hidden for the moment, as long as they stayed here, it posed an immense threat, and all yearned to escape Mars. For a full half-hour, the dim light shield continued to compress, ultimately barely covering the multicolored altar, its diameter shrinking from over 1,000 meters to less than 200, nearly crashing down to the ground, as all the mysterious energy was absorbed by the altered. In a lowered voice, Pang Bo whispered in Yifan's ear, "Lu Yun's gaze has inadvertently swept over us several times. This fellow is cunning and deep-minded, so we must exercise caution." T, with his coarse exterior, had keenly detected the situation. "Rest assured, I am aware," Yifan replied, turning to Lu Yun's, offering a gentle smile. Lu Yun's remained composed, nodding amiably, betraying no sign of abnormality. Beside him stood two companions, one of whom was the male student who had recently sought refuge with Yifan and had safely arrived here. This caused Pang Bo considerable dissatisfaction. As he muttered, "This ungrateful wretch, who used to hover around Lu Yun's during school, only to have his life preserved by us, now finds himself alongside Lu Yun's once more." A quarter of an hour later, the nebulous light shield outside steadily diminished, poised to descend upon the multicolored altar, allowing the terrifying nature of the external storm to be felt acutely. The howling winds resembled the wails of spirits, sand and gravel striking the shield with a thunderous noise, and some dust even infiltrating, suggesting the shield was exceedingly fragile, on the verge of complete collapse. Alarmed, the crowd retreated, fearing that a fall from the altar would result in being swept away by the storm. At that moment, the male student, whom Pang Bo had branded as ungrateful, slowly approached from Lu Yun's side, suddenly lunging for the bronze ancient lamp in Yifan's grasp, while pushing him forcefully, attempting to seize the lamp, while simultaneously thrusting Yifan off the multicolored altar. Chapter 18. Confrontation with the bronze ancient lamp in his left hand. Yifan sidestepped 2 paces, and with a resounding grip, seized the collar of the male student, almost lifting him off the ground. Pang Bo, realizing the situation, was instantly enraged, exclaiming, "You treacherous, ungrateful wretch, a true white-eyed wolf. Have you forgotten who shared the copper lamp with you, safeguarding your life and ensuring your safe arrival here?" Pang Bo extended his large hands, seizing the collar of this male classmate, intending to hurl him outside the colorful altar. The current situation left him utterly infuriated. Cough. The male classmate's face turned pale as Yifan grasped him with one hand. He began to struggle, yet found it difficult to escape Yifan's grip. This moment, he was also caught by Pang Bo around the neck, nearly gasping for breath. The expressions of those nearby varied. Some had long been restless, but none anticipated that someone would truly resort to violence, especially against Yifan, who had once aided him. "You ungrateful wretch, do you possess no conscience? Were it not for Yifan's timely rescue, you would have perished outside moments ago." The more Pang Bo thought about it, the more his anger surged. Being a man of strong emotions, he felt that merely tossing the other out would not suffice. He raised his right hand and delivered 4 or 5 resounding slaps that a male classmate stepped forward to mediate, saying, "We have been classmates for 4 years. Let us not resort to such measures. Pang Bo, please release him." Pang Bo shot him a sideways glance and retorted, "You think I should simply let go? Did you not see him attempt to harm Yifan? If it weren't for Yifan's quick reflexes, he would have been thrust out of the colorful altar and into the tempest by now. Such a vile scoundrel cannot be spared. After all, they hailed from the same place, and now they should unite against adversity." Communicating amicably, another male classmate stepped forward to intercede. Pang Bo noticed that this individual had been among those standing with Lu Yunji moments ago. Despite their current separation, it was evident they shared a mutual alliance. Moreover, the male classmate he held captive had just been with them. Although there was no evidence to suggest they were conspirators, Pang Bo disregarded the need for proof, firmly resolving to remember them as such. "You speak so lightly. If someone were to plot your demise, would you remain calm? Should I toss you out of the colorful altar to sea?" The more he spoke, the angrier he became, delivering several more hard slaps. "Let us not escalate this to a fatality. Let us speak civilly and first lower him. Then we shall deliberate on how to handle this." The female classmate chimed in, casting a brief glance at Lu Yunji as she spoke. Throughout this ordeal, Lu Yunji remained composed, neither stepping forward to offer counsel nor voicing an opinion, as if the unfolding events were of no concern to him. Yi Fan observed the expressions of the crowd and, seeing no opportunity for Lu Yunji to intervene, instructed Pang Bo, "Release him. Indeed, let him go for now. Yes, let him go. There is nothing that cannot be resolved among classmates. Let us not make this too tense." The two male classmates who had previously spoken up, along with the female classmate, echoed in unison. As the tension escalated. Do you believe we have not yet crossed that threshold? Pang Bo glared at the male classmate aligned with Lu Yunji, saying, "He nearly caused Yi Fan's demise, and you still attempt to exonerate him." However, Pang Bo did not persist in his uproar. Upon seeing Yi Fan's signal, he ultimately released his grip. However, no one could have anticipated that while Pang Bo relinquished his grip, Yi Fan stubbornly held on, seizing the other's collar with one hand and nearly lifting him off the ground. In just a few strides, he approached the edge of the five-color altar, seemingly intent on hurling this male classmate away. Everyone was momentarily stunned. None had expected Yi Fan to act in such a manner. Simultaneously, they were astonished by the strength of Yi Fan's grip. Recalling the nickname he had earned during their school days as the Brute on the verdant field, though Yi Fan's appearance seemed unassuming, his physique was remarkably robust, possessing an astonishing strength, akin to that of lifting a chick with ease, as he effortlessly brought the classmate to the precipice of the altar. "Before this, I saved your life. Why would you seek to harm me?" Yi Fan pressed him against the edge of the altar, poised to push him down, mere inches away from the hazy barrier of light. The classmate, gripped by fear, cried out, "Do not push me. I am ungrateful and foolish. Momentarily lost in madness, unaware of my transgressions. Spare me. I shall never dare again." Yi Fan smiled, revealing a dazzling array of white teeth, radiating brightness as he replied, "Every action is driven by a motive. Would you not agree? I truly would hate to witness you being swept away by the storm." With that, he exerted his strength, pressing the classmate towards the outer edge of the altar. "Help, please!" The classmate, truly terrified, shouted, "Let me go. I will tell everything." As a modern urbanite, he had never encountered such a scenario. He collapsed under the pressure, his face drained of color, devoid of any semblance of blood. "This cannot be right. Yi Fan should release him. Such actions are far too perilous. Indeed, all matters can be negotiated. One must not disregard the bonds of camaraderie, for it would be dreadful should a life be lost." Once again, it was the same few classmates who voiced their concerns, slowly approaching the scene. With a loud clang, Pang Bo firmly planted the towering bronze plaque of the Great Sound Temple upon the ground, glaring at them, which immediately halted their advance. "I found nothing in the ancient temple, no divine relics, and felt a sense of peril. Hence I entertained greedy thoughts. Truly, I am ungrateful." As he spoke, he began to slap his own face in remorse. Yi Fan said nothing, simply pushing him outward, leaving half of his body suspended, nearly touching the dim barrier of light. "But don't help." The classmate cried out in terror. "It was Li Chongqing. He was the one who urged me to do this." Yi Fan, with natural ease, took the bottle of mineral water from the classmate and patted his shoulder, saying, "We have shared 4 years of camaraderie. In facing this calamity, we must support one another and navigate these turbulent waters together." "Certainly, certainly." The classmate, once freed, still trembled, retreating unsteadily. At that moment, Pang Bo was already incensed, charging forward with the bronze plaque aimed at the classmate named Li Chongqing. With a resounding thud, Pang Bo, tall and robust, swung the plaque with great force, instantly knocking the individual to the ground. "No wonder you incessantly urged restraint. It turns out you were the one orchestrating from behind." Pang Bo, wielding a copper plaque, confronted the individual before him, exclaiming, "After 4 years of camaraderie, you still resort to deceit. Do you not possess any humanity?" His ire was palpable, particularly as Li Chongqing was among those who had recently stood alongside Lu Yunji and had persistently endeavored to persuade him. Yi Fan approached with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly seizing the bottle of water from Li Chongqing and handing it to Pang Bo. The moment he claimed the second bottle, a complex array of expressions crossed the faces of the onlookers. Should they fail to escape Mars swiftly, water would soon become the most precious of commodities. Yi Fan felt a twinge of regret for not having been able to unearth Lu Yunji's involvement, despite his strong suspicion of Lu's instigation. He lacked the evidence to confront him openly in front of the crowd. Li Chongqing remained obstinate, enduring Pang Bo's harsh reprimand without conceding, merely asserting that he had spoken out of turn due to a moment of fervor. which had inadvertently ignited a covetous desire in that classmate to act against Yu Fan. Pang Bo longed to cast him from the five-colored altar, yet, mindful of his peers' sentiments, he restrained his fury and refrained from such an action. Nevertheless, he sensed that this facade of tranquility could not endure much longer. Should another crisis arise, the bonds of their former camaraderie would likely shatter, as some hearts had already begun to stir with disquiet. Yi Fan, unperturbed, flashed a congenial smile at Li Chongqing, remarking, "Human nature can be quite intricate. Sometimes, events unfold beyond our control, yet it is prudent to maintain one's integrity and not become a pawn in another's game." At this juncture, he crouched down, calmly reaching for the battered fish drum affixed to Li Chongqing's waist, an artifact he had retrieved from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. "What are you doing?" Li Chongqing protested. Struggling fiercely, though he had remained stoic during Pang Bo's earlier assault, he now appeared flustered, desperately attempting to shield the fish drum with his hands, yet his upper body remained pinned beneath Pang Bo's copper plaque, rendering him powerless to resist. Suddenly, the fish drum emitted a thunderous sound, unleashing tendrils of azure light that danced like lightning. Resembling the drum of the thunder god, it vibrated with a resounding hum, followed by an even more thunderous roar, enveloping Li Chongqing in a swirling cocoon of violet light. The radiance was dazzling, resembling a grand purple chrysalis, radiating a divine brilliance that illuminated the entire five-colored altar. The surrounding spectators were taken aback, their ears ringing, with several nearly losing their footing. Simultaneously, the copper plaque in Pang Bo's grasp erupted in a myriad of luminous beams, accompanied by a resonant thunder. As the words "Great Thunder Sound Temple" soared into the heavens, punctuated by ethereal chants of Zen, the Buddha's voice resonated like thunder. The resplendent light emanating from the Great Thunder Sound Temple's plaques swiftly subdued the purple chrysalis, nearly silencing the drum's reverberations. In the same instant, the ancient bronze lamp in Yi Fan's possession radiated gentle beams of light, enveloping him in a sacred aura, as a layer of divine illumination cloaked his form. Akin to donning a celestial suit of armor, the radiance was neither blinding nor harsh. It was shrouded in a gentle, ethereal haze, inspiring a profound sense of reverence in all who beheld it, as though a divine being stood before them. That layer of sacred luminescence resembled the vestments of a deity, elevating Yi Fan to an otherworldly status. The fish drum was instantaneously subdued, its violet glow receding, the immense cocoon vanishing, leaving the fragmented fish drum dull and mundane. Yi Fan remained composed, effortlessly grasping it in his hand, unimpeded by any obstacle, resembling a living god. The ancient bronze lamp flickered, casting a soft divine light that accentuated his transcendent presence. At that moment, Lu Yunji's classmate, who had previously dissuaded Yi Fan from confronting Pang Bo, approached with a damaged copper bell in hand, exclaiming, "Yi Fan, your actions are somewhat excessive." Following closely, another male classmate chimed in, stating, "We ought to maintain harmony among us, rather than foster opposition. Let bygones be bygones. It is unwise to be so resolute." These two had consistently sided with Lu Yunji and Li Chongqing from the outset, their intentions clear, now stepping forward to prevent Yi Fan from acquiring yet another divine artifact. At this juncture, Lu Yunji, who had remained aloof until now, advanced with the Vajra pestle in hand, saying, "Yi Fan, let us consider the past as settled. Even if he was at fault earlier, punishing him in such a manner equates to stripping away his very existence." Yi Fan's surprise, Zhou Yi, who had hitherto maintained a nonchalant demeanor, also approached, cradling a purple gold bowl, and urged, "Yi Fan, you should not confiscate his fish drum. You already possess the bronze lamp. Acquiring another artifact serves little purpose. Should he lose his fish drum, he may very well fall victim to the lurking unknown terrors. In Chapter 19, Poised. Although the fish drum held in his right hand was damaged and currently devoid of light, the earlier display of its thunderous might, purple lightning crackling and resounding thunder, was still fresh in everyone's minds, making its presence in Yi Fan's grasp a source of trepidation. Li Chongqing had indeed spoken recklessly, inciting covetous thoughts and leading to this unpleasant turn of events. However, Yi Fan's act of seizing his means of survival was undeniably excessive. Lu Yunji approached, the gleaming Vajra pestle in his grasp exuding an air of weighty authority. Accompanying him were a male and female student who had consistently obstructed Pang Bo's aggression and supported Li Chongqing. Now stepping forward alongside Lu Yunji. Yi Fan, I understand your indignation. Anyone would be furious in such circumstances, yet we must cultivate a spirit of tolerance. The female classmate spoke with a calm demeanor, embodying an impartial perspective, asserting, in this context, depriving him of his means of survival holds grave implications. Such actions are simply unwarranted. In her delicate grasp was an antiquated copper bell, seemingly enshrouded in dust for years. Its muted appearance drawing unavoidable attention. As she spoke, her slender fingers involuntarily stirred, occasionally producing a faint chime. The male classmate beside Lu Yunji added, "We should all embrace a heart of forgiveness, having known one another for 4 years and now facing this shared adversity. We ought to stand together, supporting one another. Let us put aside the unpleasant matters and refrain from further entanglement. Yi Fan should return the life-preserving fish drum to him. After all, you surely do not wish to witness him lose his life." In his lowered right hand, he clutched a tarnished incense burner, no larger than a palm, somewhat fragmented, with parts of its walls shattered, yet it exuded an air of antiquity and natural elegance. The three of them stood together, each having gleaned something of value within the great Thunder Sound Temple, holding a relic abandoned by the deities. In this moment, their words bore considerable weight. With a resounding clang, Pang Bo stepped forward and forcefully set the copper plaque of the great Thunder Sound Temple upon the ground, declaring, "Indeed, your eloquence surpasses mere song. I have discovered that your skill in distorting the truth is remarkably profound. First, you must comprehend what transpired moments ago. Second, you ought to recognize that one should uphold righteousness. It was clearly Li Changqing who conspired against Yi Fan, yet somehow it has transformed into Yi Fan's supposed lack of magnanimity. What reasoning is this, that in the end Yi Fan is deemed at fault? When others seek to take his life, and Yi Fan removes the very thing they rely upon, what is amiss? According to your logic, Yi Fan is portrayed as the villain, while Li Changqing is depicted as blameless. Spare me your feigned righteousness. It is utterly nauseating." At this moment, the radiance emanating from Pang Bo had not yet dissipated, as the 4 ancient characters inscribed on the copper plaque shone with a brilliance that soared skyward. The sound of Buddhist teachings resonated like thunder, accompanied by an ethereal chant of Zen that floated in and out of perception. He stood before them like a blazing sun, exuding an imposing presence. His words instantly darkened the expressions of the man and woman who had spoken earlier. "We did not assert that Yi Fan was in the wrong. We merely wished for him to cherish the bonds of camaraderie and refrain from taking Li Changqing's fish drum, allowing him to survive." This was a blatant evasion of the crux of the matter, neglecting to mention how Yi Fan had nearly been pushed from the 5 colors altar, at risk of being swept away by the storm, while emphasizing that Yi Fan's actions equated to endangering a fellow student's life. After they finished speaking, Yi Fan smiled calmly and said, "In truth, you need not worry. I do not seek to hold any grievances against him." He radiated a divine light, imparting a sense of tranquility and ethereal serenity, with the surroundings untouched by dust, evoking a feeling of peace and harmony in all present. However, I must correct a misconception. It was Li Changqing who nearly brought about my demise, not the malicious intent you so frequently allege. This matter is evident to all. Yi Fan cast a glance at Lu Yunji and the others, stating, "Many classmates here did not acquire anything within the Great Thunder Sound Temple, yet they continue to thrive. Why is that? Because, not long ago, we all shared the divine relics in our possession. My taking of Li Changqing's fish drum is merely to prevent him from having a source of wickedness. He may incite others to seize my belongings, and he could very well harbor such intentions towards others as well. As for his safety, you need not worry. We are all classmates here, able to share the divine artifacts in our possession and support one another, ensuring mutual safety. Of course, should you be unwilling to share your copper bell, incense burner, or vajra, then let him remain by my side. I shall never disregard the bonds of friendship." Yi Fan first identified the root cause of the issue, striking at the heart of the matter. Subsequently, there was mention of the shared divine relics. Though little was elaborated upon, it was evident to all that it was his earlier suggestion that had spared many from calamity. Then, rather nonchalantly, he took a jab at Lu Yunji and the 2 classmates, subtly pointing out their shortcomings, leaving them speechless. Zhou Yi stood at the forefront, having opposed Yi Fan's decision to confiscate the fish drum initially. Yet throughout the proceedings, he remained silent, merely listening. It was only at this juncture that he spoke up, stating, "Li Changqing's actions are indeed inexcusable. Any form of retribution would be justified. However, Yi Fan, is it not somewhat extravagant for you to possess 2 divine relics? Consider that many here lack even a single fragment." Zhou Yi, hailing from a family of considerable standing, had never exuded arrogance. Rather, he was always genteel and accommodating. His highlighting of this issue immediately caused Pang Bo to furrow his brows. Yet he found no grounds to refute. I am willing to share the bronze lamp in my possession with everyone. Now that I have acquired this fish drum, my considerations must also pivot around this. Yi Fan, with a smile, beckoned to a male classmate behind him, saying, Zhang Xiling, this is for you. Should danger arise, remember to share it with those nearby. Zhang Xiling, the classmate in question, had stood behind Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Their bond forged on the football field years prior, rendering him somewhat closer than typical classmates. Though he had not acted as Pang Bo did, he was evidently aligned with Yi Fan. That why Yi Fan's decision came as a surprise. Zhou Yi's lips twitched slightly, yet he refrained from uttering a word. Lu Yunji furrowed his brow at once, while a female classmate beside him immediately voiced her objection, stating, among the male classmates present, many have gained from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Comparatively, few female classmates have found any Buddhist artifacts. I believe we should designate one to a female classmate. That as she spoke, she gestured toward a girl behind her. Pang Bo displayed a look of derision, retorting, what distinction is there among classmates? Those who hold divine relics ought to share them. Does it truly matter to whom they are entrusted? Are you unwilling to assist others? His selective disregard for nuance, focusing instead on the confrontational aspect, turned the tables on the female classmate, leaving her momentarily speechless, her expression shifting between anger and confusion as she exclaimed, do not misconstrue my intention. Zhang Xiling stepped forward naturally to accept the fish drum from Yi Fan. The two exchanged no words, yet their understanding was palpable. Yi Fan directly ignored Lu Yunji, not even casting a glance in his direction, and inquired of Zhou Yi, what is your perspective? I have no objections that we find ourselves in a predicament. We should extend mutual assistance to one another and hope for no further discord. Zhou Yi replied calmly, after which he fell silent once more. The surrounding classmates observed the unfolding dynamics, sensing the subtle tension that, while seemingly tranquil, bore traces of underlying conflict, all of which Yi Fan effortlessly diffused. This evoked memories of Yi Fan during their school days, when he embodied tranquility and grace in times of peace, yet displayed unwavering resolve when faced with confrontation, never instigating trouble while remaining unafraid of it when it sought him out. Pang Bo grasped the bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Gazing at Lu Yunji and his companions ahead, he remarked, Yi Fan may not dwell on the grievances inflicted upon him by others, yet there are certain truths I must convey. The heavens observe our actions. By now, one cannot deny the existence of the divine. It is prudent for individuals to uphold integrity and refrain from engaging in disreputable conduct. His words were a stark rebuke directed at Lu Yunji's group. Yet they left no room for retort, for he stood firmly on the side of righteousness. Lu Yunji remained as unperturbed as a calm pond, displaying no signs of discomfort, merely nodding in agreement as he stated, well said, that we must ensure such incidents are avoided in the future. Lin Jia and Wang Ziwen, positioned behind, adopted a neutral stance. Having refrained from expressing opinions earlier, they now spoke in succession to prevent further discord. I believe we should engage in thorough discussions. It is imperative to ascertain how those who have gained from the Great Thunder Sound Temple can assist others, specifying the number of individuals each should aid. Throughout this discourse, Li Xiaoman remained silent, her gaze fixed on Yi Fan from a distance, observing his composed resolution of the situation with an expression devoid of emotion, offering no support to either party. Beside her, Kaide had a rudimentary understanding of Chinese, and only now began to fully grasp the unfolding events, inwardly astonished by the developments. Suddenly, a sound of shattering pierced the air, startling everyone. The protective barrier surrounding the five-color altar had been breached, allowing something to penetrate. All eyes turned toward the source of the disturbance. A streak of dark light, swift as lightning, pierced the forehead of a male student with a sickening thud, a spray of crimson erupting forth. The student's eyes widened in horror as he collapsed backward, lifeless. Had it not been for the barrier, this terrifying entity would have gone unnoticed until it was too late. The memory of those who had been ambushed under the cover of night sent chills through the crowd. For that dark light, concealed in the shadows, was undetectable. The emergence of this ominous light heralded the return of death. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted. Chaos ensued at the altar, as those without divine relics frantically lunged toward Lu Yunji. Zhou Yi and Wang Ziwen, clinging to them in desperation. Legend has it that the Buddha subdued numerous malevolent spirits. Perhaps the site of their confinement lies in close proximity to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Merely discussing this notion instilled a sense of dread among the crowd. As modern urban dwellers, they had seldom placed faith in such tales. Having encountered a series of astonishing events today, they now found themselves contemplating even more terrifying legends, and a turbulent wave of fear surged within them. Should their conjectures prove true, their predicament would be exceedingly dire. The great Thunder Sound Temple had been reduced to ashes, devoid of the Buddha. Stripped of deities, they would be left to confront the very demons from these mythic narratives, the outcome of which was all too predictable. Today had been a relentless assault on their sensibilities, rendering them nearly incapable of bearing the weight of it all. The once mythical creatures from fables might soon manifest before their very eyes. The mere thought of the impending possibilities sent a chill coursing through everyone, leaving them feeling ice-cold. The endless potentialities and the uncertainty of fate evoked both terror and anxiety. At that moment, a lifeless, cold body lay before them, blood staining the ground, the faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. A grim reminder of the precarious situation they faced. The unknown had reemerged, claiming a vibrant life right before their eyes. Suddenly, an inexplicable noise emanated from the head of the corpse, causing a wave of tension to ripple through the crowd. The sound of slurping, akin to that of consuming and chewing, was profoundly unsettling, for it was the head of a human being. An unknown entity seemed to be feasting within, raising the hairs on many a neck. The sound of grinding bones followed, reminiscent of sharp teeth slicing through skull, intensifying the atmosphere with an air of anxiety and oppression. Silence enveloped the five-colored altar. Many dared not to breathe, as if the air itself had thickened with an aura of horror. It was a torment, the sounds of consumption and the crunching of skulls intertwined, resembling a hellish symphony that tormented the soul. Many young women covered their mouths, on the verge of tears yet unable to utter a sound, nearly pushed to the brink of despair by the spectacle. However, not all were gripped by fear. Those who possessed relics of the deities felt a semblance of assurance. Pangbo, ever the fierce one, found himself constrained yet determined, dragging the bronze plaque of the great Thunder Sound Temple forward. Intent on smashing the skull, Yi Fan intervened, cautioning him, "Do not act rashly." Just then, a spray of blood erupted from the gaping wound on the corpse's forehead, accompanied by a viscous white fluid, causing many to feel a wave of nausea as brain matter oozed forth. Subsequently, from the bloody cavity, a cone-like black head emerged, small yet sharp, covered in scales. What manner of creature was this? The entire assembly involuntarily recoiled. Even Yi Fan and Pangbo took a few steps back. It was a bizarre entity resembling a crocodile, wriggling out from the bloodied hole in the corpse. Its body not only smeared with blood, but also with white brain matter, a sight that sent shivers down their spines. Measuring no more than 10 centimeters in length and as thick as a finger, it bore the semblance of a snake, yet was not one. Resembling a crocodile but lacking limbs, its belly exposed and bare, entirely cloaked in dark scales, ominous and sinister, as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld. Blood and brain matter stained its obsidian scales, a sight so harrowing that it evoked profound discomfort and an icy dread within many hearts. This enigmatic creature emerged from the blood-soaked abyss, crawling atop the corpse's head, its minuscule eyes glinting with an icy ferocity as it stared silently at the onlookers, exuding an aura of advanced intelligence rather than that of a mere lowly being. 7 classmates, for years of camaraderie, vibrant lives extinguished forever, devoured by such an unspeakably grotesque creature. Its gaze was filled with malice, scanning the crowd with the cold disdain of a vengeful spirit, as if appraising its next meal rather than regarding equals. "You wretched little thing, not even as big as a mouse, yet you dare to take the lives of my 7 classmates. I shall crush you," Pangbo roared, lifting the bronze plaque of the great Thunder Sound Temple, swinging it fiercely at the cold-blooded entity. Thunder rumbled, light soared skyward, and the plaque radiated a multitude of gleaming rays, surging forth like a tempest, interweaving into a celestial net. Yet, this unknown creature was remarkably swift. Sensing the impending danger, it transformed into a shadowy blur and evaded the brilliant onslaught. Yi Fan advanced with a bronze lamp, forcefully blowing on the wick, unleashing a torrent of divine flames that surged forward. The creature, though a mere finger's width and 10 centimeters long, emitted a piercing wail that reverberated with such intensity it was as if a vengeful ghost were howling, causing ears to ring and spines to chill. It was difficult to fathom how such a diminutive, scaled body could produce such a colossal and terrifying sound. The The flame from Yi Fan's lamp shot forth 3 meters, yet it barely grazed the creature's tail, scorching its scales and severing a portion of its charred appendage. It glared at Yi Fan with a malevolence that mirrored human expression, its countenance grotesque, revealing sharp, gleaming teeth that shimmered with a chilling light. As it incessantly hissed at him, "What manner of fiend is this?" Many classmates behind were gripped by fear. Despite wielding divine artifacts, they hesitated to advance. "You wretched little thing, with such a venomous glare. I will surely smash you to pieces." Pang Bo, undeterred and fiercely determined, charged forth, brandishing the bronze plaque, declaring, "You took the lives of my 7 classmates. I have only severed a foul appendage from you today. Prepare to meet your end." Enveloped in the plaque's blinding radiance, Pang Bo resembled an enraged war deity, exuding an imposing presence as the plaque trembled, resonating with the celestial sounds of the Buddha, producing a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, Yi Fan encircled the fearsome being, now reduced to half its form, as the flames from the divine lamp surged forth like an enraged dragon, the searing heat rendering the air almost unbearable. At that moment, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and others rushed forward, raising the divine relics they had acquired, striking at the crocodilian monstrosity. Though besieged, the creature's speed was astonishing, darting like a flash of black lightning across the multicolored altar. Evading their grasp, its chilling cries echoed. The grotesque and terrifying being, pursued relentlessly, seemed consumed by bitterness and rage, its wails reminiscent of tormented souls from the depths of the abyss, with a sudden sound piercing through the luminous barrier. Several grotesque creatures resembling crocodiles successfully breached the shimmering shield outside the multicolored altar. Each was no more than 10 centimeters in length, identical to the first, their gazes icy and malevolent, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against all present. How could there be so many? What manner of creatures are these? Is Mars their ancestral home? A sense of helplessness enveloped the crowd. They were not deities, unaware of how to wield the artifacts in their possession, and could only rely on the radiance emanating from the Buddhist relics to fend off the impending doom. However, with such a multitude of ferocious beings now emerging, annihilation seemed utterly impossible at that moment. A rustling sound arose, and outside the luminous barrier, a veritable horde of over 100 crocodilian monstrosities appeared. Behind Yi Fan and his companions, those who had not yet engaged, paralyzed by fear, began to tremble. Should this multitude charge forth, even the relics of deities might prove inadequate for defense. "Pang Bo, cease your pursuit. Let us gather together," Yi Fan called out to Pang Bo, with so many fearsome creatures now present. Extermination was an unattainable goal. Fortification was the wisest strategy. They simply needed to wait until the multicolored altar amassed sufficient energy to open the ancient cosmic pathway. Suddenly, a colossal roar reverberated from the direction of the great thunder sound temple, sending shivers through the soul. With the chilling sound, the external sandstorm seemed to freeze in place, for no other sound remained in this realm. Only the resounding beastly roar. The ground trembled incessantly, and the multicolored altar quaked as the tempest outside was utterly subdued. "The great thunder sound temple is the lair of these ferocious beasts," someone quavered. The crowd gazed outward through the luminous barrier, witnessing an ever-growing assembly of terrifying creatures converging from the direction of the great thunder sound temple, their dark-scaled bodies swarming in the thousands. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the earth, and from 1,000 meters away, an intensely dreadful aura surged forth, reaching to the heavens and descending to the underworld, reverberating through the very fabric of the world. Despite the storm outside, the onlookers beheld 2 lantern-like, fearsome eyes appearing amidst the ruins of the great thunder sound temple, piercing through the shrouded darkness. It resembled a volcanic eruption, with rocks flying through the air and numerous massive stones crashing heavily near the multicolored altar, creating an earth-shattering spectacle. The foundation of the great thunder sound temple has crumbled. Something dreadful is emerging from beneath. If that were the case, even with a few divine relics in their possession, the crowd might find them utterly ineffective. I believe I have discerned what these crocodilian fiends are. A female classmate spoke, her voice trembling. The Tibetan region holds Buddhism in the highest reverence, with nearly all inhabitants as followers. This classmate had previously visited Tibet, exploring significant Buddhist sites such as the Jokhang Temple and the Ramosh Temple, where she had heard local elders speak of certain legends. It is said that beneath the abode of the Buddha, the great thunder sound temple, lies not a pure land, but rather a prison for myriad formidable demons. The first of which is the crocodile ancestor, an ancient divine crocodile of boundless power, ultimately subdued by the Buddha. Are you suggesting that beneath the sacred ground of the Great Thunder Sound Temple lies a prison for many formidable demons? The venerable old Tibetan, a devout follower of Buddhism, indeed expressed such sentiments. Upon hearing this, a chill swept over the crowd. If this were true, then the ancestral entity at the Great Thunder Sound Temple must be on the verge of emergence. And these grotesque creatures are surely its progeny. Yi Fan furrowed his brow and remarked, I once came across some accounts in an ancient anthology. In that collection, there is mention of a limbless crocodile. Its body as firm as adamant, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, effortlessly piercing flesh and bone, referred to as the divine crocodile. Zhou nodded in agreement. I too have encountered similar ancient texts. It is said that Buddhist scriptures record the suppression of the progenitor of the divine crocodile by the Buddha, after which its descendants ceased to appear in this world. That a sense of unreality enveloped the crowd. Legends once considered mere tales were now on the brink of personal witness, evoking both astonishment and trepidation. The old Tibetan declared that the ancestor was confined beneath the first layer of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, prompting a trembling female classmate to inquire, does this imply there are a second layer? A third layer? A rustling sound arose as thousands of small crocodiles emerged outside the multicolored altar, fervently burrowing inward. Suddenly, the multicolored altar trembled, and ancient runes of 5 hues manifested in the sky, twinkling like stars, as the Taiji Bagua diagram began to materialize, an omen heralding the opening of the ancient cosmic pathway. However, at the same moment, a terrifying tremor emanated from the ruins of the Great Thunder Sound Temple over 1,000 meters away, as blood-red eyes, resembling lanterns, rose several meters, clearly striving to break free from the confines of the subterranean realm, surging towards the surface. Flee this place, escape Mars, was the collective thought, with many praying fervently for the expeditious opening of the cosmic pathway. Even drifting eternally through the desolate cosmos seemed preferable to remaining here in disquietude. Chapter 21. Blood sacrifice. The Bagua diagram has traversed the annals of Chinese history, originating from antiquity, and its creation and ultimate purpose remain an enthralling enigma to this day. It was once utilized to theorize and calculate the orbital velocities of celestial bodies, and even the inception of computer binary systems is intertwined with it, bestowing upon it an air of profound mystery. To this day, the profound and intricate meanings encapsulated within the ancient Taiji Bagua diagram remain unsolved, yet many audacious hypotheses and speculations have emerged. Some have posited that it symbolizes the forces of the unknown, allowing for deductions and calculations of myriad potential future occurrences. Of course, only through flawless deductions can one roughly estimate future trends. Any miscalculation could yield total failure, rendering the entire endeavor futile. Others have suggested that it succinctly encapsulates the essence of the universe, with each symbol representing the most fundamental elements. Furthermore, some have boldly hypothesized that the Taiji Bagua diagram is related to space-time, with its 8 trigram symbols serving as coordinates of the cosmos. Different arrangements represent distinct celestial domains. Following this hypothesis, one could ascertain the coordinates of any starry expanse within the universe, with the Taiji Bagua diagram acting as a gateway to the cosmos, capable of connecting to wormholes. Based on this conjecture, the Taiji Bagua diagram is perceived as a stable structure, if sufficient energy could be harnessed to establish the coordinates of a specific starry region. Intricate and precise calculations could potentially unlock the celestial gateway. The arrangement itself is inherently related to space, remaining an insurmountable challenge to this day. Shrouded in profound complexity, it is easy to imagine how ethereal the construction of the Taiji Bagua diagram for the Stargate is, and one could assert that it remains an unattainable endeavor for a considerable period. This moment, Yi Fan and his companions are fortunate to witness once more the process of creating the Taiji Bagua diagram. Those who have devoted years to contemplating and researching the Stargate would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with excitement, for this is a momentous testament to their efforts. Regrettably, Yi Fan and his companions are devoid of such sentiments. They are gripped by an acute sense of existential peril, their sole desire being to escape this place swiftly, as the shadow of death looms ever closer. 1,000 meters away, the ruins of the Great Thunder Sound Temple have settled into a temporary silence. Yet the oppressive aura of carnage has surged forth, and those blood-red, lantern-like eyes are fixated upon them. casting an unnerving chill in the darkness that sends shivers down their spines. The Taiji Bagua diagram in the sky has taken form, exuding a metallic weightiness and texture as if forged from the finest gold. Surrounding it, space contorts, and light dances hazily, while the 8 trigrams corresponding to Qian, Kowloon, Sun, Dui, Jin, Zhen, Li, and can emit luminous glows in sequence, resembling an ancient and arcane code shimmering in the air. The 8 trigrams have flickered thousands of times, undergoing intricate permutations, yet they have failed to illuminate simultaneously, ultimately fading into obscurity. The colossal Taiji Bagua diagram trembles, exhibiting signs of collapse. How could this be? Many are filled with trepidation. If the ancient path to the stars cannot be opened, it signifies death for them. The radiant veil enveloping the multicolored altar dims to near invisibility, with only a few faint rays of dawn swirling towards the Taiji Bagua diagram. Upon witnessing this, all present comprehend the reason. Constructing the Taiji Bagua diagram, or rather, opening the Stargate, necessitates a sufficient and stable supply of mysterious energy. Yet currently, there is a deficiency. What shall we do? Are we truly destined to perish here? In the distance looms the crocodile ancestor, while nearby, smaller crocodiles threaten. A vast net of death has been cast upon them. With a resounding thud, a dozen smaller crocodiles breach the veil of light, launching an assault on the gathered crowd. The relics of deities, such as incense burners, vajras, bronze bells, and fish drums, emit blinding brilliance to withstand the onslaught of the divine crocodiles. However, the intensity of their power is astonishing, forcing the defenders to retreat involuntarily. Crack, crack. Outside the multicolored altar, a dense mass of scales and armor surges forth, as thousands of divine crocodiles relentlessly batter the veil of light. The cacophony of shattering sounds fills the air, and in mere moments, over 100 smaller crocodiles have successfully breached the barrier. This seemingly diminutive, yet exceedingly ferocious species possesses terrifying abilities, capable of soaring through the skies and burrowing into the earth. Each divine crocodile is akin to a razor-sharp sword. With remarkable penetrating power, we cannot continue to remain in this passive defense. If we do, we shall inevitably perish here. Pang Bo cries out, as the copper plaque of the great thunder sound temple rattles violently, emanating a myriad of brilliant rays that form a protective veil around 3 or 4 individuals. Though this provides temporary safety, no one can predict what may transpire over time. Do not move. I shall venture out to test the waters. Yi Fan instructs Pang Bo, and he resolves to abandon passive defense, striding forward with the ancient lamp in hand. In an instant, dozens of divine crocodiles surge toward him, their dark forms piercing through the air like bolts of lightning, swift and merciless, as if they were nails driven into the luminous barrier emanating from the ancient lamp, forcefully pressing inward. Yi Fan waited for the divine crocodiles to close in. He suddenly blew fiercely at the wick of the ancient lamp, and an explosion of brilliant light erupted skyward. Within a radius of 5 or 6 meters, flames roared, completely engulfing the area in divine fire. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. As the flames gradually receded, Yi Fan emerged unscathed, surrounded by a halo of pristine radiance, resembling a celestial being descending from the moon. Around him, however, lay the scorched remains of countless scales, as nearly all the divine crocodiles had perished in the inferno. A few wretched survivors, barely escaping the onslaught, were left grotesquely charred, their bodies marred and incomplete, glaring at Yi Fan from a distance with malevolent intent, emitting low, ominous growls that sent chills down one's spine. Excellent, splendidly done, Pang Bo shouted from behind, eager to rush forward and join the fray. Yet, he was firmly restrained by 3 pallid faces beside him. They had no relics of the deities, and without the protection of the great Thunder Sound Temple's plaque, their demise would be inevitable. A series of cracking sounds echoed once more, and this time, 500 or 600 divine crocodiles broke through the luminous barrier, each one fierce and menacing, their diminutive bodies seemingly infused with a malevolent force. Sharp teeth glinting ominously, their eyes wicked and terrifying, all charging recklessly toward Yi Fan, encircling him in a relentless dance. This won't do. Yi Fan cannot possibly handle so many black nails on his own. I must assist him. Pang Bo insisted once more. However, the 3 beside him appeared pale, their expressions pleading as they looked at him. I would never allow you to sacrifice yourselves, Pang Bo replied, turning to Wang Ziwen and Lu Yunji behind him. You three protect them. I will go help Yi Fan. And we should ideally mobilize a few more people. This passive defense is ultimately unsustainable. Very well. I shall accompany you. Zhou Yi stepped forward. Pang Bo had always regarded Zhou Yi with indifference, believing him to be calculating, yet he could not deny that this cultured man possessed a certain courage in critical moments. At that juncture, the seemingly gentle Wang Ziwen also advanced, instructing those behind. Bring along one or two more. The remaining relics of the deities are sufficient to protect everyone, but the women should refrain from joining us. Confronted by such ferocious and grotesque creatures, the inherent frailty of women would likely render them helpless. Even with sacred artifacts in hand, with a clang, Pang Bo seized the Great Thunder Sound Temple's plaque and swung it mightily against the multicolored altar, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that surged forward. This was a wave of luminous force, crashing outwards for 7 or 8 meters, instantly engulfing a throng of divine crocodiles within its grasp. The dying cry sent shivers down one's spine, reminiscent of malevolent spirits being refined. Wisps of white smoke rising amidst a battlefield strewn with carcasses, the air thick with the stench of charred flesh. This was a widespread assault, unlike the initial struggle against a single divine crocodile, where speed was unattainable. Now, with so many vicious beasts surging forth, he could simply wield the plaque to crush dozens, if not hundreds. As the melodious chimes resonated, reminiscent of the ancient bells echoing in a secluded mountain temple. A profound sense of tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. In the hands of Wang Ziwen, the battered bronze bell shimmered with golden radiance, sending forth visible ripples that vibrated through the air. These ripples appeared gentle, akin to flowing water, yet upon encountering the surging divine crocodiles, they morphed into lethal blades, each golden wave capable of severing a divine crocodile in twain. The sound of slicing echoed repeatedly, and in an instant, dozens of divine crocodiles lay decapitated, blood pooling on the ground in a gruesome spectacle that was truly harrowing. However, an innumerable horde of fearless divine crocodiles surged forth, nearly 1,000 strong, their dark forms intertwining like a net of death. With a resounding crash, Zhou Yi wielded the purple gold bowl, relentlessly smashing it down, unleashing a vast expanse of Buddhist light that shattered countless scales, leaving a gruesome array of corpses in its wake. Many of the smaller crocodiles were reduced to mere pulp, their blood creating a murky sludge. This was an exceedingly brutal scene. In their fight for survival, the group displayed utmost desperation, their blood swiftly staining the altar. A pungent scent of blood wafting through the air, a faint mist of crimson rising, reminiscent of a battlefield of azures. Suddenly, piercing screams erupted from behind, as 2 classmates collapsed into a pool of blood, their heads riddled with gaping wounds, grotesque smaller crocodiles crawling over their bodies, their dark scales glistening ominously. A wave of sorrow swept over the onlookers. Life and death were beyond their control, and despite their fervent struggles, 2 of their peers had met a tragic demise. These 2 individuals had jointly possessed a divine relic, yet with 300 to 400 divine crocodiles surging in, the impact was overwhelming, sending them flying, their grasp on the sacred artifact slipping away, leaving them to be engulfed by the relentless tide of smaller crocodiles, perishing on the spot. "Do not let go, even in death," Lin Jia shouted, urging the group to remain vigilant. Many had already been tossed about by the onslaught, and due to their shared grip on the relic, their movements were severely restricted, teetering on the brink of peril. Again, agonizing screams pierced the air as a male and a female classmate fell lifelessly into a blood-soaked abyss. Their eyes wide open, forever unclosed, the survivors hastily gathered together, fortifying their defenses while simultaneously launching counterattacks, collaboratively wielding the divine relic to cleave through the divine crocodiles, momentarily stabilizing the dire situation. Kill. Lu Yunji's face paled slightly. Typically somber and timid, he now brandished the Vajra pestle, a formidable protector in Buddhist lore, capable of annihilating foes with the ease of crushing mere clay figurines, embodying invincibility and wielded by those who possess the true essence of Buddhahood. With electric sparks dancing and radiant light emanating, a blinding aura surrounded Lu Yunji as he swept the Vajra pestle across the battlefield, leaving a trail of blood and countless shattered scales in his wake. A testament to the weapon's immense power. That moment, the foreigner Kaid charged forward, his voice a cacophony of shouts and exclamations, brandishing a battered wooden fish and striking it haphazardly. "God is merciful," he cried out, though his actions belied his words. Despite the wooden fish's decrepitude, it radiated an enigmatic power. Upon the surface, 3 revered bodhisattvas were engraved, at this moment manifesting as radiant specters, swirling around the foreigner. "Kaid, while sweeping away the surrounding divine alligators that my lord, have you sent your angels? Quickly vanquish these infernal demons. In this exceedingly tense moment, the foreigner suddenly spoke fluent Chinese, exclaiming incessantly, "You yellow-haired devil, you are wielding the Buddha's possessions. Must you speak so recklessly?" In this life-and-death scenario, Pang Bo found himself unexpectedly amused by his antics. After a cacophony of exclamations, Kai proclaimed, "God has decreed, all beings are equal. My Lord is compassionate. And the Bodhisattvas are indeed angels. Spare me your blasphemies. All beings are equal, and it is the Buddha's compassion that matters." Their exchange created a strangely vibrant atmosphere amidst the altar's ominous aura of death. The blood upon the altar transformed into droplets of crimson light, piercing through the luminous veil and descending into the heavens, converging upon the now unstable Taiji Bagua diagram, causing the impending collapse of the celestial gate to shimmer once more with brilliance. Clearly, all present recognized this phenomenon, and a sense of exhilaration washed over them. Let us slay them. The more we kill, the better. These divine alligators are progeny of a formidable demon, their essence coursing with divine blood and power, which can be transmuted into the mysterious energy required by the Taiji Bagua through the altar. Indeed, this five-colored stone altar was originally an offering platform, undoubtedly conceived with the notion of blood sacrifice in the distant past. The Taiji Bagua in the sky grew increasingly vivid and resplendent, as if forged from metal, its brilliance flashing ceaselessly, the 8 symbols within the Bagua flickering and shifting in a complex sequence, on the verge of illuminating entirely and unlocking the ancient path to the cosmos. However, at that very moment, a harrowing aura surged from the Great Thunder Sound Monastery, rending the earth asunder, as a colossal entity ascended, shaking the heavens. In an instant, all felt as though their souls were about to depart their bodies, nearly collapsing upon the altar point. 2 lantern-like, immense blood-red eyes emerged from the darkness, drawing nearer with alarming speed. That was the legendary ancestor of alligators, long suppressed beneath the Great Thunder Sound Monastery by the Buddha, now free, who in this realm could contain it. The crowd plunged into despair, as if trapped in an icy abyss. Utterly hopeless. Even if a bodhisattva were to manifest, could they subdue such an unparalleled behemoth? Unless the Buddha himself descended, were they truly destined to lose their lives to this fabled demon at the final hour? Just then, the bronze giant coffin upon the 5-colored altar emitted a resonant tremor, causing the 2 distant, lantern-like blood-red eyes to momentarily freeze, as if caught in uncertainty, ceasing their advance. Chapter 22. The bronze coffin seals the demon. All present were utterly fatigued, having felt their souls nearly escape. The roar of the colossal ancestor of alligators possessed an unfathomable power, seemingly capable of devouring one's very essence. Had it not been for the peculiar metallic reverberation from the ancient bronze coffin, the outcome for those gathered would have been dire indeed. That a dreadful aura surged from the distance, overwhelming like a tsunami, as the formidable demon that had escaped from the depths of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, though no longer advancing, remained stationary, yet the palpable force it exuded rendered all who beheld it powerless, their souls trembling in trepidation. The malevolent energy roiled and reverberated through the heavens, causing the sandstorm to come to an abrupt halt. There, amidst the oppressive darkness, 2 blood-red eyes, akin to lanterns, fixated unblinkingly on this vicinity, its true form obscured by a tumult of black clouds that shrouded the stars and moon, enveloping the firmament, although it had not drawn near. The aura of this unparalleled demon ancestor was still beyond the endurance of mere mortals. Many upon the multicolored altar nearly collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand it even with divine relics grasped in hand. Was this truly the great demon personally suppressed by the Buddha, a being of myth and legend, now manifesting in reality, vividly present not far away? It felt akin to a dream that as modern city dwellers. None had ever witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. All felt it was profoundly surreal, the sights and sounds before them utterly astonishing. The crocodile ancestor, now liberated, had long transcended endless ages, the world transformed beyond recognition. The celestial realm in ruins, and the Great Thunder Sound Temple long abandoned. With deities absent, who could possibly restrain it? A thunderous roar erupted suddenly from the crocodile ancestor, reverberating like 1,000 thunders crashing in the ears of those present, causing a portion of the gathered crowd to collapse to the ground. It was not a true attack, merely the vibration of sound waves, yet even that was unbearable, with several individuals bleeding from their ears and noses. A rustling sound emerged as an overwhelming multitude of divine crocodiles gathered outside the multicolored altar, surging forth through the luminous barrier. Converging upon the altered deity was the crocodile ancestor commanding these lesser crocodiles. Seemingly wary of the copper coffin, sending its descendants to probe the defenses. "Get up, quickly!" A few students, having fallen to the ground, blood seeping from their ears and noses, were utterly exhausted and struggled to move, nearly losing their grip on the divine artifacts in their hands. A testament to the terrifying nature of the preceding roared the urging of the crowd. A few managed to rise, yet two were too late. Engulfed by the rushing divine crocodiles, no miracles occurred. Two muffled groans were heard as the divine relics slipped from their grasp, and in the blink of an eye, two vibrant lives vanished forever. Blood splattered as the divine crocodiles fought to penetrate their torsos and heads. The stark contrast of red blood and like blood red orbs the size of wash basins, they shimmered ominously in the darkness. Akin to two crimson suns suspended in the sky as they drew near, it became increasingly difficult for anyone to stand, for the aura of carnage that emanated was undoubtedly forged from the slaughter of countless beings, sending shivers through the very essence of their souls, as if desperate to escape their mortal confines. Though merely 10 meters away, the true form remained obscured, revealing only those two bloodshot eyes, plunging the onlookers into despair. Suddenly, a wicked gust of wind surged through the atmosphere, akin to the wails of the damned, far more ferocious than the preceding sandstorm, as if 1,000 bolts of lightning were cleaving the heavens and earth. Amidst the tumultuous black mist, a vast, ebony hand descended, reaching towards the multicolored altar, its shape indistinguishable from that of a human hand, albeit colossal, with fingers extending 7 or 8 meters, glistening darkly and forebodingly, instilling terror in the hearts of many. This was the formidable demon personally suppressed by the Buddha. Despite being restrained for countless ages, upon its emergence, it still resonated with an earth-shattering presence, its might unparalleled. At that moment, the Taiji Bagua diagram in the sky finally took its complete form, nourished by the divine essence of the blood of the divine crocodile, with all 8 trigrams radiating a resplendent light, heralding the reappearance of the Stargate. With a resounding thud, the Taiji Bagua diagram opened wide like a portal, revealing a mysterious and expansive passageway, its destination unknown, shrouded in darkness. The outstretched hand was pushed aside by an enigmatic force, while concurrently, 9 colossal dragon corpses, previously still, began to tremble. Even in their lifeless state, the dragons stood as a testament to the divine, exuding a potent dragon aura that demanded reverence. All the divine crocodiles on the multicolored altar quivered in fear, prostrating themselves, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, ultimately retreating like a receding tide. The altar was left strewn with crocodile carcasses and several human remains, swiftly descending into an eerie silence. "Let us proceed into the bronze coffin." Yi Fan was the first to rise. Subsequently, aiding Pang Bi Odit was not a matter of their inadequacy, but rather the extraordinary nature of the formidable demon, whose mere presence was lethal to ordinary beings. The overwhelming demonic energy potent enough to extinguish mortal lives. Everyone staggered to their feet, united in their resolve to enter the bronze giant coffin. The Stargate had swung open, and it seemed that mere flesh could not traverse the ancient path of the stars. Entering the bronze coffin was a reluctant choice. Its eerie aura instilled unease, yet necessity dictated their reliance upon in the darkness. The gaze of the ancestral crocodile grew ever colder, its blood-red eyes resembling twin suns. Suddenly, it unleashed 2 piercing beams of crimson light, intertwining to seal the Taiji Bagua diagram in the sky. Witnessing this scene, the color drained from every face. This unparalleled demon was unwilling to relent, manifesting its celestial demonic arts, intent on sealing the ancient path of the stars and obstructing their passage. At the same time, that ominous black hand reached down once more, effortlessly breaching the dim light barrier. Targeting the altered in horror, the group swiftly entered the bronze coffin, retreating hastily. The dark hand descended, not aiming for them, but rather for the ancient bronze coffin itself. With a resonant clang, a massive black hand grasped the bronze giant coffin, eliciting a profound sense of dread in the hearts of all present. This formidable ancestor of the crocodile wielded overwhelming power, difficult to be contained even by the Buddha himself, should the mysterious bronze coffin reveal no unusual reactions. The assembly would find themselves utterly bereft of options. A chilling terror enveloped the crowd. The crocodile ancestor's dark hand recoiled with remarkable swiftness, as if fleeing from venomous serpents. Crimson demonic blood cascaded through its fingers, spilling forth like a small river upon the altar, radiating a resplendent scarlet glow, as though the bronze coffin had wounded its hand. Yet, the ancient coffin remained eerily still, lying silently upon the altar. Not far off, an icy, chilling laughter echoed, the sound of the crocodile ancestor gritting its teeth, sending shivers down spines. What are we to do? The ancient path of the starry sky is sealed by this monstrous entity. How can we possibly escape? A wave of panic swept through the crowd. Their hopes of survival dashed as their path was obstructed, leaving them in a state of dread and urgency. Energy that we require a mysterious force to unlock the ancient path of the starry sky. What is happening? The divine relics in our possession are rapidly losing their divine radiance. Someone cried out in alarm. At that moment, whether it was Yu Fan's ancient bronze lamp, Pang Bo's grand bronze plaque of the Temple of Great Thunder Sound, or Zhou Yi's bowl, the divine brilliance contained within each began to flow forth abundantly, converging together. Suddenly, a chilling laughter, reminiscent of a night owl's wail, pierced the air as a shadowy figure, nearly 2 meters tall, abruptly materialized outside the bronze giant coffin. All were taken aback, witnessing the divine radiance from various relics surging towards this apparition. This figure exuded an aura of malevolence, surrounded by swirling black mist, rendering its features indistinguishable. Yet everyone sensed that it had to be the crocodile ancestor. It had manifested upon the altar, intent on entering the bronze coffin, disregarding the onlookers, its blood-red eyes fixed intently upon the coffin's interior. This was a being who had crossed swords with the Buddha, stepping forth from the realm of myth into the sight of the masses, an unforgettable spectacle that struck deep into the souls of all present. Boom! Faced with the overwhelming aura of the crocodile ancestor, all divine relics ignited as if ablaze, radiating a dazzling brilliance that enveloped the ancestor. Simultaneously, the ancient bronze lamp, the grand bronze plaque of the Temple of Great Thunder Sound, the bowl, the vajra, and the fish drum, along with all other Buddhist artifacts, soared into the sky, converging towards the crocodile ancestor in an attempt to suppress it. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed, penetrating to the very marrow of one's bones. As the crocodile ancestor trembled, unleashing a torrent of dark light and demonic flames, all Buddhist artifacts were momentarily halted before it, and several items such as the meditation cushion and the measuring rod began to emit cracking sounds. With a sharp pop, the meditation cushion shattered first, followed by the measuring rod and others, as 4 divine relics crumbled into dust. The 4 artifacts transformed into 4 dazzling beams of light, dissipating upon the 5-colored altar, bestowing a powerful mysterious energy to the gate of the starry sky. The 9 colossal dragon corpses trembled and then emitted a thunderous roar as they slowly ascended. The crocodile ancestor, startled, evaded the ancient bronze lamp and other divine relics, soaring into the sky with its right hand expanding rapidly, enveloping the heavens as it reached for the 9 massive dragon corpses. At that moment, the ancient bronze lamp, the grand bronze plaque of the Temple of Great Thunder Sound, and others seemed to possess a will of their own, each unleashing a beam of the most intense divine light, blinding to the eyes, sweeping towards the crocodile ancestor. In the heavens above, an infinite brilliance flickered, dazzling beyond compare, rendering it impossible for anyone to gaze upon directly. One could discern clearly. The 9 dragon corpses were temporarily obstructed by the formidable presence of the ancestral crocodile. Suddenly, a crisp sound emanated from the altar, Buddha relic prayer beads. The bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple and bowls all plummeted to the ground, losing their luster. Even the ancient bronze lamp extinguished. With the 9 dragon corpses halted, anxiety gripped the crowd. The bronze coffin remained grounded, the 9 dragon corpses suspended midair, unable to ascend into the celestial gateway. The onlookers exited the coffin, hastily gathering the dimmed Buddhist artifacts, while Pang Bo deftly collected the water bottles from the corpses. Yi Fan, on the other hand, removed his shirt, gathering a large bundle of the crocodile corpses scattered on the ground. The bronze coffin emitted a metallic tremor, and the 9 massive dragon corpses swayed their colossal tails, striking the ancestral crocodile's dark hand with a resounding thud, forcing it to retreat. A thunderous roar resonated through the sky as the 9 imposing dragon corpses slowly ascended towards the celestial gateway. With a clang, the bronze coffin shook and tilted, causing everyone to feel as though the world was spinning. The ancestral crocodile's blood-red gaze was chillingly fierce. Before the coffin lid could close, it attempted to surge forward, still fixated on the coffin within the coffin. Yet, at that moment, the ancient engravings of primordial ancestors and deities, along with the bronze patterns of ferocious birds and beasts, illuminated with a hazy radiance. Halting the crocodile's advance, that it seemed to recall something, its eyes emitting two piercing beams of bloodlight as it retreated several steps in the void. With a thunderous crash, the bronze coffin lid sealed shut, and the 9 colossal dragon corpses, dragging the bronze coffin, slowly ascended, breaking through the blood-red seal laid by the ancestral crocodile and vanishing into the celestial gateway. Chapter 23. Within the coffin in the darkness. Some wept softly, while others trembled in fear. The moment one closed their eyes, horrific images would surface, foreheads pierced, blood splattering, and brain matter oozing forth, like a nightmare or a specter lingering in the heart. The haunting memory of classmates meeting a tragic end, the 6A group of urban men and women, accustomed to a life of unparalleled ease, suddenly finds themselves thrust into an unimaginable ordeal. A profound cognitive shock, witnessing the legendary demons devour the corpses of their companions, as those around them perish one by one. How can they not be gripped by terror? Even someone as carefree as Peng Bo struggles to find sleep. Not from inner turmoil, but from being jolted awake by the distress of others nearby. Ye Fan, much like him, also finds slumber elusive. The murmurs of those lost in dreams or the cries of nightmares render him restless. After a mere 5 or 6 hours, most awaken, and it is not until another 2 hours have passed that their minds begin to settle somewhat. At this moment, one cannot help but ponder the destination of the ancient bronze coffin as it traverses the cosmos. The coffin remains remarkably steady, devoid of any tremors, as if it is halted within the starry expanse. Will there be another stop? Perhaps it may drift endlessly through the desolate depths of the universe. What kind of place might we arrive at? After weeping and venting, even the naturally timid female classmate is compelled to contemplate this question. Will we reach the abode of the deities? The ancient starry path, forged by our ancestors, suggests that perhaps, far ahead, there truly exists a pantheon of gods, a mysterious realm waiting to be uncovered. Gods genuinely exist. We have witnessed the 9 dragons bearing the coffin, the legendary Great Thunder Sound Temple, and the mythical crocodile ancestor. There seems to be no reason to doubt. Yet, I still grapple with accepting this reality. To my understanding, deities might merely represent a certain race, perhaps once coexisting with us on Earth. As modern individuals, we largely dismiss the existence of gods, yet we are now faced with this truth. Hearing Prince Wen express such thoughts makes it easier to accept. Perhaps those deities are not strangers to us. They could be the result of humanity's own evolution, likely reminiscent of figures from our ancient history, whether through evolution or as a unique race. We must concede that divine beings do exist, and it is evident that our ancient forebears had engaged with them long ago. At the summit of Mount Tai lies the 5-color altar, erected by ancient ancestors as far back as endless ages ago. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, along with 72 kings, ascended Mount Tai to perform the Fengshan rites, which speaks volumes. Perhaps these deities are our ancestors. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are regarded as godlike figures from ancient times, with legends suggesting they were themselves divine. Thus, one can imagine that their rituals atop Mount Tai were far from simple, encompassing myriad possibilities. It may be that they were calling upon life from the stars, transmitting some form of communication into the void of the universe. Perhaps they possess the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, feeling confined by the ancient lands, seeking broader horizons, which led them to ascend Mount Tai, leaving Earth to venture into the vast cosmos. What transpired in that distant past remains shrouded in mystery, and no one can articulate it clearly. All is mere speculation. Yet one undeniable truth remains. Our ancient forebears have opened the gates of the cosmos, embarking on a journey into the boundless depths of the universe. Why do you remain silent? The bronze ancient lamp has extinguished, plunging the coffin into darkness. Yet the group remains closely gathered, their distances minimal. Beside Yi Fan, a figure leaned against the coffin wall, remaining utterly silent, which piqued his curiosity. What's the matter? Are you still harboring resentment over my earlier thrashing? Peng Bo, visibly displeased, sneered. You nearly pushed Yi Fan off the 5-color altar, endangering his life. A mere beating is a leniency. For otherwise, throwing you into a pit of divine crocodiles would not be unwarranted. Hey, wake up, speak. Someone beside him nudged him. What's wrong? The person who had pushed him was taken aback, retreating in fright. At that moment, an eerie stillness enveloped everyone. Even in deep slumber, one would likely awaken from such a fall. Yet, he lay motionless, tranquil as a lifeless log. Wake up, please wake up. Pang Bo stepped forward, nudging him again. And upon receiving no response, he gently patted his cheek. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Why is his skin so cold? His body appears somewhat stiff." At this revelation, a chill ran down everyone's spines. An ominous foreboding crept into their hearts. Yi Fan sensed the gravity of the situation, reaching to check for breath at his mouth and nose. Eventually, in a daze, he uttered, "He is dead. There is no breath left." "What?" The collective gasp echoed. How could a living person suddenly perish? Just moments ago, he had been murmuring in his sleep, tormented by nightmares, and now he had vanished without a trace. Truly suspicious, the palpable tension and suffocation filled the bronze coffin. In the darkness, everyone gasped for air, their bodies icy with dread. This was too sudden and sinister to comprehend, prompting all to clutch tightly to the divine relics in their hands. "Shine your phones. Let us see how he died," Yi Fan suggested, lifting his phone to cast a feeble light forward. What lay before them was a ghastly visage, a pallid face with bulging eyes, wide with terror, lips slightly parted, blood oozing from the corn from the perspective of the wound. It is evident that the victim was strangled to death. Who could execute such a deed without a sound? Lu Yunji's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Fan and Pang Bo, stating, "Only someone who was in close proximity and possessed extraordinary strength could accomplish this." The implications of his words were unmistakable, pointing directly at Yi Fan, who was in close quarters with the deceased and was widely known for his exceptional physical prowess. "You are spouting nonsense," Pang Bo retorted angrily, seizing the large bronze plaque of thunder to strike. Lu Yunji chuckled coldly, looking at him and saying, "Are you attempting to silence me on someone else's behalf?" Yi Fan intervened, restraining Pang Bo from acting impulsively. It was Yi Fan. He is the one who committed the murder. The female classmate, who had consistently sided with Lu Yunji and had aided him in conversations with Li Chongqing, cried out in terror, "It must be Yi Fan. He is seeking revenge for the grudge of nearly being pushed aside at the altar." Upon hearing these words, the others recalled the recent events, and several of them instinctively took a few steps back. "Indeed, it is Yi Fan. He is the one who killed our classmate." Li Chongqing ground his teeth and remarked, "Perhaps there were others assisting him." Pang Bo felt a surge of fury, wanting to charge forward and deliver a beating to them. With a hum, Lu Yunji raised the Vajra pestle in his hand, producing a metallic resonance, with an extremely faint glow emanating from it. The crowd gasped, as the divine relics in their possession faded into the mundane, unable to shine, while Lu Yunji's Vajra pestle retained its divine power, astonishing everyone present. "Yi Fan, you are exceedingly ruthless. Even if he was at fault first, you should not have retaliated with such deadly intent." Lu Yunji advanced 2 steps forward, brandishing the Vajra pestle. "I ask you, do you believe that I did not commit murder?" Yi Fan scanned the crowd. "I believe you." Pang Bo was the first to step forward. "I also believe you." Zhang Xiling joined him. Yi Fan then turned to the others, asking, "Do you not believe me?" His gaze lingered on Li Xiaoman. "It is not a matter of belief. Rather, you indeed possess significant suspicion," stammered Kaide, standing beside Li Xiaoman. Pang Bo's eyes widened. "What do you mean, you yellow-haired foreigner? On what grounds do you suspect Yi Fan of murder?" "No, I am not subjectively asserting this. I am stating an objective fact. I did not claim he is the murderer. I am merely recounting a fact. He is highly suspicious." Kaide, in a serious and pedantic manner, continued his analysis. "Lu Yunji has a point. Yi Fan had a conflict with the deceased and a motive for murder. Furthermore, he was in close proximity, thus having the means to act, though his words were somewhat clumsy." The crowd grasped his meaning, much like many straightforward Westerners who adhered strictly to the facts. "You foreigner, you truly lack understanding of human emotions, it is clearly evident. Yet you insist on discussing it as if proving a mathematical theorem, so one-track-minded." "What do you mean by foreigner?" Kaide asked, puzzled. "I mean you are a foreigner, so single-minded. I can't be bothered to explain further." Pang Bo, visibly irritated, chose to disregard him and subsequently turned his attention to Li Xiaoman, stating, "Why are you silent? Surely you must know Yi Fan quite well." Li Xiaoman stood gracefully, illuminated by the faint glow of her phone, resembling a vibrant lotus blooming in the darkness, exuding a subtle fragrance. Her expression was calm and composed as she softly replied, "From the depths of my heart, I do not believe Yi Fan to be the murderer. However, he undeniably has his suspicions." Li Xiaoman. Pang Bo interjected with great ire, emphasizing her name as he interrupted her. "How heartless you are. I never anticipated you would utter such words. Anyone may doubt him, but you should not, while others may not understand you, Fan. You, of all people, should. Even though you have parted ways, you cannot be so callous. Are you intent on rubbing salt into Yi Fan's wounds? I harbor no ulterior motives. I am merely stating a fact. Li Xiaoman replied with tranquility, her beauty striking, her skin as fair as jade. She slightly furrowed her brows and continued, I am not targeting anyone. I simply wish to convey that a murderer, capable of taking a life, is likely unrestrained in their actions, and we are all in peril at this moment. I hope for an objective viewpoint rather than a subjective one. In truth, Yi Fan is indeed a prime suspect. And the others present also harbor some suspicions. Pang Bo scoffed. Ultimately, Yi Fan bears the greatest suspicion. If you do not believe him, why bother saying so much? He turned away sharply, adding, I have truly misjudged you. Once you make a decision, it is nearly impossible to change your mind. No friend can persuade you. Now I see that your nature is not one of resolute decisiveness, but rather of cold-heartedness. At that moment, a somewhat anxious and timid voice softly interjected. I believe Yi Fan. I believe he is not the murderer. It was a classmate, thin and fragile, who stepped forward with her head bowed. Appearing nervous and uneasy, the once carefree and joyful girl had become plagued by life's disappointments over the past few years. Her confidence diminished, no longer radiating sunshine. Speaking in front of others became a struggle for her, revealing her discomfort. This transformation was the primary reason Yi Fan felt deep sympathy for her during the class reunion. Like Yi Fan, Pang Bo harbored sympathy for this timid classmate. She was not always like this. In school, she often joked with Yi Fan, her laughter like pearls, and their camaraderie was strong, bringing joy to those around them. Thank you, Louis. Yi Fan smiled and nodded at her, and no need for thanks. I believe you would never take a life. Louis's voice was gentle, evoking a sense of compassion as she stood there, visibly uneasy. Who else could it be if not him? Li Chongqing exclaimed indignantly. Who else has a motive to kill? This is an act of revenge. The female classmate standing beside Lu Yunzheng once again spoke up. Yi Fan, how could you be so heartless? That is a classmate you have known for 4 years. I reiterate, I did not commit murder. Yi Fan responded, calm and unperturbed, facing the accusations with composure. You may suspect me, but until the matter is thoroughly investigated, please refrain from casting aspersions upon me. The facts lie starkly before us. You were in close proximity to the deceased, the nearest of all, making it nearly impossible for anyone to circumvent you and commit the act without detection. Moreover, only you possessed a motive for such a heinous deed. Pang Bo, known for his fiery temperament and intolerance for injustice, retorted with indignation. Could you not speak with reason? Until a conclusion is reached, do not hastily cast blame upon others. I truly do not comprehend how. At graduation, you spoke so sweetly of parting ways with Lu Yunji, yet, in a less flattering light, it was Lu Yunji who so disdainfully dismissed you, igniting your resentment. How is it that now you seem eager to attach yourself to him, fervently championing his cause? This is a malicious personal attack. The female classmate's face turned an ashen hue, her body trembling as she pointed an accusatory finger at Pang Bo. An attack. Indeed, a counterattack. Pang Bo, unwilling to suffer indignities, sometimes wielded a sharp tongue, declaring, I call this fighting fire with fire, speaking plainly to those who deserve it, and if I encounter a toad, I shall drown it with a few well-placed spits. You, the female classmate quivered, rendered speechless by her fury. Lu Yunji's countenance darkened as he interjected. Enough? Pang Bo, are you still a man? Is this truly entertaining? The golden vajra in his grasp shimmered with delicate rays, standing out ominously in the darkness, a stark reminder of its overwhelming power. Should conflict arise, none would stand a chance against it. Pang Bo's expression also hardened as he replied, the murderer is not Yi Fan. And you persist in your baseless accusations. I am merely returning the favor in kind. Yi Fan's gaze swept over Li Xiaoman before shifting to the others. At that moment, 3 classmates stepped forward, asserting, we believe Yi Fan is innocent. Alongside Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, and Pang Bo, 6 individuals stood in solidarity with Yi Fan, bringing the total to 7, nearly half of the 16 present who believed in his innocence. Lin Jia, strikingly beautiful with an enchanting figure, possessed naturally alluring almond-shaped eyes that lent her an innate charm. Even amidst the current tense atmosphere, her calm demeanor exuded a certain captivating grace. I, too, find it implausible that Yi Fan could be the culprit. We all know his character. He is not one to act with such cruelty, never one to be petted. Li Chongqing, displeased, interrupted her. Who else could it be, among us, who would harbor such murderous intentions? Pang Bo, instantly incensed, glared at him. Li Chongqing, can you possibly be any more unscrupulous? Can you conjure up more baseless accusations and hurl more filth? I long to imprint this bronze plaque upon your face. How can you utter such presumptuous words? I cannot be bothered with you. Li Chongqing, infuriated, turned away, still bearing the bruises from the beating he received from Pang Bo at the five-colored altar. Did I, too, believe in Yi Fan? He is not that kind of person, incapable of committing such a vile act. That moment, Wang Zuan approached, choosing to stand by Yi Fan as well. Zhou Yi had remained throughout as a mere observer. Yet at this moment, he made a choice. He glanced at the gleaming Vajra pestle in Lu Yunji's hand, and then at the composed Yi Fan, stating, "We must not hastily conclude who the murderer is. I firmly believe that Yi Fan would never harm a classmate at this juncture." The overwhelming majority stood in support of Yi Fan, and he discerned that some were genuinely sincere, while others, by keenly observing the situation, speculated that his calm demeanor in the face of Lu Yunji's Vajra pestle indicated he must possess some hidden advantage, a choice bordering on opportunism. If not Yi Fan, then who could it be? Could the culprit be another among us? Lu Yunji's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Fan, then shifted to Pang Bo. Diminish your bravado. Do not presume that others fear you simply because you wield a luminescent club. Pang Bo, unfazed and brimming with vigor, retorted, I could just as easily incapacitate you with this mundane copper plaque. Instantly, Lu Yunji's countenance darkened as he gripped the Vajra pestle tightly and advanced 3 steps forward. Yi Fan swiftly restrained the impulsive Pang Bo and, addressing everyone with utmost seriousness, declared, I can assure you, the murderer is not one among us. Chapter 25. The divine sound resounded like a bell. What? Everyone was taken aback, convinced that Yi Fan's assertion was not without foundation. He must have uncovered something significant. Even Li Chongqing, along with the female student beside Lu Yunji, who had been targeting Yi Fan, turned pale, nervously surveying their surroundings. That why Yi Fan had observed all their reactions keenly. Throughout the ordeal, he had maintained a demeanor as serene as a still lake, discerning who among them was genuine and who was disingenuous. Only now did he begin to assert his innocence, articulating a pivotal suspicion. You may examine his throat. The crushed Adam's apple renders it impossible for any human strength to achieve such a result. Some knelt to verify Yi Fan's words, while many others recoiled, their hearts chilled in the presence of the ambiguous corpse. If it was not human malice that caused the death, then what could it be? A shiver ran down everyone's spine. Why, Yi Fan, do you know what that is? Could it possibly come after us? One tremulous voice inquired, as the purple-red bruises on the corpse's neck bore a striking resemblance to the imprints left by a vengeful spirit. At this thought, several gazes instinctively drifted towards the coffin. We have not escaped the grip of the divine crocodile. Upon hearing Yi Fan utter such a statement, terror gripped everyone as they clutched the divine relics in their hands. Anxiously scanning their surroundings, the female student, her voice laced with tears, questioned, has the crocodile ancestor, imprisoned beneath the great Thunder Sound Temple, entered? That was a legendary great demon, personally subdued by the Buddha, although the crowd had only glimpsed its fleeting magnificence. The terrifying might that shook the heavens was indelibly etched in their memories. Impossible. It did not come in. It cannot be it. Li Chongqing's face drained of color. He no longer held any divine relic and was nervously adhering to Lu Yunji's side. Gripping the Vajra pestle tightly, I did not imply that the crocodile ancestor came in. What I meant to convey is that a small crocodile has infiltrated the bronze coffin. Upon reaching this point, he crouched down, casting the dim light from his mobile phone upon the corpse's face, and remarked, his expression is one of sheer terror, his eyes wide open in a ghastly stare, unblinking in death, mirroring the countenance of the 13 classmates who departed from us.I. In the miscellaneous chapters of that ancient tome, I had encountered descriptions of the divine crocodile, which not only detailed its physical form but also noted, the divine crocodile devours men, consuming both soul and spirit, instilling a profound dread that shatters the heart. Although the ancient lamp in Yi Fan's hand had extinguished, he clutched it tightly, as if warding off some unseen threat, asserting, this is no mere coincidence. The manner of death is identical to that of the previous 13 classmates, consistent with the accounts in the ancient texts, where fear causes the soul to take flight. Surely, the divine crocodile is at work here. Unabashed by the presence of a corpse, Yi Fan pried open its mouth and, indeed, discovered a bloodied hole that led straight to the skull. Instantly, a chill enveloped the group. That minute blood hole bore an uncanny resemblance to the wounds on the deceased classmates, for only a creature as fearsome as the divine crocodile could easily pierce human flesh, effortlessly shattering the windpipe from within. How many of these creatures have infiltrated the bronze sarcophagus? Once the divine relics lose their celestial radiance, can they still withstand such horrors? This thought left the group in a state of profound unease. So, the divine crocodile still resides within him? It was a difficult question to answer, and Yi Fan shook his head. It remains within him. Something stirs in his chest, Zhang Xiling suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the corpse's torso. With a sudden burst, a spray of blood erupted, revealing the slender head of a familiar, grotesque creature protruding from the corpse's chest, a 10-centimeter-long divine crocodile that transformed into a streak of darkness, hurtling directly towards Yi Fan's forehead. In a swift reaction, Yi Fan raised the bronze lamp to shield himself, and several feeble sparks erupted forth. The divine crocodile let out a wretched scream as one of the sparks struck it, nearly piercing through, sending it spiraling away. That moment, Pang Bo, quick of eye and hand, swung the bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple with force, crashing it onto the ground, releasing strands of divine light. And with the plaque, he crushed the divine crocodile into a pulpy mass. Lu Yunji, what further words do you have to say? Pang Bo interrogated Lu Yunji, brandishing the bronze plaque. I acted rashly. But who could have anticipated that a divine crocodile would infiltrate the bronze coffin? Lu Yunji offered no further words, nor an apology. With matters having escalated to such a confrontation, it was no longer necessary to adopt a submissive stance. That moment, Pang Bo suddenly struck, delivering a resounding slap to Lu Yunji's face. Throughout this exchange, the Vajra pestle and the bronze plaque simultaneously emitted dim glimmers of light, colliding together and enveloping the two. Yet, none of this could avert the impact of the slap. Lu Yunji's face bore the brunt, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. My apologies. I too was overly impulsive, Pang Bo taunted Lu Yunji. You. The crowd hastily intervened between the two, preventing further conflict. Lu Yunji's face darkened considerably. Gripping the Vajra pestle as if ready to charge, but recalling the faint divine light that had emanated from the bronze plaque, he ultimately restrained himself. Hush! Yi Fan suddenly gestured for silence, then turned his gaze towards the central coffin. As if straining to listen to something profound, after a brief moment, Yi Fan inquired of the crowd, "Did you hear anything?" Everyone was taken aback, for they had not heard a sound. A look of confusion crossed Yi Fan's face as he slowly approached the 4-meter-long bronze coffin. At that moment, the Bodhi seed in his possession suddenly grew warm, enveloping his heart with a comforting sensation. It was then that he began to hear an increasingly distinct sound. Unconsciously, he reached out to touch the coffin, which was adorned with verdigris and etched with numerous ancient ancestors and deities, exuding an air of antiquity and profoundness. In that instant, he felt as though the Bodhi seed in his grasp had forcibly opened a door for him, allowing him to perceive an extraordinarily unique sound. Initially faint, the sound gradually swelled in magnitude, and the Bodhi seed grew ever hotter in his hand. The Bodhi tree, also known as the tree of wisdom, awakening, or thought, is said to be where the Buddha attained enlightenment. Yi Fan's Bodhi seed bore a natural depiction of the Buddha, formed entirely by the intricate dance of natural patterns, clearly exceptional in nature. The ancient and mysterious bronze coffin before him resonated with a voice that grew increasingly grand, akin to the celestial music of the Tao or the profound principles of existence, the way of heaven, diminishing the excessive and replenishing the insufficient. The mysterious celestial sound began with a renowned phrase from Taoist texts, yet the following words were an enigmatic scripture unheard of before, difficult to comprehend. The vast and profound voice seemed to pierce through time and space from the primordial chaos, ultimately reverberating like a grand bell in Yi Fan's ears, resonating within his heart. Chapter 26. The ancient star map. Yi Fan rested his hands on the bronze coffin, his figure still as a tranquil lake under a bright moon, exuding an ethereal aura. In that moment, he appeared to transcend the mundane, like an immortal who could ascend on the wind at any moment. However, within, his heart was anything but serene. The celestial sound of the Tao was as deep as the ocean, profound and expansive. Each utterance echoed like a cataclysm, reverberating through the heavens and earth. It resembled the ancient chants of Zen, or the prayers of primordial deities, flowing endlessly, breaking through the ancient firmament, gradually pouring into Yi Fan's heart, causing ripples within, stirring his thoughts, leaving him disoriented as to his very existence. In the distance, the onlookers gazed at him, immobile and bewildered, unaware of what transpired, merely sensing his untainted essence that emanated an air of purity and transcendence. Yi Fan remained fixed in place, the divine sound resonating like a distant bell. Profound and vast, difficult to decipher, entirely beyond comprehension at times, it felt akin to standing at the edge of a deep abyss, and at others, as if entering the sacred realm of deities, a myriad of inexplicable sensations surfacing within him, evoking both vigilance and confusion. This arcane sound was not lengthy. On the contrary, it was succinct, comprising only a few hundred words, embodying a sense of simplicity amidst the grandeur, a return to the essence after the flourish has faded. Throughout this experience, the Bodhi seed in Yi Fan's possession radiated warmth, enveloping him in a soothing embrace. That it was due to this seed that he was able to discern such profound sounds. Legend has it that the Bodhi tree can awaken one's divine nature, enabling self-realization and the capture of the Tao's resonance within the world. Clearly, this Bodhi seed, buried beneath the ancient Bodhi tree before the Great Thunder Sound Temple, possessed an extraordinary origin. Yi Fan stood motionless. A sense of unease enveloped the others. Some suggested moving him, as he was leaning against an ancient bronze coffin, an association that was, in any case, difficult to regard favorably. Pang Bo circled Yi Fan twice, observing that he bore no signs of distress. On the contrary, an ethereal aura emanated from him, subtly intertwined with the divine essence that lingered around the bronze coffin. Ultimately, Pang Bo refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to remain vigilantly by his side, patiently awaiting developments. Surely, no malevolent spirit has possessed him, has it? Li Chaqing mused, his gaze fixed on the ancient coffin before shifting back to Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, others tightened their grips on the divine relics they held, with a few involuntarily stepping back, for the enigmatic coffin was steeped in uncertainty, evoking a sense of trepidation. Your mindset is alarming. Do you truly believe that casting aspersions on Yi Fan will spare you? Pang Bo thought disdainfully, harboring ill will towards him ever since their confrontation at the five-colored altar, where Yi Fan had consistently targeted him. Thus, he spoke without restraint. Enough of this commotion, Zhou Yi interjected, furrowing his brow before surveying the surroundings, that we cannot yet ascertain whether this bronze coffin harbors any divine crocodiles. We must exercise caution and conduct a thorough search. At this pronouncement, hearts tightened among the group, for it was indeed a grim reality. Having already encountered one divine crocodile, the possibility of a second, a third, or even more loomed ominously. This matter concerned their very survival. 14 lives had already been claimed by these fearsome creatures, instilling dread in their hearts. The group refrained from dispersing too widely, choosing to form two teams to maintain mutual support, illuminating their phones and gripping their divine relics as they commenced their search in the dimness. However, despite scouring every corner, no discoveries were made by the time the two teams reconvened. Nonetheless, they dared not lower their guard. The immense coffin, with its vast emptiness, could easily conceal several divine crocodiles without detection. Moreover, the possibility of a crocodile clinging to the lofty walls of the coffin was ever present, those areas shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Let us remain vigilant. It is prudent to be cautious. Lin Jiao advised the group, offering reassurance. Even if there are still divine crocodiles lurking, they would surely be wary of the Buddhist artifacts we possess. Otherwise, they would have attacked us by now. Suddenly, an unusual sound reverberated through the air. Though faint and nearly imperceptible, it resonated deeply within the soul. It resembled the distant beating of drums, heavy and mournful, followed by the tolling of bells, steeped in sorrow, both ethereal and tangible. What is that sound? All were taken aback, casting their gazes around, yet finding nothing amiss. The ominous drum beats and sorrowful bell tolls seemed to penetrate the coffin's walls, sending chills down their spines. Could it be the lamentation played during the burial rites of ancient emperors? Suddenly, a cascade of additional sounds emerged, akin to an endless chorus of mourning, as if thousands were gathered to pay homage and pray at a single funeral. The tolling of death bells and the resonant beats of drums painted a vivid tableau of an immense funeral unfolding before their eyes. As an infinite sea of mourners lamented and prayed throughout the realm at that moment, a series of 9 resounding dragon roars suddenly reverberated through the heavens, shaking the mountains and rivers, echoing across the land. As if a vivid scene had been imprinted upon the historical starry sky, in that instant, all present experienced a peculiar sensation, as if they were witnessing an ancient emperor reigning over the vast expanse of the earth. commanding dominion over the world, followed by a funeral of unprecedented grandeur. In truth, there was no actual scene. All of this was merely a figment of imagination conjured by the sound of the dragon roars and the prayers of the vast sea of humanity. The crowd soon regained their composure, yet the ethereal lamentation lingered in the air, sending shivers down their spines. The divine relics in their hands began to radiate light once more. At that moment, divine radiance descended, and all the Buddhist implements held by the people burst forth with brilliance, not in a restoration of divine power, but rather in a nearly exhausted flow of luminescence. Thousands of rays of divine light surged forth, all rushing towards the walls of the bronze sarcophagus, merging into the ancient bronze engravings. The sarcophagus walls were shrouded in green patina, yet it failed to obscure the images of ancient ancestors and primordial deities, which shone brightly as if they were about to be resurrected. The engravings of savage beasts and divine birds also took on a vivid life, infused with an enigmatic power. Look, the depiction of the starry sky is shimmering. Everyone noticed the anomaly. It was the largest of the ancient bronze engravings, a vast starry sky, with every star twinkling at that moment. The dim backdrop of the sarcophagus remained unchanged, like a pitch-black night sky. As if countless radiant stars were scattered across the boundless darkness, the slender line flickered across this starry sky engraving. Could it possibly be the ancient celestial path we traversed? The crowd gathered around, gazing in unison, expressions of astonishment adorning their faces. This celestial map was vast as the sea, with numerous stars as insignificant as dust, yet amidst them, certain particularly bright stars stood out, drawing attention. These 7 stars were exceptionally luminous, seemingly the Big Dipper. Upon hearing Wang Ziwen's proclamation, the crowd fixated their gazes. Before the suspected ancient celestial path, the Big Dipper shone resplendently, captivating their attention. Many other stars shone with a brightness akin to that of the Big Dipper, and upon closer inspection, a select few revealed expressions of astonishment. Zhou Yi, not only possessing an elegant demeanor but also well-versed in literature, promptly identified the exceptionally bright stars, stating, "Those are all ancient Chinese asterisms." In ancient China, the night sky was divided into several regions, each with its own name, summarized by the 3 enclosures, for symbols, and 28 mansions of the celestial map. The ancient bronze engraving before them was precisely categorized in this manner, notably marking some of the most renowned stars. After observing this celestial map, and then scrutinizing the ancient celestial path, one could not help but be awed. The ancients' division of the celestial map was mostly not due to superstition. Different asterisms represented distinct celestial realms, seemingly possessing profound and significant meanings. Indeed, it appeared to be related to the ancient celestial path. Perhaps it was also connected to the source of life. The crowd was left in astonishment, rendered speechless for quite some time. Behold, the luminous fine line extending across the celestial map. Could it signify the direction of our advance, an extension and manifestation of the ancient celestial pathway? This slender line is drawing ever closer to the Great Dipper. The crowd stood in a daze. They were originally atop Mount Tai on Earth, yet in such a brief span of time, they found themselves nearing the Great Dipper. It felt surreal, like a dream. Undeniably unreal. Given the current state of human technology, even flying for millions of years would render it impossible to approach the Great Dipper. The distance is simply too vast. Everyone was left speechless, their hearts profoundly shaken. Before the Great Dipper lies an even brighter star, Zhiwei Star. Could our destination be a planet within that celestial realm? It is noteworthy that Zhiwei Star held significant meaning in ancient times. Someone proposed such a hypothesis, as Zhiwei Star indeed shone brilliantly on this celestial map. Being one of the most dazzling stars, it is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps we might venture towards even more distant star realms. Just then, someone exclaimed, "The gleaming fine line has ceased its expansion and is fixed there, in the domain of the Great Dipper." Simultaneously, the crowd felt the bronze coffin tremble violently, as if the heavens and earth were in upheaval. It seemed we had reached our destination. Had we truly arrived at the abode of the deities? Might it be the fabled realm of immortals, or perhaps a splendidly advanced technological civilization? If deities and Buddhas truly exist, we might encounter legendary figures. Following the ancient celestial path established by the gods, what kind of world awaits us at the end? A palpable tension gripped everyone. Intertwined with anticipation, they no longer wished to linger within the bronze coffin. Chapter 27. The ancient forbidden realm in the vast cosmos. Amidst the boundless starry expanse, Many scientists speculate that Earth may be the sole cradle of life. Over the past several decades, humanity has engaged in endless conjecture, launching numerous space probes in search of extraterrestrial life. Yet, the profound starry sky, the inscrutable universe, resembles a desolate graveyard, cold and solitary, an eternal realm of ice and darkness. Devoid of any detectable signs of life, the universe is indeed too immense, seemingly without end, even with today's technological prowess, space probes launched by humankind. Despite escaping the gravitational pull of their respective galaxies and traveling for millions or even tens of millions of years, would find it arduous to reach the far side of the cosmos. Perhaps today marks a rewriting of the exploration narrative of the stars. Humanity has arrived at the farthest edge of the cosmos, traversing distances of dozens, even hundreds of light years, undertaking a journey that tests the limits of human endurance. Yet, all of this remains unknown to those on Earth. No one would believe it, and there would be no cheers or celebrations. 9 colossal dragon carcasses pulled the ancient bronze coffin to the far side of the cosmos, penetrating into the domain of the Great Dipper. It was at this moment that Yi Fan awoke. His hand withdrawing from the coffin, which was covered in verdant patina, hundreds of ancient characters were etched into his heart, obscure and profound, seemingly indelible, until the enigmatic divine sounds finally faded away. The path of the Great Way is remarkably simple, and words are as precious as gold. Everything comes to an end, much like the splendor that fades away, returning to the essence of tranquility. Yi Fan stood in a daze, murmuring to himself, "The way of heaven diminishes the surplus to replenish the insufficient." "Yi Fan, are you all right?" Pang Bo inquired with concern. "I am fine." Throughout this process, the bronze giant coffin trembled violently, causing everyone to feel as though the world was spinning. They understood that the 9 dragons were finally approaching their destination. At that moment, the ancient bronze engravings on the coffin walls radiated a divine brilliance, forming a hazy light screen that countered an unimaginable force of impact, and the giant coffin gradually stabilized. With a final thunderous tremor, the lid of the bronze coffin shifted from its place and crashed heavily to the side, causing the coffin to topple to the ground. "Light? I see the light." It is the familiar world of brightness. Many within the bronze giant coffin could not help but shout, as the darkness and blood-soaked desolation of the ancient star of Inghua vanished before their eyes. Fresh air rushed towards them, carrying the scent of earth and the fragrance of flowers, as the essence of nature enveloped the surroundings. Outside lay a vibrant and radiant world. Everyone rose to their feet and swiftly rushed towards the opening of the giant coffin. Greeted by a breathtaking panorama at that moment, they stood atop a hill of moderate height, gazing at the view before them. In the distance, majestic peaks undulated gracefully, adorned with lush greenery. Near the summit, peculiar rock formations and ancient trees loomed, while thick vines coiled like serpents, accompanied by verdant grass and fragrant wildflowers, exuding vitality and vigor. In stark contrast to the dimness and desolation of Mars, this place was undoubtedly a peaceful paradise. "How wonderful! We have finally escaped the darkness and desolation, arriving at such a beautiful divine land. No longer must we live in fear." Many rejoiced, some even weeping with joy. After enduring a series of deaths and tribulations, they had finally stepped into a world brimming with life and nature. Embracing the sunlight, they whispered to themselves, vowing to live well. Even the astute and enchanting Lin Jia was moved to such a state. Pang Bo stood at the summit, shouting towards the horizon, "At long last, I have seen the sun again. Though it is not the same as before, I shall proclaim loudly that I have been reborn." With a clatter, the massive bodies of 9 dragons hung precariously from the cliff's edge, and the bronze coffin was not far from the precipice. At that moment, the colossal dragon corpses, resembling a steel great wall, began to slowly slide toward the cliff, pulling the coffin along with them. The rumbling sound of the 9 massive dragon corpses in the ancient bronze coffin echoed as they slid down the sheer cliff face. Gaining speed, a chill ran down everyone's spines. One side of the peak was a sheer precipice. If the coffin lid were to open and they did not escape quickly, the consequences would be dire. After the 9 massive dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin plummeted over the cliff, a prolonged silence ensued, leaving everyone astonished and exchanging glances at that moment. Without the obstruction of the bronze giant coffin, they could clearly see the scene on the other side of the cliff. Were they standing on the edge of a colossal volcanic crater? Many faces displayed expressions of astonishment, for beneath the so-called cliffs lies an unfathomably deep chasm. It is not a volcanic crater, Such a colossal volcano could not possibly exist. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that 9 majestic mountains interconnect, encircling an immense valley. Logically, this should manifest as an expansive valley, visible in its entirety at a glance, for these mountains do not soar to the heavens. However, peering downward reveals an abyssal darkness, an endless void, as if it were a direct passage to the depths of hell. Unfathomable in its profundity, the depth is truly beyond imagination. What manner of place is this, to harbor such a vast chasm? The crowd, engulfed in uncertainty, vaguely sensed that this world was not as serene and tranquil as it appeared. After surveying the surrounding scenery, Yi Fan remarked, "Have you noticed? There is no 5-colored altar here. It seems we have plummeted directly from the heavens, rather than emerging from the celestial gateway." Upon hearing his words, everyone was taken aback, finally realizing the absence of the 5-colored altar. Yet, the expansive mountaintop bore no signs of having been crushed by a copper coffin. There were no massive craters, only a few large fissures. If we had indeed fallen from the sky, the impact would be unimaginable. Yet the mountain showed no signs of severe damage, revealing an anomaly in the situation. Without the 5-colored altar, why have we appeared here? Could it be that we are stranded in a cosmic mishap, marooned in this place? This jest elicited no laughter. Instead, all gazed around, lost in contemplation. "There lies a half-broken stone tablet at that moment," Zhang Xiling suddenly exclaimed. On the mountaintop lay a chaotic pile of rocks, accompanied by several ancient trees and a few thick, gnarled vines. Amidst the intertwining tendrils, a fractured stone tablet lay, its surface bearing evident signs of human craftsmanship. The group hastily approached, clearing away the withered vines and brushing aside the dead branches and leaves that clung to the broken tablet. Instantly, they were enveloped in an aura of antiquity, for 3 ancient characters were inscribed upon it. Their strokes vigorous and profound, exuding the essence of time itself, the age of the tablet unknown. What do these characters signify? Many could not decipher them, but Yi Fan pondered for a long time, still uncertain, and finally said, "It seems to read Huanggu Jin." Huanggu Jin, what does that mean? It is utterly disjointed. The others struggled to grasp its significance. This was a broken stone tablet. There should have been more characters below. Yet the fragmentation rendered restoration impossible. Pang Bo cleared away the vines and uprooted the weeds, discovering numerous shattered stones, as if they had been struck by lightning. Those 3 ancient characters likely denoted the name of this abyss or mountain. Zhou Yi exhibited a thoughtful expression and remarked, "The characters and words that could connect with Jin are indeed scarce. The most probable continuation would be D. If connected, would it not read Huanggu Jin D?" A classmate uttered the 4 characters, and upon doing so, their complexion instantly changed. Others furrowed their brows in response. This name certainly does not evoke positive associations, and many began to harbor unspoken apprehensions. This abyss is likely far from a land of purity and sanctity. Someone remarked that it is not merely a lack of purity and sanctity. If the inscription holds truth, it is likely not a benevolent place. Have you noticed how eerily silent it is here, with scarcely a trace of avian or terrestrial life? Wang Ziwen, with her keen observation, sensed something amiss. Indeed, the consensus among the group was unanimous. Despite the presence of flowers, grasses, vines, and trees that seemed to teem with vitality, a closer inspection revealed a striking anomaly. There were no animals to be found. In this vast mountainous expanse, the absence of bird songs and animal roars was palpable, leaving an unsettling stillness that bordered on desolation. The ancient trees were devoid of cicada calls, the meadows lacked grasshoppers, and the skies were barren of flying creatures, leaving only an oppressive silence. Pang Bo, ever the optimist, remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, the lush vegetation here is sufficient for our survival. Moreover, the presence of inscriptions suggests that humanity once thrived on this planet. I refuse to believe that such a beautiful world is merely a desolate wasteland. Who claims there are no animals? Who asserts that the skies are devoid of birds?" At that moment, Yi Fan made a new discovery. Pointing towards the distant horizon, high above, it appeared that a majestic eagle was soaring, remarkable in its brilliance, as it radiated a golden hue that shimmered even from afar. Am I not mistaken? Upon witnessing this spectacle, the usually boisterous Pang Bo found himself stammering. The others stood in stunned silence, as if carved from stone, scarcely able to believe their own eyes. "Why do I feel that golden eagle is clutching a colossal elephant?" Li Chaqing also stuttered, his mouth dry with disbelief. It is not merely a suggestion, it is indeed true. Wang Ziwen took up his words, exclaiming, "To be able to grasp an elephant is simply incredible." One can only imagine the sheer size of that golden eagle that he paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Clearly, the group had misjudged the creature's dimensions due to the great distance, for it must have been an extraordinarily large and exotic raptor. Yifan gazed into the distance, asserting, "It is impossible for an eagle to attain such a size. Its entire being is enveloped in golden radiance, its form immense and boundless, reminiscent of the legendary golden-winged roc from myth." Upon hearing these words, everyone present was once again struck dumb. As a brief aside, the phrase "the way of heaven takes from the abundant and supplements the insufficient" originates from the Tao Te Ching. And it is not to be misconstrued as the Nine Manual. It is not the stuff of martial arts tales. Certainly, the few hundred words contain only a single line from the Tao Te Ching, and the divine sound heard by the protagonist cannot possibly be the text of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 28. The mysterious fruit. The legendary roc has been referenced in numerous ancient texts, such as the Shun Yi Jing and the Shui Jing Zhu, with one of the most renowned accounts being found in Zhuangzi's Xiao Yao Yu. In the North Sea, there is a fish known as Kowloon. The size of Kowloon is unknown, stretching thousands of miles. When it transforms into a bird, it is called Peng. The back of Peng is also unfathomably vast, and when it flies in anger, its wings are like clouds hanging low in the sky. Zhuangzi, with a style that is both grand and unrestrained, vividly depicts a divine bird capable of soaring to great heights, evoking a sense of awe in the reader. It is evident that such descriptions defy the principles of existence. No matter how grand, a divine bird cannot possess such enormity, as this represents an exaggerated portrayal by ancient thinkers. Nevertheless, it is perplexing that numerous ancient texts also document the existence of the legendary Peng bird, with many ancient tomes asserting with unwavering conviction that such a creature indeed exists, albeit not to the colossal extent of thousands of miles as the legends suggest. This inevitably provokes a multitude of reflections. Did there truly exist a divine bird named Ping in that distant era when heaven and earth were still young? Zhou Yi and his companions gazed in astonishment as the golden silhouette, akin to one cast in gold, vanished behind a towering cliff, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. The mythical avian, many, upon petrification, expressed their awe. It was a profound shock that could effortlessly rend a colossal elephant apart, soaring with such might that it seemed to grasp nothing more than a mere rodent, its vastness leaving one speechless, and its immense power rendering them utterly flabbergasted. Kaida, with utmost seriousness, stammered, "That gigantic bird that belongs to the order of falconiformes. It is a new species, a monumental discovery. Get a grip." Pang Bo found himself at a loss for words regarding this single-minded foreigner, questioning how one could still assess matters through a scientific lens in such circumstances. Without contemplating how they arrived at this juncture, "Pang Bo, do tone it down," Li Xiaoman remarked with a hint of displeasure, her long eyelashes fluttering, casting a glance at him with her beautiful eyes. "I wasn't referring to you," Pang Bo muttered softly. "What sort of world have we stepped into?" Once calmness returned, everyone was compelled to ponder this question, traversing through the desolate cosmos, arriving in this star realm of the Big Dipper. Entering such a mysterious domain, could it truly be the abode of the gods? How shall we survive? This was the pressing concern for all, with an uncertain path ahead, necessitating meticulous contemplation. Many clutched the divine relics tightly. Yet at that moment, all artifacts of the Buddha had dimmed, some even cracked, bearing numerous fissures, practically rendered irreparably damaged. The last vestiges of divine power had been absorbed by the ancient bronze coffin, and now there was no divine radiance to be found. Holding them felt akin to grasping mere scrap metal. Yet, none discarded them, clinging to the hope that these divine relics might once again gather divine light for future use. For if they could be restored, it would become their greatest reliance moving forward. Suddenly, a stomach growled, its owner unknown, leading many to feel a wave of embarrassment, for one must attend to their basic needs. Many shifted their feet in search of a discreet place to relieve themselves, desiring dignity while suffering in silence. Pang Bo scoffed, "I foresaw this, leaving my magnificent mark at the celestial ruins on Mars. I dare say that even centuries hence, it shall stand as one of humanity's greatest testaments to the exploration of the cosmos." Puffed. Yi Fan, caught mid-sip, spewed water everywhere, almost discarding the bottle in his hand. "I mean, brother, could you refrain from saying such things while I'm drinking? It could be fatal." The bystanders could no longer endure the antics of the two and discreetly distanced themselves, each addressing their own embarrassing predicament. Upon observing the expressions of those around him, Pang Bo erupted into hearty laughter. He then deliberately cleared his throat a few times in a rather exaggerated manner, as if he intended to approach a certain direction. This immediately sent a shiver down the spines of those hidden behind the tree, who were already struggling with their own predicaments. Pangbo chuckled mischievously before squatting down to pick up 2 stones, which he hurled away. From behind the distant vines, an irate voice of Li Changqing could be heard, exclaiming, "Who is it? Who is so wicked?" This was accompanied by the irritated snort of Lu Yunji. As Pangbo picked up another stone, aiming to throw it in the direction where Li Xiaoman had departed, Yi Fan swiftly interjected with a smile to stop him, witnessing the others gradually emerge. Pangbo immediately adopted a serious demeanor and, taking Yi Fan by the arm, began to wander around the mountaintop, searching for wild fruits to consume. Although Yi Fan had gathered a substantial amount of the divine crocodile's carcass at the 5-colored altar on Mars, neither of them wished to endure the nausea of eating it unless absolutely necessary. There was a spring pool nearby, and suddenly Pangbo made a discovery, just a few dozen meters ahead. Several old vines, as thick as water buckets, encircled a clearing that housed a spring pool, about a square meter in size, bubbling with water as if it were a divine nectar. Adjacent to the spring pool grew a dozen or so small trees, each over half a meter tall, with broad, lustrous green leaves resembling human palms, as if a few multi-armed little beings were standing there. To the apex of each small tree hung a bright red fruit, reminiscent of cherries, yet each was as large as a chicken. Yi Fan and Pangbo navigated through the vines and hurried towards it, catching a whiff of the rich fragrance of the fruits from quite a distance, which nearly caused their mouths to water. After all, they had not eaten anything for a day and a night, and their stomachs were growling with hunger if they failed to find something to eat soon. They were prepared to grit their teeth and consume the divine crocodile meat. How delightful! I have never encountered fruits with such an intense aroma, Pangbo exclaimed. As they approached, the fragrance became even more intoxicating, overwhelming even the scent of a 1,000-year-old wine cellar. The alluring aroma wafted through the air. Could it be toxic? Both felt uncertain, for the more vibrant and enticing something appeared, the more likely it was to possess poison. However, they dismissed their concerns. Regardless, such a fragrant fruit, even if poisonous, I am willing to taste it. I have no desire to eat those revolting crawlers that once scuttled through the human brain. How about you taste it first? Your constitution is robust. If it is toxic, you will surely withstand it. I believe your tough skin and hearty flesh are most suited for testing poisons. Both were in high spirits, even in this strange new world. They faced it with optimism rather than frowns. Yi Fan plucked a bright red fruit, holding it in his palm, which appeared exceedingly tempting, glistening like a carved ruby. At that moment, Pangbo also picked a vividly red fruit, declaring, "I can't resist any longer. This fragrance is too enticing. I must have a taste. Let me try first." The two nearly simultaneously took a gentle bite, and as the translucent, glimmering red skin burst open, an overwhelming, fragrant aroma surged through them, enveloping their senses. "Delicious," Pangbo exclaimed, practically yearning to swallow his fingers whole as the juice flowed, vibrant and fragrant, filling the air with its delightful scent. Never have I tasted such delectable fruits. Could it be that I am simply too famished? After the two individuals consumed the first fruit, they paused momentarily, feeling their vitality significantly revitalized, without experiencing any discomfort. There was no poison. So what are we waiting for? Let us continue. The two sat by the square-meter-wide spring pool, indulging ravenously, juice splattering everywhere. When hunger reaches a certain threshold, one feels almost compelled to swallow their own tongue, let alone in the presence of such fragrant and sweet fruits. However, each stopped after consuming 4, and Yi Fan remarked, "Let us take a few to eat." And Zhang Ling. It is only right. They must be starving as well. These small trees, standing over half a meter tall, were lush and vibrant, truly remarkable, yet each bore only one fruit at its apex. Around the spring pool, a total of 13 jade-like trees had grown, and now only 5 brilliant red fruits remained. Pangbo inhaled deeply, bending down to smell the bubbling spring water, remarking, "How peculiar. This spring water seems to possess a certain fragrance." Yi Fan cupped some water in his hands, detecting a faint aroma. Though subtle, it was indeed present, and he said, "The ability of these small trees to bear such extraordinary fruits is likely related to this spring pool." Pangbo drank several large gulps of the spring water, commenting, "There is a light sweetness, but alas, it is merely a peculiar taste. After drinking, I feel nothing special." He emptied several mineral water bottles, beginning to fill them with this subtly fragrant spring water. Yi Fan, intrigued by this, nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, These red fruits appeared to be quite extraordinary at this moment. Everyone had resolved their respective issues. Some gazed into the distance, surveying the terrain, while others gathered to discuss their next course of action. When Yi Fan and Pang Bo approached, a wave of fragrant fruit aroma wafted over, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Many could not help but swallow hard, their hunger palpable. Here you go. Eat up. Pang Bo handed 2 bright red fruits to Lu Yi, which sparkled under the sunlight. Li Changqing stood not far off, drawn by the enticing aroma, and could not restrain himself. Pang Bo, where did you find these fruits? Hurry and share them. We are all starving. As he spoke, he stepped forward, disregarding any sense of being an outsider, seemingly forgetting the ill intentions he had harbored towards Yi Fan not long ago, as he reached for the other 3 fruits in Pang Bo's hands. Chapter 29. Fury, you truly are shameless, as thick-skinned as they come. I have never encountered someone so brazen. Pang Bo swatted his hand away, casting him a sidelong glance, securing the 3 fragrant fruits. How can you speak in such a manner? Li Changqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied sternly. We are classmates, thrust together in this unfamiliar world. We ought to support one another, now that everyone is famished. When food is found, it should be shared among us all. Do you intend to keep it all to yourself? Pa, how dare you utter such words? Pang Bo scoffed, who was secretly indulging in chocolate within the copper coffin. Why did you not think of the term everyone back then? Now you present yourself with such a facade of righteousness. Spare me the disgust. Seeing you is far more repugnant than encountering a divine crocodile. Stay there. I can hardly be bothered with you. Li Changqing's face turned pale and ashen, utterly unable to admit to anything. He attempted to argue a few points, but they came across as feeble and ineffective. Although Pang Bo's words were fierce and aggressive, it did not imply a lack of meticulous thought. He understood Li Changqing's intentions perfectly. If there was food to share, it would benefit him. If not, it would isolate Pang Bo and Yi Fan. After all, there were many people present, and failing to distribute to them would surely elicit discontent. Pang Bo directly shoved the 4th fruit into Yi Fan's mouth, while he himself bit into the 5th glistening fruit. Consuming a generous portion of its flesh, he glared at her, urging her to eat swiftly and not to hesitate. He was well aware that this fruit was extraordinary. Once consumed, it would invigorate the spirit and dispel fatigue, undoubtedly offering other unknown benefits. However, Lu Yi felt somewhat bashful, glancing around at the others. You are too kind. This simply won't do, Pang Bo murmured. Many among them have chocolate in their possession, yet none have offered to share it with everyone. Seeing Yi Fan nod in agreement, Lu Yi ceased her reluctance. That I have some chocolate as well. Let us share it, she proclaimed. That moment, Lu Yunjai stepped forward, presenting several packets of chocolate for the group to share. I declare, Pang Bo was instantly infuriated. This was a blatant slap in the face. He was seething with indignation but could only endure this invisible blow. Knowing that even if he confronted Yunjai, there was little he could say. Yunjai's loyalty is commendable, Li Changqing remarked as he unwrapped a piece of chocolate and popped it into his mouth. Casting a glance at Pang Bo and Yi Fan, true camaraderie is revealed in times of adversity, remarked a female classmate who had been closely following Lu Yunjai. This only served to deepen Pang Bo's discomfort, prompting him to mutter under his breath. He asked both in and out of his circle. Why didn't he present this earlier? With a mountain full of vegetation, he could surely find wild fruits. Chocolate is of little use now. Only now does he flaunt it. I curse him. Only through time do we discern strength. I shall follow you, Yunjai. Once we reach the outside world, Li Changqing feigned a dramatic demeanor, then sighed, casting a few glances at Pang Bo and Yi Fan. Pang Bo, having been lightly slapped by Lu Yunjai, and further mocked by a male and female companion of his, felt an overwhelming urge to confront him violently. Yet he could only suppress his fury in the presence of so many onlookers. The group gazed towards the distant mountains and terrain, confirming a direction they believed would lead them away from this wilderness and towards civilization in the shortest time possible. Without wasting too much time, they descended the mountainside, cautiously navigating through the forest, each grasping a wooden stick in defense against potential wild animal attacks, for the relic of the deity had nearly lost its power. However, after traversing most of the day, they had yet to encounter any large beasts, nor even a common field mouse, let alone any birds in the sky. Indeed, it is a forbidden realm, where even the birds refrain from relieving themselves. Li Changqing mused. Pang Bo teased. You should consider yourself fortunate. If you were to encounter a large ferocious beast, you would surely pray to escape to a place devoid of even a feather. The vegetation in the mountainous terrain was lush and vibrant, and the group managed to gather an abundance of wild fruits, temporarily alleviating their food scarcity. However, as dusk descended, they had yet to emerge from the forest. The endless mountains seemed to stretch infinitely, with one peak following another. Could it be that we have strayed from our path, advancing deeper into the heart of the forest? Some harbored such doubts. Yet ultimately, the group resolved to press on. As night fell, they found themselves compelled to halt within the woods, deciding to resume their journey the following day. It was a night fraught with unease. At midnight, an eerie and blood-curdling roar echoed through the air, a sound both chilling and immense, accompanied by the clanking of chains, sending shivers down everyone's spines in the foreboding depths of the forest. It was truly terrifying, akin to a tormented specter bound in shackles, the sound causing hearts to race. It seemed as if the voice emanated from the abyss of an ancient forbidden ground. Many stood trembling, gazing towards the vast chasm formed by the 9 towering mountains in the distance. In the dead of night, the shadows of trees danced, ancient wood swaying in the wind, resembling ghostly figures flitting about. The roar grew louder, shaking the very mountains, causing the nearby trees to tremble, with numerous leaves cascading to the ground. A chilling dread spread from the abyss of that ancient forbidden land, instilling terror in all. Despite being a considerable distance away, the palpable aura of fear was unsettling. Clang, clang, the thunderous sound reverberated through the night, as if some colossal being were battering metal, making the forest quiver. The group simultaneously paled, their thoughts converging on a singular notion. The 9 massive dragon corpses and the bronze ancient coffin had plummeted into the abyss. Could it be? This muffled yet forceful impact resembled the sound of someone relentlessly striking the bronze coffin, enveloping them in an icy chill, causing every hair on their bodies to stand on end. What could it be? Many were struck with profound shock, paralleled by an overwhelming fear. The bronze coffin remained an enigma, and to this day, none understood what was assailing it. It was known that the massive coffin effortlessly absorbed the divine power from the relics in their possession. The term ancient forbidden land implies a realm that has existed since time immemorial. Does it not? The ancient times. How distant they are. And since then, has anyone dared to tread here? Clang, clang. The deafening noise was thunderous, a violent pounding resonating. The vibrations of the copper coffin echoed throughout the heavens and earth, the ground quaking, while the surrounding trees swayed incessantly, leaves falling in a flurry. The roar surged with fury, increasingly piercing and terrifying, making it difficult to fathom what lurked within the abyss. That we should count ourselves fortunate. Had it not been for the 9 dragon corpses and the colossal bronze coffin plummeting into the abyss, drawing the attention of that entity, it is likely that it would have emerged during the night. And if that were the case, none of us would have survived. This may very well be a grim reality, for this place is infamously known as the Forbidden Land of Antiquity, where even birds and beasts dare not linger. One can only imagine the terror that resides here. It is undoubtedly a place of desolation, harboring some dreadful presence. The existence of such entities predates the ancient times, and it is truly hair-raising, beyond comprehension. It seems that, for the time being, it cannot contend with the mysterious bronze coffin, and for that, we are fortunate. This is a sleepless night, with many unable to find rest. Suddenly, a violent roar erupts in the distant mountains. The abyss trembles violently, spewing forth endless black mist that completely obscures the sky, causing all stars and moons to vanish, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Then, with a rumble, all the black mist is instantaneously sucked back into the abyss, and the celestial bodies re-emerge with dazzling brilliance. However, what unfolds before the onlookers is an extraordinarily shocking spectacle. That a vague shadow, indiscernible as either man or beast, thrashes about with iron chains hundreds of feet long, howling at the heavens with a ferocious majesty. Even from such a distance, one can fathom the immense girth of those chains. The deafening roar nearly renders those in the forest unconscious, the reverberating sound waves causing their eardrums to ache. This entity, bound by massive iron chains and shackled, thrashes the very heavens and earth, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. It appears to be gathering strength, and after emitting a chilling howl, it plunges back into the abyss. Clang, clang. The resounding crash against the bronze coffin echoes once more. You think it seeks to breach the coffin within? It seems likely, for that grand coffin has already been opened. There would be no need to indiscriminately smash it otherwise. A mixture of astonishment and dread fills the hearts of the crowd until the latter part of the night, when the abyss finally falls silent, allowing them to drift into a hazy slumber. The following day, as the sun ascends high into the sky, the group awakens one by one. They wash themselves by a brook and gather some wild fruits for sustenance before resuming their journey. After walking for 2 to 3 hours without pausing, their urgency to leave this unsettling forbidden land is palpable. They must exit this territory before nightfall. 18 noon. The scorching sun hangs overhead, but thankfully, the trees provide some shade. As they ascend a towering mountain, someone hears the distant roar of beasts. We are close. We should be able to exit this forbidden realm before darkness descends. Do you see those structures atop the distant mountain? Wang Ziwen suddenly points ahead. It is an exceptionally tall mountain, still quite far from here, separated by several peaks, but those smaller hills cannot obscure it. Indeed, there are buildings, seemingly stretching across the landscape. The crowd immediately displays expressions of delight. They will undoubtedly reach there before nightfall. It appears that there are celestial cranes soaring in the vicinity. Could it be a realm of immortals? Is it possible that there are celestial beings dwelling there? Some individuals' thoughts wander, instantaneously conjuring images of the legendary immortals. The crowd could not help but quicken their pace as they moved forward, forming groups of 3 or pairs along the way. Many were already whispering among themselves. And upon entering a more populated area, they contemplated parting ways to explore this moment. Yifan noticed that Lu Yi appeared somewhat aggrieved and displeased, prompting him to inquire, "What troubles you?" "Wang Yin took my prayer beads to examine them and has since refused to return them," Lu Yi replied, a hint of indignation and frustration evident in her tone. Isachi? It must surely be Lu Yunji's instigation. Pang Bo erupted in fury, aware that Wang Yin was the female classmate closely associated with Lu Yunji, who had consistently targeted both Yifan and Pang Bo. Yifan, upon hearing this, chose not to elaborate further and strode forward, blocking Lu Yunji, Wang Yin, and Li Chongqing, extending his hand and demanding, "Hand them over." "What are you talking about?" Li Chongqing retorted defiantly. "Enough with the nonsense. Return the prayer beads." Yifan was not devoid of temper. He had merely been exercising restraint. However, when provoked, his wrath was formidable. "Though you refer to this matter," Wang Yin clarified, "I merely played with them for a moment and grew fond of them. So I exchanged my copper bell with I did not willingly exchange with her. She forcibly thrust the copper bell into my hands after taking the prayer beads." Lu Yi expressed her grievances, appearing visibly distressed under the scrutiny of those around her, exuding a pitiful charm. "You mustn't state it that way. It was clearly your willingness to exchange," Wang Yin interjected. "Hand them over. I have no desire to engage in further trivialities." At that instant, Yifan scanned the trio of Lu Yunji, Wang Yin, and Li Chongqing, asserting, "I am out of patience. We are on the brink of escape. Do not bring misfortune upon yourselves." Chapter 30. The unworthy Li Chongqing took a few steps forward, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "This is merely a matter between Lu Yi and Wang Yin. If they wish to exchange, what business is it of yours, Yifan?" Without uttering a word, Yifan swiftly swung his right hand, delivering a resounding slap to his face, the sound shocking everyone present. Li Chongqing was sent sprawling like a rag doll, flying over 2 meters, demonstrating the sheer force behind that strike. He landed on the ground, one side of his face swelling instantly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his mind reeling in confusion. After a moment, he furiously shouted, "You!" Yet Yifan did not deign to spare him a glance, his disdain palpable as he treated Li Chongqing as though he were invisible, as if he were merely air. "Hand them over," Yifan reiterated with nothing but those 2 words, his gaze calm and unwavering upon Lu Yunji and Wang Yin. Li Chongqing, struggling to rise, consumed by rage, charged at Yifan, intent on tearing at his collar. Unfortunately for him, before he could grasp even the edge of Yifan's garment, Yifan retaliated with another swift slap to the other side of his face, still entirely disregarding him, as though swatting a fly. With equal force, Li Chongqing was sent hurtling backwards, colliding with a large tree, completely dazed. "Hand them over." Yifan continued to utter those 2 words, his demeanor serene as he regarded Wang Yin and Lu Yunji. This time, Wang Yin was utterly taken aback, her gaze flickering and avoiding Yifan's as she glanced aside, attempting to divert the conversation, saying, "I never said I wouldn't give it to her. I've been negotiating with her all along." Unfortunately, her confidence was woefully inadequate, and as her words trailed off, she altered her statement, "Since EE has changed her mind, is it not permissible for me to return it to her?" As she spoke, she removed the string of glimmering prayer beads from her wrist, ready to hand them to Yi Fan. However, at that moment, Lu Yunji, who had remained silent until now, interjected, saying, "Yi Fan, you are being excessively domineering. What do you take Li Changqing for?" Only then did Li Changqing finally regain his composure, erupting in a loud outburst and preparing to charge forward once more. Pang Bo, observing from the side, disdainfully scoffed, "What a self-inflicted humiliation. Go ahead and charge again if you dare." Upon hearing these words, Li Changqing immediately faltered, shouting from a distance. Yet he lacked the courage to take another step forward. "Why do you treat Li Changqing this way?" Lu Yunji demanded of Yi Fan. "On what grounds do you strike me?" Li Changqing shouted in anger. I really need to explain myself to a mere fly. A swift dismissal is all that is necessary. Why Yi Fan directed these words at Lu Yunji, still not casting a glance towards Li Changqing. "What are you saying?" At that moment, Li Changqing's cheeks were swollen, alternating between hues of blue and white, nearly causing him to spit blood. Enraged, he had discerned that Yi Fan regarded Lu Yunji with contempt and treated him with utter disdain, showing no interest in engaging with him, which was a profound blow to his pride. Yi Fan extended his right hand forward, and Wang Yin hurriedly placed the prayer beads into his palm. Too intimidated to meet his gaze, stepping back a few paces. Upon hearing such harsh words from him, Wang Yin's complexion turned pale, a blend of shame and fury, but predominantly fear, prompting her to retreat further. Unwilling to utter another word. Yi Fan, you have gone too far. Lu Yunji's expression darkened. The others present observed the unfolding events in silence, just as they assumed Yi Fan was about to turn and leave. He suddenly swung his fist, delivering a heavy blow to Lu Yunji's face. In an instant, blood spurted from Lu Yunji's nose and mouth, his face reddening, as he fell backward to the ground. He could hardly believe that Yi Fan would dare to strike him. "I do not hold grudges against you, yet you incessantly provoke me. Truly thinking I have a good temper?" Yi Fan cast a dismissive glance his way, filled with disdain, before turning to leave. Yi Fan. Lu Yunji ground his teeth, lying on the ground while wiping the blood from his mouth and nose, shouting, "You wait." Upon hearing this, Pang Bo immediately rushed over, raising his foot to kick, saying, "Who are you telling to wait? What do you want? Speak up." Bang, bang, bang. He delivered a series of kicks, sending Lu Yunji sprawling far away, ultimately causing him to collapse in a fit of rage. The onlookers, witnessing the entire spectacle, refrained from offering any words of counsel. Many shared a mutual disdain for Lu Yunji, and in their previous environment, that might have sufficed, but in this new world, there was no need to regard his so-called status. Even those few who might have wished to defend Lu Yunji aside from Pang Bo. No one paid him any heed that moment. After kicking Lu Yunji, Pang Bo strode over and exclaimed, "I saw it all, every bit of it." Thud, thud, thud. Pang Bo's hefty foot, akin to a sandbag, sent Li Changqing tumbling out like a lifeless pig, his cries of agony echoing. The onlookers, however, did not linger. They pressed on their journey. Wang Yin assisted both Lu Yunji and Li Changqing to their feet, and the trio found themselves trailing at the rear of the group. In this instant, Lu Yunji and Li Changqing gritted their teeth, their earlier humiliation weighing heavily upon them, a source of utter disgrace. Simultaneously, they were beset by an acute sense of indignation, realizing that their previous actions had been utterly disregarded by Yi Fan, who seemed to treat them with disdainful indifference. This nonchalant scorn inflicted a profound wound upon their pride. They felt like mere jesters, unworthy of attention, dismissed with a casual swat like bothersome flies, never regarded as equals in conversation. The most crushing blow was being treated as inconsequential, mere pawns in someone else's game. An hour later, the group traversed a low mountain, and the distant silhouette of a structure atop a high peak became discernible. Concurrently, the roars of beasts in the surrounding terrain grew increasingly loud, signaling their imminent exit from this ancient forbidden territory. Upon cresting another peak, the sight of birds flitting about heralded their entrance into a vibrant realm, alive with the sounds of chirping birds and roaring beasts, lush vegetation flourishing all around. No longer a desolate wasteland. There was a rabbit and a badger. Upon spotting the wildlife, many in the group nearly drooled, for subsisting solely on wild fruits had proven utterly bland. There are inscriptions on that stone wall. At that moment, someone noticed a stone wall ahead, adorned with several enormous ancient characters. The first three characters were familiar to all, denoting the ancient forbidden, while the fourth character was confirmed to be land. The reappearance of these four characters raised questions. Had they not escaped the forbidden grounds? No, it precisely proved they had emerged. They were likely at the fringe of the ancient forbidden. Finally safe from peril, let us rest here. I believe we shall soon encounter civilization. Among the group, 2 or 3 individuals gathered, forming small circles as they sat down to contemplate their lives beyond this place. It was evident that separation was inevitable, but I'll go see what Lu Yunji and the others are up to. They seem rather secretive, Pang Bo remarked, rising to venture into the nearby woods. As they approached the exit of this mountainous realm, it was clear everyone would soon part ways. The mysterious world likely harbored deities and immortal beings, and should those 3 gain power, it would spell disaster. Troubles would surely ensue. Thus, it was best to avert such a scenario entirely. Yi Fan stood up, his demeanor casual as he spoke, yet his decision regarding the fate of the trio was already made. Chapter 31. Thrown into the tiger's den, Wang Ziwen sat not far away, catching snippets of conversation, unable to resist inquiring of Yi Fan what transpired. Yi Fan turned to Pang Bo and said, "Didn't you record it on your phone? Play it for everyone to hear." At this moment, the others also became aware of the situation and turned their gazes towards Yi Fan. Pang Bo understood clearly that if he were to take action, he must do so with a sense of righteousness, ideally laying everything bare before all present. His expression was grim as he declared, "Lu Yunji, Li Chaqing, and Wang Yin wish to harm both me and Yi Fan." As he spoke, his anger intensified. These treacherous ingrates have been spared time and again. I have chosen not to hold them accountable, yet they remain oblivious to their misdeeds, audaciously seeking our demise. Damn it. I cannot swallow this indignation. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. This was the voice of Li Changqing. Then, a sinister tone emerged from Lu Yunji, who asserted, "Let him live for a couple more days. I will ensure his downfall." "What? You intend to kill those 2? Li Changqing and Wang Yin appeared utterly astonished. "Indeed, where they exist, I do not. Where I exist, they do not." Despite the recording, one could still discern the teeth-gritting menace in Lu Yunji's words. "However, we are utterly incapable of contending with that seemingly gentle brute, compounded by the imposing presence of Pang Bo, which leaves us utterly powerless." Li Changqing's voice was tinged with frustration and resignation. Lu Yunji sneered, "Fear not. A trace of divine energy has manifested within my Vidra pestle. I believe that after one more night, it will grow stronger, enabling me to catch them off guard and eliminate them both in an instant." The phone crackled with Li Changqing's vengeful voice. "Very well, if that is the case, what is there to fear? We must ensure their demise." Wang Yin, at that juncture, apologized to Lu Yi and lead her aside. "I have a strong suspicion that her string of prayer beads is far from ordinary. It may still harbor a remnant of divine power. It is unfortunate that your attempt to barter with her resulted in this predicament." Lu Yunji's tone was laden with dissatisfaction. "All right." Ultimately, Wang Yan's tone turned icy as she acquiesced to Lu Yunji's demands. Lu Yunji muttered in a low, hoarse voice, "We must not act before others. That presents a conundrum that requires careful strategizing." Suddenly, Pang Bo snapped his phone shut and announced, "Did everyone hear that? These 3 treacherous wolves seek to eliminate both me and Yi Fan. This time, do not blame us for disregarding our camaraderie." At that moment, Yi Fan strode forward, saying nothing. Pang Bo followed closely, with Zhang Xiling hastening after them, prompting the others to rise and follow into the woods. Upon seeing Yi Fan and Pang Bo approach with determination, Li Changqing and Wang Yin felt a surge of trepidation, while Lu Yunji's countenance darkened to an extreme. "Having spared you time and again, and choosing not to hold you accountable, yet you aspire to bring about our end. Should I let you off this time? I, Pang Bo, might as well write my name backwards. You speak nonsense." Cold sweat broke out on Li Changqing's brow. Wang Yan's complexion turned deathly pale as she stammered in panic. What are you saying? I do not understand." Pang Bo chose not to elaborate further, directly playing the recording once more. In that instant, Wang Yin and Li Changqing were thrown into disarray, while Lu Yunji's face began to drain of color. Before the ironclad truth, they found themselves utterly incapable of refuting. "We were merely speaking in anger. How could this be taken seriously?" Li Changqing cried out, his voice now laced with abject terror. "Lu Yunji, how could you harbor such thoughts? It is truly bewildering." Wang Ziwen's countenance was exceedingly grave. Lin Jia also shook her head and sighed, saying, "As classmates, how can you be so cruel? This is utterly excessive. To wish harm upon fellow students who are equally lost in this world. Do you possess no humanity?" Others chimed in, collectively condemning and criticizing the trio before them. Finally, Shou furrowed his brow and remarked, "Must we escalate matters to life and death among classmates?" Apologize to Yi Fan and Pang Bo at once. Lu Yunji and his companions turned as pale as ghosts, wishing fervently to vanish into the earth. There is no need for apologies. Such insincerity bears no genuine intent or effect. Yi Fan glanced at Shou before turning to the crowd, stating, "They have already harbored such intentions. If I were to remain calm, it would be self-deception. Some are constantly seeking opportunities to eliminate us. I cannot be on guard every moment, can I?" With that, Yi Fan strode forward. Lu Yunji's face drained of color, devoid of any blood, as he tightly gripped the Vajra pestle in his hand, a flicker of panic illuminating his eyes. Wang Yan exclaimed in alarm. What are you planning to do?" Li Changqing also displayed signs of fear, his demeanor fraught with anxiety, urging Lu Yunji, "Quickly, use the Vajra pestle." The three of them understood that this time, Yi Fan would not overlook their existence, but should he choose to strike, it would undoubtedly be severe. Pang Bo followed suit, yet Yi Fan intercepted him, declaring, "This time, I shall embrace the role of the villain. And I shall see it through." As he spoke, he took the large brass plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple from Pang Bo's hands. Yi Fan hoisted it with one hand and advanced menacingly. "Do not come any closer," Wang Yan cried out. Yi Fan disregarded her, first approaching Lu Yunji and Li Changqing. At that moment, Lu Yunji suddenly shoved Li Changqing toward Yi Fan, using him as a shield, and then followed with the Vajra pestle, swinging it with great force while shouting, "Die!" With a resounding crash, Yi Fan swung the brass plaque as if striking a mere scarecrow, sending Li Changqing soaring through the air. Flung 4 to 5 meters away, demonstrating immense power. Behind, the onlookers were taken aback, realizing that Yi Fan truly deserved the moniker of a barbarian, possessing extraordinary strength. Pang Bo, observing Li Changqing sprawled on the ground, mocked, "Is this what you call righteous, Yunji? At the critical moment, he pushed you out to take the blow. Truly noble." Li Changqing felt excruciating pain coursing through half of his body, as if several bones had shattered. Struggling to rise, he found himself pinned down by Pang Bo's foot, unable to move an inch. Just then, Yi Fan brought the brass plaque down heavily upon the Vajra pestle. A faint glow flickered in Lu Yunji's hand, but it was utterly insufficient to withstand such overwhelming force. The brass plaque in Yi Fan's grasp emitted no brilliance, yet his strength was boundless, swinging it as if it were a mountain in motion. The sound of metal clashing echoed thrice, and Lu Yunji was forcefully struck to the ground, kneeling there, his arms seemingly broken, spasming uncontrollably, while the Vajra pestle rolled aside, and Yi Fan claimed it as his own. At that moment, Zhang Xiling approached and brought Wang Yan closer. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Yunji's face turned ashen, crushed beneath the weight of the heavy bronze plaque, kneeling before Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled faintly and replied, "What do I intend to do? I wish to find peace and no longer be under the watchful eyes of others." What are you going to do?" Lu Yunji was thoroughly panicked, shouting towards the crowd not far away, "We are classmates. Do not let him act recklessly. Have you heard of an ancient form of punishment designed specifically for the most ruthless offenders, where they are literally smashed to death against a boulder or a cliff? Please don't." Lu Yunji screamed in terror, yet powerless to resist, as Yi Fan lifted him effortlessly, as one would a chick, leading him out of the woods and bringing him before a stone wall inscribed with the 4 ancient characters of the Forbidden Land. Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling each held on to Li Changqing and Wang Yan, following closely behind. "No. Help! Save us!" the three cried out in fear. "This is inappropriate, Yi Fan. Despite their faults, they remain classmates. You cannot so hastily decide their fate." Zhou Yi interjected, his expression darkening. "Indeed, do not proceed in such a manner. After all, these are 3 lives at stake, and no matter their transgressions, they should not be condemned to death. Let us grant them a chance for redemption." Several others urged in agreement. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression faltered as he spotted a cave in the cliffside, where 2 tiger cubs, their bodies adorned with swirling patterns, bared their teeth at him. Although they were no more than a foot long, they already exuded the aura of fierce beasts, saber-toothed tigers. Yi Fan was taken aback. This species had long been extinct on Earth, and yet here they were today, though still quite young. Their sharp, elongated teeth glinted ominously. This was the lair of the saber-toothed tigers, and the adult tigers must be out hunting. Otherwise, the group would surely be in peril. At this moment, aside from Zhou Yi's objections, others also spoke up, saying, "Yi Fan, do not act impulsively. Grant them another chance. Killing classmates is a grave matter." After taking in the scene within the cave, Yi Fan turned to face the crowd and said, "I have refrained from holding grudges against them, yet they continuously harbor ill intentions. seeking to do harm to both me and Pang Bo. My actions are entirely for self-preservation. However, if you all wish to avoid infighting among classmates, I will heed your wishes and give them another chance." Upon hearing this, Pang Bo immediately protested, exclaiming, "Another chance? Are we to wait until they bring about our demise?" Although Pang Bo was extremely reluctant, he understood Yi Fan well. Noticing the peculiar glint in his eyes, he realized that Yi Fan must have a plan and chose not to press further. Lu Yunji, held aloft by Yi Fan, was unaware of the two tiger cubs in the cave behind him, oblivious to why Yi Fan's thoughts had shifted, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Grateful to be alive. Before long, Lu Yunji, Li Changqing, and Wang Yin were securely bound, their belts and torn strips of clothing fashioned into ropes. Finally, at Yi Fan's insistence, their mouths were also silenced while Yi Fan carried Lu Yunji to the cave's entrance and unceremoniously tossed him inside. As Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling approached, they were instantly rendered speechless. Within lay two young tigers, baring their teeth in a menacing display. It was, indeed, a tiger's den. Lu Yun's face turned ashen in an instant. Desperately screaming, yet only muffled whimpers escaped his lips, unable to articulate any coherent words. Following suit, Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling unceremoniously hurled Li Changqing and Wang Yin into the tiger's lair, under the counsel of Yi Fan. Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling. The group hastily set forth, for this place was most unsuitable for lingering. After traversing nearly 2 or 3 miles, a thunderous roar erupted from behind them, shaking the very ground. Chapter 32. The red-hued beauty grows old. The countenances of the others turned pale. Having scarcely exited the desolate ancient forbidden land, they had nearly encountered a fearsome beast. What other dangers might lie ahead if they pressed on? In retrospect, although the eerie stillness of the forbidden land at night was terrifying, at least during the day, there were not so many perils awaiting them, having narrowly escaped the clutches of the crocodile ancestor. Braving numerous dangers and traversing the desolate cosmos, they had finally arrived in a realm teeming with life, only to lose their lives here. Such was a lamentable fate. Zhou Yi gazed toward the mountains and forests a few miles away and remarked, "The tiger's roar must have been provoked by Lu Yun's and Li Changqing." At this thought, a chill swept over everyone, as a gruesome image involuntarily surfaced in their minds. Ferocious tigers tearing into 3 bodies, their claws and glistening white fangs stained with blood, feasting upon flesh. Merely envisioning such a horrific scene sent shivers down their spines. Quickly, we must not linger here. The fierce tigers lay claim to this territory. Someone urged. After dashing forth another 4 or 5 miles, the group finally exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, and the primordial forest was enveloped in an eerie silence. There were no birdsong or animal calls, nor did butterflies flit about. Every creature seemed to have vanished without a trace. Though the direction was correct, an unsettling feeling began to creep upon the group, prompting them to exercise heightened caution. Having advanced approximately 2,000 meters, the immense trees gradually thinned, revealing a more open expanse before them, an even, hard terrain resembling solid marble, devoid of any vegetation, save for a few colossal boulders. Ahead loomed a vast, dark expanse. Could it be a massive black lake? The colossal stones that had previously obstructed their view fell away, and upon clearing the rocky debris, the sight before them astonished all. A gigantic lake lay ahead, eerily still as iron, devoid of any ripples. What struck them most was its color, a pitch-black void, akin to ink, unervingly dark. At that moment, I finally comprehended the existence of malevolent waters. This black lake was unsettling in every regard, a sight unlike any other. The inky lake exuded an oppressive stillness, lacking any signs of life. Moreover, the surrounding open terrain had transformed into a barren wasteland, where not even a blade of grass dared to grow. This place felt like a veritable zone of death. "Is there something stirring?" A female classmate's voice trembled, her complexion paling. At that moment, the others too began to perceive an indistinct, eerie sound, deep and low, akin to a sorrowful moan. A sudden crack echoed, resembling the sound of something hard shattering. "There, over there." Louise's complexion turned ashen as she pointed to the banks of the dark lake, where a massive boulder, measuring several meters in length, lay ominously. It appeared as though something was crouching behind the stone. Only a portion of its body visible, its thick hide resembling cold, hard black metal, exuding a texture and sheen akin to dark gold. "What on earth is that?" Everyone stood frozen in shock. "Forget about it." We must leave this place at once. The vast black lake, the barren, unyielding terrain. One could only assume that any creature dwelling here was far from benign. Another crack resounded, and the deep, agonized roar seemed to intensify, as if it were in the throes of a struggle, before it violently thrashed against the boulder. The enormous stone, towering 7 to 8 meters and stretching over 10 meters long, was suddenly overturned, crashing into the inky depths of the lake and sending up a surge of black waves. It was only then that the onlookers finally beheld the monstrous beast, measuring no more than 3 meters in length and less than 1.5 meters in height. It was far smaller than they had imagined, yet this only heightened their astonishment, for this 3-meter-long creature had the power to topple a massive stone of such proportions into the lake. Such strength was truly terrifying. What is this creature? None among them had ever encountered such a beast. It bore neither fur nor scales, appearing as if cast from black iron, its entire form a deep ebony that shimmered with metallic luster. Though it was less than 3 meters long, it resembled a solid block of dark iron, exuding an unparalleled sense of strength. At first glance, it resembled a robust bull, but upon closer inspection, it was vastly different. 9 sharp horns sprouted from its head, glistening ominously. Moreover, it possessed 5 eyes, from which a bloody light flickered. Its gaping maw revealed dagger-like teeth, each over half a foot long, glinting menacingly, exuding an aura of brutal ferocity. This was a fearsome beast, previously unheard of, its mere presence evoking a primal sense of dread. That it appeared to be shedding its skin. Someone gasped in astonishment and whispered. Along the creature's back, a large gash was slowly opening, revealing a portion of its newly formed body, even darker and more lustrous, as if wrought from dark gold. We must flee, while it is in the process of shedding. It resembled a cicada in its molting. Such a growth process occurring in a beast was indeed peculiar and sinister. Fortunately, it was undergoing a transformation. Otherwise, the consequences were too horrifying to contemplate. Had the thunderous roar of that earlier ferocious tiger arrived, it would likely have appeared as docile as a mere kitten before this malevolent creature. The ability to easily strike a 7 to 8 meter high boulder into the lake was unfathomably terrifying. The group, shaken yet unharmed, skirted the edge of the dark lake, the low, anguished roars gradually fading into the distance until they vanished entirely. Ascending a low hill once more, they gazed at the distant peak, where the structures became increasingly distinct, grand in scale, with palatial edifices sprawling like celestial palaces descended to earth. "How is it that I feel an intense heat within my body?" a female classmate hesitantly remarked to another beside her. "I share this sensation as well." That moment, everyone became acutely aware of the peculiar state they were in. Their skin was alarmingly flushed, as if blood were on the verge of seeping forth. And each individual felt an unbearable heat, as though a fierce fire were raging within them. This was evidently not merely a consequence of the weather. Something was amiss within their bodies. The collective discomfort intensified, with their flesh feeling as though it were being scorched, akin to being trapped in an oven. "I cannot endure this. It is unbearable." A female classmate, overwhelmed by agony, collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "It hurts so much. My flesh feels as though it is withering away." She lost control, tears streaming down her face as she writhed on the ground. Subsequently, a second and third classmate could no longer bear it. Their bodies drenched in crimson, droplets of blood seeping from their skin as they fell prostrate. Writhing in torment, a profound realization dawned upon them all regarding the gravity of the situation. In that instant, no one remained standing. Nearly all were sprawled on the ground, emitting cries of anguish, their flesh seemingly being flayed away, every part of them aching as if struck by blades. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves, screaming and rolling about, leaving trails of blood on the ground. "I don't want to die," a voice cried out in terror. This was an unforeseen calamity. No one understood the cause, utterly unaware of their condition, only sensing as if they were being slowly dismembered. "Let me perish." The agony is unbearable. Struggling, weeping, rolling, and screaming, many were on the brink of despair, their cries echoing as excruciating pain dulled their consciousness. Ultimately, all bodies were enveloped in a shroud of sanguine energy, as if flames of blood were consuming them. The violent thrashing and anguished howls rendered the mountainous terrain no longer tranquil, sending nearby creatures fleeing in terror. This was a torment beyond human comprehension, akin to being ensnared in a hellish purgatory, enduring the most harrowing of tortures. In the end, the relentless pain caused everyone to lose consciousness, none able to maintain clarity of mind. It is uncertain how much time passed before the mountainside gradually fell silent, the sounds of suffering fading away. 2 hours later, Yi Fan, lying among the weeds, was the first to awaken, gazing up at a cerulean sky, surrounded by the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects. He quickly sat upright. The pain had vanished entirely, replaced by a sense of vitality and well-being, as if he were brimming with boundless energy. Feeling capable of tearing apart a saber-toothed tiger with his bare hands, however, he soon noticed something amiss. His clothes had become oversized, hanging loosely upon him, utterly ill-fitting. As he extended his hands from the ample sleeves, he gasped in astonishment upon seeing them. Were these truly his hands? They had shrunk several sizes, remarkably smooth, utterly unlike those of an adult. Yi Fan sprang to his feet, grappling with the incredibility of it all. His clothing was baggy, resembling that of a performer. Yet it was not the garments that had enlarged. Rather, his body had diminished, now resembling that of an 11 or 12-year-old boy. That moment, not far away, Pang Bo stirred awake, rubbing his bleary eyes. Upon seeing Yi Fan standing nearby, he was immediately taken aback and exclaimed, "Who are you, little brat? Where did you come from? Why are you wearing Yi Fan's clothes?" As he spoke, a sense of unease washed over him. He quickly flipped over and sat up, then sprang to his feet, only to let out a shriek as if he had seen a ghost. "Why have my clothes grown larger? No, why has my body shrunk?" As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Fan in astonishment, stammering, You are Yi Fan?" At this revelation, he covered his mouth, realizing that his voice was increasingly resembling that of a youth. Filled with childlike innocence, observing Pang Bo from a distance, Yi Fan was momentarily struck dumb. Before him stood a youthful and naive boy, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old, with faint traces of the adult Pang Bo still discernible. "What on earth has happened to us?" Pang Bo rushed to Yi Fan's side, shouting in excitement, clearly overwhelmed by the startling turn of events. "I think we might have regressed to our youth." Yi Fan, equally bewildered, could only arrive at such a conclusion, both of them now exuding a youthful appearance, a stark contrast to their previous selves. "Can such absurdity truly occur to us?" Pang Bo shouted in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the incredulity of their situation. "We must check on the others." Upon reaching the mountaintop, both Yi Fan and Pang Bo were rendered speechless. Pang Bo exclaimed, "Who were these morose old men and women?" The sight before them nearly petrified them. A wave of dread washed over them. Several bodies lay sprawled across the ground, a sea of white-haired heads and skin wrinkled beyond recognition. Yet, these individuals were clad in the garments of familiar faces, looking as though they were in their 70s or 80s, utterly decrepit. Could they be Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, Li Xiaoman, and the others? The passage of time had turned their youthful beauty into the frailty of age, leaving the two feeling parched and lifeless, as if they were mere statues atop the mountain. Chapter 33. The passage of time. Yi Fan gazed at the dozen or so elderly individuals. Rendered speechless, they were unmistakably his classmates, yet transformed into this unsettling state, which was truly frightful. Pang Bo, equally stunned, felt a pang of fear and anxiety, contemplating how he would feel if he were to become like them. A sense of despair creeping upon him, the two hurried over to assess the situation of those present. Fortunately, they were still breathing, with no immediate threat to their lives. "Hey!" Pang Bo discovered Louis nestled in the grass. Showing no signs of aging, still as delicate and graceful as before, her eyes closed, appearing pitifully vulnerable. This brought joy to both Yi Fan and Pang Bo, as they had shared a close bond with Louis since their school days. And they were filled with sympathy, hoping fervently that no misfortune would befall her. "The handsome Xiling has turned into a middle-aged at least it's better than becoming Xiling the Elder." Yi Fan and Pang Bo murmured to each other softly. Before long, Louis awoke, and upon seeing the transformed appearances of Yi Fan and Pang Bo, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Soon, Zhang Xiling awakened, and upon realizing his circumstances, he could not help but let out a loud cry. Transforming from a vibrant young man into a robust middle-aged figure was a reality no one could readily accept. "Xiling, do not be agitated. Consider the state of those around you, and you shall find your equilibrium." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xiling turned to look at Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, and others, and was struck dumb. He discovered that there was no limit to tragedy. There was only a deeper tragedy. How could this be? He stood there in a daze, yet his despair was considerably less than before. Among the dozen or so people present, Yi Fan and Pang Bo had reverted to their youthful selves, while Louis remained unchanged. Zhang Xiling had lost 20 years of his life, While the others had transformed into frail elders, Yi Fan and Pang Bo exchanged glances, and they both instantly recalled the translucent red fruit they had consumed, which had once filled their mouths with fragrance and rapidly restored their vitality. In retrospect, that fruit was extraordinary, almost divine in nature. For reasons unknown, everyone had aged, save for those who had partaken of that fruit, who resisted the ravages of time. What force had robbed them of their youth and vitality? Pang Bo was perplexed, unable to comprehend that it must be related to that ancient forbidden land, posited Yi Fan. The name alone suggested its ominous nature, linked to the primordial era, a place so forbidding that even the creatures of the wild would shun it, leaving it desolate and lifeless, a veritable realm of malevolence. Yet, they had emerged unscathed, which seemed utterly at odds with reason, rendering the term ancient forbidden land somewhat misleading. Indeed, it must be the influence of that ancient forbidden land. Pang Bo grasped the crux of the matter. According to their shared hypothesis, a dreadful power within that land had stripped them of their youth and vitality. But why had this affliction only manifested upon their exit? This left them bewildered. Perhaps it was akin to a curse, whereby merely entering the ancient forbidden land, regardless of whether one emerged or not, would inevitably trigger the curse when the appointed time arrived. Yi Fan and Pang Bo could only feel fortunate. Had they not consumed several of those peculiar fruits, they too might have succumbed to the ravages of age before one's time, to witness the bloom of youth wither into the frailty of old age. This was perhaps the most tragic fate of all. In their 20s, a time of flourishing vitality, they found themselves suddenly graying and wrinkled, a sight that filled them with despair, bordering on the unbearable. Why have I become like this? Zhou Yi trembled as he extended a hand to touch his wrinkled skin. Plucking a withered white hair, his voice a haunting echo of age as he shouted. Why? Nearby, Wang Ziwen shivered as he examined his own condition, his eyes clouded and bags beneath them as large as pigeon eggs. Old beyond measure, he quavered. I cannot believe it. Lin Jia was on the verge of collapse, her screams scattering the birds in the mountains and forests that a woman's beauty is her foremost treasure, and for a beautiful woman, her appearance is of utmost concern. A woman of such innate beauty, alluring and sensuous as she, suddenly found herself confronted with the harsh reality of her once luminous fair skin, now rendered dull and coarse. Aging beyond her years, a torment more unbearable than death itself. Similarly, Li Xiaoman was engulfed in despair, wishing for nothing short of self-annihilation. If she had once been a delicate and ethereal lotus, she now resembled nothing more than a withered lotus leaf. Her lustrous hair turned to gray, lacking vibrancy and vitality, wilting like common weeds. Her skin was riddled with wrinkles, sagging and loose, her eyes clouded, and her visage marred by deep furrows. Upon seeing Yi Fan approach, Li Xiaoman let out a piercing scream. Do not come any closer. She covered her face with her hands, weeping uncontrollably, and then buried her head between her knees. Yi Fan refrained from advancing, seeking to spare her further distress, and instead called out to the onlookers, encouraging them. Do not succumb to despair. If deities exist in this world, what is beyond possibility? There must be a solution. The mountaintop was shrouded in gloom and despair. Many were overwhelmed by sorrow, particularly upon witnessing the youthful countenances of Yi Fan and Pang Bo, both merely 11 or 12 years of age. A stark contrast that was a cruel reminder for the majority, who had grown old and weary. The sight of these two boys rejuvenated while the rest aged was a source of heart-wrenching anguish for many. Oh my God, you wretched deity! Kate exclaimed, consumed by rage, his sorrow articulated through a blend of Chinese and foreign expressions. Calm down, my friend, Pang Bo interjected, unkindly patting Cade's shoulder. Growing old together with a beloved is the most romantic endeavor in the world. At that moment, Cade broke into tears, resembling a child, lamenting. My girlfriend is not here. It is anything but romantic. Pang Bo paused, casting a glance at Li Xiaoman, yet chose to remain silent as he moved toward others. Yi Fan, why have you two not aged? Zhou Yi was the first to regain his composure. His gaze fixed intently on Yi Fan and Pang Bo, a flicker of light piercing through his murky eyes. The others momentarily set aside their grief, turning their attention to them. Pang Bo, feeling uncomfortable in response to Zhou Yi's inquiry, retorted, I say, Grandpa Zhou, you aren't suggesting that we are up to some mischief, are you? If we possess such formidable powers, we would have ascended to divinity, rather than remaining among mere mortals. Lin Jia ceased her weeping and turned to Yi Fan, her expression earnest and almost pleading as she asked, Yi Fan, please tell me the truth. How can we restore our youth? How did you manage it? In response, Yifan could only offer her solace and a glimmer of hope. The peculiar crimson fruit had long since been consumed, leaving no other means to pursue it. We must leave this place and journey to that celestial palace, Zhou Yi declared, trembling as he pointed toward the distant mountain, where a series of palatial structures sprawled, resembling heavenly abodes descended to the earthly realm. Though his body was frail, his mind remained sharp, articulating the only hope that lay before them, should immortals dwell there. All their tribulations could be resolved effortlessly. With mutual support, they began their descent down the mountain. Many moved with great difficulty, their aging bodies impeding their speed, compelling Yifan, Pang Bo, Lu Yi, and Zhang Xiling to run back and forth to assist. Grandpa Zhou, Grandpa Wang, allow me to support you both, Pang Bo offered, taking hold of Zhou Yi with his left hand and Wang Ziwen with his right as they navigated the treacherous path together. In response, Wang Ziwen let out a bitter laugh, while Zhou Yi remained expressionless. For reasons unknown, Li Xiaoman chose to be supported by Yifan, yet along the way, she uttered not a word, only shedding tears incessantly. Ultimately, on the verge of fainting from grief, Yifan and the others sensed something amiss. Although they were merely separated from the celestial palace by a single mountain, after laboriously ascending one peak, they gazed ahead only to find yet another mountain standing in their path. As if no progress had been made at all, they looked again, advanced once more, and scaled another mountain, but the situation remained unchanged. At this moment, everyone understood. It was impossible to draw near. It was time to make a choice. Perhaps they ought not to continue toward that direction, for it seemed to be a labyrinth forever out of reach. Suddenly, a foul odor assailed their senses, and the trees swayed as a fearsome black beast, towering at 5 meters, rose upright and lunged toward them, its sharp claws glinting ominously. Its body was cloaked in dense black fur, half a foot long, exuding a terrifying aura. Its form resembled that of an ape, yet its head was grotesque, adorned with a beak over a foot long, resembling a bird demon that had attained sentience. An entity never before witnessed. The majority of those present were instantly gripped by terror, with 2 individuals collapsing to the ground in fright. The approach of such a monstrous creature promised certain devastation if it were to capture anyone. Yifan, be careful, Pang Bo shouted, for Yifan was at the forefront of danger. In a frenzy, Pang Bo brandished a copper plaque from the Great Thunder Sound Temple and charged forward. Yifan swiftly pushed the 2 individuals beside him aside, gripping the Vajra pestle obtained from Lu Yunji in his right hand, and swung it forcefully. With a resounding crash, the Vajra pestle collided with one of the beast's glistening claws, bending it grotesquely and clearly fracturing it. All stood in stunned silence, attributing the feat to the power of the Vajra pestle, but only Yifan comprehended that the last vestige of divine power within the pestle had been expended by Lu Yunji. The impact was solely a result of his own immense strength. He was astounded. Had it been the old him, such power would have been inconceivable. However, since his recent rejuvenation, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality. Akin to the might of a tiger or the force of an elephant, the beast emitted a piercing shriek, its beak snapping open as it lunged fiercely at Yifan, while its other claw descended with deadly intent. Yifan moved with unparalleled swiftness, evading the attack and positioning himself behind the beast, then swung the Vajra pestle down with tremendous force onto the creature's back, producing a sound of shattering bones. It was hard to fathom the magnitude of the strength displayed. The 5-meter-tall black beast was sent flying like a puppet, propelled 8 or 9 meters away before crashing heavily to the ground. It struggled a couple of times, but then lay still, unable to move. The crowd stared in disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend the scene before them. The once formidable beast had shrunk, resembling a refined and gentle youth of 11 or 12 years. Yet its power and speed had reached astonishing levels, leaving everyone in shock. The group, relieved to escape unharmed, exhaled deeply and began to murmur, perplexed by Yifan's extraordinary strength, their hearts filled with both envy and jealousy. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the last vestige of the setting sun faded away. The crowd, undeterred by their previous failures, ascended yet another peak, only to discover that a mountain still stood between them and the celestial realm. The distance remaining unchanged at that moment, despair washed over them completely, and they resolved to cease their pursuit. Yet, just then, a radiant arc of color suddenly emerged on the horizon, reminiscent of a magnificent rainbow sweeping across the firmament. Standing out vividly against the dim sky. To everyone's astonishment, within that luminous arc was a figure, soaring effortlessly through the heavens, defying the limits of the mortal realm in an instant. The ark changed direction and hurtled towards them with breathtaking speed, akin to a rainbow traversing the sky in the blink of an eye. Chapter 34. The legend of the wasteland suspended in midair was a radiant ark measuring 1 meter in width and 2 meters in length. Standing tall against the backdrop of the sky, brilliant and luminous, exuding a palpable essence, much like a piece of transparent crystal, within it was a young woman, perhaps 18 or 19 years of age. Her beauty ethereal, her figure tall and slender, with a delicate waist and straight legs. Clad in flowing garments of pale blue, she possessed an otherworldly grace. The onlookers were momentarily entranced. This youthful beauty, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world, radiated an aura of transcendence, reminiscent of a pristine lotus adorned with glistening dewdrops, or a fresh snow lotus blooming upon a snow-capped peak, evoking a sense of being beyond the earthly realm. Though the world is not devoid of stunningly beautiful women, finding one who embodies such ethereal qualities is a rarity, as if she had transcended the ordinary and merged seamlessly with the refreshing essence of nature itself. The enchanting maiden exuded tranquility as she gazed down upon the crowd, uttering a melodious phrase that, after a moment of contemplation, the people discerned to be an inquiry into their identities. Her words, reminiscent of ancient Chinese, carried a soft cadence that required careful consideration to grasp their meaning. That we are a group of wayward souls. Are you a celestial being who might offer us salvation? One female classmate exclaimed, her voice thick with emotion, her form frail, skin wrinkled and aged. Upon encountering a figure she suspected to be a goddess, she wept in desperate plea. Lin Jia and Li Xiaoman stepped forward, their expressions imbued with hope. Once proud and beautiful women, the harsh blows they had faced now weighed heavily upon them, more agonizing than death itself, especially in the presence of such a captivating maiden, intensifying their longing to reclaim their former beauty. In truth, the seemingly crystalline arc of light was not solidified. It merely appeared to possess substance. The young woman within was unbound, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, gently swaying in the air, her eyes resembling shimmering waters, veiled in a delicate mist. Her skin was as white and luminous as snow, glimmering with flecks of light, radiating an ethereal beauty. Have you ventured into the ancient forbidden lands? She inquired again, her voice soft and melodious. The crowd, after a moment of contemplation, grasped the meaning of her ancient tongue. Yes, we escaped from there, replied a classmate, her visage aged and sorrowful, gazing skyward with a pleading expression. For a woman, experiencing such a tragic event is the gravest of blows. Her composure shattered. She spoke without a thought for decorum. Upon hearing the words, the maiden in the radiant light displayed a serene countenance that suddenly stirred with tumult, revealing an expression of profound astonishment. To emerge alive from such trials is indeed a rare feat. She softly uttered a remark as her gaze flitted incessantly between Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, Pang Bo, and Yi Fan. Finally, as if recollecting something, her face betrayed great surprise, and she fervently inquired, "Is this your actual age?" However, she did not direct her gaze towards him, seemingly aware of their lost youth and vitality. Her questions were aimed at Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Is it true? The maiden hovering in midair exhibited an expression of shock, fixating her gaze intently on Yi Fan and Pang Bo, her eagerness palpable as she asked, "Have you consumed a certain crimson fruit, resplendent in its vivid redness and crystalline clarity?" Yi Fan was certain that the extraordinary fruit they had partaken in was precisely as the maiden described. There was no way to deny it, especially since Zhou Yi and the others had witnessed it as well, and he nodded in affirmation. The maiden in the air regarded Yi Fan and Pang Bo with an unusual intensity, as if appraising rare treasures. Yet, this attention from such an ethereal and exquisite beauty left the two feeling somewhat uneasy and apprehensive. Their hope for those who have aged. Wang Ziwen found it challenging to maintain her composure in this context. Eager to know if she could reclaim her youth, do not despair, the maiden reassured them. Though regaining your former appearance may prove difficult, in the loss of youth, you have also gained much. Upon entering the outside world, many will vie for your attention. Observing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the crowd, the maiden continued, there is no need for concern. Being sought after is not a misfortune, but rather a fortuitous opportunity for you. I'd only wish to restore my appearance, lamented a female classmate, tears streaming down her face. Having aged to such a degree, she felt as though she had lost the will to live. Very well, I shall first escort you away from this ancient forest." The enigmatic maiden raised her hand gently, and an iridescent light cascaded down, enveloping everyone in the mountainous terrain, lifting them slowly into the air alongside her. Indeed, this was a realm shrouded in mystery. And amidst the crowd's speculations, it felt as if they were witnessing a form of celestial magic. This place is exceedingly distant from any signs of civilization. It would be nearly impossible to traverse on foot. This primordial forest harbors many fearsome beasts, and even I, upon encountering them, would have to take a detour. Pang Bo, displaying a look of intrigue, queried, "Are you not from that celestial palace ahead? The celestial palace?" The maiden in midair appeared puzzled, replying, "What celestial palace are you referring to?" Pang Bo pointed towards the towering mountain ahead, stating, "Is there not a plethora of grand halls there, sprawling and magnificent, with countless palatial structures, where one can see many celestial cranes soaring? The legends hold truth," the maiden expressed with a look of wonder. "What legends? Did you not witness it?" "Indeed, I saw nothing at all." The maiden, enveloped in the colorful iridescence, revealed a pensive expression, saying, "The ancient forbidden lands, the realms of Ur, a zone of life restricted. Since time immemorial, those who have wandered within and managed to emerge alive all recount visions of a celestial palace, tantalizingly close yet eternally out of reach." Indeed, it was as such. The crowd, in a state of bewilderment, found their experiences to corroborate the assertions made by the young maiden. One individual inquired, "Could it be that this is merely a phantasmagorical illusion?" Zhou Yi, deeply preoccupied with his own concerns, remarked, "Among those who have inadvertently wandered into the ancient forbidden lands, some have emerged alive. What ultimately became of their fates? Is it possible to regain one's youth?" The answer is challenging, yet not entirely impossible. As one's cultivation deepens, vitality will naturally strengthen, and upon reaching a certain realm, perhaps one might alter their appearance. The maiden's words immediately instilled a sense of hope in many. What lies within the ancient forbidden lands, and what forces caused us to lose our youth? Wang Ziwen could not help but inquire, a question that plagued many present, filled with both loathing and helplessness. This query is indeed an ancient one. Throughout history, countless individuals have posed it, yet none have managed to elucidate it clearly. The young maiden led the group in a swift flight, surrounded by a myriad of shimmering lights, resembling a rainbow slicing through the heavens. The gentle radiance shielded them from the fierce winds, enabling them to converse without hindrance. She continued, "It is said that beneath the abyss of the life-restraining zone, there exists the wasteland, possibly a remnant of an ancient being or perhaps a terrifying force. Has no one ventured to explore it?" Yi Fan could not contain his curiosity. "So terrifying?" Pang Bo exclaimed in astonishment. "That place is a land steeped in endless bloodshed, lamentably witnessing the demise of a once magnificent celestial sect, where not only tens of thousands of formidable cultivators perished, but even several pinnacle experts of extraordinary prowess became wasteland slaves, eternally bound in servitude beneath the ancient abyss." Upon hearing this, the crowd involuntarily recalled the dreadful specter, ablaze with ferocious flames, wielding enormous iron chains that spanned hundreds of feet, most likely the so-called wasteland slaves. The resplendent rainbow surged forward at an astonishing speed, the vast primordial forest below receding rapidly. Yet, despite this, they flew for a full hour before reaching the fringes of the ancient woods. By this time, darkness had already enveloped the sky, and in the distance, a small town shone brightly with lights. As they approached, 7 or 8 radiant beams shot up into the sky, each a different hue, with a figure standing within each light. Have there been any discoveries around the ancient forbidden lands? Experts from the nearby celestial realms have come, seemingly in search of something. Surely they haven't encountered us, given that our esteemed ancestors have sensed the ancient forbidden lands. The powerful beings from those celestial realms must surely have perceived it as well. Among those radiant beams were several elderly individuals, seemingly the elders of the maiden known as Wei Wei. These individuals are. Could they be those who inadvertently entered the ancient forbidden lands and subsequently emerged alive? Ha ha ha. Indeed, the sea of suffering within them has been activated, promising candidates for cultivation. The crowd swiftly descended upon the town, entering a brightly lit hall. Why do they appear so youthful? Upon seeing Yi Fan and Pang Bo, the elderly figures displayed expressions of astonishment, struggling to believe their eyes. Could it be they have consumed the legendary fruit? This is impossible, an elderly man, filled with incredulity, exclaimed. 9 sacred mountains encircle an ancient abyss, and it is said that each sacred mountain harbors a divine spring and a peculiar holy fruit. 9 springs and 9 fruits in total. To obtain even one could lead to a complete transformation. Yet, how can mere mortals like us possibly approach such a place? Chapter 35. A world like this in a brightly illuminated hall. Several elders, their gazes sharp as lightning, continuously scanned the room, astonished as they scrutinized Yi Fan and his companions. Why do you dress so strangely? What prompts you to sport such short hair? You are but mortals. How did you inadvertently trespass into this ancient forbidden realm? Why does your speech sound so peculiar? And from whence do you hail? With your capabilities, how could you draw near the ancient abyss and procure the legendary holy fruit? The elders, meticulous and thorough, pressed on with their inquiries, eager to fully comprehend the origins of the newcomers, from the other side of the starry sky, distances of tens or even hundreds of light years away. It would take hundreds of thousands of years of flight to reach this point. How could one even utter such claims? Yi Fan and his companions remained silent in response. Why do you not speak? One elder's gaze suddenly turned piercingly fierce. Since the elders ceased their questioning, Yi Fan and his group refrained from mentioning the 9 dragons' coffin or their traversal through the desolate cosmos to arrive at the other side of the starry sky. At that moment, the copper lamp, bowl, ancient bell, and other artifacts in their possession caught the elders' attention. What is this? One elder's expression shifted as he took the copper lamp from Yi Fan's hands, examining it with utmost seriousness and care. After a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply and remarked, "A remarkably skilled craftsmanship. I suspect the wick has birthed a divinity, but regrettably, it is now rendered useless, devoid of any discernible veins within." Subsequently, he scrutinized the bowl, ancient bell, and copper plaque, his face a mask of shock and regret, lamenting repeatedly. These were once valuable items. How could they all be ruined? The patterns of value within have been entirely destroyed. It is impossible to even glimpse at such craftsmanship. How did you come by these items? The elders seemed genuinely distressed, their faces reflecting a palpable sense of loss as they continued to sigh. Clearly, not only did Yi Fan wish to withhold information about the other side of the starry sky, but others also understood the gravity of the matter and chose their words carefully. That's so? My interest in the ancient mountain you mentioned is growing ever stronger. I am quite eager to explore it. One elder said, squinting his eyes in a manner that suggested either skepticism or genuine curiosity. Where exactly did you reside? Can you provide a rough location? Another elder inquired. At this juncture, everyone seemed to align with Yi Fan's narrative, collectively weaving a web of deception. A female classmate stated that they hailed from the western region. The western region? So you come from the vast and boundless western desert? One elder furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, to traverse from the western desert to the eastern wasteland is an unfathomable distance. Even if I were to fly on a rainbow, it would likely take me over 30 years. Who possesses such extraordinary talent to establish such a formidable presence on that ancient mountain? Unimaginable. Thus, we have arrived in the eastern wasteland. Zhou Yi seized the opportunity to inquire, how vast is the eastern wasteland? The eastern wasteland is vast beyond measure. Even if a mortal were to live for several decades, traversing its expanse would remain an insurmountable challenge. Such enormity? Yi Fan and his companions displayed expressions of incredulity. In the mortal realm, the nation that governs this ancient forbidden land is known as Yan. It stretches 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. Yet, in the eastern wasteland, such territory is but a mere drop in the ocean, with countless nations of similar size. Upon hearing this, Pang Bo nearly leapt from his seat, astonished by the sheer vastness of the region. Although the land of Yin is indeed extensive, it pales in comparison to the boundless eastern wasteland, where nations of equal expanse are innumerable. The eastern wasteland can truly be described as a vast and uncharted expanse. Its magnitude is almost unimaginable. How can it possibly be so immense? Pang Bo's pupils constricted, as he felt that these revelations defied all logic, rendering them utterly astonishing. However, considering that even deities exist in this world, he could only shake his head in disbelief. The elder witnesses, observing Pang Bo's astonishment, wore smiles of satisfaction, recognizing that this seemingly 11 or 12-year-old youth would become a key seedling for their future cultivation. One elder continued, although the Yen nation is merely a corner of the eastern wasteland, a mere speck in the vast sea, it is not without significance. Within its borders lies one of the 7 great life-restricting zones of the boundless eastern wasteland. For a moment, the group fell silent. Overwhelmed by the wealth of information they had just received, their hearts stirred with a tumultuous surge of emotion. Earlier, you mentioned the western desert. How does it compare to the eastern wasteland? Wang Zuan, ever the observant one, could not help but pose this question that in terms of mere land mass. The western desert and the eastern wasteland are comparable, both equally vast and boundless. However, their astonishment was far from over. As another elder spoke, the eastern wasteland, the western desert, the southern ridge, the northern plains, and the central continent, with the central continent being the most expansive, can be described as boundless and shrouded in mystery. A realm that even cultivators find difficult to traverse. The crowd was left utterly speechless, their mouths dry, unable to utter another word. The elders, pleased with their impact, encouraged, the life of a mortal is ultimately too insignificant, akin to that of an ant, barely comprehending the nature of the world they inhabit. Yet now, you all have the opportunity to gaze upon this vast earth, as long as you are willing to diligently cultivate and practice. One day you shall stir the winds and clouds, standing atop the summit of the heavens. That it took a considerable time for the group to regain their composure. Some hesitated, murmuring, "We cultivate. Indeed, you shall enter the ancient forbidden land. Though your youth may fade, the world remains balanced. For every loss, there is a gain. The path of cultivation, fraught with thorns, is perilous, yet you have already begun to carve out a small path. Certainly, your sea of suffering has been awakened. One day, even if you cross the sea of suffering, tread upon the divine bridge, and seek your own deity. It is not beyond possibility." The elders encouraged them, eager to guide them along the path of cultivation. "That we still do not know who you are." Zhou Yi seized the moment to inquire. "There are 6 celestial paradises within the Yin nation, and our cultivation site is among them, though it is not located here, not in the mortal realm." An elder replied with a smile. "The nation of Yin, a mere speck in the eastern wasteland, boasts 6 celestial paradises within its confines. How many celestial sects of cultivation exist in this world?" Pang Bo murmured softly. "It is evident that these elders, despite casting a discerning gaze upon him and Yifan, displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, they smiled amicably and remarked, 'Do not aim too high. A solid foundation is of paramount importance. Our cave paradise is inherited from a certain revered sanctuary, and its fundamental techniques are undoubtedly top tier in the world. Moreover, should you soar to great heights in the future, we shall afford you an even broader expanse for development.'" Indeed, another elder declared with pride, "Though we are merely a cave paradise, we are affiliated with a renowned sanctuary in the eastern wasteland. If you prove to be exceptionally gifted in the future, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to be accepted into that sanctuary." At this juncture, the elders gazed affectionately at the young maiden, Wei Wei, who stood nearby, saying, "Wei Wei is our cave paradise's once-in-a-millennium prodigy, and she is soon to be selected for the sanctuary. It truly pains us to part with her, yet we do not wish to impede her cultivation." Suddenly, a boisterous laughter erupted from outside the hall, proclaiming, "Your paradise is lacking. There are plenty of talents of fine quality that could be sent to our cave. I have heard that you have discovered a number of promising cultivators." A dozen radiant figures descended from the sky, all of whom entered the hall uninvited. Chapter 36. The ancient sacred body. As these individuals entered the hall, their radiant auras subdued. Among them were both men and women, all over the age of 40, each exuding a unique essence. Some as serene as an orchid, others as fierce as a sword's edge, and some as steadfast as a rock. One middle-aged man, exuding a heavy yet commanding presence, spoke with resounding clarity, laughing heartily. "Within the realm of Yin, although there are said to be 6 caves, your Lingshu cave is somewhat misnamed. It is more aptly referred to as a paradise." "What do you mean by that?" Lu Wanshan, the elders of Lingshu cave, displayed displeasure, stepping forward to shield Zhou Yi and Lin Jia, while ensuring the safety of Yifan and Pang Bo. The man called Lu Wanshan, true to his name, stood there with the immovability of a mountain, imparting a sense of pressure. He spoke directly, laughing, "Since you have discovered several promising cultivators, we naturally wish to take a few of them, guiding them along the path of cultivation." Beside him, a white-haired crone nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the 6 cave paradises in Yin have always been closely intertwined. Upon discovering so many prodigiously talented individuals, we must certainly take a FEW." An elder from Lingshu cave furrowed his brow and said, "Sister Liang, one cannot speak so lightly. 3 years ago, Yorjinsha cave found several disciples with remarkable potential and did not send a single one to us at Lingshu cave. Those individuals were of mediocre aptitude. How could they be considered celestial seeds?" They hardly warranted your attention. The white-haired crone replied with a smile. I could see that moment. An elderly man with flowing white hair stepped forward, exuding an air of ethereal grace. He spoke calmly. I believe these dozen individuals hardly qualify as celestial seeds. How about this? We, the representatives of several cave paradises, will select only a few, leaving a few for your Lingshu cave. The elders of Lingshu Dantian suddenly found themselves unable to contain their anxiety. Seemingly wary of the venerable figure before them, who exuded an ethereal aura reminiscent of a celestial being, they inquired, Master Ma Yun, does your Yuding Dongtian truly lack potential disciples? I have heard that you have discovered 2 genuine prodigies. The elder known as Ma Yun smiled without uttering a word, continuously appraising Yi Fan and Peng Bo, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. This made the elders of Lingshu Dantian increasingly tense, while they could afford to part with others. These 2 were indispensable to them. Let us do this, the white-haired Ma Yun proposed, gesturing towards Yi Fan and Peng Bo. I believe it is not unreasonable to request either one of them for my own. Absolutely not. The elders of Lingshu Dantian almost chorused in rejection. Simultaneously, representatives from other celestial realms began to select candidates, unwilling to yield, leading to a heated dispute that Yi Fan listened intently, gathering valuable insights. Celestial realms surpassed blessed lands in terms of cultivation suitability, and possessing a celestial realm could potentially give rise to a blessed land at this moment. It was impossible for Lingshu Dantian to retain everyone. With representatives from 5 other realms present, they could only reluctantly part with a portion. However, the dilemma of whom to choose was truly agonizing. Ultimately, the atmosphere became charged with tension, with each celestial realm steadfastly holding their ground. A middle-aged man, Lu Wanshan, who emanated an imposing presence, stepped forward and declared, It seems we must resort to a contest. Indeed, the elderly matron Li Ying from Jinxia Dantian nodded in agreement. To avoid any discord, let us keep it within reason. The venerable Ma Yun, with his snow-white hair and beard, also expressed his concurrence. The faces of the elders from Lingshu Dantian turned grim. Yi Fan and the others were the ones they had sought out, yet now others were vying for them, making it uncertain how many could ultimately be retained. A dozen luminous rainbows surged into the sky, illuminating the night. As the contest between the celestial realms commenced, Yi Fan and the others gathered outside the hall, gazing upwards. But regrettably, the combatants soared beyond the small town, their battles becoming increasingly distant, obscuring any clear view. The heavens erupted with brilliance, divine rainbows crisscrossing the sky, occasionally accompanied by thunderous roars and fierce winds that stirred up dust and debris. Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and the others were left awestruck. The previously serene demeanor of the elders had transformed into a display of extraordinary power, igniting their admiration. Before long, the divine rainbows in the distance vanished, leaving them in suspense regarding the outcome of the fierce clashes. It was not until half an hour later that a divine rainbow reappeared, sweeping across the sky with astonishing speed. The first to descend was a maiden named Wei Wei, whose ethereal beauty was captivating. Her delicate brows arched gracefully, eyes shimmering like water, lips glistening, and teeth as pristine as jade. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, she appeared almost like a celestial fairy gracing the mortal realm, radiating unparalleled elegance. Following her descent were the other elders from Lingshu Dantian. Despite their disheveled appearances, with traces of blood marring their garments, they bore expressions of triumph. The individuals trailing behind them, though bearing some injuries, displayed far less satisfaction on their faces. The formidable middle-aged man Lu Wanshan bore fresh bloodstains upon his shoulders, while the ethereal elder Ma Yun, with his flowing white beard, had it severed. The aged matron Li Ying, with her graying hair, clutched a cane now broken in two. Yi Fan and his companions were taken aback. The young maiden Wei Wei appeared graceful and serene, exuding an aura of delicate beauty. Yet she had vanquished these elders, a feat that was indeed astonishing. With defeat evident, there was little left to say. The Lingshu Dantian could select 2 individuals first. Lu Wanshan's countenance was far from pleasant, not only due to the humiliation of losing to juniors, but also because he could not make the initial selections. The elders from Lingshu Dantian, without the slightest hesitation, chose Yi Fan and Peng Bo, their faces nearly blooming with delight. Subsequently, the elder Ma Yun from Yuding Dantian selected Lu Yi, followed by the old matron Li Ying from Jinxia Dantian, who took Zhang Xiling. However, at that moment, the elders from Lingshu Dantian, After scrutinizing Yi Fan's physique, suddenly changed in demeanor, their smiles evaporating. How could this be? Others quickly noticed the shift in atmosphere, turning their gazes toward the elders of Lingshu Dantian, who appeared displeased, leaving everyone perplexed about the cause. What's wrong? Is it that you are dissatisfied with being allowed to select two individuals first? It is not that. Come and see for yourselves. The elders from Lingshu Dantian regarded Yi Fan with expressions of regret. The others soon understood. It must be that there was something amiss with Yi Fan's body, and instantaneously they all gathered around. The elder Ma Yun from Yuding Dantian was the first to approach, stating, "Just by observing, one can perceive that this young man's vitality is exceptionally vigorous, akin to a dragon, undoubtedly a rare celestial seed. Could there be an issue?" At this juncture, others also moved closer, commencing their examinations of Yi Fan. Being touched and prodded made Yi Fan feel quite uncomfortable, yet he found it difficult to resist under such circumstances. The old matron Li Ying from Jinxia Dantian expressed her incredulity, exclaiming, "How could such a constitution exist?" After a prolonged examination, Lu Wanshan revealed an expression of disbelief, saying, "The divine wheel of life is silent, the sea of suffering as solid as divine iron, steadfast as a rock, utterly unyielding, incapable of being opened." Just then, Ma Yun from Yuding Dantian seemed to recall something, muttering to himself. Could it be that the legendary constitution? He began to re-examine Yi Fan's body, his fingers glistening like jade, emitting a faint divine radiance. As he meticulously measured and assessed, after a considerable time, Ma Yun finally ceased, appearing dazed, and uttered, "This world truly possesses the fabled constitution." What constitution? All present displayed expressions of bewilderment. Unparalleled and supreme, the sacred body that Ma Yun articulated these 8 words. What? Everyone in attendance was struck with shock, nearly unable to believe their ears. The elders from Lingshu Dantian reacted swiftly, immediately pulling Yi Fan behind them, encircling him protectively, fearful of any attempts by others to seize or assault him. Lu Wanshan found it hard to believe and remarked, "The land of Yin stretches 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. In comparison to the boundless expanse of the eastern wilderness, this territory is but a mere drop in the ocean. It seems unlikely that, even over the course of countless ages, a person with a transcendent physique could emerge from this land. Historically, the vast eastern wilderness has seldom given rise to such exceptional individuals." However, the aged matriarch Li Ying of the Golden Mist Cave shook her head and said, "It is not impossible for such a person to appear. I have heard that, at present, the eastern wilderness may indeed have given birth to such an individual. Furthermore, there are rumors suggesting that it is not merely one person, but they are still in the process of maturation and have yet to reveal themselves to the world. I suspect they are currently hidden within a sacred ground or concealed among ancient families that have survived since the time of antiquity." At that moment, the gazes of the elders turned toward Yi Fan, all ablaze with a fervent desire to seize him and take him as their disciple. Even Zhou Yi and Lin Jia, who stood nearby, regarded Yi Fan with an unusual expression. Just then, Ma Yun of the Jade Ding Cave cleared his throat and said, "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Perhaps I did not articulate my thoughts clearly." The crowd looked at him with a mix of curiosity and doubt that he indeed possessed a transcendent physique. That much was true, but it must be qualified by a temporal limitation, belonging to the era before the age of antiquity. "What do you mean?" Ma Yun elaborated. "You all must have heard of certain legends from the age of antiquity." "Right. In those times, there existed a kind of unparalleled physique, extraordinary and unmatched. During that period, 9 generations of such individuals emerged, each invincible in their own right, leaving an indelible mark upon history. That if such a physique were to embark on the path of cultivation, its ultimate achievements could scarcely be fathomed, earning the title of the foremost sacred body in both ancient and modern times. Indeed, we have heard of this. You can't be suggesting that as he trailed off." Everyone turned their attention to Yi Fan, though the awe and enthusiasm had dissipated, replaced by expressions of disappointment. If I am not mistaken, he embodies that kind of physique, alas, since the end of the age of antiquity. Although this physique has occasionally resurfaced in the world, it no longer possesses the same formidable prowess, unable to look down upon the heavens as it did in ancient times. That in fact, for reasons unknown, this physique has gradually faded into obscurity in the post-ancient era, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation, and no one has successfully cultivated it since. Nowadays, many celestial sects are circulating rumors that a celestial seed possessing a transcendent physique has emerged in the eastern wilderness. Just moments ago, I thought we might witness the rise of an extraordinary figure within our own Yin territory, yet it turns out to be this: the comparison between the transcendent sacred body of the ancient era and the invincible divine body of today. Alas, the elders from the Lingshu cave all sighed deeply, filled with profound disappointment, their interest in Yi Fan waning. The expressions of those from other blessed lands were equally complex, uncertain whether to feel relieved or disheartened. At this moment, no one turned their gaze toward Yi Fan. The stark contrast from the earlier fervor to the present indifference was glaringly apparent. Chapter 37. Lingshu Cave. As of now, only 13 individuals remained in Yi Fan's group. The others had perished, aside from Yi Fan, who possessed a unique physique. The remaining 12 were evenly distributed, allowing each blessed land to take 2 individuals. This is a form of passive selection. However, Zhou Yi and Lin Jia, among others, do not express any aversion to it. As several elders of the Lingshu Cave Heaven have remarked, this represents an opportunity for them. Ultimately, Yi Fan finds himself in an awkward position. Once regarded favorably by many, he now attracts no attention and is overlooked. I will not accompany you unless Yi Fan comes with you. At this moment, Pang Bo appears scarcely more than 11 or 12 years old, yet speaks with remarkable assertiveness, stating, at the very least, I can venture into the mundane world with Yi Fan. An elder from the Lingshu Cave Heaven elucidates, there are no mortals within the blessed lands. Should he join us in this manner, it may not bode well for him. Yi Fan comprehends this clearly and, after careful contemplation, considers the myriad potential outcomes. Within the blessed lands reside only cultivators. Who would care for a mere mortal like him? Even with Pang Bo's protection, it would not be a sustainable solution, and numerous unforeseen troubles would undoubtedly arise in the future. Pang Bo, you should go with them. I shall not join any blessed land. Perhaps it is better to lead a simple, unremarkable life as an ordinary person. No, I must take you with me. Pang Bo vehemently opposes. Very well, we will take Yi Fan along. He shall join us. The elders of the Lingshu Cave Heaven, wishing to avoid any discord with Pang Bo, resolved to include Yi Fan as well. Wait, Yi Fan exhibits no signs of joy. Instead, his expression remains serene as he states, I have made it clear. I will not join any blessed land. I appreciate your kindness. Yi Fan, this is an opportunity. Pang Bo hastily urges. Yi Fan shakes his head, responding, there is no need for persuasion. He has thought it through meticulously and fully understands that joining any blessed land could expose him to various complications, as hinted by the elder from Lingshu Cave Heaven. If you do not go, I shall not accompany them either. Pang Bo, ever loyal, refuses to abandon Yi Fan on this journey. Yi Fan smiles and says, from now on, I will rely on you. You must diligently pursue your cultivation. In the future, I will depend on your generosity, perhaps a few heroines, celestial maidens, divine ladies, or saintly figures. I will not be picky. Pang Bo rolls his eyes at this. The cultivators from the blessed lands nearby display expressions of bemusement, with several female cultivators casting him disapproving glares. Yi Fan, you should come with me. Pang Bo implores once more. All right, as long as you are willing to go. Pang Bo immediately brightens, believing he will find a way to keep Yi Fan with him. He turns eagerly towards the elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven. Very well. The elders ultimately nod in agreement. Yi Fan and his companions prepare to part ways. The path ahead remains uncertain, and the group is filled with a mix of confusion and anticipation. In their final moments together, they exchange heartfelt farewells, vowing to reunite in the years to come. At this juncture, Yi Fan undoubtedly appears somewhat unique. His future seems devoid of hope, as if he and the others belong to entirely different worlds. Even if someone suggests a reunion in the future, it is easy to envision that he will not be present among them. As all eyes turn toward him, various expressions of peculiarity emerge. Ultimately, they bid each other farewell, each departing their own way. Yi Fan, this is for you. Lu Yi, before leaving, hands Yi Fan a string of prayer beads, and before he can decline, she swiftly retreats. In truth, being an ordinary person is not without its merits. May you find happiness throughout your life. Li Xiaoman approached, uttering these words, and cast a lingering gaze upon him before turning to depart. Yi Fan, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I firmly believe that with your abilities, you will undoubtedly lead a vibrant life amidst the mundane world. After Lin Jia spoke these words, she too took her leave, Subsequently, Zhou Yi and Wang Ziwen came to bid farewell. Indeed, being an ordinary individual can be a blessing in disguise. Zhou Yi smiled faintly, gently patting his shoulder, and remarked, "There is nothing to feel disheartened about." Yi Fan remained unperturbed, offering a slight smile as he responded, "Who can truly predict what the future holds?" A moment later, a dozen radiant beams shot into the sky, piercing the tranquil night, akin to brilliant shooting stars that gradually vanished beyond the horizon. Marking the end of their farewells. As the others from the various realms departed, several elders from the Lingshu Cave Heaven addressed Pang Bo and Yi Fan, saying, "In truth, the distances between our sanctuaries are not great. If you wish to meet, it would be quite easy." The inhabitants of Lingshu Cave Heaven set forth the following day, traversing through the celestial rainbows with remarkable speed, as the mountains and rivers of the earth receded rapidly beneath them. Eventually, they halted before a resplendent celestial mountain, a place of serene beauty, adorned with lush trees, pavilions, and towers interspersed throughout, accompanied by flowing springs and cascading waterfalls, with celestial cranes soaring gracefully, a truly enchanting locale. "Is this the Lingshu Cave Heaven?" Pang Bo could not help but inquire, though his subsequent thoughts were rather unseemly as he muttered to himself, "Those celestial cranes look rather plump. Could we catch one or two to roast?" An elder nearby shot him an annoyed glare and retorted, "Those are enlightened celestial cranes. Do not entertain foolish notions. With your current abilities, you would be unable to approach them at all." This place was merely the mountain gate of Lingshu Cave Heaven, not its inner sanctum. Inside, ethereal mist swirled, shrouding the area in a hazy veil, with rare flowers and exotic herbs blanketing the ground. Upon reaching a point obscured by clouds, they beheld a large azure stone standing before them, inscribed with two ancient characters. Lingshu. Pang Bo, unfamiliar with these characters, learned from an elder that they had now arrived at Lingshu Cave Heaven. Legend has it that this site was once a desolate ruin, gradually restored by later generations into a sanctuary. Thus, Lingshu Cave Heaven boasts a profound history, stretching back to the primordial age. In subsequent years, individuals undertook extensive excavations here, hoping to uncover divine artifacts within the ruins. However, they ultimately found nothing. Those powerful practitioners who have cultivated in this cave throughout the ages always felt that this place held deeper secrets, yet no significant discoveries were ever made. As they passed the azure stone and entered the mist ahead, the scene transformed dramatically, revealing an incredibly splendid world as though they had stepped into an entirely different realm. This truly Lingshu Cave Heaven. It appeared to exist in a world of its own. The elders were quite pleased with the reactions of Yi Fan and Pang Bo. The vegetation here seemed to bask in the essence of sun and moon, with even the ordinary grass and trees exhibiting an extraordinary verdancy. Resembling exquisite jade, the ancient trees towered majestically, fragrant herbs abounded, divine birds flitted about, and rare beasts roamed freely, with sacred springs bubbling and flowing in abundance. Chapter 38. What is cultivation? Before them lay a breathtaking mountain range, suffused with an ethereal aura. In the distance, a magnificent waterfall, stretching 1,000 meters, cascaded down from a lofty peak, resembling a silken ribbon of white, reminiscent of the Milky Way suspended in reverse. The thunderous roar echoed like a stampede of 1,000 horses, a spectacle both grand and resplendent. Truly, it was a paradise, a realm of extraordinary beauty, akin to a sanctuary beyond the mundane world. A winding path, paved with smooth pebbles, meandered past the waterfall, leading into the enchanting depths of the celestial mountains. Along the trail, ancient trees towered majestically, their branches twisting like the sinewy forms of mythical dragons. Numerous temples could be glimpsed, nestled harmoniously amidst the verdant foliage, a seamless integration with nature on either side of the ancient path. There were meticulously cultivated medicinal fields, where ginseng thrived, its roots as thick as a child's arm, and reishi mushrooms flourished, adorned with 9 leaves. Countless unnamed herbs sparkled with a translucent sheen, emanating a subtle radiance, their fragrant essence wafting through the air, refreshing the spirit. Most passers-by offered respectful greetings to the elderly figures they encountered, treating Wei Wei with particular warmth, a testament to her esteemed status within the Lingshu Cave. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were led to the foot of a low hill, where a handful of thatched cottages stood amidst clusters of bamboo. A medicinal field lay in front of the dwellings, accompanied by a few ancient trees in close proximity. Though devoid of jade palaces and ethereal towers, the simplicity and tranquility of the scene radiated a serene beauty akin to a secluded utopia, cleansing the soul and providing an escape from the tumult of the world. Please make yourselves at home here, the elders instructed, offering a few words of guidance before departing. Another classmate was also brought into the Lingshu cave. But instead of joining Yi Fan and Pang Bo, they were taken to a different location. As noon approached, a young lad, no older than 12 or 13, arrived carrying a food box, inviting them to partake in a meal. The fare was simple and bland: lotus root slices, yellow essence, poria, and gastrodia, predominantly medicinal ingredients. This even edible. Their eyes sent a morsel of meat, Yi Fan remarked, lamenting their recent diet of wild fruits and spring water. At this rate, our mouths will taste like mountain spring. Despite the lack of oil or richness in the meal, Yi Fan and Pang Bo devoured every last morsel, leaving not a single leaf of vegetable behind. Could you possibly bring us a roasted chicken? Yi Fan inquired. The boy, taken aback by their voracious appetite, stammered, There aren't any. The cave does not provide such fare. If you are still hungry, I can bring you more food. How can there be no meat? I've seen plenty of celestial cranes and white deer here, not to mention many exotic creatures. Surely, roasting just 1 or 2 wouldn't be a problem. Those cranes look plump enough, Pang Bo argued. The boy, seemingly terrified, fled as if pursued by a specter, leaving Yi Fan and Pang Bo in astonishment. It appeared that entering the realm of cultivation was not as fortunate as it seemed. This life was stark and meager, with even meat being a luxury. How will we manage in the days to come? Pang Bo grumbled. Yi Fan, too, felt a gnawing hunger, longing to seize a roasted chicken, tear into a succulent hock, and indulge in fine wine. Relishing the feast, in the following days, the elders did not return, but the boy who had delivered their meals gradually became acquainted with them. Through their conversations, Yi Fan and Pang Bo began to acclimate to the archaic Chinese dialect. The lad expressed his envy, revealing that newly admitted disciples typically lacked independent quarters, only earning the right to establish their own abodes upon attaining significant progress in their cultivation. In a quaint hut of 3 or 5 rooms, can this be considered a dwelling of our own? Yi Fan and Pang Bo donned the garments provided by the youth, and apart from their still short hair, they bore no distinction from the inhabitants of the Lingshu cave heaven. Such a statement cannot be made lightly. Everything surrounding this low hill belongs to the two of you. Should you acquire the means, you may indeed carve out your own abode. Given that this low hill is ours, if we were to hunt a deer and roast 2 celestial cranes, no one would object, would they? Upon hearing their bold assertions, the youth hesitated to respond, sensing that their audacity was truly unparalleled, their thoughts vastly divergent from those of ordinary folk. This was a matter of great concern for both Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Yet until now, they remained utterly uninformed, having only heard vague references to the bitter sea, the divine bridge, and the other shore. The youth shook his head, unable to articulate his thoughts. He had only recently entered the Lingshu cave heaven and had not yet embarked upon the path of immortality. It appears you are rather impatient. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage appeared before the low hill. His flowing robes billowed as if carried by the wind, and he approached the hut without touching the ground, nodding to the youth beside him before saying, "You may go." "Who are you?" Yi Fan and Pang Bo, unfamiliar with the rosy-cheeked elder, regarded him with curiosity. He resembled an immortal from a distant realm. "I am Wu Qingfeng, an elder of the Lingshu cave heaven, and I am responsible for instructing disciples within their first 3 years of entry." "Greetings, Elder." "There's no need for formality. Elder, could you perhaps improve our rations? If this continues, we shall ascend to immortality without even having cultivated. The food is far too bland, and now, merely the sight of a grasshopper makes our mouths water." Pang Bo lamented. Wu Qingfeng's expression turned solemn as he replied, "In the mortal realm, desire abounds. Upon entering a sacred place such as this, the first task is to sever ties with worldly riches, to cleanse the body and calm the mind. If one cannot even abstain from base cravings, how then shall they navigate the myriad temptations along the path of cultivation?" Upon hearing these words, Pang Bo found himself at a loss for a retort, and Yi Fan, not yet having joined the cave heaven, felt even less inclined to voice any demands. Both Yi Fan and Pang Bo harbored numerous inquiries. Yet Yi Fan hesitated to speak, while Pang Bo, as a disciple of the Lingshu cave heaven, felt no such reservations. "Please, Elder Wu Qingfeng, have a seat." The elder settled upon a wooden stool in front of the hut, and they began to inquire about various matters, for they were entirely ignorant of the so-called practice of cultivation. Do you consider this sky to be pure? Incorrect. It is filled with endless dust. Wu Qingfeng extended his palm, stating, even within the confines of this hand lies boundless dust. Do you mean? Pang Bo asked, perplexed that Wu Qingfeng spoke with an air of tranquility, reminiscent of a sage untouched by the world, and continued, what do you think this endless dust signifies? What could it be but dust? It is dust, yet it is not merely dust. The elder replied calmly that I comprehend dust, but if it is not dust, then what is it? Pang Bo pressed on. It is the world, an expansive and boundless realm. That Wu Qingfeng's words flowed effortlessly, imbued with a serene naturalness, an inexpansive and boundless realm. Surely, you jest? Pang Bo questioned, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. In the future, you shall come to comprehend that every speck of dust, every blade of grass, and every tree embodies a universe. Might you articulate this in a more straightforward manner? I feel as though I am deciphering an ancient script. Although the literal meaning is easily grasped, the profound significance eludes my understanding. The venerable elder Wu Qingfeng sat there, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and remarked, let us not dwell on such matters today. What I wish to convey is that within the vastness of the cosmos lies an infinite amount of dust, and each grain represents a world unto itself. Similarly, our bodies are composed of the unseen, yet harbor countless gates, as numerous as the dust of the earth. This seemingly insignificant form contains innumerable gates, and the act of continually opening these gates to discover the true self is the essence of cultivation. Observing the astonished expressions of the two, Wu Qingfeng remained as tranquil as a deep well and inquired, now, do you grasp what cultivation entails? It seems that we are beginning to understand. Very well, take your time to comprehend. Now, I shall elucidate the concept of the sea of suffering. There are countless paths in this world, yet all lead to the opening of the immortal road. Elder, please be more explicit this time. Although they have yet to embark on the path of cultivation, both Yi Fan and Pang Bo recognize the paramount importance of initial concepts. All things in the world experience the passage of time. Some endure eternally, while others merely flourish for a fleeting moment, their existence but a brief flicker in the grand tapestry of life. Elder, your words are exceedingly profound. What precisely are you endeavoring to convey? The elder did not take offense at the interruption, gesturing towards a nearby ancient tree and inquiring, can you ascertain how many years it has lived? Naturally, one can determine that by counting the rings after felling it. Indeed, time is merciless and invariably leaves its mark upon all beings. Trees possess growth rings, and similarly, our bodies also have a wheel of life. Humans possess such a thing. Yi Fan and Pang Bo found this notion somewhat absurd. What I refer to as cultivation begins with the wheel of life within the human body. Chapter 39. The wheel of life. Every entity has its inception, and within our bodies, there exists a fundamental locus of vitality. A reservoir of life force known as the source wheel of life, or the wheel of life. Wu Qingfeng spoke in a measured tone, unfolding his narrative slowly. Where is this wheel of life located? Pang Bo inquired. It resides beneath the navel, Wu Qingfeng replied, gesturing towards that area. This position serves as the most exquisite division between the upper and lower halves of the body. Yi Fan felt a surge of astonishment, suddenly recalling the concept of the golden ratio in human anatomy, which precisely aligns with the location the elder described. The ratio from the soles of the feet to the crown of the head is approximately 0.618, commonly referred to as the golden proportion of the human body, with the navel situated exactly at that point. This anatomical configuration exemplifies the utmost aesthetic appeal. In truth, various parts of the body possess numerous golden ratio points, each of which holds immense significance. However, the navel, as the largest golden ratio point, may outwardly appear less consequential at this moment. Upon hearing the venerable Wu Qingfeng declare that this place represents the wheel of life, the very essence that harbors the vital energy of the human body, an illuminating thought flashed through Yi Fan's mind. Perhaps the most crucial golden ratio within the human form truly lies at the origin of all creation. The wheel of life is not merely a point, but rather an expansive area. According to the teachings of the venerable Wu Qingfeng, it is centered beneath the navel, forming a circle approximately the size of a palm, serving as the repository of essence, with a grave and earnest demeanor. Wu Qingfeng emphasized, the wheel of life is where mortals conceive children, while practitioners seek to nurture their own existence. It is the very foundation for cultivators. As Wu Qingfeng elucidated, the wheel of life is the source of divine power. For a cultivator to embark on the path to immortality, all must commence from this point. Throughout a mortal's life, the wheel of life gradually depletes, with each year leaving its mark akin to the rings of a tree. When the human body reaches the end of its days, the wheel of life bears the scars of time, and that moment signifies its complete shattering. Can you discern how many marks our wheel of life has etched upon it at this very moment? Yifan and Pang Bo, once vibrant youths in their 20s, now appeared as though they were merely 11 or 12 years old, having undergone a miraculous rejuvenation. Your wheel of life bears 11 marks, came the response. Upon hearing this, Pang Bo grinned widely. What had transpired in his life was nothing short of miraculous compared to his peers who had lost their youthful vigor. He then pointed at Yifan, inquiring, "What about him? Surely he is akin to me." Wu Qingfeng, already aware of Yifan's unique constitution, undertook a meticulous examination, reaching a conclusion similar to others that Yifan's wheel of life was profoundly tranquil, as steadfast as the strongest iron, immovable like a mountain, utterly incapable of being opened. His constitution was remarkably special, shrouded in mystery, making it difficult to ascertain the exact number of marks, though he surmised it was likely comparable to yours. At this juncture, an unusual expression crossed Wu Qingfeng's face as he remarked, "Your vitality is robust, akin to that of a divine dragon. If only you could cultivate, what a pity." Finally, Yifan and Pang Bo grasped the concept of the wheel of life. Yet their hearts remained laden with questions. The wheel of life is indeed the foundation for cultivators. If one were to reach the legendary realm, maintaining a pristine wheel of life free of scars and marks, perpetually as fresh as at birth, might offer a glimmer of hope for ascension to immortality, attaining immortality truly arduous. The so-called immortals in the mundane world are merely cultivators capable of traversing the skies. Whether the true immortals of legend actually exist remains uncertain. From what I understand, in the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, no one has achieved immortality for thousands of years, perhaps only those sacred places. Ancient families descended from times long past, or certain ancient beings, possess the knowledge of the truth. Old man, are you attempting to shatter our convictions? Just as we began to contemplate cultivation, you inform us that immortals may not even exist, which is indeed disheartening. Spring flowers merely yield to autumn, and the cicadas to winter. The mortal lifespan scarcely exceeds a century. Should they manage to endure for millennia, it could be deemed a defiance of natural order, arguably rendering them a form of immortal in a certain sense. That Yifan and Pang Bo comprehended the message the elders sought to convey. For cultivators embarking on the path to immortality, the journey commenced from the very day they began their cultivation, marking their transcendence beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. The formidable can endure for thousands of years, transcending the constraints of heaven and earth. Even if they ultimately do not attain immortality, their struggles in this life are not in vain, for they have shattered the shackles of fate and altered their destinies. That in truth, I have not entirely dismissed the existence of immortals. Perhaps it is merely that we are unable to access that realm. Subsequently, Yifan and Pang Bo continued to inquire, and the elder patiently elucidated their questions. People often speak of the sea of suffering. What exactly is it? It is the boundless ocean of tribulations that obscures the wheel of life. What does that mean? Both Yifan and Pang Bo were perplexed. When a cultivator reaches a certain level, the wheel of life, seemingly no larger than a palm, contains within it a genuine universe. The sea of suffering is born alongside it. Please elaborate. The wheel of life appears to coexist with the sea of suffering. What is their connection? The sea of suffering overlaps with the wheel of life, or more accurately, it submerges the wheel. Not only does time temper the wheel of life, but the sea of suffering also gradually erodes it. Hence, the notion of crossing the sea of suffering arises. Elder Wu Qingfeng nodded and replied, "Indeed, the essence of a cultivator lies within the wheel of life. One of the purposes of cultivation is to traverse the sea of suffering." Yifan and Pang Bo were astonished. According to your words, the sea of suffering is boundless, drowning the wheel of life. How can one purify it? Yes, the purification is endless. Thus, even the most extraordinary and powerful cultivators, after thousands or even tens of thousands of years, ultimately become mere dust. Elder Wu Qingfeng expressed a bittersweet sentiment, followed by a glimmer of longing as he said, "Legend has it that a true immortal must completely traverse the sea of suffering, transforming it into the elixir of life, a single drop of which can revive the dead and restore flesh to bone. Alas, that is merely a legend. The existence of immortals remains a question." Pang Bo sighed. Please tell us about things that truly exist. The sea of suffering may be inexhaustible, but if a cultivator wishes to attain a prolonged life, they must not remain ensnared within it. Elder Wu Qingfeng's eyes shimmered with brilliance as he proclaimed, "From the sea of suffering, one creates life. In desolation, one nurtures vibrant vitality, cultivating the divine veins, forging a celestial bridge, and reaching the other shore." Arriving at the end of the sea of suffering, Yi Fan pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat bewildered, and asked, "If the sea of suffering submerges the wheel of life, and they are indeed intertwined, then to cultivate the divine bridge and reach the other shore, thereby escaping the sea of suffering, does that not equate to severing ties with the wheel of life? Is that not the very foundation of a cultivator? Can one truly distance themselves from it?" Upon hearing this, Elder Wu Qingfeng nodded in approval, stating, "I have mentioned that the wheel of life is fundamental to cultivators, the foundation of all. However, I did not imply that there exists nothing beyond it." Pang Bo's eyes widened in astonishment. What else is there? To aspire to immortality, merely cultivating the wheel of life is insufficient. The divine bridge is the key to traversing the sea of suffering and accessing other hidden realms within the body. Could it be that there is not only one wheel of life, but also others? Or perhaps other entities akin to the wheel of life exist within the human body? Yi Fan was thoroughly astonished. To become the pinnacle of strength in this world, perfecting the wheel of life to its utmost would suffice. But if one wishes to attain immortality, merely cultivating the wheel of life is far from enough. Upon reaching this point, the venerable Wu Qingfeng shook his head, for even he was uncertain of the true existence of immortals. He continued, "Even if one is a prodigious talent, merely cultivating a single life will throughout one's lifetime is more than sufficient. Yielding boundless benefits, the quest for divine veins, the summoning of celestial bridges, and the attainment of eternal life is far from an easy endeavor. Remember, do not set your sights too high. It is imperative to establish a solid foundation. For that is the crux of the matter." Chapter 40. The Tao Sutra. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed that Yi Fan and Pang Bo gradually adapted to their new surroundings. A transformation that began as a shift in mindset, slowly embracing all that was before them. This was of great significance to both Yi Fan and Pang Bo, and it was not until another month had passed that they felt they had fully integrated and comprehended their circumstances. Believing they could commence their cultivation, the life wheel and the sea of suffering are intertwined. Thus, to cultivate the life wheel, one must also engage with the sea of suffering in a certain sense. The path of cultivation begins with the sea of suffering. Cultivation is a formidable journey, particularly for those taking their initial steps on the path of immortality, as guidance is essential. Without it, they would be at a loss. Unsure of how to breach its threshold. In the coming 2 months, I shall assist you in embarking upon the path of immortality, enabling you to become formal practitioners. Thereafter, I will no longer impart teachings to you individually. You shall join others at Lingshu Cliff to listen to the profound doctrines. For those just beginning their journey, establishing a robust foundation is paramount. Only then can one aspire to ascend to greater heights. The elder Wu Qingfeng produced a tome renowned as the most potent foundational scripture in existence, the Tao Sutra. The audacity of its title speaks volumes, as it records the fundamental texts of the great Tao. Serving as an unparalleled gateway to enlightenment. It is said to be a celestial classic, and within the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, only a handful of ancient scriptures can be deemed its equal, with none surpassing it. Although this foundational manual is invaluable, it is no longer a secret confined to a single lineage. Hence, Wu Qingfeng did not hesitate to pass it directly to Yi Fan and Pang Bo. The two devoted themselves earnestly to their daily practice, following the teachings of the Tao Sutra, first attuning themselves to their own life wheels and subsequently guiding their vital essence to penetrate the sea of suffering. Throughout this process, there exist exceedingly subtle methods of perception and unique guiding techniques. However, this effort alone was insufficient. Mere self-cultivation would not suffice to breach the threshold. They required someone to guide them with celestial energy. Every day, the elder Wu Qingfeng personally intervened, employing the foundational techniques recorded in the Tao Sutra, placing his hands beneath the navel of Yi Fan and Pang Bo. After several days, Pang Bo finally sensed the existence of his life wheel and began to attempt guiding the vital essence concealed within it to penetrate the sea of suffering. Yet Yi Fan remained at an impasse. His life wheel was utterly silent, as unyielding as divine iron. Even someone as formidable as Wu Qingfeng could not penetrate it with celestial energy, let alone guide it. It was truly difficult to fathom why such a constitution existed. Wu Qingfeng furrowed his brow, ultimately compelled to relent. He had expended nearly all his vital essence in an attempt to breach Yifan's life wheel. Yet it remained impervious. Elder, you must lend your assistance once more. Perhaps the next moment will bring success. Pang Bo implored as he witnessed Wu Qingfeng's intent to withdraw. Alas, it is not that I am unwilling to assist. Rather, it is a matter beyond my control. For one with his constitution, no one can guide him. Ultimately, he must rely on himself. Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head in resignation. How could this be? Perhaps you might try again. Pang Bo implored with a smile. Such a constitution, once known as the first sacred body in the primordial ancient times, is beyond our comprehension. Undoubtedly, it harbors many secrets yet to be uncovered. However, for reasons unknown, it has become increasingly difficult to manifest its former glory. Whether it requires a special cultivation method or other factors remains unclear. At this moment, Yifan remained in a state of tranquility, yet to awaken. Pang Bo continued, I believe it is imperative for the elder to delve deeper. Should you uncover the underlying cause, perhaps the unparalleled might of the first sacred body of the primordial era could be revived, and the Lingshu cave heaven would soar to unprecedented heights. Having lived for such a long time and possessing profound insight into the world, Elder Wu Qingfeng would not be easily swayed. He chuckled softly and shook his head. In the post-ancient era, this type of constitution has emerged several times, yet even the formidable sacred lands of the eastern wilderness were left powerless, given the heritage of our Lingshu cave heaven. Do you truly believe there is a chance? Just then, it seemed that Elder Wu Qingfeng sensed something anew. He extended his hand and pressed it once more against Yifan's navel, gathering all his vital energy to investigate. How is it, Elder, is there hope? Pang Bo inquired eagerly. After a prolonged silence, Elder Wu Qingfeng wearily lowered his hand and shook his head. The wheel of life and the sea of suffering remain as unyielding as divine iron, silent and devoid of any fluctuations. However, I do possess a peculiar sensation. His blood essence seems to be more vigorous than before. Though it is being restrained and hard to detect, the fleeting pulse I sensed earlier was unmistakable. Vigorous blood essence? Pang Bo questioned in confusion. Indeed, both of you inadvertently consumed a sacred fruit in the primordial forbidden land and drank from the divine spring, resulting in a remarkable transformation of your constitution. With your vitality significantly enhanced at this point, Elder Wu Qingfeng displayed a look of puzzlement, stating, despite practicing the Tao Sutra for several days without any progress, unable to sense the wheel of life, it appears that his blood essence has grown even more abundant, surpassing your own vitality. This, Elder Wu Qingfeng furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the situation. Just then, Yifan opened his eyes, his gaze radiant and brimming with vitality. Observing his invigorated demeanor, Elder Wu Qingfeng found himself even more perplexed and asked, Have you sensed the wheel of life? Yifan shook his head and replied candidly, No, do you feel anything particularly special? The elder continued to inquire. Why Yifan did not wish to conceal anything from him, for the elder had treated him with kindness and dedication, harboring no discrimination due to his unique constitution. Rather, he expended considerable energy to assist him daily. Although I have not sensed the wheel of life, I feel completely at ease, my entire being brimming with energy. Do you perceive any changes? Elder Wu Qingfeng asked once more. It feels as though I possess boundless strength. As he spoke, Yifan effortlessly lifted a massive boulder in front of the thatched cottage with one hand, exuding an air of calm and composure. Seemingly exerting minimal effort, the elderly Wu Qingfeng gasped in astonishment, remarking, Given your ease, your single arm must possess the strength of several thousand pounds. When both arms are combined, it is likely akin to the might of an elephant. Beside him, Pang Bo was equally taken aback. Having undergone the same miraculous rejuvenation as Yifan, he felt that their strengths were now notably disparate, with Yifan's divine power eclipsing his own. Wu Qingfeng departed, perplexed, unable to fathom the reason behind such a phenomenon. Although the other party could not sense the existence of the wheel of life, could one still be considered a mere mortal in such a state? After the elder's departure, Yifan suddenly began to sprint, like a tempest sweeping across the low hills. Pang Bo's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, Not only has your strength increased significantly, but your speed has also seen a remarkable enhancement. While the master leads one to the door, cultivation ultimately depends on the individual. Once you officially embark on the path to immortality, it is entirely reliant on your own efforts. The Lingshu cave will provide profound methods and medicinal liquids, But the transmission of teachings and resolution of doubts will be centralized, for the elders too must cultivate and cannot dedicate extensive time and energy to individual instruction. Soon, you shall journey to Lingshu Cliff. There, it is imperative to remain discreet. If you can endure, then endure. Do not act rashly. Chapter 41. The opening of the Sea of Suffering in the past 2 months. Wu Qifeng dedicated himself wholeheartedly to teaching Pang Bo and Yu Fan, guiding them onto the path of immortality. Pang Bo's cultivation progressed smoothly. He had sensed his own wheel of life and could now direct the flow of vital energy. His next task was to open the Sea of Suffering, preparing to unleash the source of divine power in the future. Yi Fan, however, remained unable to perceive the wheel of life, which lay in perpetual stillness, a realm of tranquility. Yet, with each day's practice, he emerged invigorated, his entire being suffused with vitality and energy. Over these days, his strength had grown immensely, and his speed had increased significantly, as if his body were a boundless reservoir of vigor. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Wu Qifeng was soon to depart, no longer available for their individual instruction. The path to immortality was fraught with peril. Only those with steadfast resolve and perseverance could achieve success. With these words, the elder gracefully departed. Before the low hills, a few thatched cottages stood amidst clusters of bamboo, serene and natural. Gradually, Yi Fan and Pang Bo adapted to this simple life of plain tea and meager meals. Tomorrow, they were to journey to Lingshu Cliff for cultivation. Yi Fan had initially hesitated. Without joining the Lingshu Cave, it felt inappropriate to accompany Pang Bo in his pursuit of knowledge. However, Wu Qifeng had bestowed upon him a jade token, a symbol that would grant him the privilege to practice there, even as a non-disciple of Lingshu. Under the luminous moon hanging in the night sky, its silvery beams cascaded down like gentle ripples upon water, enveloping the nearby woodland in a soft haze. As if draped in a delicate veil, Yi Fan and Pang Bo gazed up at the starry sky in silence, each lost in thought, seeking the star that resided in their hearts. Yet, amidst the myriad stars twinkling in the night, everything felt so foreign, and the familiar celestial panorama was lost to them. Arriving at the far shore of the starry expanse, the past felt an eternity away. Irretrievable, unaware of the celestial palaces above, one could only ponder what year this eve might be. Humanity experiences joy and sorrow, union and separation, just as the moon waxes and wanes. May we all enjoy longevity. Sharing the beauty of the moonlight across 1,000 miles. 2 individuals reclined upon the verdant grass, gazing up at the starry firmament, their hands clasping coarse teacups, yet the tea remained unconsumed, nearly all of it cascading down their faces. Subsequently, silence enveloped them for an extended duration, as they lay there in tranquility, fixated on the celestial expanse, refraining from uttering a word. Eventually, after a considerable passage of time, this serene stillness was disrupted. We must strive to live well. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were both optimistic souls. Their fleeting despondency was but a farewell to the past, enabling them to face the future with equanimity. They soon cast aside these thoughts, redirecting their conversation to the matter of cultivation. Despite having practiced for merely 2 months, it heralded a rebirth for both, an experience unlike any they had encountered before. The path of immortality was elusive, the future unpredictable. Having embarked on this journey, they could only proceed with unwavering resolve. Lingshu Cave Heaven was one of the 6 blessed realms in Yin territory. Although it could not be compared to the illustrious grand sects, it still boasted nearly 1,000 cultivators, with the number of young disciples reaching several hundred. As dawn broke, golden rays illuminated the cliffs, casting a radiant glow. Lingshu Cliff was a sheer precipice composed of several low stone cliffs, each unconnected and distanced from one another, none towering higher than 70 or 80 meters. In the early morning, a multitude of young disciples congregated here, their levels of cultivation diverse, leading them to choose different cliffs to listen to the profound methods suitable for their current abilities. Yi Fan and Pang Bo arrived early. Being novices, they had but one option, proceeding directly to the farthest stone cliff that a considerable number of people had already gathered there, both male and female, numbering 40 to 50. The youngest appeared merely 7 or 8 years old, their faces youthful and innocent, while the eldest were in their 30s, etched with the marks of experience. With a flash of brilliance, a divine rainbow streaked through the air, descending upon the cliff, its radiance fading to reveal an elderly man with snow-white hair seated atop it. He cast a few tranquil glances downward, momentarily pausing on Pang Bo and Yi Fan. Before commencing to impart his teachings, under the rosy dawn, as they listened to the cultivation methods, many present felt a unique sense of novelty, for a considerable number were newly initiated disciples of Lingshu Cave Heaven. The elder on the cliff exuded an air of calmness, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Yet he spoke with meticulous detail, addressing the concerns that novice cultivators should heed. After half an hour, the transmission of teachings concluded. The elder, his expression impassive, gazed down and declared, "If there are any questions, feel free to ask. If not, this session concludes." Several youths hastily stepped forward, eager to pose their inquiries. The elder on the cliff responded to each question in turn. And upon seeing that no further queries arose, he soared into the heavens upon his divine rainbow. This first experience of listening to profound teachings felt rather mundane to Yi Fan and Pang Bo, lacking any sense of novelty. In fact, they found it somewhat insipid. Over the past 2 months, under the tutelage of Elder Wu Qingfeng, their foundational skills had become exceptionally solid, and they had long grasped the various considerations to keep in mind. Do not aim too high, the elder had advised. The foundation must be firmly established. His emphasis on this principle, alongside their presence here for cultivation, surely held its own rationale. In the ensuing fortnight, despite their sense of monotony, the two individuals steadfastly attended each day, ultimately discovering the benefits of their persistence. The elder on the cliff would occasionally impart his insights and experiences from his cultivation journey, which proved to be of paramount significance. For novices, such narratives of spiritual practice serve as a guiding beacon, offering inspiration when contrasted with their own circumstances, thereby accelerating their progress. On one particular morning, the elder on the cliff suddenly extended his palm, and forthwith, dozens of beams of light cascaded down, landing in the hands of Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others, each person receiving a small, exquisitely polished jade vial. Upon opening these vials, a delightful fragrance wafted forth. "This is the elixir that will aid you in traversing the sea of suffering," the elder stated succinctly, sparing not a single superfluous word. The sea of suffering is intertwined with the wheel of life. To unleash the vast vital essence contained within the wheel, one must continually forge ahead through the sea of suffering. The elixir within the jade vials was exceedingly precious, dispensed only once every 3 months, with each individual permitted to receive but 4 vials per year. Pang Bo's sea of suffering had been gradually transforming. Over the past 3 months, it had expanded from the size of a jujube pit to that of a fingernail, surrounded by tendrils of vital essence, imbuing him with an invigorated demeanor. Yi Fan, despite having consumed a small vial of the elixir, remained unchanged, his sea of suffering utterly still, unable to expand, and not a single speck of vital essence flowed within. Nevertheless, during these days, his strength and speed had been on the rise, with his vitality surging like a tumultuous tide, pulsating robustly, akin to a dragon in its prime. That I shall continue my cultivation at this pace. Although I am currently unable to cultivate the sea of suffering or commune with the wheel of life, my body has grown increasingly robust, which surely cannot be a misfortune. That I feel you are far superior to me. Pang Bo lamented that I toil daily in the sea of suffering, yet I see no enhancement in strength or speed, nor can I wield any profound techniques. I truly do not comprehend the purpose of this cultivation. Unable to contain himself any longer, he approached the elder at the base of the cliff and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, must we persist in this manner indefinitely? When shall we be capable of traversing the divine rainbow?" The elder cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, "One must eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time. If you cannot walk, yet wish to run, you will only stumble." Although the elder's words bore a tone of reproach, he ultimately provided an answer, primarily to instill hope in all those below, sharing insights into future cultivation prospects. Chapter 42. Inverted like a scallion. Time swiftly elapsed, and it had been 4 months since Yi Fan and Pang Bo commenced their studies at Lingshu Cliff. On this day, the elder once more bestowed the elixir. The small jade vial, glistening and smooth, stood no taller than 2 inches, with a circular base measuring but an inch in diameter, containing a limited amount of the precious liquid. This elixir, of a verdant hue, exuded a distinctive herbal aroma, possessing extraordinary efficacy in facilitating the opening of the sea of suffering, thereby conserving considerable time and effort for the cultivator. It was said that this potion was distilled from the essence of 100 herbs, akin to the vital essence hidden within the human wheel of life. and was referred to as the 100-herb elixir. With a swift motion, the elder on the cliff transformed into a divine rainbow, soaring skyward, and in the blink of an eye, vanished deep within the ethereal confines of Lingshu Cave. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had just stowed away their jade vials when, at that moment, a youth of around 15 or 16 years approached them, brazenly obstructing their path. "Lend me 2 vials of Baichao liquid," he declared, extending his hand forward to seize the vials, offering them no opportunity for refusal. "Who are you to demand this?" Pang Bo retorted, shoving his hand aside and casting him a sidelong glance. Yi Fan observed the surrounding crowd, which had begun to exhibit signs of trepidation, retreating in unison. Upon noticing that the youth clutched no less than 5 or 6 vials of Baichao liquid, he immediately discerned the blatant act of extortion unfolding before him. The youth, his face darkening after being brushed aside by Pang Bo, exclaimed, "Do you dare glare at me?" Both Pang Bo and Yi Fan were disinclined to instigate trouble. After all, the individuals present were cultivators, and they had only recently arrived at the Lingshu Cave Heaven. Wishing to avoid conflict, they took a few steps back, intending to depart quietly. "Thinking you can leave without a word?" "I don't think so," the youth sneered, grabbing hold of Pang Bo's wrist with one hand while his other lunged for the Baichao liquid. Although Pang Bo lacked the brute strength of Yi Fan, he nevertheless possessed considerable power compared to the unrefined cultivators who had not yet mastered their mystical arts. With a flick of his wrist, he flung the youth away, causing him to stagger and nearly lose his footing. Enraged and humiliated, the youth shouted, "Dare to lay a hand on me, and I will ensure you remain bedridden for 3 months. Just then, several other youths of similar age pressed into the crowd, prompting immediate fear among the onlookers, who swiftly withdrew, evidently recognizing these newcomers. Each of these individuals brandished 6 or 7 vials of Baichao liquid, evidently pilfered from others. They quickly surrounded Yi Fan and Pang Bo, and the youth who had previously been humiliated by Pang Bo chuckled darkly. "Teach them a lesson they won't forget. Let them be bedridden for 3 months. Indeed, where there are people, there are grievances. Even cultivators are not exempt from such human follies." After uttering this observation, Yi Fan ceased to speak further and advanced forward. A youth who attempted to leap in his way was swiftly kicked aside. Pang Bo, too, scoffed, saying, "Even fellow disciples are not spared from thievery. How audacious! If we don't teach you a lesson now, who knows what malevolent acts you might commit in the future?" He struck with greater force, sending the surrounding youths sprawling like tumbling gourds. "How dare you strike me?" The initial provocateur, his cheek swollen, glared furiously at Yi Fan and Pang Bo before hastily scrambling to his feet and making a hasty retreat, declaring, "You will pay for this. The cultivators within the Wheel of Life are merely stronger than ordinary folk." Yet, compared to Yi Fan and Pang Bo, they resembled commoners. Meanwhile, in the distance, a youth of around 14 or 15 remarked to a young man in his 20s, "Your brother is truly a fool. Let him try to measure up, only to embarrass himself like this." The young man, slightly embarrassed by the remark, yet wary of the younger boy, replied with a hint of deference, "Do you think these two are truly worth such a test? It is my great-uncle who wishes to assess them. I've heard these two seem to have consumed some divine elixir." The younger boy scoffed dismissively, adding, "Otherwise, I would have no interest in them at all." The young man in his 20s shuddered at this moment, seemingly overwhelmed by a profound fear of the boy's granduncle. He remarked, "Even if it were indeed a miraculous elixir, it has long since been consumed by these 2 individuals. What intentions does your esteemed granduncle harbor?" The boy replied, "My granduncle believes that a potent residual effect still lingers within their bodies. Regrettably, he has only recently learned of their circumstances, and he is exceedingly vexed." The young man, feeling a chill envelop him, hesitated and inquired, "Even if they still possess some remnant of the drug's efficacy, is it not possible to extract it? It cannot be directly extricated. Would it not be feasible to bleed them?" The 14 or 15-year-old boy chuckled darkly, his demeanor incongruous with his youth, and stated, "At worst, we could simply refine their bodies. I believe that is precisely what my granduncle intends." The young man felt a wave of dread wash over him. The old alchemist was notoriously ruthless, and as an elder of the Lingshu Cave, few dared to provoke him. It was clear that the 2 boys, regarded as mere materials for alchemy, were unlikely to escape with their lives. The youth, commanding as if addressing subordinates, ordered, "Your useless brother has arrived. Go and assess those 2, determine their physical condition and whether they are worthy of my granduncle's alchemical endeavors." "Understood. I shall proceed at once." Yi Fan and Pang Bo had maintained a low profile, yet they found themselves under scrutiny, unaware of the attention they had attracted. just as they squeezed through the crowd intending to depart. They were once again obstructed. The young man in his 20s, his skin shimmering with a faint luminescence, clearly possessed some mastery of arcane arts, stepped forward. "Brother, you must teach them a lesson." The boy who instigated the trouble glared menacingly at Yi Fan and Pang Bo. And the surrounding youths, emboldened by the arrival of their ally, began to shout in unison, "Break their limbs and toss them into the lotus pond to feed the fish. Make them kneel and bow 1,000 times." The group of youths continued to jeer, emboldened by their support, hurling insults and curses at Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Yi Fan furrowed his brow. He was not one to be provoked by a handful of youths. Yet he sensed that the situation was decidedly unusual, as if someone were deliberately targeting them. "Why did you two assault my brother?" the young man questioned, his expression cold and unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Fan and Pang Bo. "Which of your eyes witnessed me laying a hand on him?" Pang Bo retorted, his eyebrows raised in defiance. The situation had escalated to a point where further restraint was impossible. Even conceding would only invite a harsher retribution. He discerned that the other party was merely seeking an excuse. "What is it that you desire?" Yi Fan asked directly. "You have harmed my brother, and I must seek retribution on his behalf." The young man sneered, advancing step by step. At that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered, all observing from a distance, none daring to intervene. The disciples at the base of the cliff were mostly newcomers, harboring trepidation towards the radiant young man before them. "Break their legs and make them kneel there. Toss them into the lake to feed the fish." The youths resumed their raucous shouts, with a flash of brilliance. The young man darted forward like a specter, moving with unparalleled speed. His fingers, glistening like jade, sliced towards Yi Fan's neck with the precision of a blade. He did not exert his full strength, believing that this strike alone would be sufficient to topple Yi Fan, rendering him incapacitated on the ground. However, to his astonishment, Yi Fan reacted with remarkable swiftness, retreating 2 steps with an effortless grace, evading the attack, and surprisingly grasping the young man's hand with a resounding thud. "Release me." Though taken aback, the youth did not regard Yi Fan as a genuine threat. He attempted to forcefully fling Yi Fan away. Yet again, events unfolded contrary to his expectations. His fingers felt as if they were caught in a vice, excruciating pain coursing through him, making escape utterly impossible. At that moment, Pang Bo intervened, delivering a powerful punch to the young man's back, the force of which was astonishing. The young man's body jolted violently, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, having seized the young man's hand, swung him around as if he were a mere scarecrow before slamming him heavily to the ground. Dust erupted, the earth quaking beneath them, and the young man's radiant aura dissipated in an instant. He let out a piercing scream, spewing several mouthfuls of blood, his body convulsing in agony. The onlookers were rendered speechless, utterly shocked that Yi Fan had so decisively brought the young man to the ground. It was not that the young man lacked strength. After all, he had cultivated some mystical arts, but he had been afforded no opportunity to unleash them. Now, with Yi Fan's single arm capable of effortlessly lifting several tons, possessing the might akin to that of a dragon, even the most formidable of mystical techniques would struggle to withstand such immense power. "You sought trouble and instigated conflict. We were merely defending ourselves. Yet, you audaciously accuse us of assaulting you. Very well, let us make this truly fitting." Pang Bo fumed, charging forward. The group of youths attempted to flee, but the surrounding crowd obstructed their escape, leaving them helpless. Bang, bang, bang. Pang Bo thundered. "What did you just say? Break our limbs and toss us into the lotus pond to feed the fish, and you dare to demand we kneel and bow 1,000 times. Are you all tired of living?" He unleashed a flurry of vicious slaps, leaving the fallen youths bruised and battered, crying out in anguish. "You haven't even mastered the slightest bit of mystical power. Yet you fancy yourselves bullies. You truly are unaware of your own insignificance. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you might think you're immortal." Rising to his feet, Pang Bo kicked furiously, the cries of the fallen youths echoing around him, yet he felt invigorated, relishing the escalating thrill of the confrontation. "Why do you target us?" Meanwhile, Yi Fan was not idle. He kicked fiercely, sending the young man rolling across the ground, his body racked with spasms, blood trickling from his lips. "If you do not speak, I shall toss you into the pond head first." With another mighty kick, Yi Fan propelled the young man several meters away. Upon hearing this, Pang Bo's eyes sparkled with delight. What a splendid idea. He crouched down and, with immense strength, lifted 5 or 6 youths simultaneously, striding towards the lotus pond. "Do not. Let us go." "Help! There's been a murder. I implore you, release us at once." In response, Pang Bo paid no heed, seizing each individual in turn and forcefully hurling them towards the lotus pond. The murky waters awaited them, and under the immense strength of Pang Bo, the unfortunate souls found themselves head first, plunging into the mire. Do not let this lead to fatalities. Yi Fan cautioned. "Fear not. These wretches have at least embarked on the path to immortality, although they have yet to master the profound arts. Their physiques surpass those of ordinary mortals, allowing them to hold their breath for at least half an hour. Will you speak or not? Do you wish to experience a face-first plunge as well?" Yi Fan reiterated, sending another youth sprawling. Pang Bo strode over, asserting, "Just toss him in head first. Do not waste breath on him. Let us see if he finally decides to speak," observing the stubbornness of their captive. Yi Fan ceased his dialogue, hoisting the individual and forcefully propelling him forward. The onlookers were left utterly astounded. What incredible strength was displayed, despite being a considerable distance of 40 to 50 meters from the lotus pond. Yi Fan launched the living man as though he were a javelin. With a splat, the youth indeed resembled a spear, plunging straight into the muck, with only his struggling legs visible above the surface. How monstrous! Where did such a creature come from? He appears so refined and gentle, seemingly only 11 or 12 years old. How could he possess such tremendous strength? The crowd gaped in disbelief, then began to murmur amongst themselves. Yet all felt a sense of relief. Those haughty individuals deserved such a lesson. Suddenly, the crowd parted swiftly, making way for several unfamiliar figures that a youth, around 14 or 15 years of age, approached with a countenance as dark as stormy waters. Flanked by a few young adults in their early 20s, their bodies radiating an aura of brilliance. This was Han Chonglau's grandson, known as Han Feiyu. His great-uncle was also an elder, reputed to be a master alchemist. "Silence! Do not speak of him. Be cautious lest calamity befall you." As Han Feiyu drew closer, his expression remained grim as he addressed Yi Fan and Pang Bo. "Do you take Lingshu Dantian for a mere playground? To commit violence in public without a shred of concern? Do you truly believe yourselves to be law-enforcing elders?" Yi Fan and Pang Bo disregarded him, nearly ignoring his presence, turning their gaze back to the lotus pond. Han Feiyu's expression darkened further as he commanded his companions, "Do not allow them to obstruct my view any longer." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan turned back, retorting, "You certainly possess a grandiose sense of importance. It appears you have been orchestrating events from behind the scenes. I have no words for you today, except to send you headfirst into the muck as well." Han Feiyu's eyes gleamed with icy determination. Muttering under his breath, "It seems I shall have to deliver 2 corpses to my great-uncle." Chapter 43. Divine Patterns. With a grim expression, Han Feiyu's eyes glinted with cold fury, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Yi Fan and Pang Bo as if they were mere corpses. Choosing silence, the 4 youths beside him, upon hearing his almost commanding tone, advanced together, their faces adorned with mocking smiles as they slowly encircled Yi Fan and Pang Bo. One individual lowered his voice, seemingly reluctant for those nearby to overhear, and remarked, "Ignorant fools, there are certain individuals in Lingshu Cave Heaven whom one cannot afford to offend. How dare you 2 utter such words, utterly oblivious to the danger you invite?" Beside him, another young man advanced a few steps, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he taunted, "Truly remarkable. Having barely crossed the threshold, you already exude such bravado. One wonders if you even know how to spell death. However, I suspect you too will not meet your end, for a fate worse than death is to endure a life of torment. One must suffer greatly before contemplating the sweet release of death." At this moment, a third voice interjected casually, as if addressing mere insects, saying, "You could always break your own legs, kneel in supplication, and then crawl into the lotus pond, burying yourselves in the mud. Truly a fitting way to meet your demise. If I were in your shoes, I would simply choose to end it all, to spare myself the agony of living." The 4 spoke with such nonchalance, dismissing Yi Fan and Pang Bo entirely. Their words laced with mockery and scorn, positioned at 4 corners to deny the 2 any chance of escape. Yet Yi Fan and Pang Bo were not the type to endure indignities in silence. The remarks of these 4 were excessively brazen. Nevertheless, they remained unfazed, responding with an air of casual indifference. What are these 4 fools up to? I suspect they must have been unfortunate enough to get their heads caught in the door upon exiting. For how else could they all appear so utterly dim-witted, incessantly babbling? The 2 spoke with a detached demeanor, as if they were mere spectators enjoying a spectacle, occasionally offering offhand commentary. This provoked the 4 young men, who were seething with rage. as they perceived the two youths, whom they regarded as insignificant, displaying such audacity. Their haughty demeanor, coupled with their sharp tongues, ignited the fury within them, causing their expressions to darken as they struggled to maintain their mocking smiles. "Ignorant fools," one of them hissed, yet he refrained from charging forward, having already discerned the extraordinary strength of the two. Unwilling to risk a fall from grace, a glimmer of light emanated from beneath his navel, and a wave-like divine pattern surged forth, akin to an iron chain, rapidly coiling toward Yufan and Peng Bo. The divine pattern, emerging from the sea of suffering. The elder had mentioned that only those who have achieved a modicum of mastery could wield such profound techniques. This was indeed a formidable opponent. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, the majority of whom were novice disciples, rarely witnessing such displays of arcane prowess. Anxiety etched upon their faces, they watched with bated breath. It was their first encounter with a practitioner capable of wielding such mystical arts, and the potency of the divine pattern that emerged from the sea of suffering was unknown to them, rendering them hesitant to engage. Once more, the two sought to evade. Yet the divine pattern pursued relentlessly, a radiant presence with a metallic sheen, sparkling and swiftly entwining around them. Suddenly, Yifan seized a massive boulder beside him, thrusting it toward the descending divine pattern. Upon collision, a thunderous roar erupted, and a deep gash appeared on the colossal stone, reminiscent of a wound inflicted by a blade or axe. This caused both Yifan and Peng Bo to simultaneously change color. Indeed, cultivators capable of wielding profound techniques are formidable. If they were mere mortals, they would stand no chance against such power. Hiss, these two grasshoppers possess an extraordinary strength. Exercise caution, should they inflict harm upon us. It would be truly humiliating, one of the four young men whispered. With a series of hissing sounds, four distinct colors of radiance blossomed forth from the four youths, and four iron-like divine patterns surged towards Yifan and Peng Bo from all directions. In response, Yifan and Peng Bo launched a fierce counterattack. The area around the cliff was abundant with rocks, and they hurled massive boulders with tremendous force, causing the divine patterns to tremble incessantly. Bang, bang, bang. Yifan and Peng Bo displayed astonishing divine strength as they propelled boulders into the air, relentlessly charging towards the divine patterns hovering above, while a number of large blue stones fell towards the four youths. The young cultivators, having just begun to grasp the profound arts, found themselves flustered. Although they had managed to cultivate a modicum of divine power to form iron-like patterns, their control over the pattern's speed was insufficient to evade the oncoming boulders, rendering them incapable of inflicting effective damage upon their adversaries, despite experiencing a significant enhancement in their physical prowess after cultivating even a trace of divine power in the Sea of Bitterness. They were still no match for Yifan and Peng Bo in terms of sheer strength. As the heavy boulders rained down, they could only retreat in fear of being crushed amidst the chaos. Yifan suddenly surged forward, moving with incredible speed, leaving behind a faint afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before one young cultivator, delivering a simple yet direct punch that landed heavily against the young man's face, sending him hurtling through the air. This was a strike that embodied both grace and raw power. Yifan elegantly extended his body, his right arm moving with a natural fluidity that was visually captivating. Yet when his fist struck, it unleashed a violent force that propelled the young man a good 10 meters away. A spray of blood erupted from the cultivator's mouth and nose, arcing through the air several meters before forming a crimson arc, accompanied by the flight of 7 or 8 teeth that tumbled to the G. As the narrative unfolds, Peng Bo lunged forward, delivering a series of kicks that sent the four individuals tumbling like mere playthings. Were we merely grasshoppers, to be crushed at will? They even suggested we break our own legs, kneel in supplication, and crawl into the lotus pond, burying ourselves in the muck. Did they wish for us to endure a fate worse than death, tormented until our final breath? Such audacity is beyond belief. Bang, bang, bang. Yifan and Peng Bo harbored an extreme disdain for these four, devoid of any compassion, striking them mercilessly, as if they were nothing more than repugnant insects, leaving them as limp as heaps of decaying refuse. Enough. At that moment, Han Feiyu, who had been observing from a distance with a cold gaze, approached, his eyes icy and his countenance so grim it seemed as though it could drip with water. Peng Bo cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, "Who are you to declare what is enough? Release them." Han Feiyu's voice was sharp and frigid, sending a chill through the onlookers, despite appearing no older than 14 or 15. His demeanor was incongruous with his age, exuding an oppressive gloom. "Why should we heed your words?" Pang Bo remained unfazed. Meanwhile, Yi Fan disregarded him entirely, casually crouching down to lift two individuals off the ground. He then stretched his body with an elegance that possessed a certain grace, swinging his arms in a fluid motion. The two figures soared through the air like elongated spears, swiftly embedding themselves into the mire of the lotus pond, leaving only their feet protruding above the sludge. "You seek death." Han Feiyu's expression shifted to one of profound anger, his entire being radiating an icy fury as he advanced at Yi Fan paid him no mind. Lifting another pair and hurling them forth. With two soft thuds, they too plunged headfirst into the distant mud. The onlookers were left speechless, utterly astonished by the unfolding spectacle. With a whoosh, Han Feiyu's sea of suffering unleashed a dazzling brilliance. Illuminating the surroundings, the small, square wooden seal, scarcely an inch in size, surged forth, emanating a vibrant green luminescence as it rapidly expanded towards Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd. This was no mere manifestation of divine power, but a genuine greenwood seal, incomparable to the mere four divine patterns. Upon emerging from the sea of suffering, the seal radiated an aura of profound pressure. Chapter 44. The Celestial Seedling. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had no time to evade. The green seal approached with alarming swiftness, enveloping them in its shadow before they could react. Initially, the seal was but an inch long. Yet in an instant, it had grown to the size of a house, its surrounding green aura swirling like a tempest. Under this immense pressure, Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt as if a colossal mountain had descended upon them, straining with all their might to resist. With a resounding crash, the two thrust their hands upward, attempting to deflect the descending seal, only to find their feet sinking into the ground, the earth cracking beneath them. A testament to the overwhelming force they faced, another thunderous impact reverberated as the seal trembled, a vast expanse of green mist enveloping the area, its size swelling yet again, akin to a towering palace. Descending relentlessly, even the mightiest boulders have been effortlessly cast aside. What manner of fiend is this that bears such weight? That Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt an increasing heaviness in their arms. And suddenly the ground beneath them sank again, their legs sinking completely into the earth as fissures erupted across the surface. "That aren't you fond of being upside down? Now I shall plant you as human trees." Han Feiyu approached with a chilling sneer that sent shivers down their spines. Boom! The Qingmu seal trembled once more, a haze of azure mist swirling around them like ethereal smoke. Amplifying the pressure on Yi Fan and Pang Bo, their bodies sank deeper, this time their legs entirely engulfed, leaving only their upper halves above ground. If this continued, they would surely be crushed into a pulp. Sensing the peril, Yi Fan whispered to Pang Bo, "Fear not, I shan't let you perish easily." Han Feiyu's mocking laughter echoed, revealing his intent to torment them. At this moment, both Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt a tingling numbness in their arms. If this persisted, they would lack the strength to resist and be forcefully compressed into the ground. Yi Fan signaled to Pang Bo, urging him to let go and break free. Pang Bo shook his head, fearing that if he relinquished his grip, Yi Fan would be unable to withstand the pressure alone and would be reduced to mush. Time was of the essence, and there were no other options. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and uttered these few words. The pressure above was overwhelming, and despite possessing the power of the dragon, he could not sustain it for long. Pang Bo understood their dire situation. One of them must escape to confront Han Feiyu, or they would face certain death. However, the one left behind would likely find themselves in a perilous predicament. Supporting the Qingmu seal was already a strenuous task for both. If only one remained, the danger would be magnified. With no other choice, one must stay behind to uphold the Qingmu seal. Pang Bo was not a man prone to indecision. Decisive action was imperative. Without further hesitation, he released his grip, forcefully pressing against the ground to extricate his lower body. Boom! The Qingmu seal quivered, emanating a faint green light, as the immense pressure caused Yi Fan's arms to tremble. He sank further, with his torso now completely submerged, the Qingmu seal hovering less than a meter above the ground. Pang Bo, in a state of alarm, was drenched in cold sweat, like an arrow released from a bowstring. He surged forward with unparalleled speed. Boom! The green light flickered, and the Qingmu seal swayed as it crashed down upon Yi Fan, burying him beneath the earth. Pang Bo's heart raced with dread. He charged at Han Feiyu in a frenzy, his arms clamping down like a vice. Han Feiyu had not anticipated that one of the two seemingly immobilized would manage to break free and tackle him. akin to a ravenous wolf tearing into its prey. Boom, boom, boom. Pang Bo mounted Han Feiyu, raining down blows upon him as if beating a drum, relentless in his assault. The onlookers were taken aback, never expecting Pang Bo to escape. Though Han Feiyu lacked Pang Bo's raw strength, he had cultivated a thread of divine energy, enveloping himself in a radiant aura. While Pang Bo's fist struck heavily, they did not inflict excessive harm. A mere trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Han Feiyu's mouth. Yet, despite this, Han Feiyu's eyes turned red with anger. He had never suffered such a significant loss. In that moment, he struggled fiercely, causing a radiant brilliance to erupt from the sea of suffering, hurling Pang Bo away. Subsequently, several iron-like divine patterns shot forth from the sea of suffering, gleaming and sparkling. As they advanced menacingly towards Pang Bo in a hurry, Pang Bo dodged, raising a massive stone beside him as a shield, then retaliated with a powerful throw. "I shall tear you apart." Han Feiyu's expression was chilling and terrifying, as several divine patterns swirled around him, shooting towards Pang Bo like bolts of lightning. Boom! At that instant, the colossal green wooden seal that had been pressed to the ground suddenly soared upward. Yi Fan, wielding it with both hands, burst forth from the earth, forcefully striking down upon Han Feiyu. The green light dazzled, and a mist of azure enveloped the air, descending like a small mountain. With Han Feiyu's cultivation level, he could not multitask effectively. He was unable to control both the green wooden seal and the divine pattern simultaneously. The earlier struggle with Pang Bo had inadvertently given Yi Fan the opportunity to free himself. Yi Fan moved like lightning, leaving a long afterimage in his wake, and rushed forward alongside the green wooden seal. However, Yi Fan's speed was astonishingly swift, nearly arriving simultaneously with the green wooden seal. Just as Han Feiyu managed to stabilize the green wooden seal, Yi Fan closed in, delivering a powerful kick to Han Feiyu's face. Blood splattered as Han Feiyu staggered, flying backward over 20 meters. The green wooden seal fell from his control, crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Fan did not halt. His body transformed into a streak of light, pursuing Han Feiyu before he even touched the ground, and executed a heavy stomp upon him while airborne. The sheer force of that kick sent shivers through the onlookers, as the ground trembled violently, nearly breaking Han Feiyu's body in two. Almost simultaneously, Pang Bo charged forward, raising his foot to deliver a fierce kick to Han Feiyu's abdomen. "Attack his head. Do not let him concentrate," Yi Fan shouted. Pang Bo instantly understood. They could not allow Han Feiyu to focus on controlling the wooden seal, for otherwise, they would be in peril. Bang, bang, bang. Both men possessed immense strength, each kick capable of sending boulders flying, as they relentlessly trampled Han Feiyu, causing the ground to tremor beneath them. If not for the radiant light continuously emanating from Han Feiyu's sea of suffering, shielding his exterior, he would have surely been reduced to a bloody pulp by now. The spectators were left dumbfounded. The two, once cornered, had managed to turn the tide and were now mercilessly beating Han Feiyu. A scenario that felt utterly astonishing. Though they felt this way, neither wished to take a life, as that would escalate matters excessively. Nevertheless, they were determined not to let Han Feiyu off easily. Exerting pressure that dimmed the brilliance surrounding his body, Han Feiyu attempted to control the green wooden seal, but each effort ended in failure, as the seal repeatedly soared and then crashed heavily back to the ground. He was becoming dazed from the relentless stomping, struggling to concentrate. Ultimately, Han Feiyu found himself drained of energy. The sea of suffering could no longer emit its divine light, and he was being repeatedly trampled by two beings of divine power. Howling in agony, to have opened the sea of suffering and cultivated a sliver of divine power, yet think oneself a master. Do you truly believe you are worthy to kill us? We harbor no grievances against one another. Why do you target us at such a tender age? Your thoughts are regrettably malicious, resorting to torment that could lead to our demise. Yi Fan and Pang Bo struck mercilessly, wary that Han Feiyu might be feigning innocence, and thus they unleashed a relentless barrage upon him. Soon, his cheeks became swollen, tears streaming down his face, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his head swelling grotesquely like that of a pig. Although Han Feiyu could scarcely endure the excruciating pain, his eyes remained fiercely fixed upon the two, brimming with resentment. This young man evidently possesses a sinister disposition. I believe it is imperative to eliminate him. His persistent vendetta towards us indeed poses a significant threat if left unresolved. Upon overhearing their hushed deliberations, Han Feiyu was finally struck by fear and cried out, "Do not kill me," his voice boomed. Seemingly intent on ensuring all present could hear, he then lowered his tone. Please, do not take my life. My great-uncle is an elder of the Lingshu cave heaven. If you slay me, your lives will be forfeit. As well, Yi Fan and Pang Bo immediately furrowed their brows. Sensing the predicament at hand, that a grudge had already been established, one that could not be easily mended. Hearing their words, Han Feiyu was overtaken by terror and implored, do not kill me. This slight is insignificant. I assure you I will not trouble you again. Yi Fan and Pang Bo exchanged glances. It was indeed unwise to execute him publicly, for the wrath of an elder would spell their certain doom. Ultimately, Yi Fan seized him and dragged him to the edge of the lotus pond, lifting him by his legs, intent on tossing him into the water. Han Feiyu's eyes blazed with fury. If they were to throw him in head first, he would be utterly humiliated, unable to lift his head within the Lingshu cave heaven. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance appeared as two divine rainbows descended from a nearby cliff. Gracefully landing at the pond's edge, the onlookers instinctively recoiled, recognizing the presence of formidable experts capable of traversing the heavens. The bitter sea must surely have transformed into a divine spring, seamlessly connecting with the cycle of life. Unleashing a wellspring of divine power. Brother Li Fei, Sister Wang Jing. Upon witnessing their descent, Han Feiyu exclaimed, Are you here to enforce the law today? Quickly apprehend these two. They intend to kill me. The man and woman, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years of age, exuded an ethereal aura. The man was graceful, while the woman radiated a transcendent beauty. Though neither was strikingly handsome nor beautiful, they nonetheless conveyed an essence of celestial being. Li Fei cast a casual glance at Han Feiyu and stated, We observed the preceding events. It was you who instigated the conflict, and the fault does not lie with them. Han Feiyu was taken aback and filled with rage, yet he dared not confront these two. Wang Jing stepped forward, addressing Yi Fan. Though he was at fault from the outset, he has already suffered greatly. It would be prudent to let him go. Seeing that the two did not intend to shield Han Feiyu, Yi Fan, unwilling to undermine their authority, released Han Feiyu, allowing him to collapse at the pond's edge. Han Feiyu rose, his eyes aflame with anger, glaring fiercely at Pang Bo and Yi Fan, while casting a displeased glance at Li Fei and Wang Jing. With a heavy huff, he turned to leave. Li Fei called out to him from behind, saying, Han Shidi, I advise you to refrain from acting recklessly in the future. Pang Bo has now been officially recognized as a Xian Miao by Elder Wu Qingfeng. If you choose to act impulsively, be wary that even your great-uncle may not be able to protect you. What? Han Feiyu instantly turned around, his face a mask of astonishment. He is a Xian Miao? Indeed, he is a Xian Miao. While ordinary disciples may not grasp the significance of a Xian Miao, Han Feiyu, as the grandson of an elder, certainly understood. Any cave paradise would treat a Xian Miao as a precious treasure, for it represents the fundamental foundation for the future strength of that realm. Typically, it would take a decade or more of relentless searching to find even a single Xian Miao, underscoring the rarity of such a suitable constitution for cultivation. Once discovered, they would be nurtured as the inheritors of the sect. Currently, the number of Xian Miao in Lingshu cave heaven would not exceed 5. How is this possible? Han Feiyu's expression was one of disbelief. If he is a Xian Miao, why would he come to Lingshu Cliff to learn the arts? Upon hearing that Elder Wu Qingfeng had personally transmitted the Tao Sutra, Han Feiyu's face turned ashen. For he realized the truth of the matter. There was no doubt that the other party was indeed a Xian Miao. Li Fei continued. Elder Wu Qingfeng has been closely monitoring them. He witnessed the recent events and deemed it necessary to announce that Pang Bo is a Xian Miao. Hoping you will refrain from reckless actions in the future, Han Feiyu's expression darkened considerably. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave. Pang Bo stood in a daze until Han Feiyu's departure jolted him back to reality. With an odd expression, he turned to Li Fei and Wang Jing, asking, So, does this mean I no longer need to worry about him? Wang Jing, perceiving his concern and fear, reassured him, there is no need to worry. Not only is he the grandson of an elder, but even the disciples of the sect leader would not dare to act against you. Then I can rest easy. At this point, he strode forward, clearly not motivated by fear or worry, but rather intent on continuing to thrash the opponent. This left Li Fei and Wang Jing momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. Han Feiyu's countenance changed dramatically. Feeling as though he had swallowed something bitter, suppressing his rage, he quickly extricated himself from the crowd and vanished from sight. Chapter 45, the 100-herb liquid Yu Fan and Pang Bo had overwhelmed Han Feiyu, leaving him astounded. The onlookers, these two boys, merely 11 or 12 years of age, displayed an astonishing ferocity. Despite lacking the cultivation of divine power, they had nearly incapacitated the grandson of an elder, leaving many spectators gaping in disbelief. These two were simply too fierce. Yet, how could such immense strength be possessed by mere children of 11 or 12? Engaging in unarmed combat, they had forced Han Feiyu, with the Qingmu treasure seal bestowed by Elder Han, to be sent flying, an act that seemed utterly inconceivable. Surrounding spectators buzzed with discussion at this moment. Even the earlier entranced disciples of greater cultivation from the other cliffs took note of the situation. And upon learning that Han Feiyu had been brutally beaten, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The two young men appear remarkably refined, yet their formidable demeanor is striking truly. One should not judge a book by its cover. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had consistently maintained a low profile, but they have now become the focal point of attention. Upon hearing the news, the disciples gathered at the foot of the cliff flocked to witness these two formidable individuals. What? That Pang Bo is an immortal seed. Upon learning this revelation, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. The earlier entrants among the disciples understood the significance of an immortal seed. It heralds the future inheritor and hope of the Lingshu cave. A potential figure capable of leading the sect to glory. It is indeed an immortal seed. No wonder he exhibits such valor. Endowed with extraordinary gifts, Han Feiyu has surely encountered a formidable obstacle this time. Seeking revenge will be futile, and he must swallow his pride in silence. Now, as the crowd gazed upon Pang Bo, their expressions were a tapestry of complex emotions, leaving them at a loss for words. Many swiftly resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. At this moment, Yi Fan and Pang Bo remained undistracted, unperturbed by the gazes of those around them, as they methodically collected the small jade vials strewn across the ground, over 30 vials of herbal essence. The initial provocateurs who had sought to instigate trouble found themselves submerged in the muck, yet the herbal essence they had pilfered remained intact. New disciples were only permitted to receive a single vial of herbal essence every 3 months, underscoring its rarity. Yet here, the two had acquired an impressive haul, igniting envy among the onlookers. The few individuals who had awakened divine patterns should have possessed superior items, yet Yi Fan and Pang Bo were not satisfied. They turned their attention to the youths mired in the mud, each of whom had manifested a trace of divine power, having nurtured a divine pattern through hardship and clearly outstripped the average disciple in cultivation. Exchanging glances, they commenced their search, pulling 5 youths from the mire and meticulously inspecting their belongings to their dismay. Each youth possessed merely a few vials of herbal essence. After thoroughly searching them, Yi Fan and Pang Bo discovered that each carried only 5 vials, fewer than what they had previously acquired. An expression of discontent on their faces elicited a palpable sense of incredulity from the surrounding crowd. Today, every cliff had distributed herbal essence, with quantities varying according to cultivation levels. Thus, receiving 5 vials was quite commendable for these youths. Li Fei and Wang Jing had yet to depart, witnessing the spectacle unfold before them. Exchanging bewildered glances, never having encountered such unconventional junior disciples before at this moment, the youths lay prostrate on the ground, too exhausted to rise. After exhausting their search, Yi Fan and Pang Bo shared a glance before unceremoniously tossing them back into the lotus pond. Albeit this time without the indignity of headfirst immersion, mindful of the potential consequences, they subsequently extracted the earlier provocateurs and casually tossed them into the muddy waters. Finally, Yi Fan and Pang Bo approached the azure wooden treasure seal, attempting to push it with force. However, it proved too heavy. Even if they could lift it, it would be of little use in combat. After delivering a couple of kicks, they strode away with purpose. The crowd stood in stunned silence, as if these two individuals were akin to locusts, brazenly plundering amidst the throng, their faces unperturbed and hearts steady, even contemplating the audacious act of absconding with the Qingmu seal. Thank you, Senior Brother Li Fei and Senior Sister Wang Jing. Yi Fan and Pang Bo shouted from a distance after extricating themselves from the throng, swiftly retreating. Han Feiyu's countenance darkened with fury. He had not even secured the Qingmu treasure seal, and was now making his way directly into the depths of the Lingshu cave, heaven, towards a valley. The valley was vast, filled with fields of medicinal herbs flourishing with exotic blooms, the air thick with the fragrant aroma of herbs and the ethereal essence of spiritual energy. The entire valley was a treasure trove of rare medicinal materials. Devoid of other vegetation, with the sense of various spiritual herbs mingling to create an almost sanctified realm. Along the way, some herbal apprentices bowed to Han Feiyu, but he paid them no heed. His expression stormy as he reached the entrance of a cave deep within the valley. Here, the scent of herbs was even more potent, and before the cave stood 18 cauldrons, each taller than a man, forged from an unknown ancient metal, exuding an aura of antiquity and weight. "Where? What has transpired to bring you to such a state?" An aged voice inquired from within the cave, though no figure emerged. As if fully aware of all that occurred outside, one of those two is a celestial seed. Han Feiyu stood at the cave's mouth, gritting his teeth as he recounted the events to his great-uncle in detail. Had I known earlier that these two had consumed divine medicine, a mere release of their blood would have sufficed. Alas, by the time I received the news, it was too late, and now we find ourselves in a predicament. After his words, Elder Han fell silent for a considerable time before finally speaking again. As for that celestial seed, do not provoke him. Regarding the other one, we shall wait and see. What do you mean? Great-uncle. Han Feiyu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. What I mean is, you must refrain from any actions for now and focus on your cultivation. Following this, silence enveloped the cave. Understood. Han Feiyu felt a deep sense of reluctance but dared not defy Elder Han. He bowed towards the cave before turning to leave. The Han family truly produces noble individuals, both of them praised. After Yi Fan and Pang Bo finished arranging the small jade vials, they gradually regained their composure. Although they had triumphed over Han Feiyu and his companions today, a profound sense of crisis had taken root within them. Mere physical prowess, akin to that of a dragon, might allow one to dominate among mortals. But when faced with those who had cultivated strands of divine power and could unleash arcane techniques, they ultimately lacked the necessary versatility to compete. That it was imperative that they engage in rigorous training. Delve into the depths of hardship, connect with the wheel of life, and allow the divine spring to flow abundantly. Only by harnessing the source of divine power could they truly grow stronger. For that was the essence of a cultivator's path. With this sense of urgency igniting within them, both were fervently determined to enhance their strength and exert themselves in their practice. Over the next 2 days, Pang Bo consumed 6 vials of 100 herb essence, combining it with the arcane methods recorded in the Tao Sutra, and at last, the sea of suffering expanded significantly. However, upon drinking the 7th vial of 100 herb essence, he suddenly sensed a disquieting shift. Within the sea of suffering, vital energies surged chaotically, causing excruciating pain akin to 1,000 needles piercing his flesh. "This is bad. Haste makes waste." He recalled the words of the transmission elder, who had warned that newly initiated disciples could not withstand excessive impacts from 100 herb essence. Every 3 months, a single vial is dispensed, and indeed, there is wisdom in this. Pang Bo, drenched in sweat, struggled valiantly. "I will seek assistance." Yet, Yi Fan was already poised to push the door open. "No need. I can grit my teeth and endure." Pang Bo insisted against seeking help, enduring the torment for the better part of a day before the pain gradually subsided. With a wry smile, he remarked, "It seems one can only eat a meal bite by bite and traverse the road step by step, while an ordinary disciple consumes 1 vial every 3 months. I, as a celestial seedling, have consumed 6 or 7 vials in merely 2 days, which is truly extraordinary." At this juncture, Pang Bo's expression shifted intriguingly as he continued, "You too have ingested 6 or 7 vials. Yet you exhibit no discomfort. Rather, your vitality appears increasingly robust. What could be the reason? Has the sea of suffering not stirred in the slightest?" Yi Fan shook his head. His life wheel and the sea of suffering remained utterly tranquil, devoid of any fluctuations. The sole benefit of cultivating the Tao Sutra was that it invigorated his spirit. Consuming 6 or 7 vials without any unusual sensation suggested he was still well within his limits. "Yi Fan, you should continue to increase your dosage. Perhaps it will yield some extraordinary effects." "How could that be? With my constitution, consuming any more of the herbal essence would be a waste. Rather than that, it would be more prudent to reserve it for your breakthrough, allowing you to soon enjoy the abundant flow of the divine spring and attain a higher realm. Rest assured, since they have designated me as a celestial seedling, they will surely provide ample herbal essence in the future." The elder Wu Qingfeng had often emphasized the significance of a cultivator's mindset. He was acutely aware of my potential, but refrained from indulging me in a sense of superiority, sending me to Lingshu Cliff to study the arts, which speaks volumes. The current circumstances are undoubtedly intended to temper my character. I believe that in time, everything will transform, and the herbal essence will never be in short supply. Pang Bo's reasoning was sound, and Yi Fan ceased to decline. Between them, there was no need for formalities or pretenses as they began to consume the herbal essence in copious amounts. 1 vial. 2 vials. 3 vials. Yi Fan quietly activated the esoteric techniques recorded in the Tao Sutra at that moment. He felt no abnormalities, yet a peculiar transformation was gradually unfolding within him. Chapter 46. The Golden Sea of Suffering. Throughout the day, Yi Fan consumed a staggering 13 vials of herbal essence. Coupled with the 7 vials from the preceding days, his total reached 20 vials, apart from the surging vitality coursing through his veins. He felt no discomfort whatsoever. Observing him, Pang Bo felt a twinge of fear, saying, "Perhaps we should pause. My heart races, and my eyelids tremble incessantly, fearing that you might burst apart and vanish from sight." "You jinx! What nonsense are you spouting?" With that, Yi Fan attentively sensed the state of the sea of suffering, stating, "I seem to have developed a peculiar sensation." "What? Could it be effective?" Pang Bo's face lit up with joy. "I shall seek Elder Wu Qingfeng to assist you." Yi Fan halted him, saying, "No, let me continue to sense this at my own pace." Elder Wu Qingfeng had previously remarked that Yi Fan's constitution could only be guided by himself, as outsiders were incapable of offering assistance. He once articulated that if the life wheel of an ordinary person is akin to a patch of soil, then Yi Fan's life wheel is a piece of divine iron. When seeds are sown in the soil and meticulously tended, they will surely take root and flourish, exhibiting vibrant vitality. Yet the divine iron, regardless of the quantity you invest, even if one were to plant the roots of immortality within it, struggles to flourish in such circumstances. Only through a metamorphosis within the divine iron itself does a glimmer of hope for vitality emerge. Otherwise, no matter how favorable the external conditions may be, little can be altered. Yi Fan experienced a peculiar sensation, his heart aflame with excitement. His physique, once revered in the ancient times as the sacred body, is now deemed a waste. An undeniable bitterness welled within him. Yet, with this newfound extraordinary feeling, his spirits soared. At that moment, Pang Bo's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment as he witnessed Yi Fan downing bottle after bottle as if quenching a thirst. His heart raced to his throat. "I say, let us take it easy. Seeing you like this truly terrifies me. Shall we save the rest for tomorrow? I'm genuinely scared." As Pang Bo uttered these words, a heap of empty jade bottles lay strewn across the ground. For Yi Fan had consumed 40 bottles of herbal essence. Do not worry. I feel splendid now. The boiling essence within my blood has completely settled, while the location of the wheel of life exhibits violent fluctuations. After stating this, Yi Fan continued to imbibe the herbal essence until the space before him was barren. Apart from the 7 bottles consumed by Pang Bo, all 59 remaining bottles had been drained by Yi Fan. "How do you feel?" Pang Bo inquired nervously. "I have finally sensed the existence of the wheel of life. The source of divine power there is boiling." With that, Yi Fan fell silent, beginning to silently operate the profound techniques recorded in the Tao scripture, striving against the sea of suffering. Meanwhile, Pang Bo stood beside him, utterly dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "The source of divine power within the wheel of life is boiling. How have I never experienced such a sensation before?" Gradually, the cottage fell into a hushed stillness. Yi Fan sat cross-legged like a stone statue, while Pang Bo anxiously kept vigil beside him. Time passed unmeasured until, suddenly, a brilliant light erupted within the cottage, accompanied by the roaring sound of a tsunami. From Yi Fan's sea of suffering surged an endless radiance, a dazzling golden expanse, punctuated by flashes of lightning and rolling thunder. Pang Bo stood speechless, his eyes wide in disbelief, transfixed by the unfolding spectacle. There, from Yi Fan's sea of suffering, divine light cascaded in myriad beams, resplendent as a rainbow. Golden waves surged tumultuously, accompanied by the crackling of thunder. A fierce tsunami was manifesting, waves soaring toward the heavens. The extraordinary phenomenon occurring within the sea of suffering was utterly unprecedented. Leaving Pang Bo in a state of unparalleled astonishment, he marveled at the incredibility of it all. Muttering to himself, "What on earth is happening?" The cottage was filled with the deafening roar of the tsunami, akin to 1,000 horses galloping forth. Pang Bo slapped himself hard, ensuring he was not dreaming. The thunderous waves echoed like the reverberations of an army in motion. He felt parched, as if caught in a dream, the crashing waves sounding like a legion charging forth. At that moment, it seemed as though he were not standing within the cottage, but rather at the edge of a vast, undulating ocean. Yi Fan remained still, seated there as the divine radiance erupted from the sea of suffering, dazzling and brilliant. In that instant, the sound of the waves was relentless. golden light shimmering, lightning crackling, and monstrous waves surging. That golden ocean, that could it truly be his sea of suffering? Why did it emanate forth, visible even to outsiders? Pang Bo stood in a state of astonishment, staring blankly at Yi Fan, his sea of suffering shimmering with brilliance, radiating a divine glow, while waves surged continuously. He had confirmed that the sound of the tsunami indeed emanated from Yi Fan's sea of suffering, leaving him utterly astounded. What was once concealed within his body now roared like a vast ocean in reality. Pang Bo remained almost petrified, standing there as the thunderous sound echoed ahead, the golden waves appearing as if they might surge forth at any moment, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Why was it golden? After being shaken by the sound of the tsunami, it took Pang Bo a considerable time to gradually regain his composure. If that golden expanse was truly Yi Fan's sea of suffering, it was undeniably extraordinary, leaving Pang Bo in a state of disbelief. He could now introspectively view his own sea of suffering, which appeared pitch black, exuding an air of lifelessness. The elder Wu Qingfeng had once remarked that without communication with the wheel of life, the sea of suffering would remain barren, with the life essence merely swirling above it, while the sea itself would be devoid of any life fluctuations, either presenting a dark green or an inky black hue. However, Yi Fan's sea of suffering was strikingly different, entirely dissimilar to the elder Wu Qingfeng's description. Rumbling, above the surging golden sea of suffering, intermittent bursts of thunder and lightning erupted, intertwining with the towering tsunami, illuminating the heavens and the earth in a blaze of brilliance. The sea and sky merged, suffused with resplendent golden light, exceptionally dazzling. Pang Bo watched intently, anxious that an unforeseen incident might occur. Throughout this process, Yi Fan seemed utterly oblivious, remaining silent and motionless as he quietly practiced the profound methods recorded in the Tao scripture. After several hours had passed, the golden light gradually receded, and the sound of the tsunami diminished. Following an additional half-hour, the thatched cottage finally fell silent, Yi Fan's sea of suffering returning to tranquility, its radiance subdued, and the roaring waves ceased. Before long, Yi Fan awakened, his eyes gleaming with divine light. The moment he stood, he appeared significantly more agile, exuding an aura of transcendence. What exactly transpired? How do you feel now? Pang Bo inquired eagerly. I sensed the wheel of life and glimpsed the boiling source of divine power, which then surged into the sea of suffering, revealing a golden ocean. I cannot discern if it was merely an illusion. Upon hearing Yi Fan's description, Pang Bo's mouth fell open in shock, and he nodded repeatedly, stating it was not an illusion, for I saw it too. You saw it as well? Yi Fan exclaimed with astonishment. Indeed, you have no idea how magnificent it was. The tsunami roared, divine light surged, and everything sparkled. The entire cottage trembled. Fortunately, our dwelling is quite remote. Otherwise, it would surely have caused an uproar. After attentively listening to Pang Bo's account, Yi Fan became convinced that the golden ocean and the tsunami he witnessed were not mere figments of his imagination. Pang Bo, with concern, asked, "How do you feel?" "I observed that the golden sea of suffering vanished at the last moment. Does that mean it was unsuccessful? I am unsure if it can be deemed a success." At this point, Yi Fan activated the profound methods recorded in the Tao scripture, and a minuscule golden light appeared in the location of the sea of suffering, no larger than a sesame seed, yet radiating brilliantly. Although the sea of suffering appeared diminutive, it posed no issue. With continued cultivation, it would inevitably grow larger over time. Pang Bo's expression was one of profound excitement as he remarked, "I am certain that your sea of suffering is truly extraordinary, resplendent in its golden hue, entirely unlike that of ordinary individuals, radiating a brilliance that seems to permeate the very air. Although you have only cultivated a single grain of this sea." Yi Fan was elated, having finally shattered the stalemate and forged a golden sea of suffering uniquely his own. Why do I sense that this minuscule sea of suffering bears a hint of divine power undulating within it? Could it be that such concentration encapsulates its essence? Pang Bo's countenance displayed a flicker of doubt. Chapter 47. The struggle the sea of suffering experienced by cultivators, as its name suggests, is a realm of desolation, steeped in silence and devoid of life's vibrancy. However, at the very heart of Yi Fan's sea of suffering, that singular golden speck shone brilliantly, akin to the dawn's first light, imbued with vigorous vitality. Just as Pang Bo had articulated, this golden sea of suffering exhibited faint yet discernible waves of divine energy, distinctly unusual when compared to the seas of others. shimmering with an extraordinary essence like the radiant hues of a rainbow. Could it be that you have established a connection with the Wheel of Life? Pang Bo surmised. It was conceivable that Yifan had unveiled a passage leading down to the Wheel of Life beneath the Sea of Suffering, which might explain the miraculous phenomenon of the divine spring surging forth. Without such a conduit, there would be no source of divine power to manifest. Yifan shook his head, dismissing Pang Bo's conjecture. He was certain that this was indeed a sea of suffering, not the divine spring emanating from the Wheel of Life. Pang Bo sighed repeatedly, exclaiming, "This is truly astonishing. The ancient sacred body is indeed remarkable. Entirely unlike that of ordinary mortals. Could it be that this golden sea of suffering is exclusive to those possessing such a physique?" However, having merely initiated the cultivation of the sea, it remains uncertain whether further progress can be made. Yifan, undeterred by elation, maintained his rationality that he then began to introspect, meticulously examining the state of his sea of suffering. The minuscule golden sea, surrounded by an eerie stillness akin to a desolate wasteland, was enveloped by boundless darkness and emptiness, yet its radiance proved resistant to being wholly engulfed, like a luminous moon suspended in the night sky. This instilled within Yifan an unending sense of hope. Perhaps one day, he could cultivate an expansive golden sea of suffering, completely dispelling darkness and lifelessness, allowing the barren expanse to burst forth with vibrant life. That Yifan and Pang Bo deliberated for an extended period, unanimously concluding that Yifan's constitution was exceedingly unique, resembling an insatiable abyss that required a copious amount of herbal essence to cultivate the sea of suffering. Unlike ordinary individuals, he was unperturbed by the potency of the elixir, which could potentially breach the sea of suffering. His sea was akin to an unfathomable chasm, impossible to satiate. Arriving at this conclusion left both men somewhat perplexed. Other novice disciples consumed a vial of herbal essence every 3 months, amounting to merely 4 vials in a year, while Yifan had expended a staggering 59 vials to cultivate merely a speck the size of a sesame seed, equivalent to what others would require over a decade, a truly daunting prospect. As Elder Wu Qingfeng had stated, the path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one ascends. Each step forward in the later stages demands tenfold the resources compared to earlier stages. Contemplating this, Yifan found himself momentarily dazed, realizing that this principle likely applied equally to the consumption of herbal essence. That it was merely the beginning, yet the need for dozens of vials simultaneously was indeed unfathomable. One could only imagine the staggering figures that would accompany his eventual success in cultivation. Fear not, for a solution shall inevitably present itself. As he reached this point, Pang Bo seemed to recall something, his eyes suddenly brightening as he exclaimed, "We could inform Elder Wu Qifeng about the news regarding your potential for cultivation. If the sacred body from the primordial era could indeed be cultivated, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through Yin territory and eastern wilderness, an unimaginable prospect. I believe the elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven would be utterly astonished and would spare no effort in providing you with everything you require." Yifan pondered earnestly for a moment before ultimately shaking his head and replying, "We cannot disclose this to them." "Why?" Pang Bo asked, perplexed. "Firstly, Lingshu Cave Heaven does not possess the power to intimidate the eastern wilderness. If the information were to leak, my death would be inevitable. Secondly, I harbor doubts regarding the golden sea of suffering. While it is indeed extraordinary, it is highly likely that I will be unable to sustain my cultivation, and I may ultimately remain a waste." Pang Bo reflected carefully and wholeheartedly agreed with the first reason. Indeed, the potential for calamity was too great if the news were to escape. As for the second point, he remarked, "I believe you may be overthinking it." Yifan shook his head, stating, "I have finally come to understand why such a physique sporadically appears in the post-primordial era yet remains difficult to cultivate. The sheer consumption alone is beyond what any ordinary sect can endure. In the early stages, it may be manageable, but the path to immortality is long, and each step forward multiplies the consumption tenfold. Continuing down this path, with consumption escalating at such an exponential rate, it is unfathomable to think of reaching the later stages of cultivation. Even merely achieving the mid-stage would require astronomical figures, which would likely burden even those sacred grounds and ancient families that have endured since the primordial era. It could even be said that the cost outweighs the benefits. Such consumption could foster numerous other outstanding disciples. Is this not the very reason why the primordial sacred body remains unrefined, ending up as a waste?" Pang Bo displayed a look of astonishment that Yifan contemplated for a moment and added, This reason is merely one I have discerned in the early stages of cultivation. Surely, there must be more to it. Otherwise, those sacred grounds and ancient families would not so readily abandon it. There may very well be harsher and more arduous conditions or reasons at play. How could this be? Pangbo fell into a daze, sensing that Yufan's path ahead appeared bleak. The journey of cultivation seeming exceedingly arduous. However, Yifan did not exhibit a trace of despondency. The primordial sacred body, if it could be easily cultivated, would lose its very significance. The more challenging the path, the more it signifies its extraordinary nature. To swim against the current, to scale the cliffs, to overcome the abyss. Let us tread as far as we can. Perhaps we may catch a glimpse of the summit. In the days that followed, Yifan and Pangbo dedicated themselves to rigorous cultivation, striving to elevate their own prowess. During this time, Elder Wu Qingfeng summoned Pangbo to the back mountain of Lingshu Cave Heaven, formally designating him as an immortal seed and encouraging him to pursue his training diligently, promising that when the miraculous spring within the sea of suffering surged forth, he would take him as a closed-door disciple. Upon being officially recognized as an immortal seed, Pangbo was entitled to receive 8 bottles of herbal essence each month, a significant increase from the mere 4 bottles he had previously been allotted each year. Moreover, as his cultivation continued to advance, the supply would gradually increase to meet all his needs, alleviating any concerns about the scarcity of herbal essence in the back mountain of Lingshu Cave Heaven. Pangbo earnestly sought guidance from Elder Wu Qingfeng on numerous questions, primarily aiming to unravel the mysteries surrounding the golden sea of suffering for Yifan. The venerable Wu Qingfeng recounted numerous secrets regarding the sea of suffering, asserting that within this world, there exist some extraordinarily gifted individuals who, while venturing into the sea of suffering, indeed encounter various extraordinary phenomena. What exactly are these phenomena? Wu Qingfeng elaborated on a dozen or so manifestations. Yet he did not mention the golden sea of suffering. Ultimately, Pangbo could no longer contain his curiosity and directly inquired, is it possible that during the opening of the sea of suffering, there could be cataclysmic tsunamis and divine rainbows, rendering the sea of suffering a vast golden expanse impossible? Wu Qingfeng shook his head, yet hesitated momentarily, adding, perhaps the so-called divine body that is rumored to have re-emerged in the eastern wilderness may possess such unparalleled phenomena. But it should not command such overwhelming grandeur. Recently, there have been whispers of a rare divine body manifesting in the eastern wilderness, and it is said that there is not merely one instance. They are reportedly in a state of growth, concealed within sacred sites or ancient aristocratic families. Even Wu Qingfeng has heard these rumors several times. Those extraordinary prodigies, seldom seen in the world, have almost all been taken under the wing of those sacred sites and ancient families. Wu Qingfeng appeared quite resigned. After absorbing this information, Yifan pondered for a considerable time before turning to Pangbo and stating, I believe it is time for me to depart from the Lingshu Cave Heaven. Why? Pangbo was taken aback, unsure of the suddenness of such a decision. I arrived at Lingshu Cave Heaven to comprehend the ways of cultivation, yet it has become evident that this place is no longer suitable for my continued presence. I must seek opportunities elsewhere. Absolutely not. If you leave, then I shall depart as well, Pangbo firmly opposed. You have already been identified as a celestial seed. Lingshu Cave Heaven will invest fully in your cultivation, and there is no need for you to leave. I, however, am different. With my constitution, remaining in Lingshu Cave Heaven would yield no development. Chapter 48. The ancient scriptures that do not exist in this world, sharing blessings and enduring hardships together. Since you intend to leave, I shall undoubtedly accompany you, Pangbo declared with unwavering resolve, having made up his mind to leave alongside Yifan. Yifan could not possibly agree, with Pangbo designated as a celestial seed. His future was bright. Should he choose to depart now, everything would revert to zero, and the path ahead would be fraught with uncertainty, potentially even peril. I have another reason for leaving. We have overshadowed Han Feiyu, causing him to lose face. Upon hearing this, Pangbo immediately interrupted him, saying, do not worry about him. I am now a celestial seed. I believe he will not dare to act recklessly in the short term. Once our strength grows, what is there to fear? Pangbo nodded in acknowledgement, having found it quite peculiar that they bore no enmity towards Han Feiyu, and thus, a conflict should not have arisen. Prior to this, there had been no intersection between the two parties. Are you suggesting, that his uncle might be aiming for us? Pangbo's agile mind quickly traversed numerous thoughts. The two had once consumed sacred herbs, inadvertently regaining their youth. If Elder Han were to learn of this, he might indeed take an interest in them. I suspect his lifespan is drawing to a close, and he is desperately seeking to refine the revitalization pill, likely setting his sights on us. Yi Fan concluded. He continued, as of now, you are a celestial seed. He would not dare to lay a finger on you. However, if I remain, I fear unforeseen complications may arise. That old wretch. Upon hearing these words, Pang Bo furrowed his brow. He ceased to impede Yi Fan's departure, but insisted on accompanying him. If you wish to accompany me, then I shall not leave, Yi Fan declared with unwavering resolve. As he did not wish to hinder Pang Bo's cultivation, the Lingshu Dongdian truly represented the optimal choice for him. Pang Bo, well acquainted with Yi Fan, recognized his determination and chose not to persist further. Settling into silence. Go fetch paper and ink. I shall leave you the ancient scriptures. Yi Fan had only confided in Pang Bo about acquiring the ancient texts from the bronze coffin, previously reciting a few lines that Pang Bo had regarded as incomprehensible celestial writings, far too esoteric to grasp. Even now, Yi Fan himself remained perplexed, having pondered over it for an extended period without any clear insight. Those scriptures are as inscrutable to me as celestial texts. Leaving them with me would be futile, for I shall not lack for mystical methods in the Lingshu Dongdian. There is no need to trouble yourself with writing them down. Yi Fan disregarded this, seizing the paper and ink to begin his writing. The moment he set pen to paper, a profound celestial sound resonated within him, akin to the grand tolling of a bell, as hundreds of ancient characters flowed through his heart like a gentle stream, bestowing upon him an invigorating sensation. Yi Fan's pen danced fluidly, swiftly inscribing line after line upon the paper. Yet at that instant, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. The pen halted, and the characters began to fade. As he ceased writing, the ancient words slowly dissipated, and the paper disintegrated into ash, as if a mysterious force resided within the tip of the pen, obliterating everything in its wake. Concurrently, the hundreds of ancient characters in Yi Fan's heart gradually blurred, their sound fading away. Beside him, Pang Bo stood astounded. This phenomenon was too uncanny, evoking a sense of the supernatural. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I think that it is best not to write any further. These celestial texts are too sinister. The hundreds of ancient characters, unseen and unheard before, were older than the inscriptions of bronze and ding, although Yi Fan initially could not decipher them. The presence of the celestial sound had gradually imprinted their meanings into his heart. Yi Fan lowered his head in contemplation, recalling some words spoken by the elder Wu Qingfeng. In the primordial age, there were sacred texts, each character imbued with the resonance of the Tao, possessing unfathomable power. Merely replicating them could invoke inexplicable phenomena. It was speculated that inscribing these ancient characters might bridge the forces of heaven and earth, causing chaos in the vital essence, thereby leading to various enigmatic events. Could it be that each stroke of these characters encapsulated a form of momentum, disrupting the vital energies of the surrounding world during the act of writing, ultimately leading to the destruction of the paper? Yi Fan mused. He then began to etch upon the ground, and at the moment the pen ceased, a fine arc of electricity coursed across the surface, erasing all traces of writing. Pang Bo found it utterly perplexing, exclaiming, "This celestial text is truly bewitched. Do not write any further." It was not the celestial text that was malevolent, but rather the extraordinary nature of these ancient characters. Each stroke concentrated a form of momentum, capable of interfering with the fluctuations of the vital energies of heaven and earth. When all momentum converged, it was sufficient to invoke the surrounding elemental forces, thereby erasing the ancient scriptures. Yi Fan arrived at this conclusion. The more one delves into it, the more the ancient scripture seems shrouded in an enigmatic mystique, rendering the identity of its author nearly unfathomable. Hundreds of archaic characters are intricately arranged, making the ancient text elusive in the world, as if it were a cipher that ought not to exist among mortals. Yi Fan, recognizing the futility of his efforts, conceded that the scripture was convoluted and profound. Even if it were entrusted to Pang Bo, he too would struggle to grasp its essence. Ultimately, Yi Fan chose to depart, while Pang Bo remained silent in farewell. He traversed the cobblestone path leading from the depths of the celestial mountain to the exit of the Lingshu cave heaven. The ancient scripture resonated once more within Yi Fan's heart as he stepped onto the azure stone steps. He turned to Pang Bo and remarked, "Beneath the 100-odd azure stone stairs of the Lingshu cave heaven lies something extraordinary. You ought to frequent this place more often." At that moment, Pang Bo's eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, "Don't leave just yet. Han Feiyu remains relentless, having dispatched individuals to surveil us. If they see you departing, they will undoubtedly ambush you along the way." Pang Bo's countenance turned ashen. Had he not inadvertently noticed the young man stealthily trailing behind, allowing Yi Fan to leave today would have been a lifelong regret. He erupted in fury, cursing, "Han Feiyu, you wretched scoundrel. Do you think that with your uncle's support, you can act with impunity, deciding who lives and who dies? If you possess the courage, come confront me directly." Hearing his furious outburst, Han Feiyu's face turned a ghastly shade of green, for if other elders or the sect master misconstrued his intentions to eliminate the seedlings of the Lingshu Cave Heaven, even with his uncle's backing, his life would be in jeopardy. Pang Bo's wrath surged as he gritted his teeth, saying, "This scoundrel is truly treacherous, surveilling us all along. That it seems he indeed seeks an opportunity to strike at you. For now, we must delay your departure." Yi Fan nodded. It was evident that without sufficient strength, a hasty exit could jeopardize his very existence. In the following month, tranquility reigned, as Han Feiyu dared not send anyone to monitor Pang Bo and Yi Fan, tempering his actions out of fear that Pang Bo might report to the other elders. "What is it?" Yi Fan inquired. "For you, it may be good news, but for me, it is not," Pang Bo sighed. "I also believe your extended stay in the Lingshu Cave Heaven could pose dangers. I just requested Elder Wu Qingfeng to send you on a journey." "That is indeed good news," Yi Fan replied with a smile. "It is not a matter of life and death. There is no need for lamentation. We will surely meet again in the future. By then, I hope you will have become the illustrious Pang Master, renowned throughout the eastern wilderness, instilling apprehension in those so-called sacred places and ancient clans." Pang Bo was reluctant to part ways with Yi Fan, yet found himself powerless to alter the situation. "We must wait a few days. In the coming days, Elder Wu Qingfeng will select several promising disciples to take to the primal ruins outside the Lingshu Cave Heaven for training." Long ago, the site of the Lingshu Cave Heaven was a desolation, later cleared by descendants, transforming it into a blessed realm. It can be said that the history of the Lingshu Cave Heaven is profound and ancient. Extending back to the primordial era, the primal ruins are vast and boundless, with the Lingshu Cave Heaven merely a fragment of that expanse, leaving a significantly larger territory yet to be uncovered. In that desolate expanse, ancient trees tower majestically, while a myriad of rare and exotic creatures flit in and out of sight. Furthermore, a plethora of precious herbs thrives in this realm. Each year, the elders of Lingshu Dongtian lead their disciples to undergo trials there, which serve not only as a means of tempering their skills, but also as an opportunity to broaden their horizons. However, the ruins of the ancient woods are not a sanctuary. They harbor numerous savage beasts and vicious birds. Despite the presence of the elders, bloodshed still occurs annually. It is said that many invaluable herbs grow within, some being exceedingly rare spiritual medicines. If one were fortunate enough to gather them, they could be exchanged for elixirs with the accompanying elders. At this juncture, Pang Bo turned to Yi Fan and remarked, "You are in dire need of Baijiao liquid. Should you find any treasures there, it could temporarily alleviate your current predicament." Chapter 49. A mixed bag. This news was indeed promising for Yi Fan. If he could procure spiritual herbs or hunt rare creatures, it would effectively resolve his pressing issues. His golden realm of suffering resembled a lake on the verge of desiccation, desperately requiring a substantial influx of vital energy to rejuvenate and restore the brilliance of the golden ocean. This time, Elder Wu Qingfeng would personally lead the expedition, alleviating any concerns regarding the troublesome Elder Han. With that, it was settled. Both Yi Fan and Pang Bo would partake in this venture. 2 days later, Elder Wu Qingfeng, along with another elder, led over 100 disciples from Lingshu Dongtian towards the adjacent ruins of the ancient land. There, the towering trees exuded a primeval aura, even from a distance. The thunderous roars of savage beasts could be heard, echoing with a chilling ferocity. One could also spot bizarre predatory birds circling overhead, their bodies measuring several meters in length, colossal and imposing. I must remind you once again, exercise utmost caution. Never underestimate this trial, for it pertains to your very lives. Elder Wu Qingfeng enumerated various precautions, ultimately warning, in the past, some disciples, in their eagerness to collect rare spiritual herbs, often ventured heedlessly into the depths of the ruins, only to meet certain death when confronted by savage beasts. For as one delves deeper, the ferocity of the predatory birds and beasts escalates, many being ancient aberrations left behind from bygone eras. which even the elders of Lingshu Dantian cannot contend with. Therefore, do not take the risk of venturing too far. The two elders, accompanied by their throng of disciples, soon arrived at the ruins, where the air was thick with spiritual energy, rivaling that of Lingshu Dongtian. No sooner had they arrived than someone discovered herbs. Not harvest those with insufficient age. Elderly cautioned. The towering trees here were immensely grand, so vast that several individuals holding hands could not encircle them. The ancient vines were as thick as a thigh. Although termed ruins, it resembled more a primordial forest, an enormous python. As they stepped into the woods, a cry of alarm erupted upon the sighting of a gigantic, vibrantly patterned serpent, as thick as a water barrel. With a sudden puff, the serpent exhaled a cloud of mist, enveloping the startled disciple within, eliciting a piercing scream. The remaining disciples recoiled in horror, hastily retreating as the mist dispersed, revealing a stark white skeleton on the ground, accompanied by pools of yellow liquid. While the surrounding flora began to wither, Elder Wu Qifeng hastily approached, his brow furrowing in concern as he remarked, "How is it that upon arriving at the very edge of the ruins, we encounter a venomous dragon? Something is amiss." That moment, Elderly also approached, stating, "This great python is known as the venomous dragon, possessing lethal toxins. Exercise caution, lest you fall victim to the noxious mist it expels. Otherwise, you shall succumb to its poison instantaneously." After imparting this warning, Elderly added, "Its gallbladder is a valuable ingredient for alchemy. Disciples of sufficient strength may venture forth to collect it." Having barely arrived at the ruins' periphery, to encounter such a venomous serpent left one apprehensive about what other formidable beasts might lurk within. The sudden death of a disciple sent a chill through the crowd, prompting everyone to adopt a demeanor of heightened vigilance. "I shall retrieve the serpent's gall," declared a young maiden, approximately 16 or 17 years of age. As she stepped forth from the throng, a radiant green light ignited within her sea of bitterness, swiftly enveloping her arm and shooting forth from her fingertips. The emerald brilliance sliced through the air like a blade. Cleaving the venomous dragon in two, the maiden carefully extracted a gallbladder the size of a fist, subsequently exchanging it with Elderly for a vial of herbal liquid. The other disciples, infused with newfound motivation, realized that nearly all possessed the strength to slay the venomous python. As long as they harbored no fear and were willing to unleash their potential, they could reap rewards within the desolate expanse. Fear not, and do not be complacent. In the time ahead, there may yet be bloodshed and death. Such trials are essential for your growth. The flowers and plants sheltered within a greenhouse must eventually confront the harsh realities of existence, lest they remain stunted in their development. Although the two elders conveyed these sentiments, their brows remained knitted in concern. The death of a disciple at the very threshold was hardly an auspicious sign. Just then, the other disciples sprang into action, and soon one unearthed a dragon-tongue herb aged at least a decade, while another discovered a blue dragon vine. Suddenly, an exceedingly sharp avian cry resonated from deep within the ruins, akin to the sound of metal striking stone, piercing the sky and causing discomfort to the EAR.AT. That moment, all present were taken aback, halting in their tracks as they turned toward the source of the sound. A golden flash of lightning streaked across the sky, rapidly descending towards a nearby mountain peak. "What is that?" everyone exclaimed, astonished by the blinding speed of the golden lightning, barely able to discern its form, save for a brilliant golden light that surged past. Elder Wu Qingfeng wore a grave expression, stating, "That is the Thunderbird, as swift and fearsome as a bolt of lightning, endowed with the power of thunder and lightning. Even I would choose to circumvent its path should I encounter it." Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. From the very mountain peak where the Thunderbird had descended, a colossal ape, its body cloaked in scales, leapt into the air, soaring several hundred meters upward in pursuit of the Thunderbird. "It is the scale ape," exclaimed Elderly, his expression shifting in alarm. "It must be the king of the scale apes. Otherwise, it could not possess such formidable strength to dare attack the Thunderbird." Elder Wu Qingfeng furrowed his brow once more, noting, "It seems the ruins harbor unrest. This expedition is likely to encounter numerous obstacles. We must refrain from venturing too deep." The piercing cries of the bird and the roars of beasts reverberated from the depths of the ruins, tearing through the heavens and echoing from afar. The countenance of the disciples present turned pale. Moments ago, witnessing someone effortlessly slay the venomous dragon had significantly bolstered their spirits. Yet now, they comprehended the grim reality that the ruins were far more terrifying than they had anticipated. concealing numerous formidable entities in their depths, beings they could not provoke. Let us venture to another area of the ruins. Elder Wu Qifeng felt an unsettling aura pervading this region, and since the primordial ruins were vast enough, he led the group towards a different locale. After traversing several miles, they arrived at a chaotic forest of stones. Once they navigated through it, they re-entered the ruins that I shall reiterate, even if you wish to delve deeper. Do not exceed 10 miles. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly face peril to your lives. Proceed with caution. Upon reaching this point, the group began to disperse, forming clusters of 3 or 5, each seeking to reap rewards. For the 100-herb liquid was an immense temptation for those disciples laboring in the bitter sea. Han Feiyu also participated in this trial, casting a glance filled with chilling intent towards Yi Fan and Pang Bo. When Yi Fan and Pang Bo turned to meet his gaze, he immediately averted his eyes, directing them elsewhere. Han Feiyu, were you nearly slain by these two? Accompanying Han Feiyu were several youths, both male and female, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age, each radiating vitality, their every gesture imbued with a divine brilliance. Han Feiyu lingered at the periphery, evidently just one among them, far from being the focal point. Merely an observer. 1, though a celestial seed, had only just begun their journey. Having learned little, the other was deemed useless, incapable of cultivating. To be bested by such a fool truly brought disgrace to Elder Han. A boy and a girl, both around 17 or 18, spoke in succession. Though younger than those nearby, they were nonetheless surrounded as if by a constellation of stars. Pang Bo felt a surge of ire. These two were utterly unrestrained, openly mocking Yi Fan as a failure. In a fit of anger, he retorted, "What manner of speech is this? Can you not speak like a civilized being?" The 17 or 18-year-old girl sneered repeatedly, a beauty mark gracing her cheek. Though stunning, she exuded a chilling aura that in a frigid tone, she replied, "Your temper is quite pronounced. Do not presume that being a celestial seed places you above all others. Remember, the future is unpredictable, and even celestial seeds may meet untimely ends. Who, pray tell, is truly arrogant? Have we provoked you? You approach us with scornful words, labeling us as failures if we are to be considered haughty. Then surely you must be deemed blind." Pang Bo countered without reservation. "Were it not for the elder's command forbidding disciples from quarreling here, I would genuinely wish to teach you what it means to be a proper disciple." The girl with the beauty mark shot a frosty glare at Yi Fan before fixing her gaze firmly on Pang Bo. "Though you are a celestial seed, you cannot bring just anyone here. This ruin is a sacred ground of the Lingshu Cave, and it cannot permit those of dubious character to enter freely." The boy standing alongside her also chimed in with derision. "Not everyone is fit for cultivation. One must possess self-awareness." Upon uttering these words, he cast a chilling glare towards Yi Fan and stated, "I kindly request that you vacate this place promptly. It serves as a training ground for the disciples of our Lingshu Cave heaven, and outsiders are not permitted to trespass. Silence your incessant chatter." Pang Bo seethed with indignation. To insult Yi Fan was akin to insulting him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to confront them. However, Yi Fan restrained him, casting a brief glance at the group without uttering a word. Instead, he produced a jade pendant, brandishing it before them, and then strode forward with purpose. It was Elder Wu's jade pendant. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically, having intended to expel Yi Fan, but now realizing their earlier words had been in vain. Han Feiyu stepped forward and said, "Senior Sister Li Lin, Senior Brother Li Yun, let us refrain from causing trouble for them. My great-uncle has instructed me not to provoke them at this moment, lest I incur his wrath." After walking several hundred meters, Pang Bo remarked, "I recall seeing them at the back mountain of Lingshu Cave Heaven. I was quite distant at the time and did not pay them much heed. Elder Wu Qifeng casually mentioned a few words back then. And the woman seemed to be called Li Lin, also a celestial seedling. The man appeared to be named Li Yun. Although he is not a celestial seedling, his aptitude is rather exceptional and does not pale in comparison." Pang Bo seemed indifferent, stating, "It is through pressure that we find motivation. My current objective is to trample those rascals beneath my feet within the next 3 years. That I finally understand why Elder Wu Qingfeng once sighed about the mixed quality in recent years. It appears that Lingshu Cave Heaven is not as tranquil as it seems on the surface. There may exist underlying rivalries among the elders, so you must exercise caution moving forward," Yi Fan warned. "I understand. Elder Wu Qingfeng has mentioned taking me as his closed-door disciple. I intend to retreat to the back mountain for cultivation once you depart. I shall not seek trouble until I have achieved some level of success." He replied that Yi Fan pondered for a moment before shaking his head, saying, "Regrettably, our current strength is insufficient. Otherwise, we could devise a strategy to eliminate these nuisances. And no worries, do not fret for me. They cannot harm me." Pang Bo asserted, still seething with anger. Disregard their words. He added that Yi Fan smiled lightly and replied, "Rest assured, I can hardly be bothered to engage in conversation with them, so I naturally will not take their words to heart. That is well. For now, focus solely on your cultivation. Once your golden sea of suffering is established, they will understand who the true waste is." Before long, Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu caught up with them. Though this time their intent was not to confront, but merely to pass by. "Let us venture deeper into the ruins and leave this place to those fools," Li Lin remarked with a faint, cold smile, the beauty mark on her cheek appearing somewhat glaring. Lending her an air of chilled, Yi Fan stood aside, silently observing their departure without a word. That wretched woman. Pang Bo fumed, yet he could only endure for now. Lacking the strength to resist, in the ensuing 2 days, Yi Fan and Pang Bo discovered numerous types of medicinal herbs. However, upon delivering them to the 2 elders for exchange, they received but 2 vials of herbal essence. In truth, many others faced a similar fate, and indeed, numerous individuals were unable to secure even a single vial of herbal essence. Furthermore, during this period, 3 more disciples had perished. It is unfeasible, although there are some herbs in the external regions. Their medicinal age is insufficient, having been nearly depleted by previous gatherers. They asked for the rare birds and beasts. Upon witnessing such a multitude entering simultaneously, they have likely retreated far away, making it impossible to hunt them. 2 vials of herbal essence are of little significance to Yi Fan, as they cannot serve any purpose whatsoever. After thorough discussion, both concurred that in order to unearth genuine spiritual herbs and capture spiritual beasts, they must venture deep into the ruins, akin to what Li Lin and her companions have done. The peril within is immense. Those ferocious avians and beasts are beyond our capabilities to contend with. Furthermore, should they encounter Li Lin and Li Yun, even if they dare not act overtly, it is likely they would resort to underhanded tactics. After much deliberation, their gazes turned towards the horizon. They yearned to distance themselves from this area and pursue another territory. Just 2 days prior, the lightning bird, streaking across the sky, radiated with golden brilliance, leaving a lasting impression upon them. Additionally, the scaly ape king, soaring over 100 meters high from the mountain peak, left them utterly astonished. At this moment, both the lightning bird and the scaly ape king frequently manifested in their minds. Over the past 2 days, the depths of that region have echoed with piercing bird calls and beast roars, creating an uproar that only began to subside today. What could be the reason for the conflict between these 2 formidable creatures? Both felt there must be an extraordinary cause behind it. Now, as the depths of the ruins gradually fell silent, they believed that if they could stealthily approach that area, they might encounter astonishing rewards. That Yi Fan and Pang Bo, both decisive individuals, made their choice and immediately set forth. Stealthily moving towards that territory that as they neared this region, Yi Fan and Pang Bo were taken aback. Hundreds of poison dragons, as thick as water barrels, slithered about, exhaling venomous mist that corroded the vast expanse of woodland. Furthermore, deep within the dense forest, low, rumbling roars reverberated, with countless large beasts prowling amidst the trees. For reasons unknown, they did not engage one another, but instead exhibited extreme agitation, continuously gathering in this area, resembling a surging tide. With most of the ferocious beasts unidentifiable in the sky above, a multitude of strange birds congregated, spiraling low, their bodies towering above several meters, casting a dark shadow that obscured the sun. What could have transpired? Yi Fan and Pang Bo were both utterly astonished. The sight before them was truly astonishing, with an overwhelming number of ferocious beasts and endless strange birds amassed in this region, all in a state of unrest, surging like a tempest. Could it be that the clash between the lightning bird and the scaly ape king has stirred all the other ferocious creatures into this frenzy? It is difficult to ascertain. Even if the beast kings were engaged in battle, it seems implausible that such a multitude of extraordinary beasts and spiritual birds could be startled into the open. How shall we proceed? With so many ferocious birds and beasts, densely packed like a tide, they completely obstruct our path. Let us find a way to circumvent this. This opportunity is undoubtedly significant. I suspect there lies a vacuum zone within. Perhaps at the deepest point, a super beast king is locked in combat. or some other unforeseen event has driven the majority of ferocious creatures to the fringes. The two individuals traversed a considerable distance, ultimately discovering a sheer cliff. They ascended along the twisting vines, subsequently scaling several precipices, and finally descended along an ancient vine, successfully reaching the heart of the dense forest, evading the ferocious beasts and rapacious birds that surged like a tide. It was profoundly tranquil here. This region was adorned with towering ancient trees, entwined with aged vines, lush and verdant, yet eerily silent, as if all living creatures had fled, enveloped in a deathly stillness, devoid of any sound. What transpired in the depths of the ruins? Even the fiercest battles among the beast kings should not result in such desolation. I surmise that there must be other reasons. Otherwise, how could all the ferocious birds and beasts have retreated? Yi Fan and Pang Bo exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with uncertainty, yet they pressed onward, soon delving deeper into the wilderness. The ancient trees grew even more robust, presenting a pristine visage of nature. A faint rustling echoed through the rocky thicket, reminiscent of serpents flicking their tongues. The kaleidoscope of colorful mist enveloped the area, accompanied by a nauseating stench wafting through the air. The giant serpent. Pang Bo gasped in astonishment. Amidst the rocky formations lay a serpent as thick as a water jug, coiled among the stones, continuously exhaling a vibrant, poisonous mist. It radiated an unsettling restlessness. This was no ordinary serpent. Atop its head sprouted a jade horn. The serpent's scales, as large as a palm, shimmered with brilliant hues, glistening under the sun's rays. Most astonishing was the jade horn, from which streams of radiant light cascaded down like colorful threads. Sparkling and luminous, merging into its head, this horned serpent had attained a certain level of sentience, capable of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, should it develop claws beneath its belly. It would indeed be the legendary Kowloon. A chill ran through the hearts of the two men. Not all ferocious beasts had retreated. Formidable entities still lingered. However, the giant serpent appeared increasingly agitated, seemingly torn between fleeing and hesitating. Suddenly, a faint, muffled sound emanated from deep within the ruins, akin to the reverberation of a colossal drum, traveling from a great distance. Upon hearing this sound, both Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. At that moment, the serpent with the jade horn trembled uncontrollably, then surged forward, darting into the depths of the stone forest with great haste. The stone thicket served as its lair, in its agitated state. It plunged into a vast, dark cave, refusing to emerge again. As the colorful toxic mist dissipated, the nauseating odor faded, revealing everything within the rocky thicket with clarity. This must be the jade-horned serpent that the elder had spoken of. Initially, the two men had not made any connections, but once the poison cleared and they beheld the gaping serpent's lair, memories began to resurface. That I recall that the elder mentioned this jade-horned serpent evolves only after 100 years of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. And within its habitat grows a rare spiritual herb known as jade serpent orchid. Although both men held a vague recollection, the details were not vividly etched in their minds. The elder, aside from imparting esoteric knowledge, had shared various other insights over the past few months, including explanations regarding cultivation texts, weaponry, and spiritual herbs. That Yi Fan and Pang Bo had focused primarily on their training, investing little energy into other areas of knowledge. Prior to this arduous endeavor, they diligently immersed themselves in pertinent literature. Otherwise, while they might recognize many herbs, they could not swiftly identify them. Indeed, it is the jade serpent orchid. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were both exhilarated as they stood before the dark entrance of the serpent's lair, beholding three peculiar plants that stood no taller than a palm. The specimens gleamed as white as jade, their entire forms translucent and radiant, resembling three small white serpents standing upright, adorned with several jade-like leaves, crowned with a resplendent white magnolia flower. These three plants were remarkably unique, exuding an extraordinary aura, with a faint luminescence shimmering about them, and a gentle fragrance wafting through the air. Indeed, it is the jade serpent orchid. Legend has it that when the ancient serpent exhales the essence of the sun and moon, the surrounding area is enveloped in a mystical aura, yet ordinary plants cannot withstand such energies. Even spiritual herbs would be reduced to powder over time. Only one extraordinary orchid can endure, absorbing the essence alongside the ancient serpent during its inhalation and exhalation, after enduring over a century of spiritual purification. It condenses a significant amount of solar and lunar essence, transforming into a plant that resembles the ancient serpent, hence the name jade serpent orchid. It possesses remarkable detoxifying properties, capable of counteracting many deadly toxins from the world. And its growth beside the serpent's lair aligns perfectly with the presence of poisonous creatures, suggesting the existence of antidotal herbs. Moreover, it has absorbed abundant life essence alongside the ancient serpent, making it a favorite among cultivators. The two restrained their impulses, refraining from rushing forward to harvest, for it was said that these orchids were prepared for the serpent itself, once the jade serpent orchid fully metamorphoses into the form of the ancient serpent. It would consume it. Should anyone covet the orchids, the ancient serpent would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Although the ancient serpent had already transformed into a jade-horned serpent, these 3 jade serpent orchids had not yet completely morphed into its likeness. They were not fully matured. How could they procure them? That I suspect the ancient serpent was startled moments ago and has retreated deep into its lair, temporarily deterred from emerging. If we proceed cautiously, we should be able to successfully harvest them. However, it feels a bit precarious. Let us wait a moment. If that deep, resonant sound echoes again from the ruins, we will swiftly dash forward, seize them, and make a hasty retreat. Very well, let us exercise patience for a while longer. After conferring, the two concealed themselves amidst the rocky thicket. Although they were unaware of the happenings deep within the ruins, they felt that the situation was likely ongoing, and that ominous sound would likely resound once more. Indeed, within mere moments, the dull sound resonated 3 times consecutively, instilling a sense of trepidation in Yifan and Pang Bo. It was an odd sensation, leaving them in a state of bewilderment, as if their very souls were trembling involuntarily. They ran for several miles before pausing, only to hear a thunderous noise from behind, as if the rocky thicket had been shaken by an earthquake. Evidently, the ancient serpent had emerged, with another deep, resounding thud emanating from the depths of the ruins. Both Yifan and Pang Bo felt their hearts race violently, a sharp pain piercing their chests. Yet, it was precisely this thundering sound that brought silence to the rocky thicket where the ancient serpent resided. Fortunately, they had succeeded. Yifan had feared that the ancient serpent would pursue them. Having attained sentience, it was beyond the capacity of ordinary strong beings to contend with, let alone themselves. The two sat upon a large blue stone, wiping the cold sweat from their brows, while Yifan and Pang Bo scrutinized the jade snake orchid in their hands, which indeed resembled an ancient serpent adorned with leaves and crowned with orchids. The stem bore patterns akin to scales, and its entire body shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, reminiscent of finely carved sheepfat jade, while an enchanting fragrance permeated the air, penetrating deep into one's very essence. Regrettably, it was not yet fully matured. Contentment is key. Such a treasure is a rare encounter rather than a pursuit. That it is said to harbor a wealth of vital essence. Yet its true effects remain a mystery. Finding a secure location to ingest it would be prudent. The two resolutely decided against trading the jade snake orchid for the 100 herb essence with the elders of Lingshu Cave. Certainly, this marvel far surpasses the essence derived from a myriad of medicinal herbs. Yifan and Pang Bo ascended a cliff, clutching the vines. The vegetation was lush and verdant, yet devoid of any signs of beasts or birds. Enveloped in an eerie tranquility, consuming the jade snake orchid would render them untroubled by any venomous creatures they might encounter thereafter. After a brief discussion, Yifan opted to ingest one of the specimens first to gauge its efficacy. Confident in his unique constitution that would withstand any overwhelming potency, with a decisive bite, he severed half of the jade snake orchid, and an intoxicating aroma immediately enveloped the cliff, saturating the air with its fragrance. His mouth was filled with its rich essence, and he felt his every pore relax and expand. The surrounding atmosphere thickened with spiritual energy, as the severed portion of the orchid exuded vital essence. Streams of delicate light swirling around. Hastily, Yifan consumed the remaining half and settled into a meditative posture, channeling the profound techniques recorded in the Tao scripture, rendering himself motionless, akin to a fossil. Before long, Yifan's breathing grew labored, his complexion flushed, veins engorged, and skin radiating a vibrant red hue. As a faint luminescence began to emanate from his surface, Pang Bo, filled with apprehension, observed intently, sensing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy assailing Yifan's flesh and organs. He could distinctly hear the tumultuous flow of Yifan's blood, akin to a mighty river in full spate, with a powerful essence circulating within him, continuously cleansing his corporeal form, causing light to spill forth. It was not until half an hour later that the tumult within Yi Fan's veins subsided, his breath gradually lengthening, and his pulse stabilizing, rendering him remarkably more agile. Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted from the depths of his suffering sea, accompanied by a dazzling array of divine rainbows. Brilliant and resplendent, it was here. Pang Bo felt a surge of excitement. The scene he had previously witnessed reemerged, as Yi Fan's suffering sea transformed into a golden ocean. The thunderous roar of tidal waves reverberating, reminiscent of an army on the march, deafening in its intensity. Furious waves surged skyward, the golden light blinding, an endless expanse of oceanic grandeur undulating into the heavens. As a fiery divine radiance cascaded across the sky, the earth trembled with the thunderous clash of lightning, golden bolts slicing through the firmament, while the air reverberated with the sound of a myriad of thunderclaps. Within the destructive force lay boundless vitality, a vibrant life force pulsating amidst the dancing arcs of electricity. The golden ocean, tumultuous and surging, intertwined with the fierce lightning, forging an extraordinary realm suffused with divine brilliance. The thunderous roar of the tidal waves echoed, and even though Pang Bo had witnessed it before, he found himself momentarily entranced, as the golden suffering sea pulsated with an enigmatic power, ceaselessly quaking. Yi Fan's sea of suffering radiated with a dazzling brilliance, casting an ethereal glow upon the surrounding scenery. It took a full 2 hours for this spectacle to gradually subside, the golden light retracting. The sound of waves fading away, and Yi Fan's sea of suffering returned to tranquility. In that moment, he felt remarkably ethereal, embodying an aura akin to that of an immortal, transcending the mundane world. After half an hour, Yi Fan opened his eyes, which sparkled like two bolts of lightning. His gaze was filled with divine light, brimming with vitality and vigor. How does it feel? It feels extraordinarily wonderful. The sea of suffering has expanded. Yi Fan began to channel the profound methods recorded in the Tao Sutra, and instantly, a glimmer of golden light illuminated the sea of suffering, transforming a sesame-sized expanse into one akin to a yellow bean, resembling a divine lamp fixed in place. The speed of such expansion was truly astonishing. Pang Bo, while feeling elated for Yi Fan, was also taken aback. This time, Yi Fan's opening of the sea of suffering had multiplied its size significantly. The golden sea of suffering pulsed with strands of divine power, allowing Yi Fan to feel an unparalleled sense of ease in his every movement, as the subtle divine radiance emanating from the sea nourished his flesh and blood. As he channeled the Tao Sutra's profound methods, a stream of golden divine radiance surged forth from the sea of suffering, shooting out along his fingertips with a soft hiss, piercing through an ancient tree ahead. Pang Bo was immediately left speechless, exclaiming, "Yudat can actually unleash an attack akin to divine patterns. The jade serpent orchid was indeed extraordinary. The life essence it contained was many times more potent than the dozens of bottles of herbal elixir from last time." Yi Fan sighed in amazement. This time, the opening of the golden sea of suffering had gone remarkably smoothly. Pang Bo also displayed an expression of excitement, stating, "This time, the expedition has not been in vain. Acquiring 3 such spirit herbs must surpass the total gains of others. I truly wonder what transpired in the depths of the ruins. Shall we continue our exploration? Naturally, we must press on further. Perhaps there are more treasures to uncover. The fierce beasts have all fled, and opportunities like this are rare. Moreover, something astounding may be occurring deep within the ruins, potentially presenting us with a tremendous chance." Chapter 51. A day spanning 3 autumns. Did that ominous sound echo again a few moments ago from the depths of the ruins? Yi Fan inquired. That dismal sound had instilled terror in all beasts. I wonder if the jade-horned serpent has also retreated. This serpent, now imbued with intelligence, must have been enraged. It is best if it has departed. Otherwise, when we venture deeper into the ruins, we may encounter it. What is that scent? Yi Fan remarked, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Why does it carry a faint, fishy odor? Pang Bo inhaled deeply, only to turn pale in an instant, saying, "It resembles the scent of an old serpent." Just then, Yi Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He pulled Pang Bo aside and whispered, "We must flee." Just a few hundred meters ahead, a monstrous serpent head emerged from the cliff, covered in palm-sized, multicolored scales. Glinting coldly, its eyes, like crimson lanterns, emitted a sinister glow, and its forked tongue, several meters long, hissed ominously, turning the vegetation it touched into a yellowish liquid. The old serpent was in pursuit. Pang Bo was equally taken aback. Unable to fathom that this monstrous serpent would ultimately pursue them, the only solace was that they had yet to be discovered. Above the precipice, towering ancient trees loomed, and the two swiftly retreated to the rear of the cliff, grasping vines as they leapt downwards that a moment's delay could spell their doom. The old serpent was undoubtedly in a frenzied state, and should it detect their presence, a grim fate awaited them. Being marked by this ancient beast would render them truly perilous. As they fled, they glanced back to witness a vividly patterned giant serpent rearing atop the cliff, its eyes glowing with a sinister crimson light. The jade horn upon its head shimmered brilliantly under the sun. Radiating divine light incessantly, a resounding rumble emanated from the cliffside as massive boulders tumbled down, many trees succumbing to the serpent's weight as it descended the precipice in hot pursuit. This was dire. It had discovered their whereabouts. The serpent's speed was alarmingly swift, and with ferocious beasts blocking their path, it was inevitable they would be caught. With no alternative left, they dashed towards the ruins, where the ominous sound seemed to intimidate the serpent, instilling a degree of caution within it, likely preventing it from venturing too deeply. Having reached a consensus, the two transformed into two streaks of light, racing towards the depths of the ruins. However, this jade-horned serpent had attained a remarkable level of intelligence and prowess. Moving with the swiftness of a tempest, commanding fierce winds that flattened all vegetation in its path, clearing a route for itself, the thunderous rumble of tumbling stones echoed as the serpent displayed even greater ferocity than a bulldozer, shaking the earth and snapping trees like twigs, leaving nothing in its wake to impede its advance. The hissing of its forked tongue drew closer, accompanied by a foul stench that assailed the senses. Yi Fan felt no discomfort, yet Pang Bo was overwhelmed, stating, "The venom of this serpent is exceedingly potent. Even from hundreds of meters away, the toxic mist has reached me, and I feel my strength waning." "Quickly consume a petal of the jade serpent orchid," Yi Fan urged anxiously, for the serpent's speed was astonishingly close. If anything were to happen to Pang Bo, it would be too late for regret. Pang Bo hesitated to swallow the entire orchid, opting instead to tear off a petal resembling sheep's fat jade, though he feared the potency might overwhelm him. Ultimately, he plucked some of the flower-esque core and placed it in his mouth. "How do you feel?" Yi Fan queried, fearing the worst for Pang Bo. "Truly miraculous." Pang Bo exhaled in relief. Mere moments after ingestion, the nauseating sensation dissipated, his dizziness lifted, and he felt invigorated, swiftly countering the serpent's venom. Indeed, it was a divine remedy, capable of neutralizing the world's most extraordinary poisons. That Yi Fan's anxiety subsided. With a crackle, the ancient serpent closed the distance once more, ruthlessly snapping every obstructing tree, its display of might formidable. The lowly shrubs parted autonomously, creating a serpentine path. The serpent's eyes, now blood-red, unleashed a tremendous cloud of toxic mist. Despite the considerable distance between them, the noxious vapor surged forth, accompanied by a hissing sound as the trees around Yi Fan and Pang Bo rapidly disintegrated, transforming into a ghastly yellow liquid. Had it not been for the fact that the two had ingested the jade snake orchid, one can only imagine the dire consequences that would have ensued. The ground would likely be soaked with the remnants of their demise. The potency of the serpent's venom is overwhelmingly fierce. If this continues, our escape from death appears increasingly futile, as the ancient serpent is on the verge of closing in. For an ordinary individual, being pursued by the old serpent would have already resulted in capture. Its speed is astonishingly swift, the transformed jade-horned snake gliding through the air like a tempest. However, Yi Fan and Pang Bo, having consumed the sacred fruit within the ancient forbidden grounds, not only possess the strength akin to that of a dragon, but have also experienced a significant enhancement in speed. Otherwise, any other person would have been overtaken by now. Hold on. I believe that ominous voice will soon resound once more. In that moment, the old serpent is bound to feel a twinge of fear, presenting us with a slender opportunity for survival. The ground trembles, boulders roll, and the ancient serpent is nearly upon them, a mere 70 to 80 meters away. Yi Fan and Pang Bo finally change countenance, swiftly veering to the side in a desperate bid to evade. With a rush, the old serpent surges past, yet it is not as clumsy as one might envision. Its massive tail sweeps through the air like a colossal iron whip, shattering swathes of trees, leaves spiraling in disarray, a foul stench pervading the atmosphere. Although Yi Fan and Pang Bo narrowly evade the strike of the serpent's tail, they are still struck by the splintered timber. the massive trunks crashing into them with the force of stone, sending them hurtling through the air. Had they not possessed extraordinary physiques and remarkable divine strength to withstand such a powerful impact, their bones would surely have been shattered. Even so, the two are left reeling, blood surging within them, staggering several paces before regaining their footing. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of crisis looms over them, and at that moment, a piercing sound cuts through the air. The jade horn atop the serpent's head releases a dazzling beam of light, slicing toward them like a sword spanning several dozen meters. Run! Yifan and Pang Bo's faces pale as they expend every ounce of strength to flee, leaving behind two fleeting afterimages. The luminous blade, extending over 20 meters, cleaves through numerous ancient teeth. Such cunning beings are truly not to be trifled with. Ah, there appears to be a figure moving ahead. Yifan exhibited a look of astonishment as several silhouettes swiftly traversed the mountainous terrain. Pang Bo gazed into the distance and remarked, "It is Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu. It seems those individuals share the same intent as us." Eager to seize this rare opportunity to delve into the depths of the ruins and gather treasures at that moment, Yifan and Pang Bo exchanged glances and broke into chuckles. The two quickly descended the giant rock and then sped ahead like the wind. Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu's objective was the ancient structures deep within the ruins, and they possessed a far greater understanding of this primitive wasteland than Yifan and Pang Bo. They were aware that today's unusual circumstances were certainly not due to the Beast King's slaughter. It was most likely a disturbance occurring within the ancient architectural complex deep in the ruins. If they could successfully penetrate that area, they might uncover unimaginable fortunes, as this wasteland is a remnant from the Age of Desolation. Approaching here, they coincidentally share our intentions. Li Yun's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he declared, "Let's intercept them later. They might have already discovered some spiritual artifact. It is that worthless Pang Bo and that fellow named Yifan." Li Lin's gaze was laden with malice as she regarded the swiftly approaching duo, exclaiming, "Daring to approach us. Are they courting death?" Han Feiyu's face was a mask of hatred, his eyes radiating fierce light. But Yifan and Pang Bo moved with great speed, and in but a moment, they arrived nearby. Li Lin, Li Yun, what a surprise to encounter you here. Such fate. Yifan and Pang Bo wore expressions of joy, their faces brimming with emotion, as if they were reuniting with long-lost kin. Rushing forward with uncontainable delight that a day apart feels like 3 seasons, and 2 days seem like 6 years. At last, we meet again. Yifan and Pang Bo strode forward with great strides, nearly wishing to embrace the others to convey their joy. This left Li Lin and Li Yun feeling quite uncomfortable, a wave of goosebumps rising on their skin, causing involuntary shivers. Li Lin immediately displayed a look of disdain, casting a glance at Pang Bo and then regarding Yifan with scorn, stating, "Do not attempt to ingratiate yourselves. Whatever you do is futile and will not alter anything." Standing atop a massive stone, she looked down upon Pang Bo and Yifan, her expression fierce as she coldly warned, "You truly possess audacity. Do you not fear perishing in this forest? The depths of the ruins are not a place for the inept to wander freely." Li Yun's expression was equally frigid as he fixed his cold smile on Yifan and Pang Bo, contemplating whether to strike immediately. His only concern was the possibility of Elder Wu Qifeng having left a mark on Pang Bo, which could lead to inquiries about what transpired, despite their humiliation and the palpable murderous aura. Yifan and Pang Bo remained unfazed, seamlessly integrating into the group. Even more audaciously, they both grasped Han Feiyu's hand, repeatedly exclaiming, "Han Feiyu, that you truly are a good person. Have you perhaps harvested some spiritual herbs? Your body is imbued with such a fragrant aroma." Li Lin's murderous intent was palpable, the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth quivering slightly, but in an instant, her expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Something is amiss. Why does a foul stench waft through the air?" Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed. It was the serpent spirit. An ancient snake had attained sentience. It was the jade-horned serpent. The countenances of those present turned pale as they beheld a colossal serpent with a single horn gliding through the winds, uprooting vegetation in its wake, rapidly approaching with an overwhelming stench that induced nausea. Cursed be you two. In that moment, Li Lin, Li Yun, Han Feiyu, and the others comprehended the situation, consumed by a desire to tear Yifan and Pang Bo to shreds. Yet now was not the time for fury. They turned and fled, their retreat utterly disordered. "You truly are noble souls." Yifan and Pang Bo jested as they hastily made their escape. glancing back at Han Feiyu and the others. Chapter 52. Unfathomable depths. At this moment, Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu longed to flay Yi Fan and Pang Bo alive, their smiles appearing utterly infuriating, an expression deserving of a good thrashing. Of course, this was merely their perception. In reality, Yi Fan and Pang Bo believed their grins to be radiant, every pore on their bodies relaxed, feeling remarkably at ease. Pang Bo, you are courting death. I will not spare you. Li Lin cursed, her beautiful visage icy, radiating an air of menace. Li Yun was equally incensed. This was an unwarranted catastrophe, being inexplicably pursued by a serpent spirit. He shouted, Pang Bo, you are pushing us to the brink. Even though you are a celestial seedling, this vendetta shall not end until blood is shed. And that worthless fool, just wait. I shall personally slay you. Suddenly, a torrent of multicolored venom surged forth, enveloping the group like a shroud of vibrant fabric. Li Lin and Li Yun dared not utter another word, propelling themselves forward in haste to evade the serpent's poison. Just then, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. One among them could not evade the onslaught and was reduced to a puddle of viscera. The bones charred and nearly obliterated. Fear gripped the hearts of the others. This demon serpent was terrifying, capable of disintegrating a cultivator with a mere breath of toxic mist, instilling dread within them. What incensed Li Lin and Li Yun further was that Pang Bo was racing away faster than a hare. Bound in the throes of fear, some could not restrain their expletives, cursing with venomous voices. Damn it. How can that worthless scoundrel run so fast? He's almost out of sight. The wretched fool. How could he outrun us? Everyone seethed with resentment, their teeth grinding in frustration. The so-called good-for-nothing seemed to glide through the air, treading upon the tips of grass, as if he were about to take flight. These two rascals. Once I find the opportunity, I shall ensure they face 1,000 tortures. Li Lin's exquisite visage was etched with frost, a blend of anger and trepidation shadowing her features, yet she found herself utterly powerless. Although these individuals possessed remarkable cultivation, they were far from being able to contend with the snake demon. As for Li Lin and Li Yun, despite their exceptional talents, they had only recently joined the Lingshu Cave Heaven 3 years ago. Though their progress had been rapid, they had yet to cultivate the divine rainbow, and thus could only run upon the ground. Their cultivation levels, while considerably superior to Yi Fan and Pang Bo, could not compare to the physique of the two who had consumed the sacred fruit. Yi Fan and Pang Bo underwent a transformative metamorphosis, their physical forms far surpassing those of ordinary cultivators, leaving the others far behind. Their lungs were nearly bursting with rage, and even Li Lin, disregarding her beauty, cast aside her dignity to unleash a torrent of curses. Damn it. You, Pang, and that useless wretch. I shall remember you. Pursued relentlessly by the jade-horned serpent, their lives hanging by a thread, now subjected to repeated insults of worthless from Li Lin and others. Even a clay figurine would have its temper. Yi Fan, overcome with fury, retorted, Damn it. Li, I remember you too, but not with any interest. You're as irritating as a washboard. It drives me mad. Li Lin trembled with indignation, yet had no choice but to sprint with all her might. Focusing her mind, Li Yun shouted from behind, You two scoundrels, your lack of virtue is appalling. I curse you to an ill fate. Who lacks virtue? You two have long sought to eliminate us. And now by chance, you reap what you sow, retorted Yi Fan. Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu were nearly speechless with exasperation. Encountering these two felt like a stroke of the worst luck imaginable. With their lives hanging by a thread, aside from Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu, the others were clearly reaching their limits, some with voices trembling as they called out, I say, 2 junior brothers. Who are your junior brothers? Yi Fan and Pang Bo were displeased with such a designation. No, I mean 2 elder brothers. They cried, particularly addressing the so-called useless elder brother. If you can run so fast, there's no need to stick with us. Please, just hurry far away. After being pursued for so long, with their lives on the line, Yi Fan, usually composed, snapped back. Who the hell is a waste of space? Thud. Among Li Lin's group, the last cultivator's countenance turned ashen. Having inhaled a trace of snake venom, his strength waning, he collapsed to the ground. The jade-horned serpent surged past, its massive body crushing him into a bloody pulp. Splattering a gruesome spray of blood, the scene exceedingly macabre. A hissing sound echoed as the colossal serpent flicked its tongue, and in an instant, a disciple was violently torn away by an invisible force. hurtling through the air and vanishing into the gaping maw of the jade-horned serpent. Alas, he barely had time to emit a cry of terror before it was abruptly silenced, with a splatter. A spray of crimson erupted from the serpent's fearsome white fangs, and the unfortunate individual was devoured whole. In truth, his very form had already begun to dissolve during the act of consumption. This horrific spectacle sent shivers of dread coursing through the hearts of all present, chilling them to the bone. As the distance between them dwindled, the jade-horned serpent ceased to spew venom and refrained from unleashing the divine light from its horn. It merely opened its bloody jaws wide, flicking its tongue, drawing people toward it with an utterly terrifying force, swallowing them whole. With another splatter of blood, yet another victim was claimed, crimson droplets trickling from its razor-sharp teeth. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 lives were extinguished, leaving only Yi Fan, Peng Bo, Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu among the living. Peng Bo, and that worthless fool, just wait. My uncle will ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death. Reducing you to ashes, Han Feiyu shouted, a mix of terror and fury evident in his voice. That moment, he found himself at the rear, perilously close to becoming the serpent's next target. The ancient serpent unleashed a tongue measuring 2 or 3 meters in length, dripping a pool of venom that corroded the ground, producing wisps of white smoke. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Han Feiyu. No, he screamed in terror, feeling his body lighten as an unseen force yanked him upward, propelling him toward the serpent's gaping jaws. In this dire moment, Han Feiyu summoned the Qingmu seal, a treasure of immense weight that radiated a verdant glow, with tendrils of green mist swirling around it, and struck down forcefully. Bang! The Qingmu seal collided solidly with the serpent's head, causing it to sway slightly, yet it sustained no damage whatsoever. The serpent's single horn emitted a divine light, effortlessly sending the Qingmu seal flying away, crashing heavily to the ground and pulverizing a pile of rocks into dust. Fortunately, the Qingmu seal remained intact. After all, it was a weapon personally refined for him by his uncle, inscribed with numerous intricate patterns that bestowed formidable power, making it exceedingly difficult to destroy. Han Feiyu, lacking the requisite cultivation, was unable to unleash the true might of the seal, rendering him incapable of harming the jade-horned serpent. "Uncle, save me," he cried out in fear as he was lifted into the air by the serpent's grip. At that moment, a jade pendant on his chest shimmered with light, forming a protective barrier that held him suspended in midair, preventing the serpent from devouring him. Suddenly, Han Feiyu recalled that this was the pendant his uncle had insisted he carry at all times. Designed to safeguard him in moments of peril, from a distant cliff, a brilliant green light surged forth, and a figure riding a divine rainbow appeared in the blink of an eye. The ancient serpent, seemingly wary, retreated swiftly, abandoning Han Feiyu in midair. Li Lin and Li Yun's faces brightened with hope, while Han Feiyu shouted, "Uncle, please save me." As the divine rainbow approached, the green light flickered, revealing an elderly man, stooped and disheveled, who swiftly grasped Han Feiyu, bringing him safely to the ground. Li Lin and Li Yun hurried forward to pay their respects. In the distance, Yi Fan and Peng Bo came to a halt, exchanging uneasy glances, a desire to flee swiftly overtaking them. However, upon noticing the elder's gaze sweeping over them, they refrained from any rash movements, should a formidable being capable of wielding the divine rainbow fixate upon them. Escape would be an impossibility. Thus, the two remained rooted in place, silently observing. The elder's stature was diminutive, emaciated, and slightly hunched, standing at no more than 5 feet tall. His hair, a wild cascade of white, obscured his visage, rendering it impossible to discern his features. All that could be seen were his hands, withered and skeletal, resembling the talons of a raven. "Thank goodness for your timely arrival, Elder Han. Otherwise, we would have perished here." Li Lin spoke after bowing respectfully to the elder, her gaze then turning fiercely towards Yi Fan and Peng Bo, declaring, "This time, your demise is assured." Meanwhile, Han Feiyu ground his teeth, muttering to the elder with palpable malice, his expression betraying a desire for vengeance against Yi Fan and Peng Bo, his eyes glinting with a chilling hatred. Ignoring the trio before him, the gaunt elder Han focused intently on the jade-horned serpent ahead, nodding repeatedly as he rasped in a voice that seemed on the verge of faltering. "Indeed, splendid. The jade horn of the serpent is excellent material for alchemy." The serpent, having long attained sentience, sensed the imminent peril and hastily retreated, its forked tongue flickering as it sought escape. In that moment, the disheveled elder surged forward like a wraith, unwilling to allow it to flee. The old serpent unleashed a cloud of venom, momentarily engulfing him. Yet, green light flickered as a mysterious aura enveloped Elder Han, effectively shielding him from the serpent's toxic breath. With a resounding crack, the jade horn atop the serpent erupted in a blaze of divine radiance. Beams of blinding light piercing towards Elder Han. The sound of clashing weapons echoed like celestial armaments in combat as Elder Han, wielding a green wooden ruler, shattered all the divine beams, scattering them throughout the woodland. Sensing danger, the jade-horned serpent swiftly turned to escape, but Elder Han would not grant it that reprieve. From his withered form erupted 12 beams of green light, each transforming into a green wooden sword that swiftly embedded itself into the ground, forming a cage that ensnared the serpent within. Should you wish to destroy the jade horn, I shall flay you alive. Elder Han's words dripped with malevolence, his gaze icy as he fixated upon the jade-horned serpent. The serpent demon appeared exceedingly enraged, its eyes ablaze with ferocity, the jade horn shimmering brilliantly as it sought to muster all its divine power for a final strike. Clearly, Elder Han would not permit such an assault. The 12 green wooden swords radiated a ghostly emerald light, their engravings writhing like serpents, before unleashing a torrent of lethal energy toward the center. With a gasp, Yi Fan and Pang Bo recoiled at the sight. The terror of Han Feiyu's uncle was palpable, as with a mere gesture, he had dispatched a serpent spirit, his profound cultivation instilling dread. One must understand that the old serpent's body was exceedingly robust, capable of effortlessly crushing towering ancient trees and pulverizing massive boulders. Yet, it stood no chance against the 12 green wooden swords, which swiftly brought about its end. Blood flowed like a river, saturating the ground with its crimson hue. The sight of Elder Han, with disheveled hair and a hunched posture, instilled a chilling dread. Chapter 53. Elder Han that he advanced with a green wooden ruler in hand, stepping into the blood-soaked terrain with a gentle tap. He dislodged a jade horn, and then rummaged through the serpent's corpse to extract a massive serpent's gallbladder, dripping with blood. With fingers resembling talons, he punctured the gallbladder and squeezed its bile into his mouth, ultimately consuming the gallbladder itself, chewing it thoroughly before swallowing. Alas, though it was bitter, it served as a potent tonic for my nearly lifeless body. The essence of serpent gall is a rare find. His voice was low and eerie, sending shivers down the spines of Li Lin and Li Yun. You few are exceedingly audacious to have ventured here, he remarked. Elder Han, with his hair unkempt and face obscured, emanated an aura of foreboding. One could easily envision his grim expression as his words were imbued with frost. Do not think it is merely you. Even those of formidable prowess, blessed by divine power, would not dare to delve deeply into the ruins. I acknowledge my transgressions, Han Feiyu replied, bowing his head, fear palpable in his demeanor towards Elder Han. Li Lin and Li Yun also lowered their gazes, unwilling to meet the elder's eyes. Indeed, though the trio acquiesced, they did not immediately depart, their eyes scanning towards Yi Fan and Pang Bo, the intent to kill unmistakable and unmasked. Why are you still here? Despite Elder Han's disheveled appearance, a fierce glint emanated from his hair, instilling an icy dread in the trio, compelling them to hasten into the forest. Elder Han approached Yi Fan and Pang Bo. His body was as withered as dry wood, clad in black garments that clung to his frail frame like a mere wisp, complemented by his flowing white hair, rendering him a figure of terror. He glided forward like a specter, soundless and ethereal, exuding an ominous scent of death. Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt an immediate surge of anxiety. This gaunt elder was profoundly unsettling, causing their scalps to tingle. They were no longer within the confines of the spirit realm. Should he capture them for alchemical purposes, they would be utterly powerless. Elder Han, gliding closer, emitted a chilling laugh akin to the mournful cry of an owl, sending shivers coursing through their bodies. It was a sound that seemed almost inhuman. To escape the maw of the jade-horned serpent and procure the jade serpent orchid. Commendable, he nodded repeatedly, fixing his gaze upon Yi Fan and Pang Bo, his white hair radiating malevolent light as he scrutinized them. The praise, though seemingly complimentary, made both men uneasy, particularly when he uttered the word commendable. It felt less like an acknowledgement of their deeds and more like an invasive examination of their very beings. A chill ran through Yi Fan and Pang Bo. This gaunt Elder Han, nearing the end of his lifespan, was undoubtedly concocting a means to create the elixir of resurrection, and his penetrating gaze was unnerving. I have encountered Elder Han, they said, stepping forward to pay their respects. Fully aware that escape was futile, he could traverse the skies with divine speed, closing the distance in an instant. You seem somewhat apprehensive of me. There is no need for such trepidation that in truth. I hold a fondness for the youth, particularly those brimming with vitality and vigor. Elder Han's voice was low and hoarse as he took a few steps forward. Casting a glance at Pang Bo before his gaze fell upon Yi Fan, burning with intensity, as if he were appraising a prized possession. Yi Fan nearly unleashed a punch in response, and Pang Bo could hardly contain himself, poised to strike. However, in that very moment, Elder Han gently patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and, like a wraith, drifted away, leaving the two behind. I have high hopes for you both. Focus on your cultivation henceforth. His words were feeble and laden with an air of despondency as he vanished from their sight, retreating into the depths of the ruins. What does this old wretch mean? Pang Bo expressed a look of skepticism. Having initially thought Elder Han intended to take action, only to see him depart in such a manner. This old coot. Yi Fan's expression darkened, muttering curses under his breath, that unabashed gaze, devoid of any pretense, was shamelessly intrusive. He seemed to regard me as his personal possession. Damn him. I curse him to be trapped in the depths of the ruins. Pang Bo suggested, we should leave this place quickly, before that old wretch decides to act. The farther away, the better. Whether to escape or not seemed inconsequential. His hesitance to act directly surely stemmed from a fear of Elder Wu Qifeng. Yet, given his demeanor, it appeared he held all the cards, leaving them uncertain of his true intentions. In the distance, amidst the forest, Han Feiyu was perplexed. He had initially assumed his uncle would seize Yi Fan to force him into alchemy, only to see him pause briefly before floating away to Li Lin and Li Yun, gritting their teeth, conspired quietly, eager to eliminate Yi Fan and Pang Bo now that Elder Han had departed. Pang Bo was a celestial seed, likely bearing the mark left by Elder Wu Qifeng. Should they kill them, it would not take long for their involvement to be unveiled. Ultimately, the three departed in fury, suppressing their murderous intent without taking action. At that moment, a divine rainbow streaked across the sky, heading towards the depths of the ruins. It was Elder Wu Qifeng. Yi Fan and Pang Bo exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. At this juncture, the depths of the ruins undoubtedly posed great danger, yet neither Yi Fan nor Pang Bo chose to retreat. Instead, they resolved to press on, that if we do not venture into the deepest parts of the ruins, we might still discover some spiritual herbs akin to the jade snake orchid in the next layer down. They believed the peril was concentrated in the deepest recesses of the ruins, where astounding events had transpired. Other areas should, comparatively, remain relatively safe. The forest was eerily quiet, and after traversing several more miles, Yi Fan and Pang Bo encountered numerous foundational stones and rubble, with vegetation struggling to conceal these remnants of destruction. Throughout this journey, they became convinced that not all ferocious beasts had fled. In several locations, they spotted formidable creatures, no less intimidating than the jade-horned serpent, half concealed in caves, restless and agitated. Suddenly, a muffled sound resonated from the depths of the ruins once more. Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt a tremor in their hearts, as if something had gripped their very cores, sending a jolt of pain through them. Despite their superior physiques, they still experienced discomfort. Staggering back a few steps before regaining their composure, their faces paling in fear. What on earth could that be? Have you noticed that the intervals between these ominous sounds are growing shorter? Not only that, but the two men also sensed an overwhelming aura of life emanating from the depths of the ruins. What are your thoughts? Pang Bo inquired. Yi Fan shook his head and replied, I have a rather absurd association. It feels as though some formidable creature, after slumbering for countless ages, is gradually awakening. Pang Bo exhibited a look of astonishment and remarked, You can't possibly mean that the muffled sound is its heartbeat, can you? Just then, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air, as a dozen or more divine rainbows streaked across the sky, heading toward the depths of the ruins. Chapter 54. The Ancient Hall. It seems the elders of the Lingshu Cave Heaven have been alerted and are making their way here in succession. At this moment, darkness had descended, and the sky was dotted with stars. The two continued their journey for several miles, unwittingly arriving at a desolate expanse where not a blade of grass could be found. Resembling a scorched earth with only cracked foundations and shattered debris remaining in the night, this place exuded an air of mystery, shrouded in a faint black mist. Thousands of years had passed, yet no vegetation had taken root in this relic, which struck one as peculiar, truly a barren land where even birds would not deign to defecate. Pang Bo muttered in dissatisfaction, feeling a pang of hunger and wishing to forage for wild fruits to satiate his appetite, but found nothing. Just ahead, a cold corpse lay silently across the ground, its old skin clinging to the bones like dried timber. It was indeed a desiccated body that Yi Fan, perplexed, wondered how the corpse had come to be there. They surveyed the surroundings. The scorched ruins lay barren, with nothing but the rubble underfoot. Yet, the emptiness heightened their unease, for this was a place abandoned for eons, perhaps harboring unspeakable entities. As darkness deepened and the starlight faded, the surroundings were engulfed in a pitch-black void, with a faint mist swirling about. "Why is it so eerie and increasingly cold?" Pang Bo asked nervously, a chill running down his spine. "Where on earth did this corpse fall from?" "We should leave this place at once." Yi Fan sensed the ominous atmosphere and agreed that it was unwise to linger. "What kind of place is this, so sinister?" Pang Bo whispered, his back prickling with dread. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, and Pang Bo was knocked to the ground again. He scrambled up, only to find another desiccated corpse beside him. Who has such a lack of decency to discard corpses carelessly? The jest was far from humorous, as both men felt a shiver run through them, goosebumps rising on their skin as they scanned their surroundings. Two withered bodies lay on the ground, their garments clinging to them, disintegrating into dust upon contact. It was unclear how long they had been there. "What are you? Show yourself." Thud. Another corpse appeared, sending Pang Bo sprawling once more. "Damn it, do you think Pang Bo is easy to bully?" he exclaimed, a mix of fear and indignation coursing through him, while Yi Fan stood beside him, miraculously unscathed. "What in the world is this? Come out now," Yi Fan shouted. With a sudden violent tremor, the ancient ruins were shaken to their core, propelling Yi Fan into the air, while Pang Bo found himself in a state of utter disarray, tumbling far away. Bang, bang, bang. This time, it was not only Pang Bo who suffered blows. Yi Fan too was relentlessly struck as ancient corpses rained down from above, toppling both of them. Had they been mere mortal flesh, they would have surely been shattered, but their extraordinary physiques spared them from peril. The ground was littered with dozens of corpses, shrouded in an oppressive aura, the cold seeping into their bones as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Both men felt a chill run down their spines, bewildered by the inexplicable events unfolding around them. Suddenly, two eerie green lights brushed past them, halting several dozen meters away, flickering like ghostly flames in a macabre dance. In an instant, the ruins were engulfed in impenetrable darkness, rendering the sky's stars invisible. It was as if the realm had become haunted. Pang Bo instinctively groped around him, but alas, he had failed to bring the bronze plaque from the Great Thunder Sound Temple that moment. Apart from the two green glimmers, their surroundings were obscured, enveloped by a thick shroud of black mist. The two orbs of green light were each as large as a basin, resembling ghostly flames or perhaps enormous eyes, exuding a chilling presence amidst the fog. Truly, something unclean lurked within. Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt a surge of anxiety. In an instant, the two green orbs surged forward at an alarming speed, swiftly closing in on Yi Fan. Pang Bo attempted to intervene, but was hurled away by the impact of several cadavers. The green lights quickened their pace, honing in on Yi Fan, weaving erratically around him until, in a flash of brilliance, they vanished into his very being. Yi Fan! Pang Bo exclaimed in horror, yet he was powerless to alter the course of events. Simultaneously, Yi Fan felt an icy chill enveloping his sea of bitterness, as if he were encased in ice. Desperately, he began to channel the arcane techniques inscribed in his scriptures. A moment later, a glimmer of golden light erupted forth. The sound of a tsunami roared to life as Yi Fan's sea of bitterness transformed into a vast golden ocean, surging forth and sweeping the two green orbs into the heights of the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the orbs, seemingly startled, burst forth from Yi Fan's sea of bitterness, retreating to a distance, while the sea itself regained its tranquil state. A minuscule speck of golden light resembling a divine lamp remaining in place, the green lights, moving with astonishing speed, shot from Yi Fan's sea of bitterness directly at Pang Bo, merging into his body in the blink of an eye. Pang Bo barely had time to utter a curse before collapsing to the ground, leaving Yi Fan in shock as he rushed toward him. "Pang Bo, what has happened to you?" However, before Yi Fan could reach him, Pang Bo flipped onto his feet, his eyes glowing a haunting green. He rose with a low, guttural roar, resembling a feral beast, casting a frigid glare at Yi Fan, holding his gaze for several minutes before finally diverting his eyes. "What are you?" "Depart from his body," Yi Fan commanded, his voice firmed. That moment, a deafening roar erupted as a fierce wind swept through the desolate ruins, sending sand and stones swirling into the air. Amidst the tumultuous black mist, Pang Bo stood resolutely, his disheveled hair dancing wildly, before suddenly striding away with purpose. Surrounding him, dozens of ancient corpses floated upward, trailing behind him into the depths of the ruins. In an instant, clarity returned to the scene. The heavens were once again adorned with countless stars, and from a distance, one could see Pang Bo soaring away, enveloped in swirling black fog and rolling dust, accompanied by the spectral forms of the ancient corpses, gradually receding from view. Pang Bo, Yi Fan shouted, hastening his steps in pursuit. Yet, Pang Bo's speed was astonishingly swift, rivaling that of the elders who rode the divine rainbows. Vanishing from Yi Fan's sight in the blink of an eye, with Pang Bo's body now under alien control, his fate was uncertain, and at that moment, Yi Fan was gripped by an overwhelming anxiety. Realizing he could not catch up, ahead lay a vast and nebulous expanse. With no other option, Yi Fan pressed deeper into the ruins, disregarding the imminent dangers that lurked before him. The trees gradually thinned, and the remnants of ancient architecture became increasingly prevalent, with the spiritual energy intensifying, radiating a vibrant life force, even more so than the spirit ruins cave heaven, resembling a veritable treasure trove. Thud. Another deep rumble echoed as Yi Fan ascended a towering mountain. Gazing ahead, the fabled depths of the ruins lay before him, a densely packed cluster of ancient structures, many of which had partially collapsed into ruins, yet one could still imagine their former grandeur. Most astonishingly, this endless stretch of ancient edifices encircled a volcano, from which flames leapt into the sky. Within the caldera, molten lava bubbled ominously, though it did not overflow, casting a fiery glow across half the sky. The magnificent ancient buildings surrounding this volcano created an uncanny atmosphere at that moment. Yi Fan was utterly astounded, for he beheld an incredible sight. As the lava churned, a resplendent ancient palace, entirely crystalline, rose and fell within the volcanic maw, intermittently surfacing. Thud. The muffled sound emanated from within the volcano, or more precisely, from the ancient palace that floated amidst the molten rock, radiating an enchanting brilliance, exuding an aura of antiquity, with ethereal rays of divine light swirling around it. Among the ancient structures at the base of the volcano, a 5-meter-long divine bird sparkled with golden luminescence, arcs of electricity dancing around its form. It was the lightning bird, which had battled the Scale Ape King 2 days prior, now appearing unscathed, a testament to the Scale Ape King's grim fate. The lightning bird was a true superlative predator. As Elder Wu Qingfeng had remarked, even he would choose to take a detour upon encountering it reigned supreme in that architectural zone, with no creature daring to approach. However, it was not the sole inhabitant. Nearly 20 other ferocious avians and beasts, all of exotic species, roamed the other edifices, most of which were unknown and unseen, each exhibiting extraordinary traits. For instance, a centipede with silver wings, as thick as an arm and measuring 2 meters in length, gleamed like it was forged from silver, lying motionless among the ruins, while other creatures dared not tread closer. Additionally, there was a beast resembling a wild bull, adorned with a lion's head and covered in azure scales, towering at over 10 meters tall, akin to a small mountain standing dominantly within the ruins, claiming its own territory. Nearly 20 of these terrifying creatures loomed, a testament to the dread concealed within the depths of the ruins. At this moment, they encircled the volcano, their gaze fixated on the ancient edifice that bobbed amidst the molten lava. It was then that Yi Fan finally spotted Pang Bo, standing amidst a desolate expanse at the base of the volcano, exhaling a sigh of relief. Surrounding him were Elder Wu Qingfeng and several other elders, who, though they had not yet struck, effectively ensnared him. Almost 20 elders from Lingshu Dantian had arrived, their numbers comparable to those of the ferocious beasts, indicating a near parity in strength between the two factions. Suddenly, Yi Fan realized he had underestimated the number of opponents. Atop the volcano stood a formidable figure, a hulking man, towering at 2 meters. His arms adorned with scales that shimmered brilliantly in the glow of the lava. Beside him stood a young maiden, devoid of arms but graced with a pair of golden wings, her long hair glistening like strands of gold. Alongside them lay a colossal serpent, crowned with horns and equipped with formidable claws, transcending the mere classification of a snake and more akin to the legendary Jiao. Yi Fan felt a jolt of apprehension. He immediately recognized this as a legendary demon capable of manifesting a human form. Moreover, his alarm heightened as he noticed 3 other entities on the opposite side of the volcano, each seemingly akin to great demons. Among them was a giant of extraordinary stature, standing a staggering 3 meters tall, possessing a complete human form yet adorned with a pair of bovine horns. Concurrently, Yi Fan discerned 4 or 5 genuine humans, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to the leader of Lingshu Dantian, whom he had previously glimpsed from afar. Accompanying him were 4 elders with white hair and beards, positioned not far from the volcano's mouth. The assembly was distinctly organized by strength hierarchy. Beneath the volcano roamed a dozen fierce beasts alongside a cluster of elders from Lingshu Dantian, while those upon the volcano represented an even higher echelon of existence. Their intentions were unequivocally aligned. All had come for the ancient edifice submerged within the lava. All the powerful figures remained tensely focused on the volcano's mouth, where the lava surged and the ancient temple flickered with divine radiance, as if time itself flowed with an ancient essence. Chapter 55. The Tomb of the Demon Emperor. Several elders from Lingshu Dantian directed their efforts against Pang Bo. One elder propelled himself forth amidst a crimson glow, transforming into a vast scarlet net, its threads glistening and pulsating with a vibrant red luminescence, akin to a net forged from red agate. Descending upon Pang Bo that moment, Pang Bo appeared lifeless, his expression vacant. With only his eyes gleaming with an emerald light, he extended his arms, striving with all his might to tear the crimson net apart. Another elder radiated with violet light, conjuring a purple-gold bagua mirror in his grasp. Directing its illuminating beams towards Pang Bo, a dazzling purple radiance erupted forth, enveloping him in a cascade of luminous violet energy, effectively immobilizing him within a swirling mist of purple aura. The red net descended smoothly, ensnaring Pang Bo securely. At this juncture, Elder Wu Qifeng advanced, pointing like a sword, emanating radiant light, and utilizing divine power to seal Pang Bo, rendering him nearly immobile. Yi Fan's greatest concern had been Pang Bo, and upon witnessing the elders subduing him, particularly noting the elder's composure and the faint smile that graced his lips, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, surmising that the situation would not escalate into a grave crisis. With a resounding thud, a deep, ominous sound echoed once more from within the volcano's crater. This time, Yi Fan was well prepared. He activated the mysterious arts recorded in the Tao scripture, and golden specks of light from the sea of suffering immediately surged forth, flowing towards his heart, alleviating his discomfort significantly, unlike the excruciating pain he had endured previously. Observing keenly, Yi Fan noticed that the formidable beasts and avian predators trembled involuntarily, while the elders of the Lingshu Cave Heaven also froze momentarily. Clearly affected by this phenomenon, this revelation astonished him. Having consumed the sacred fruit and imbibed from the divine spring, he had indeed undergone a profound transformation that in terms of physique alone, he seemed to be on par with these elders, irrespective of their cultivation levels and the wheel of life compared to the sea of suffering. Thud, thud, thud. A series of 3 thunderous sounds reverberated in quick succession. The magma surged violently within the crater, and brilliant beams of light shot upwards, transforming the night into a radiant day. At that moment, the magma flowed forth from the volcano's mouth, and the resplendent ancient palace emerged, exuding a powerful aura of life. Atop the volcano, the leader of the Lingshu Cave Heaven and 4 esteemed elders radiated brilliance as they slowly advanced forward. Meanwhile, several transformed great demons also stepped forward, undeterred by the erupting magma. Their eyes fixed intently on the ancient palace. As they reached the crater's edge, they finally turned their gaze towards the human cultivators. Among them, a massive man covered in scales shouted at the leader of the Lingshu Cave Heaven. "Humans, you have gone too far. The primordial ruins have been divided. You already possess the Lingshu Cave Heaven, and now you dare to encroach upon our territory to claim the celestial treasures. Are you attempting to incite conflict?" Not far away, a towering figure, 3 meters tall with a pair of horns atop his head, boomed in a deep voice. "If you seek war, then feel free to lay your hands on this ancient palace and test our resolve." The leader of the Lingshu Cave Heaven and the 4 esteemed elders did not show fear. One stepped forward and declared, "This ruin is a legacy of our human race. Now that a great treasure has manifested, it is only natural for us to seek our fortunes here. What is unreasonable about our actions? This primordial ruin is our domain. We shall not allow you to come here to seize our treasures." A girl with golden hair and wings, lacking arms, interjected coldly, "If you insist on interfering, do not blame us for being ungracious. This place is the abandoned ruin of our human race. You are merely squatting here. How dare you claim it as your own?" The leader of the Lingshu cave heaven remained unfazed, his words calm, yet laced with a formidable aura. Our ancestors of the Jiao clan have left a legacy stating that this land is not your human territory, but rather the imperial capital from the height of the demon race. Everything here has no connection to you. The ancient Jiao, with a single horn and sharp claws, though not transformed into human form, spoke with clarity, demonstrating strength comparable to others, simply lacking the ability to metamorphose his beastly body. Impossible. All the structures here are in the style of the human race. What connection do they have to the demon race? Questioned one of the esteemed elders from the Lingshu cave heaven. The two sides contended fiercely, each unwilling to yield, all for the sake of the ancient palace submerged within the magma. The ancient hall occasionally resonated with a somber sound, and even several formidable demons, along with the leader of the Lingshu cave heaven, found it somewhat overwhelming at such proximity, their expressions betraying their discomfort. The boiling magma, strikingly red and exceptionally alluring, surged forth like fresh blood. As the resplendent ancient hall slowly ascended, gradually detaching from the volcanic crater point, one of the great demons was about to advance, yet was halted by the old flood dragon, who remarked, "We have waited for several days. What does a little more time matter? Let it break the ancient seals on its own. Do not intervene, lest unforeseen events transpire." Demon script, the written language of our demon race. At that moment, a towering giant with twin horns, standing at 3 meters tall, suddenly shouted, "Look, it is the imperial script of the demon race, undoubtedly left by a legendary demon emperor." The entire ancient hall was crafted from 5-colored divine jade, gleaming with a crystalline radiance, its brilliance shimmering with an otherworldly quality. Numerous ancient characters were inscribed at its foundation. Some resembled dragons and phoenixes, while others bore a striking resemblance to the mystical tortoise and Qilin, representing the imperial script of the demon race from the primordial era. Humans, what more do you have to say? Depart swiftly. This is the resting place of a great emperor from our demon race's ancient past, and bears no relation to you. At this moment, the ancient hall radiated a dazzling light, exuding an overwhelming and awe-inspiring aura, its 5-colored brilliance swirling around, undeniably extraordinary. The leader of the Lingshu cave heaven, upon hearing these words, first changed color and then scrutinized the ancient hall intently, ultimately appearing to recall something, his expression transforming into one of profound excitement as he declared, "I understand now. This is the burial site of the last great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness demon race." Upon hearing this, the other great demons turned pale, all fixating on the 5-colored ancient hall, observing it with utmost seriousness and scrutiny. Filled with uncertainty, the old flood dragon stood upright, extending half of its body forward, its expression grave, and finally, it spoke with a tremor. "Indeed, this is the tomb of our demon race's great emperor. Just as our ancestors described, no one could have anticipated that the ancient hall, constructed from 5-colored divine jade, was the tomb of the last emperor of the demon race, hidden beneath a volcano, only to resurface today as the seal weakened and the magma surged forth. The last unifier of the Eastern Wilderness demon race was he. It could only be him." The leader of the Lingshu cave heaven muttered to himself. Appearing somewhat dazed, the great demons present instantly regained their confidence, with the old flood dragon declaring, "It is good that you understand. This is the tomb of our last divine emperor, with no connection to your human race. Depart at once." The other great demons erupted with unparalleled might, a torrent of demonic energy surging skyward, instantly shrouding the entire starry sky in a palpable atmosphere of hostility. "Nonsense! How could the tomb of our divine emperor possibly harbor treasures of your human race? You clearly seek to plunder the tomb of our great emperor." The great demons displayed their fury, advancing to block the leader of the Lingshu cave heaven, poised to strike at any moment. The leader of the Lingshu cave heaven regained his composure, stating, "What I speak is the truth that I end days of yore, the last great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness demon race, whose achievements rivaled the very fabric of creation, unified the fragmented demon clans that had been divided for tens of thousands of years, posing a significant threat to the human race of the Eastern Wilderness. That it was during that time that a treasured artifact of the Eastern Wilderness human race was lost, rumored to have been seized by the demon emperor. Moreover, the legendary tome of the East Wasteland, the Dao Jing, was also fragmented during that time, losing an exceedingly significant volume. Subsequent evidence has indicated that it was the doing of that formidable demon emperor. It is likely that the ultimate treasure of the East Wasteland, along with the most crucial volume of the Tao Jing, resides here, destined to be revealed to the world once more today. Upon hearing this, several great demons were momentarily taken aback, but soon their eyes gleamed with an intense fervor. Although the demon race cannot cultivate the profound human celestial text of the Tao Jing, they resolutely decided to remain as for the human treasure. If it indeed exists, it shall not be overlooked. The leader of the Lingshu Cave Heaven exhibited no semblance of fear as he confronted the great demons. He boldly stepped forward. The ancient palace, constructed from the five-colored divine jade, emitted a deep, resounding sound once more. As the sealing power rapidly dissipated, Daiti had almost completely ascended to the mouth of the volcano. With radiant hues swirling and the five-colored divine light flickering, the tomb of the last demon emperor of the East Wasteland was on the verge of re-emerging into the realm. Within the palace complex beneath the volcano, the superlative ferocious birds and beasts, along with over a dozen elders from the Lingshu Cave Heaven, could no longer contain themselves and slowly advanced towards the mountain. In the distance, Yifan witnessed all of this unfold before his eyes. His heart was tumultuous, yet lacking the strength to intervene. He could only watch in silence. Chapter 56. Heart-stirring, a divine rainbow shot up into the sky from the ancient architectural complex beneath the volcano, its brilliance illuminating the night. Soaring towards the peak where Yifan stood, this sudden spectacle startled him, leading him to believe that a powerful figure had discovered him. He held his breath and concealed himself behind a massive rock. Remaining utterly still, with a whoosh, the divine rainbow descended. An elder Wu Qingfeng landed on the mountain, placing Pang Bo in a hidden spot before ascending once more to join the others and advance towards the volcano. Yifan emerged from behind the rock and hurried over. At this moment, Pang Bo had been sealed by several elders from the Lingshu Cave Heaven. His eyes were tightly shut, his body rigid and immobile. A strange blue aura enveloped him, his complexion appearing abnormal, with faint, dim bluish-green light flowing beneath his skin. What had infiltrated his body? Yifan dared not recklessly touch Pang Bo, as he was under the influence of the elder's sealing power, which emanated a divine force. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the volcano's mouth was exceptionally tense, with human cultivators and the demon race in a standoff, both sides poised for battle, refusing to yield. Among them stood a demon maiden with a pair of golden wings. Strikingly beautiful, her voice melodious yet commanding, imbued with a palpable aura of menace, she declared, "This is the tomb of my demon emperor, and yet you seek to draw out the treasures of the human race in the Tao Jing, clearly attempting to plunder the emperor's resting place under such pretense. If you are willing to fight, then come forth." The leader of the Lingshu Cave Heaven, undeterred and resolute, responded, "Whether true or false, we shall ascertain the truth upon opening the ancient palace. Should the treasures of the East Wasteland and the Tao Jing be absent, we shall immediately bear our shame and submit to your judgment. However, if those two items are indeed present, we request to take them away without contention." Thus averting conflict and benefiting both parties, the towering giant, adorned with twin horns and standing at an imposing height of 3 meters, spoke with a voice that resonated like a reverberating bronze bell, causing the ears of those present to thrum with sound. "If the precious treasures and the Tao scripture you mentioned are absent, you will undoubtedly resort to your usual tactics, claiming that other artifacts left behind by the demon emperor are those 2 items. I am all too familiar with your ways. Distorting truth, blurring distinctions, and reversing black and white is your forte. The tomb of the demon emperor is not to be desecrated by your hands." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with neither side willing to yield an inch, and it became apparent that conflict was inevitable. "You are forcing our hand," declared the beautiful maiden with flowing golden hair, as she unfurled her wings, unleashing a torrent of golden divine feathers that shot forth like arrows of pure gold towards the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven. The leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven waved his grand sleeves, and a mist of purple energy enveloped the air, surging forth like a furious sea, repelling the endless barrage of divine feathers. "Kill." The voice of the demoness was icy as her body radiated divine light, and the golden feathers descended in a magnificent cascade, creating a dazzling network that obscured the heavens, scattering the purple mist and enveloping the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven beneath its brilliance. From within the leader's body erupted a purple bronze furnace, sending forth an explosion of purple energy that illuminated the surroundings, as purple divine radiance vibrated outward, shattering all the golden divine feathers into fragments. ultimately erupting into a brilliant explosion of golden light, forming a searing stream of golden energy that dazzled the eyes. The golden-haired maiden's expression remained frosty as she spread her wings, launching a pair of golden divine swords that shimmered with crystalline brilliance. Their golden lights swirling like flames in a fierce blaze as they soared towards the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven. In response, the leader extended a hand and lightly tapped, causing the purple bronze furnace beside him to soar into the sky, spewing forth torrents of purple flames that enveloped the two golden swords, igniting fiercely as it sought to refine them on the spot. With a resounding boom, the swords clashed like bolts of lightning amidst the vast expanse of purple radiance, causing the very skies to tremble. Kill, block their advance. At that moment, several other great demons joined the fray, unleashing a surge of demonic energy that soared into the heavens, a tempest of power akin to a vast ocean in tumult, crashing with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the four esteemed elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven stepped forward, their divine powers surging like a boiling spring, radiating resplendent light that illuminated the entire sky, dissipating the encroaching demonic energy. The four formidable beings acted in unison. In this tumultuous scene, the atmosphere was thick with demonic energy and divine radiance, as the great demons clashed with the human warriors in a fierce struggle. Rays of light bursting forth from every corner, and weapons flying through the air, rendering the night as bright as day. Divine drums, celestial lanterns, bronze furnaces, golden swords, bagua mirrors, blood knives, and serpent-scaled blades surged forth as if alive, exuding divine light, colliding with one another in a symphony of clashing sounds, with each strike a contest of divine power that sent tremors through the sky. At this moment, the radiant lightning bird, shimmering with golden light, and the silver centipede, seemingly forged from silver, along with other formidable beasts, converged at the volcano's mouth. Simultaneously, Wu Qingfeng and the other elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven arrived from another direction, preparing to confront these fearsome creatures as their battle loomed on the horizon. In the distance, Yi Fan found it difficult to maintain his composure as he gazed longingly at the fierce battle above the volcanic crater, which left him both dazzled and yearning. It was impossible for him to be indifferent towards the tomb of the demon emperor. Rather, he felt a sense of helplessness. He yearned desperately for the scroll of the Tao Jing, a celestial classic renowned throughout the eastern wilderness, a tome of utmost significance that was highly esteemed by the demon emperor and undoubtedly of exceptional importance. It was precisely what he urgently required, for he lacked the subsequent methods of cultivation as for the so-called treasures of the eastern wilderness human race. Yi Fan was largely unaware and felt no particular inclination towards them. Only the Tao Jing ignited within him an insatiable desire. Although he had obtained an ancient scripture within the bronze coffin, the hundreds of archaic characters engraved in his heart did not convey specific cultivation techniques. Rather, they resembled a general outline, far beyond his current understanding. The Tao Jing is celebrated across the world, a legendary celestial scripture. For millennia, amidst the vast expanses of the eastern wilderness, only a few ancient texts could be mentioned in the same breath. Yet none have ever fully surpassed it. It meticulously records the profound and enigmatic methods of cultivation, from the initiation of the wheel of life and the sea of suffering to the connection of the divine bridge of heaven and earth, leading to the next realm of cultivation within the body, all detailed with clarity. Precisely what Yi Fan desperately needed. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a deep, resonant sound echoed, resembling the violent beating of a heart. The volcanic crater erupted in a dazzling array of colors, shattering the overwhelming demonic energy and vast waves of divine power in the sky. The blood-red lava boiled and surged forth from the crater, setting half the sky ablaze. The majestic ancient hall floated and trembled amidst the lava, radiating brilliance, its entire being glistening with the essence of time. With a final, thunderous tremor, the ancient hall slowly rose from the molten depths, intricate and mysterious demonic patterns flickering into view, no longer bound, allowing it to ascend freely. Rumbling, rumbling. The volcano shook as the grand ancient hall burst forth from the crater, its blinding radiance illuminating the ancient land as if it were broad daylight, dimming all the stars above. Surrounded by five-colored divine light, several powerful demons and experts from the Lingshu Cave Heaven immediately ceased their battles, all rushing towards the magnificent hall, eager to be the first to open its doors and claim the legacy and treasures of the demon emperor. Among these formidable beings, if speed were the sole criterion, it was undoubtedly the golden-haired demon girl. With her wings unfurled, she soared through the sky like two streaks of golden lightning, reaching the ancient hall first. She extended her wings towards the tightly shut five-colored jade doors. However, unexpectedly, a burst of five-colored divine light erupted forth, sending her flying back, causing even one as powerful as she to tumble several times in the air. The others gasped in astonishment, wary of underestimating the situation, and all summoned their own weapons, rushing forward to attempt to unlock the Demon Emperor's tomb. The entire ancient hall was forged from five-colored divine jade, seeming to have transcended time and space from an ancient era, evoking a sense of temporal sedimentation and historical resonance. The ancient palace, glimmering and resplendent, is adorned at its base with numerous archaic inscriptions. The dragon-shaped characters exude strength, while the phoenix-shaped symbols soar with grace. The tortoise-shaped script emanates a profound stillness, and the Qilin-shaped glyphs project an air of majesty. These inscriptions, reminiscent of dragons and phoenixes, tortoises and Qilins, are etched with iron hooks and silver strokes, imbued with a formidable presence, embodying the imperial script of the ancient demon clan. These characters possess an enigmatic power, and despite multiple attempts to breach them, the vibrant, multicolored divine light they emanate repels all who dare approach, rendering the ancient palace's doors impenetrable. With a thunderous roar, several formidable demons joined forces with the mighty cultivators of Lingshu Cave, striking the ancient palace's gate with their combined might. Purple bronze cauldrons, golden swords, bagua mirrors, and dragon-scaled blades collided with a resounding impact, finally causing the door to tremble, parting slightly amidst the rumbling echoes. In an instant, an ancient aura surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of life energy that swept across the scene, casting all those outside into the air. The ominous thud of impact reverberated, chilling the countenance of all present as they felt a piercing pain at their hearts. Yet, none lingered. Regaining their footing, they charged towards the magnificent ancient palace without hesitation. Brilliant lights flickered as various weapons emitted divine radiance, clashing incessantly and producing a symphony of metallic sounds. The powerful demons and human cultivators jostled at the forefront of the multicolored palace, igniting yet another fierce battle, each side intent on claiming the first entry. Before the grand palace, the brilliance was blinding, and the demonic energy soared skyward as both factions unleashed their full might. This was a battle of life and death. No one held back, for the Demon Emperor's tomb was of utmost significance to them all. The fierce radiance pulsated, shaking the very heavens, as weapons unleashed divine light, cutting through the chaos, and a palpable killing intent filled the air, creating an atmosphere that was nearly boiling. The leader of Lingshu Cave wore a frigid expression, his hands weaving intricate seals as he traced unusual paths in the sky, summoning the purple bronze cauldron to tremble. An endless purple mist enveloped the area, instantly drawing two mighty demons into the cauldron. The purple divine fire blazed fiercely, and agonizing cries erupted from within as the two demons were mercilessly refined, leaving only wisps of smoke in their wake. In the distance, Yi Fan felt a surge of terror. The brutality of the struggle was truly alarming to a modern individual. He found it difficult to accept. He pondered seriously whether there was any meaning or worth in being a cultivator at that moment. A fierce battle erupted between the ferocious beasts on the volcano and the elders of Lingshu Cave. Equally brutal in nature, a monstrous humanoid beast, with fangs protruding over half a foot long and covered in thick fur, tore an elder asunder, blood splattering and dismembered remains falling gruesomely. Nearby, an elder of Lingshu Cave summoned a demon-slaying blade, cleaving a ferocious bird in half, a chilling light radiating within a radius of dozens of meters. The blade shone brilliantly, drenched in blood, hovering with a resounding crack. The elder from Lingshu Dantian ascended, riding the divine rainbow, yet he was unable to evade the onslaught of hundreds of lightning bolts. Struck, his body became charred and trembling. He plummeted into the volcano's maw, engulfed by the surging magma. This fierce battle was rife with bloodshed and slaughter, as both humans and demon clans suffered casualties, each fighting desperately to be the first to breach the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Is this the existence of a cultivator? Yi Fan mused, his heart tumultuous, for it starkly contrasted with his imagined life of soaring through the skies, carefree amidst the heavens and earth. Perhaps, different cultivators tread divergent paths. This thought, his gaze became clear, revealing a resolute demeanor as he declared, "Having chosen this path, I must tread it step by step. My fate shall not lie in another's hands. I must grow stronger." Suddenly, a soft sound interrupted Yi Fan's reverie. On the ground, Pang Bo was enveloped in a mist of azure energy, a greenish light gradually illuminating his form. Wisps of light streamed forth from within him, emanating the sealing power left by Elder Wu Qingfeng's inscriptions, now erupting as the seal faltered. Concurrently, a ghostly green glow blossomed from Pang Bo's sea of suffering. His body trembled, and in an instant, his eyes flew open, emitting two radiant green beams, exuding an uncanny aura. Simultaneously, curious runes materialized across his forehead and face, some resembling meaningless stripes, while others bore likenesses to characters. The characters appeared to mimic dragons and phoenixes, some akin to mystical tortoises, and others resembling serpentine forms. Yi Fan was taken aback. Though he could not decipher the runes' meanings, he recalled the Law Elder's mention of them. Clearly reminiscent of the Demon Clan script, with green luminescence in his eyes, Pang Bo sat upright, then silently rose, casting a cold gaze upon Yi Fan, seemingly poised to strike, yet his raised hand trembled. Somewhat unresponsive, Pang Bo. Yi Fan called out loudly, aware that Pang Bo's will had not completely succumbed to slumber. He was evidently battling for control of his own body. Upon hearing the call, the body quivered, the demonic patterns on his forehead and face fading somewhat. However, a low growl erupted, and Pang Bo's body convulsed violently, the greenish light intensifying, with demonic patterns reappearing in full force before gradually calming. At this moment, he ceased his fixation on Yi Fan and instead turned to gaze at the volcano, rasping, "It was merely a feigned sealing." Yi Fan's heart jolted at once. This unknown entity occupying Pang Bo's body seemed formidable. Meanwhile, the battle before the ancient hall intensified. The doors flung wide open as both sides clashed fiercely at the entrance, with the Lingshu Dongtian's leader and two great demons already stepping inside. The struggle before the ancient hall was incredibly fierce, with neither side yielding, both suffering losses. Pang Bo's sudden emergence startled the elders of Lingshu Dongtian, and the sight of the demonic patterns on his forehead and face left several great demons perplexed. Yet, no one had the time to attend to him, as the leader of Lingshu Dongtian and two great demons simultaneously entered the ancient hall. Pang Bo left behind a fleeting shadow in the sky, swiftly following the three powerful beings into the fray. The sky was ablaze with resplendence as the remaining two venerable elders, accompanied by several formidable demons, surged into the temple. Below, the thunderbirds and other superlative beasts, along with the ordinary elders of the Lingshu cave heaven, all ascended into the air, racing towards the ancient edifice. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound emanated from within the temple, far more ferocious and potent than before. Two elders from the Lingshu cave heaven immediately spewed forth blood, staggering backward. Meanwhile, a silver centipede, as thick as a human arm, began to crack, its body, seemingly cast from silver, fracturing inch by inch before plummeting from the ancient hall. Additionally, a beast resembling a bison, with the head of a lion and covered in azure scales, soared into the air, towering at over 10 meters, akin to a small mountain. Yet, as it approached the ancient temple, it was violently shaken by the muffled sound, causing it to spew blood and expel a shattered heart. Thud, thud, thud. The ominous sounds continued to resonate, causing the initially bold beasts and elders to stagger and retreat, all bleeding from their orifices and sustaining grave injuries. The weaker among them, along with some beasts, perished within, their chests ruptured and blood spraying forth. Unable to escape the ancient hall. In the distance, Yi Fan stood in astonishment, pondering the unimaginable power harbored within this demon emperor's tomb, which was undeniably terrifying. Despite the considerable distance, he could still sense the burgeoning strength, the oppressive sounds overwhelming him. The magnificent ancient hall trembled, its occupants embroiled in fierce combat, with several great demons issuing fierce commands, while the leader and venerable elders of the Lingshu cave heaven howled in rage. Boom! A verdant light flashed, revealing the imposing figure of Pang Bo at the entrance of the ancient hall. Seemingly expelled by a forceful strike, his countenance was ashen, and he forcefully hurled several corpses aside, imbued with an indomitable strength that sent them crashing towards the mountain where Yi Fan stood. Yi Fan felt a stirring within as he noticed Pang Bo, enshrouded in an aura of green energy, cast a glance in his direction before bellowing and charging back into the temple. Yi Fan turned the corpses over for a closer inspection and discovered something peculiar on one of the beast's carcasses, a faint glimmer of golden light emanating from its wound. Nearly imperceptible at first glance, suddenly, a dazzling radiance erupted, blinding Yi Fan momentarily. It was a golden sheet of paper, pulsating with boundless divine brilliance, resplendent and captivating. This golden paper was heavier than metal, densely inscribed with countless ancient characters. So minuscule they were nearly unreadable, each character twinkling like a star, radiant and splendid. Yi Fan's heart raced with exhilaration, his mouth drying as he squinted against the divine light emanating from the golden paper. Chapter 58. The Golden Book calms the sea of suffering. Yi Fan's heart raced faster, entirely due to his excitement, as he suddenly recalled the Tao scripture. The leader of the Lingshu Cave Heaven and several great demons were locked in a life-and-death struggle primarily for the Tao scripture and a prized treasure from the eastern wilderness. The page of golden paper exudes an air of enigma, as if it were forged from the very essence of a radiant rainbow, shimmering brilliantly and dazzling to the eyes, rendering one unable to keep them open. It is remarkably heavy, far more so than metal, its weight almost overwhelming, merely a single sheet. Yet it likely contains tens of thousands of words. Yi Fan squints, scrutinizing the resplendent golden paper in his grasp. However, despite straining his vision, he can only discern vague outlines, for the inscribed characters are minuscule in size. Both sides of the paper are densely packed with text, each character resembling a star, radiating divine brilliance. Exceedingly blinding, an unsettling turmoil churns within Yi Fan. If his intuition serves him correctly, this is undoubtedly the Tao Jing, the very object of his deepest longing. The unexpected acquisition leaves him with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Gripping the splendid golden paper tightly, it takes a considerable time for him to regain his composure. In that moment, he recalls the pale-faced Pang Bo and the glance he cast towards this direction when he sent those corpses flying. It seemed laden with unspoken significance. Could it be that he intended to deliver them? A sudden thought strikes Yi Fan, yet he quickly dismisses it. The unknown entity occupying Pang Bo's body would hardly exhibit such benevolence. It is improbable that it would so generously facilitate his desires. Could it be Pang Bo? A new possibility dawns upon him. Pang Bo has been vying for control over his own body. Perhaps, in that fleeting moment, he momentarily seized dominion. However, as this notion takes root, Yi Fan shakes his head. The likelihood of such a scenario is exceedingly slim at best. Pang Bo could only disrupt the unknown presence, but it is unlikely he could ever gain the upper hand. In the throes of life and death struggle, any distraction could spell disaster. After a brief contemplation, Yi Fan theorizes that the unknown entity and Pang Bo might have reached a temporary compromise, establishing some sort of agreement that allowed the golden Tao Jing to be passed forth, unnoticed by anyone. The more he contemplates, the more convinced he becomes that Pang Bo may have indeed aided him. Delivering the Tao Jing into his hands, he murmurs to himself, Pang Bo must not come to harm. Yet, as he thinks of the strange markings that had appeared on Pang Bo's face, a weight of dread settles in his heart. The unknown presence is likely of the demon race, yet distinctly different from the great demons. Seemingly uninterested in the Tao Jing of the human race, perhaps intent on seizing the relics of a demonic emperor, Yi Fan calms himself and meticulously searches through the other corpses, but finds no further discoveries. The golden paper is but a single sheet, radiant and heavy, akin to cradling a treasure trove, imparting upon him a profound sense of pressure. Indeed, this page of golden scripture surpasses any treasure in value. Desiring to uncover its secrets, he concentrates, reaching out to the golden sea of bitterness, exerting all his efforts to enhance his vision, yearning to discern what this golden tome records. Threads of golden light rise from the sea, converging upon Yi Fan's eyes, imbuing his pupils with a flicker of golden brilliance. The Wheel of Sea. At the very beginning of this golden scripture, three larger ancient characters come into focus, resembling three radiant moons fixed in place, shining with a pure luminosity as light flows around them. As he gazes downward, the characters diminish in size, barely legible, yet they inflict a piercing pain upon his eyes. Those ancient characters exude divine light, shooting forth like golden needles, and the more he attempts to observe, the less he can see, his eyes swelling and throbbing with unbearable agony. In but a fleeting moment, Yi Fan's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, laden with an intense, stinging sensation, causing an involuntary cascade of tears to flow. He hastily averted his gaze, the specks of golden brilliance in his pupils gradually dissipating, and it took a quarter of an hour for him to regain his composure. This revelation astonished him. Under normal circumstances, while the ancient characters remained indistinct, they did not inflict such piercing discomfort upon his vision. Yet, when he concentrated strands of divine energy in his eyes to gaze upon this page of the Tao scripture, he nearly sustained damage to his pupils, a perplexing occurrence indeed. The page of the Tao scripture was undeniably extraordinary. Undeterred, Yi Fan took a brief respite before once again centering his focus, reaching out to the sea of suffering, striving with all his might to enhance his vision. However, this time he did not scrutinize the initial characters, but instead directed his attention to the final few ancient words on the reverse side. The phrase Lun Hai Wan Bai stood out prominently. These last four ancient characters, much like the initial three, were decidedly larger and easily discernible, akin to the bright moon ascending over the sea, with rays of dawn cascading down. Similarly, aside from these four ancient characters, the remaining inscriptions on the reverse side remained indecipherable, for each minuscule ancient character resembled a miniature sun, dazzling and resplendent, with streams of divine radiance akin to golden needles piercing forth. Stinging the eyes with an unbearable heat, Yi Fan swiftly turned his gaze away, his heart racing violently. He could now almost ascertain that this scroll of golden text was the most crucial initial volume of the Tao scripture. The so-called Lun Hai undoubtedly referred to the wheel of life and the sea of suffering, the very source from which divine power surged forth, the foundation of cultivation. It was no wonder that the sect leader of Lingshu Dantian proclaimed this to be the most significant volume of the Tao scripture, for it represented the foundational first scroll of this celestial classic, the bedrock upon which towering edifices were built. Elder Wu Qingfeng of Lingshu Dantian once remarked that as long as cultivators refined the wheel of life and the sea of suffering to their utmost potential, they would reap lifetime benefits, ascending to the pinnacle of power. Hence, the importance of the Lun Hai scroll was self-evident. Lingshu Dantian had merely grasped a fragment of this scroll's scripture, a remnant of remnants, comprising less than 1/10 of its entirety, serving merely to assist budding cultivators in connecting with the sea of suffering, devoid of further techniques, a fact that had long left Yi Fan with a sense of regret. At this moment, obtaining the complete Lun Hai scroll of the Tao scripture filled him with unbridled joy, promising lifelong benefits. A holistic system of cultivation that could be pursued indefinitely. Yi Fan carefully tucked away this page of golden text, fully aware that he must not allow a whisper of its existence to escape. Otherwise, he would face a fate far worse than death. Even the sect leader of Lingshu Dantian, upon acquiring such knowledge, would undoubtedly seek the protection of the sacred land behind him, lest disaster befall his sect. This volume of the Tao scripture could be deemed an invaluable treasure, akin to a volcano poised to erupt at any moment, where immense rewards coexisted with the peril of annihilation. Securing a single page of this golden text was more than enough, a monumental stroke of fortune. Yi Fan was reluctant to linger any longer. Recognizing that his current strength was insufficient to contend for anything, the wisest course of action was to retreat. He swiftly dashed down the mountain, channeling the profound techniques recorded in the Tao scripture. As streams of golden threads surged forth from the sea of suffering, flowing into his limbs and bones, revitalizing his flesh and enhancing his speed considerably. Yet, at that moment, Yi Fan sensed an unusual shift. The golden paper nestled in his embrace seemed to quiver. Initially, he paid it little heed, until a sudden chill enveloped his body, as if the golden paper had made contact with his skin. How could this be possible? Yi Fan found it utterly incredulous to believe the reality before him. Even if the master of Lingshu Dantian were to intervene, such a silent vanishing act seemed implausible. How could one simply disappear without a trace? Simultaneously, he sensed the vital essence within him boiling, as the profound techniques recorded in the Tao Sutra began to operate autonomously, beyond his control, amplifying the brilliance of his golden sea of suffering. Yi Fan was taken aback. At that moment, he felt something unusual about the golden sea, as if an additional entity had manifested within it. He hastily turned his focus inward. The sight that met his eyes left him utterly astounded. Amidst the golden sea, no larger than a soybean, there appeared a page of golden scripture. The profound techniques recorded in the Tao Sutra ceased their operation, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. However, within Yi Fan's golden sea of suffering, a diminutive golden page had emerged, impervious to his every effort to dislodge it. Remaining firmly ensconced, Yi Fan stood in a daze, perplexed and pondering for an extended period, unable to fathom the reasons behind this occurrence. Nevertheless, the absence of discomfort in both his body and the golden sea offered him a modicum of reassurance. After regaining his composure, Yi Fan resolved to depart, taking another step forward. Boom! At that moment, a cacophony erupted from behind him, where he beheld the ancient palace in the sky trembling, emanating countless rays of rosy light that swept away the ferocious beasts and the elders of Lingshu Dongtian. I cannot leave. Yi Fan was deeply concerned for Pang Bo, even though he knew that remaining here would prove futile and would not aid in any way. Yet, he could not quell the turmoil within his heart. He could not depart without witnessing Pang Bo's safe escape. Thus, he chose to observe from a greater distance, selecting a more distant peak to watch from afar. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At that moment, distant sounds of piercing air resonated from the horizon. As numerous divine rainbows soared toward him, there were at least dozens of them. Rumble. Following this, it felt as if 1,000 troops were galloping forth. Behind the multitude of divine rainbows, roars of ferocious beasts echoed. As mist churned and clouds obscured the sky, dozens of savage creatures soared through the clouds, each bearing a cultivator upon their backs. Although they walked upon the sky, the sound of thunderous galloping resonated. As if tens of thousands of soldiers were charging forth, these beasts were ancient anomalies, covered in formidable scales, exuding a terrifying presence. The cultivator seated atop the central beast held a grand flag that fluttered in the wind. Its imposing aura undeniable, emblazoned with 4 grand characters. Yao Guang Sheng Di. The spectacle was astonishing and awe-inspiring, with 36 divine rainbows leading the charge, followed by 27 savage beasts carrying 27 formidable cultivators. Though they numbered merely in the dozens, they appeared as an unstoppable army, causing the heavens to tremble as if boundless celestial soldiers were descending. The air was filled with the sounds of human shouts and beastly roars. As clouds rolled tumultuously, a palpable aura of slaughter rising like an overwhelming tide, Yi Fan was taken aback. Such a multitude of powerhouses surpassed even those from Lingshu Dongtian by a considerable margin. Yao Guangsheng Di. Was it the sacred ground that Lingshu Dongtian was affiliated with? Yi Fan mused. Whether in ancient China or across the expanse of the cosmos, the term Yao Guang held profound significance. What a tremendous display of might emanated from Yao Guangsheng Di. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from another direction, and the sky rumbled ominously as 18 ancient war chariots thundered forth, exuding an aura of death that seemed to press upon the very heavens, causing them to tremble and resonate. The ancient Ji family, a lineage that has endured since the primordial era, upon witnessing the arrival of the 18 ancient chariots. The inhabitants of the sacred land of Yaoguang felt their pupils constrict in unison, their vigilance heightened, as a palpable atmosphere of hostility surged forth, elevating the tension dramatically. Both factions came to a halt, claiming their respective portions of the sky as they faced each other from a distance, each relying on their own strength to vie for dominance. The grand voices of the two groups clashed momentarily. Yet no combat ensued. Instead, both sides surged towards the majestic ancient palace situated above the volcanic crater. The shiver ran through Yi Fan as he recognized that the fabled sacred land and the ancient Ji family had arrived in succession, confirming that the emergence of the tomb of the demon emperor was indeed astonishing. Upon receiving word, these two colossal entities had promptly descended upon the Yin region to partake in the unfolding events. The Ji family, a lineage that has persisted since the primordial age. Yi Fan's expression turned contemplative. The Ji surname is among the most ancient in China, carrying immense significance and leaving behind countless legends in ancient China. It was unexpected to find that even on the other side of the cosmos, they held a status comparable to that of the sacred land. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky seemed to be battered by a deluge as the two transcendent forces, the sacred land of Yaoguang and the Ji family, surged forward, swiftly arriving before the magnificent ancient palace. Surrounding them, fierce beasts and predatory birds scattered chaotically, although they had yet to assume human form. They had already gained sentience and sensed the impending danger, retreating decisively on the other side. The elders of Lingshu Dongtian paled in countenance. Despite their allegiance to the sacred land of Yaoguang, the sudden appearance of the tomb of the demon emperor had not been reported to their superiors. Now, as the esteemed entities arrived at their doorstep unannounced, it left them feeling rather uneasy. Moreover, the Ji family, the ancient lineage closest to the Yin region, had also received the news and made their presence known here. The simultaneous appearance of these two behemoths left the people of Lingshu Dongtian in a bitter state. They understood that their chances of gaining anything from this encounter were slim. At that moment, the grand ancient palace quaked incessantly as several formidable demons, alongside the leaders and revered elders of Lingshu, engaged in fierce combat within. The muffled sounds of struggle grew increasingly intense, causing distant hearts to ache with trepidation. The people of the sacred land of Yaoguang swiftly encircled the ancient palace, dozens of savage beasts thrashing their heads and tails, exhaling clouds of mist, trampling the sky, and causing the area to tremble with commotion. The Ji family stood resolute, their 18 ancient war chariots forming a battle array, sealing the skies and confronting the sacred land of Yaoguang, simultaneously guarding against any sudden ascent of the tomb of the demon emperor. Just then, 8 or 9 elders emerged simultaneously from the throngs of both the sacred land and the Ji family, stepping into the void in a flash of brilliance. They all vanished at the entrance of the ancient palace and surged inside. Boom! The tomb of the demon emperor quaked even more violently as the battle within reached a fever pitch, weapons shimmering with divine light flickering throughout the hall. The arrival of the ancient family in the sacred land swiftly broke the stalemate, seemingly dispelling many of the inner restrictions, and soon, streaks of radiant light burst forth. The gathered crowd outside sprang into action, harnessing divine rainbows to seize the emerging brilliance, which upon closer inspection revealed an array of weapons radiating with ethereal light, unmistakably extraordinary in nature. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the onlookers surrounding the ancient palace turned ashen, retreating in haste as a vast and unfathomable force surged forth from the ancient edifice, reminiscent of a tsunami, casting the 18 ancient war chariots of the Ji family into the air. The fierce beasts and cultivators of the radiant light sacred land were thrown into disarray, hastily withdrawing that a blinding radiance erupted from the tomb of the demon emperor, so brilliant that it rendered the onlookers unable to keep their eyes open. This overwhelming power surged forth like an unstoppable tide, as a crystal casket, barely a foot in length, shot out, emanating both formidable strength and dazzling light. Boom! 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 Stop it! An urgent voice called from within the demon emperor's tomb. And a dozen figures sprang forth. At the forefront stood Pang Bo, his entire being enveloped in azure energy, the dragon and phoenix symbols on his face becoming increasingly dense. Even the markings of the mystical tortoise and Qilin began to crawl up his arms, while his eyes emitted a green light that stretched several meters. That moment, he exuded an aura of demonic energy that surpassed even the more formidable beasts behind him. In this critical moment, his focus was unwavering, fixated intently on the diminutive crystal casket, relentlessly pursuing it. The experts from the radiant light sacred land and the Ji family, emerging from the ancient palace, wore grim expressions, issuing loud commands to those around them to intercept the casket. Meanwhile, the leader and the esteemed elders of the Lingshu Cave Heaven also emerged, their faces equally grave. They were unwilling to concede. Despite the multitude gathered, they sought to contend for the casket, lest all their efforts be rendered futile. The great beasts were most incensed, their expressions filled with resentment. Yet faced with so many human cultivators, they found themselves powerless, breaking free from the encirclement, preparing to seize an opportunity. The 18 ancient war chariots of the Ji family formed a battle array, blocking the skies and sealing off the vicinity to intercept the crystal casket. The cultivators of the radiant light sacred land sprang into action, some riding fierce beasts, others harnessing divine rainbows, charging forth. The casket, less than a foot long, was swiftly ensnared. That moment, the powerful figures emerging from the demon emperor's tomb converged, nearly simultaneously reaching out to grasp it. With a resounding crash, over a dozen enormous hands, formed of luminous energy rather than flesh, grasped the crystal casket, engaging in a fierce struggle while vying for possession. The Ji family's 18 ancient war chariots closed in, while the members of the radiant light sacred land cut through the chaos. At that moment, the leader of the Lingshu Cave Heaven and the 2 surviving esteemed elders wore expressions of despair. Their absolute strength was formidable, yet they felt isolated and vulnerable amidst such a throng. Pang Bo, standing alone, refused to yield, his demonic energy surging, the green light from his eyes extending over a dozen meters, even more potent than before. Crack, crack. At that instant, the crystal casket could no longer withstand the onslaught of so many powerful beings, slowly fracturing before shattering explosively. In that moment, an overwhelming surge of demonic power erupted, sending all present flying, none able to withstand its ferocity. The Ji family's war chariots at the forefront were obliterated, and the 12 cultivators atop them were reduced to mere dust in an instant. The sacred land of Yaoguang has suffered grievously, with over a dozen individuals being mercilessly crushed by the overwhelming demonic force, their bodies and those of the savage beasts dissolving into a mist of blood, meeting an untimely demise. The leader of the Lingshu cave heaven and two esteemed elders turned pale, hurtling backward for several hundred meters before regaining their composure. Even beings of their formidable stature were nearly gravely wounded. In the distance, Yi Fan felt a tightening in his heart, fearing for the safety of Pang Bo, although an unknown entity had taken control of his body. It was still Pang Bo's flesh. The demonic aura soared to the heavens, yet Pang Bo remained unscathed, retreating further than anyone else. As if he had foreseen this outcome, this moment, the life force emanating from the shattered crystal coffin was akin to an ocean. Surpassing the combined vitality of all present, the source of the boundless demonic power lay a vivid red heart, no larger than a fist, gleaming like a red agate, enveloped in a fervent crimson radiance. The endless demonic energy and potent life force were its very essence. Thump, 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 the sound of a heartbeat resonated, pulsating with life. It had not lost its vitality. This was a heart imbued with extraordinary vigor. In that instant, no one could approach. With each throb of the resplendent crimson heart, those nearby felt their blood surge, as if their veins might rupture. Each person's heart ached violently, with many experiencing blood at their lips. Unable to withstand the pressure, swiftly being propelled backward, a terrifying heart, merely beating normally, proved unbearable. The heart of the great emperor. It is the sacred heart of our demon clan's illustrious emperor. In the sky, several great demons were utterly astonished, unable to suppress their exclamations. The radiant heart of the demon emperor throbbed powerfully before suddenly soaring into the heavens, transforming into a beam of blood-colored divine light that ascended into the distant sky. Intercepted, we must not let it escape, cried an elder from the sacred land of Yaoguang, his face etched with urgency. Stop it at all costs, shouted the experts from the Ji family. That is the heart of the demon clan's emperor, the very source of his power. If it falls into the hands of other great demons, it could easily give rise to another demon emperor. As they issued their commands, several great demons surged forth. Yet one figure outpaced them all, Pang Bo, merging with the heavens and earth, transforming into a green light that vanished in an instant, nearly simultaneously with the departure of the heart of the demon emperor. The Ji family dispatched 8 ancient war chariots in pursuit, while the sacred land of Yaoguang allocated half of its forces to hasten after him. They each retained half of their personnel to encircle the tomb of the demon emperor. Had they known it was the emergence of the demon emperor's tomb, they would have reported it immediately. Arriving in haste, their forces were woefully inadequate. An elder from the sacred land of Yaoguang sighed repeatedly. They had assumed it was merely an ordinary cave dwelling, never anticipating it to be the tomb of the demon clan's emperor, an utterly unexpected revelation, one significant enough to shake the eastern desolation. The experts from the Ji family also lamented their oversight, having failed to report it and rushing in directly. In the distance, Yi Fan was profoundly astonished. Among these individuals, at least 10 were nearly as formidable as the leader of the Lingshu cave heaven. Yet, from their words, it was evident that they were not the true powerhouses of the sacred land of Yaoguang or the Ji family, which was indeed alarming. The great sacred sites and the ancient aristocratic clans are indeed unimaginable behemoths. Masterly, have you acquired the legendary scroll, the Tao Sutra? An elder from the Yaoguang sacred land inquired of the leader of Lingshu cave heaven, upon learning that this place is the tomb of the demon emperor. He immediately comprehended the significance of the treasures buried here. Aside from the invaluable artifacts used by the demon emperor in life, there are surely 3 divine caches, the Tao Sutra, the ultimate treasure of the eastern wilderness human race, and the remains of the demon emperor. Among these, the heart, the source of the demon emperor's power, has already vanished into the void, making its retrieval uncertain. Setting aside the demon emperor's treasure, the other 2 sacred items of the eastern wilderness human race are coveted by both the Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji family. The leader of Lingshu cave heaven felt a pang of bitterness. Having failed to inform the Yaoguang sacred land in advance, they ended up with nothing. Had he known this would be the outcome, it would have been better to offer a grand favor. He hastily explained. The first divine cache, the Tao Sutra, has mysteriously disappeared, leaving only an empty box. No one has seen the genuine text. Unexpectedly, the third divine cache was opened first, and the heart of the demon emperor has also flown away. Now, only the second divine cache remains, which has just been half unsealed. I suspect the ultimate treasure of the eastern wilderness is still within. Moreover, some of the artifacts used by the demon emperor in his lifetime must also be present. The scroll of the Tao Sutra has truly vanished into thin air. How could this be? Exclaimed the powerful figures from Yaoguang's sacred land and the ancient Ji family, their gazes fixed upon the leader of Lingshu cave heaven. seemingly in disbelief. The leader felt a tightness in his chest. There are several ancient texts in the eastern wilderness that can be compared to the Tao Sutra, reportedly held by those sacred sites and ancient aristocratic families. They already possess celestial scriptures that rival the Tao Sutra, yet still wish to seize this ancient text. With a sigh, the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven could only shake his head in resignation, stating, "We truly have not seen it." That moment, a melodious celestial music echoed from the distant horizon, and a group of over 10 maidens gracefully approached, soaring directly above Yi Fan's head, startling him. Clad in garments as white as snow, these maidens were not necessarily stunningly beautiful, yet each exuded an ethereal elegance. Untouched by the mundane world, they floated effortlessly, akin to celestial beings gliding over waves or dancing sprites, completely removed from earthly concerns. Some played bamboo flutes, producing enchanting melodies, while others smiled gently, enveloping those around them in a warm, spring-like breeze. Each maiden, with features akin to painted portraits, possessed an aura of transcendence that Yi Fan was astonished, realizing that this was the essence of the cultivators he had always imagined, ethereal and graceful, soaring through the skies. Detached from worldly affairs, reveling in the boundless expanse of heaven and earth, it was unexpected that even the long reclusive Yaoqi sacred land had been stirred. It would not be long before the other sects of the eastern wilderness flocked here. The Yaoqi sacred land, known for its detachment from worldly conflicts, now sought to contend for the treasures of the demon emperor. The figures from the Yaoguang sacred land and the ancient Ji family spoke simultaneously, greeting the group of enchanting maidens while subtly testing the waters. We are merely passing through. Upon discovering this place brimming with demonic energy, we came to investigate, not realizing we would encounter you all. A woman clad in white smiled gently, then her expression turned solemn as she remarked, "I never anticipated the emergence of the grave of the demon emperor. I surmise that in the days to come, it shall undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the eastern wasteland, prompting countless sects to dispatch representatives. In the distance, Yi Fan was taken aback, as the terms such as Yaoguang, Ji surname, and Yaoqi were all extraordinary. Especially Yaoqi, which has left a profound mark in ancient Chinese mythology. Who would have thought it held such significance on the other side of the starry sky? Chapter 60. Movement from all directions. The region of Yin is but a mere corner of the eastern wasteland. A drop in the ocean. If news spreads, this desolate site will surely be inundated by countless cultivators. This moment, the most despondent was none other than the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven. With both sacred lands and ancient aristocratic families present, he realized that this time, he would likely reap little, unable to contend with such colossal entities. The news of the demon emperor's grave could not be concealed any longer. It would inevitably reverberate throughout the vast eastern wasteland. Soon, even more sects would arrive, including the ancient aristocratic families and sacred lands that stood alongside them, compelling the Ji family and the Yaoguang sacred land to seek assistance. Let us join forces, swiftly breach the demon emperor's grave, and retrieve the treasures within. What say you? An elder from the Yaoguang sacred land turned to the formidable figures of the Ji family, then glanced at the dozen or so women from the Yaoqi sacred land, finally casting a fleeting look at the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven. Very well, it is as it should be. The Ji family's representative nodded in agreement upon hearing these words. The ethereal and graceful women of Yaoqi sacred land appeared unworldly, seemingly reluctant to partake in this contest, all retreating gracefully. The leader among them softly spoke, "We are merely passing through and do not wish to contend for the demon emperor's relics." "Since that is the case, we shall not press the matter," the elder from the Yaoguang sacred land replied. "Let our two families collaborate to breach the tomb of the demon emperor." The Ji family and Yaoguang sacred land were eager for the Yaoqi members to withdraw. Although the demon emperor's grave contained numerous treasures, no one would object to an abundance of spiritual artifacts. Fewer participants would be preferable. Li, the leader, you should also bring your people over. An elder from the Yaoguang sacred land casually scanned the distance. The leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven felt a pang of bitterness in his heart and stated, "I shall exert every effort." The elder from Yaoguang sacred land nodded. "Your Lingshu Cave Heaven has already contributed significantly. I am certain you will be satisfied when we access the demon emperor's grave." Consequently, more than 20 powerful figures once again entered the grave of the demon emperor, intent on fully uncovering this ancient tomb. Boom! The ancient hall, forged from 5-colored divine jade, trembled incessantly, radiating dazzling brilliance that made the very heavens and earth quiver in response. Something seemed amiss. The dozen women from Yaoqi sacred land, observing from afar, now displayed expressions of intrigue. The demonic inscriptions within the ancient hall appeared to grow ever brighter. Those ancient characters seemed to possess life, quivering as if striving to break free from their confinement. The inscriptions on the ancient hall shimmered with resplendence, the dragon-shaped characters twisting like little dragons, while the phoenix-shaped characters seemed poised to take flight, and the tortoise-shaped characters rolled restlessly. A mysterious aura emanated from the demon emperor's grave. As formidable demonic energy gradually coalesced, shrouding the ancient tomb in a veil of mist. Alas, the tomb of the demon emperor harbors an ominous mystery. The expressions of the dozen or so maidens hailing from the Yaoqi sacred land transformed into ones of astonishment, as they sensed an increasingly potent surge of demonic energy, gradually swelling like a tumultuous ocean. Not all from the Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji family had ventured into the demon emperor's sepulchre. Those stationed outside also felt this unsettling shift, their countenances paling as they shouted towards the interior. "This is dire. The tomb is shifting. Retreat at once." In a flurry, everyone hastily withdrew, their forms becoming ethereal rainbows as they raced towards the exit. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted within the demon emperor's tomb, and the last few individuals ignited in flames, writhing in a desperate struggle, yet their efforts proved futile as they were instantaneously reduced to ash. Flee. The leader of the Lingshu Cave Heaven and two venerable elders narrowly escaped, while 4 or 5 members from the Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji family followed suit. The rest were tragically ensnared within. At that moment, the grand doors of the ancient hall began to close slowly, and through the narrow gap that had yet to seal completely, glimpses of the interior revealed a dazzling spectacle. Those trapped within found themselves immobile, their bodies becoming translucent, with their blood igniting, their organs swiftly charring, followed by their flesh and bones, all disintegrating into fine dust in an instant. The horrifying expressions etched upon their faces as they met their demise instilled a profound fear in everyone, particularly in those who had just escaped, their hearts pounding with dread at the thought that they might have shared the same grim fate had they lingered a moment longer. How could this be? What has transpired? Why has this tomb suddenly become so terrifying? The elder from the Yaoguang sacred land wore a grim visage, deeply troubled. Having yet to acquire the coveted treasure, they had already suffered such losses. An ominous portent indeed. This was clearly a contingency set by the demon emperor, and without the presence of formidable demons, this ancient hall would prove fatal for human cultivators. Such was the judgment of the Ji family's powerful members. After some contemplation, the assembly recognized the validity of this reasoning. The great demons had not exhibited any unusual behavior until their departure, at which point the ancient hall transformed into a realm of enigma and dread. It was highly plausible that the demon emperor harbored no desire for the human cultivators to ultimately claim his legacy. What shall we do? Must we capture some great demons? Yet it may be too late. Many sects are likely already en route. After a brief deliberation, the members of the Yaoguang sacred land and the ancient Ji family resolved to unite their efforts to assault the exterior. Determined to unlock the ancient hall before the treasures fell into the hands of others, we must seize the initiative. The alliance of the Yaoguang sacred land and the Ji family was sufficient to contend with ordinary sects. However, should a powerful faction or other sacred lands and ancient families arrive, the situation would become exceedingly precarious, as those individuals would engage in the competition without hesitation. The eastern wasteland was vast beyond measure. Not only were there formidable cultivators, but even the nations were challenging to quantify, and no single sacred land could exert dominion over the entirety of the eastern wasteland. With a resounding whoosh, various weapons radiated brilliance as they unleashed their might towards the demon emperor's tomb, generating intense waves of energy. Yet, astonishingly, the tomb remained unscathed, with the demonic inscriptions upon it gleaming ever more brightly. Those inscriptions appeared to writhe. At this moment, all the cultivators were taken aback as slender dragons coiled upwards from the very foundation of the demon emperor's tomb, while phoenixes spread their wings and soared gracefully, and ancient tortoises crawled languidly. The inscriptions of the demon clans surged to life, spreading upwards from the base of the ancient hall, ultimately dense and intricate, completely cloaking the entire edifice in an aura of mystique. As if inscribed with arcane spells, emanating a flow of demonic energy, the sacred land of Yaoguang and the Ji family had made several fierce assaults, all of which ended in failure, resulting in the loss of 2 ancient war chariots and 7 or 8 fierce beasts. The inscriptions upon the demon emperor's sepulchre possessed an enigmatic power, occasionally erupting with divine light that pierced through the air. The formidable members of the Ji family, stationed atop the ancient war chariots, wore grim expressions. The Demon Emperor's tomb was so sinister that they could only await the arrival of reinforcements. The sound of slicing through the air echoed continuously as dozens of divine rainbows appeared in the sky. With the first batch of cultivators arriving after the news had leaked, however, when they realized that it was merely the people from the other 5 celestial realms of the Yin Kingdom, a collective sigh of relief swept over the crowd, silently thanking their fortune that it was not a major sect. Thunderous roars filled the air as clouds billowed in the distance, radiant light bursting forth. As a massive divine ship, forged from celestial jade, pierced through the void, advancing swiftly, the members of the sacred land of Yaoguang and the Ji family immediately paled, for their fears had materialized. A major sect had indeed arrived. Yet what sent chills down their spines was still to come. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy surged from afar, reminiscent of a tsunami. In another direction, dozens of divine rainbows cleared a path, with 9 ancient beasts resembling Qilins pulling a resplendent jade chariot, soaring through the clouds and unleashing a cacophony of thunderous roars as they charged forth. The expressions of the formidable members of the sacred land of Yaoguang and the Ji family shifted dramatically. This was undoubtedly a figure of immense power, for such a grand display could not be attributed to anyone lesser. The presence of such an individual was astounding. Chapter 61. The perfect woman Qilin are legendary beings, standing alongside dragons, and have historically existed only in the tales of men and the strokes of pens, with few having ever laid eyes upon them since ancient times. Much like the mythical dragons, only those of impure lineage exist in the world, often mistaken for true dragons, such as the Jiao. The Qilin, too, has not manifested its true form in the world. It is merely the bloodline legacy left from the primordial era, resembling its kin but not embodying the true essence of a Qilin, often referred to as Qilin beasts. These ancient, impure bloodline beasts, though their divine blood has long since thinned, remain incredibly powerful, their strength comparable to that of great demons. The arrival of the individual, accompanied by 9 Qilin beasts pulling a chariot, was indeed a spectacle that left all in awe. Dozens of divine rainbows surged ahead as the 9 ancient beasts resembling Qilins galloped forth. Halting before the Demon Emperor's tomb, the jade chariot, glistening and radiant, surrounded by divine mist, was truly extraordinary. An elder from the sacred land of Yaoguang murmured softly, when a prominent figure from the ancient Ji family travels. They utilized 9 Jiao to pull their carriage. By this comparison, the individual using 9 Qilin beasts must possess an extraordinary and transcendent status. A powerful member atop the Ji family's ancient war chariot smiled wryly and replied, "The one who uses 9 Jiao to pull his carriage is an uncle of our family head." Given the grandiosity of this individual's display, even if they are not the head of a certain ancient family, they are certainly of similar stature in the sacred land of Yaoguang. The practitioners of the Ji family stood in solemn awe, hesitant to approach and pay their respects, utterly subdued by the presence of this enigmatic figure whose origins remained a mystery. The several women from the Yaoqi sacred land engaged in hushed speculation, yet they could not discern the identity of this esteemed guest. Upon the cessation of movement from the 9-headed Qilin beast, the jade carriage remained still, its illustrious occupant seemingly awaiting something in tranquil silence. Meanwhile, a colossal divine vessel, forged from sacred jade, loomed in the sky, maintaining a distance as if wary of the jade carriage. It was evident that this was merely the overture. More sects were steadily arriving, and it was abundantly clear that before dawn, thousands would converge here. Once the news spread in its entirety, the atmosphere would surely become electrified, as the tomb of the Demon Emperor would capture the attention of all cultivators in the eastern wilderness. The emergence of the tomb of a legendary Demon Emperor bore tremendous significance. Those distant sacred lands, upon receiving word, would undoubtedly lay down patterns within their enclaves, coalescing heavenly momentum to unlock ancient pathways, swiftly traversing the spatial realms to descend upon Yin territory. The radiance of the Demon Emperor's tomb soared to the heavens, drawing an ever-increasing crowd, with whispers of discussion permeating the air. Even knowing the treasures were beyond their reach, many had gathered to witness a monumental event that would shake the eastern wilderness. Please, let nothing befall Pang Bo. Fan traversed mountains and valleys with remarkable speed, soon distancing himself from this ancient locale. He ran tirelessly, yet as dawn broke, he had uncovered no clues. Above this primordial land, divine rainbows occasionally streaked across the sky, with all cultivators heading in a singular direction, evidently towards the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Where had they all gone? Had he misjudged the path? Yi Fan pursued relentlessly, yet found no signs along the way. Nonetheless, he did not relent, continuing onward until midday when he sensed a peculiar fluctuation. Ahead, 5 towering mountains stood in a row, steep and imposing, resembling the 5 fingers of a hand. Initially, he had paid little heed to the surrounding scenery, but upon closer inspection, Yi Fan was astounded. Those 5 parallel peaks indeed resembled the colossal hand of a deity, manifesting before him as if carved with Tao patterns, forming some arcane momentum that distorted human perception. Yi Fan mused to himself, conjecturing such a notion that he closed his eyes, proceeding solely by instinct, attuning his heart to the powerful and vigorous pulse of the Demon Emperor's heart. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he was suddenly enveloped by a wave of spiritual energy. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he had unknowingly entered a realm of fragrant blossoms and melodious birdsong, akin to a legendary sacred sanctuary, the scenery poetically picturesque and breathtakingly beautiful that I in that moment. He could palpably sense the rhythmic beating of the Demon Emperor's heart, which caused his own heart to ache intensely, deep within the sacred land, precisely behind those elegant peaks. Ethereal mist swirled, and some pavilions and palaces emerged faintly amidst the celestial mountains, prompting Yi Fan to hasten his steps. Suddenly, he beheld a captivating figure standing upon a cliff ahead, surrounded by flowing mist. The woman, clad in white, was as pure as snow, her attire billowing in the wind, resembling a celestial maiden poised to take flight. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, akin to an orchid blooming in a secluded valley, ethereal and serene, exuding a tranquil beauty that harmonized perfectly with the exquisite natural surroundings. As if she were an integral part of this world's enchanting essence. Yi Fan had never believed in the existence of perfection, yet the woman atop the cliff before him imparted an impression of flawlessness, not only in her captivating visage but also in her transcendent grace, seemingly untouched by the mundane world, evoking a sense of self-deprecation in those who beheld her, as though all the beauty of the world paled in her presence. This stunning figure appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years of age, her dark hair dancing lightly, long eyelashes fluttering, her eyes veiled with a misty allure, her ruby lips and pearly teeth glistening with a radiant sheen. Her neck slender and graceful, her skin as pure as jade, her delicate features a testament to breathtaking beauty, her softly curved form exuding an aura of unblemished perfection. Yi Fan, a man of steadfast resolve and self-assurance, was not significantly affected. After a brief moment of distraction, he swiftly regained his composure and strode forward. That moment, the woman on the cliff cast her gaze upon him, offering a gentle smile that blossomed like a celestial flower, dazzlingly bright, rendering the sun in the sky pale in comparison. While astonished by such beauty, an unusual sensation arose within Yi Fan. The woman seemed too unreal, dreamlike and ethereal, immaculate and perfect to the point of being otherworldly. Just then, a warning echoed, as if to say that he should halt, lest he forfeit his life. A voice, melodious yet chilling like a heavenly chime, reached his ears, suggesting that the perfect woman was not jesting. Suddenly, a flurry of sound pierced the air, and moments later, several formidable demons, previously vanished, emerged from the depths of the celestial mountain, appearing beside the flawless woman, the winged golden-haired maiden, the ancient serpent, the muscular man covered in scales, and the giant with horns. All bore pale expressions, seemingly drained of vitality, as they approached the perfect woman with a deferential stance, before turning their gaze towards Yi Fan, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Let him not leave. At that moment, a booming voice resonated from behind the cliff, amidst the swirling mist of the celestial mountain, emanating from Pang Bo, who seemed to be in great distress as he gritted his teeth and uttered those 4 words. Kill him, and be done with it. Just then, the ancient serpent advanced menacingly. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged forth like a vast ocean, and in that instant, a figure appeared in the sky. Pang Bo's raven hair whipping wildly as he embodied an abyssal presence, exuding an oppressive might akin to 10,000 mountains, suffocating in its intensity. At that moment, Pang Bo's cheeks and forehead were inscribed with demonic runes, and his exposed chest and arms were adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix symbols. His entire being was enveloped in ancient characters, swirling with azure energy, and his eyes emitted a green light that extended for dozens of meters. I said, let him leave. His expression was cold as ice, fixed upon the ancient serpent. The ancient serpent and the other formidable demons turned their gaze towards the nearly perfect maiden atop the cliff, seemingly awaiting her command. The flawless woman smiled gently and said, do not harm him. Send him away from here. Pang Bo. Yi Fan bellowed, looking up at the figure infused with overwhelming demonic energy and imposing presence, repeatedly calling out his name. However, at this moment, Pang Bo appeared both familiar and foreign, his expression cold and detached as he cast a glance in this direction, uttering not a single word. Then, with a swift motion. He vanished into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye, his formidable demonic power receding like the tide of an endless sea. Shortly thereafter, Yi Fan felt a lightness in his body. As a stunning golden-haired maiden, adorned with a pair of resplendent golden wings, gracefully approached, with a beam of light, she ensnared him and propelled him skyward in an instant. Yi Fan's desperate cries of Pang Bo were soon silenced as the rushing air filled his mouth, rendering his voice impotent. The golden-haired maiden soared with him at incredible speed, leaving only muffled sounds of reluctance echoing in the sky as they rapidly distanced themselves. Before long, the golden-haired maiden descended with Yi Fan, gently placing him on the ground. She regarded him intently and said, "Take care of yourself and depart swiftly." With that, she transformed into a streak of golden light and ascended into the heavens. Chapter 62. The rupture of the Demon Emperor's tomb. The sound of shimmering rainbows slicing through the air resonated continuously as cultivators flocked toward the Demon Emperor's grave. Observing the scene, Yi Fan exhibited little excitement. Instead, he strode purposefully away from the ruins, retracing his steps to the region of Wazichishan. As he traversed the 5 stone mountains, he neither lost his way nor encountered the fabled paradise. Before him lay a desolate expanse filled with scattered stones and yellow sands. An eerie stillness enveloping the landscape, transformed into a realm of desolation and lifelessness. He was certain he had not strayed from the path, but Yi Fan was convinced this was indeed the area. Yet the sights before him had changed dramatically. The once pristine land utterly vanished. Believing he had entered an illusion, he closed his eyes, attempting to sense the heartbeat of the Demon Emperor's heart with his own. However, he discerned nothing. The silence here was profound, a true wasteland. As he meticulously searched this barren expanse, he was reluctantly confronted with a stark reality. Everything was genuine, devoid of any paradise. Merely an area of sand and stone spanning several dozen miles. Lifeless and stagnant. How could this be? Yi Fan furrowed his brow and returned to the foot of the central stone mountain, where he suddenly discovered a corner of a sleeve that belonged to Pang Bo. Yi Fan continued his relentless search throughout this desolate region, only to be met with disappointment. This barren land held nothing, and Pang Bo, along with several great demons, had completely vanished. Ultimately, Yi Fan had no choice but to depart. Uncertain if he would ever see Pang Bo again after this farewell. Having traversed the expanse of the starry sky together, sharing life and death, supporting one another, the thought of parting in such a manner left Yi Fan profoundly disheartened as he took each step away. After walking for several hundred miles, Yi Fan passed the ancient ruins, finding himself mere miles from the Demon Emperor's tomb, where numerous cultivators had already gathered. The ancient grave loomed in the sky, shrouded in brilliance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, causing the heavens to tremble. An ancient war chariot, exuding an aura of grim ferocity, forged from gold and adorned with intricate runes, was drawn by 9 powerful azure dragons, producing a cacophony of wind and thunder as it barreled through the sky. A formidable wave of battle intent surging forth like a tsunami. In the distance, numerous cultivators inhaled sharply, for yet another formidable figure had arrived, causing many faces to pale, save for those of the Ji clan from the ancient wilderness, who displayed expressions of delight. A 9-headed azure dragon, pulling a golden ancient war chariot, soared through the clouds and swiftly approached, coming to a halt before the members of the Ji family, after which an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Before anyone could regain their composure, a melody as ethereal as the heavens approached, and petals rained down from the sky, crystal-like and fragrant. Beautiful figures, akin to celestial maidens, glided gracefully through the air, their sleeves billowing, embodying an ineffable elegance. They were adorned in resplendent floral attire, surrounding a fragrant chariot woven from divine blossoms. Light as air, as the cascade of floral rain transformed the desolate ruins into a realm of splendor. Before the tomb of the Demon Emperor, all cultivators were taken aback. Yet another extraordinary individual had graced the scene. This ancient hall had indeed summoned many powerful practitioners, all of whom had come in person. Yi Fan had regained his composure. Although he had not located Pang Bo, he firmly believed that Pang Bo was alive and that they would reunite one day. I must grow stronger, he thought. I cannot allow others to dictate our fates. Casting aside his earlier despondency, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with determination and confidence. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, his foremost task was to enhance his own strength. For only then could he rescue Pang Bo. He chose not to remain close, but instead retreated several miles, taking in the view from a high mountain located about 8 or 9 miles from the tomb of the Demon Emperor. With his current cultivation level, he lacked the power to compete. Even the weakest among them could obliterate him with ease. His decision to observe from afar was simply to broaden his horizons. At this moment, it was unclear how many cultivators had arrived. Many had already engaged in battle, yet none had succeeded in opening the tomb of the Demon Emperor, resulting in numerous casualties among the practitioners. The magnificent ancient hall, forged from multicolored divine jade, was inscribed with countless demon runes, radiant with vibrant hues that dragon-shaped, phoenix-shaped, and tortoise-shaped characters seemed to pulse with life. Demonic energy surged like a billowing inferno, tumultuous and overwhelming, preventing all cultivators from approaching. Those who dared to cross the threshold were instantly reduced to ashes. The celestial force laid down by a bygone demon emperor had long since waned under the erosion of time, and its rhythmic patterns had been deciphered. It was nearly time to act. Before the tomb of the demon emperor, a chilling voice emanated from the jade chariot drawn by 9 Chilan beasts. Though not particularly loud, it resonated clearly, sending shivers through many cultivators. This superlative individual was finally about to make a move. Indeed, the tomb of the demon emperor could be breached. A gentle voice echoed. Yet the presence of the speaker remained elusive. However, none doubted that anyone bold enough to converse with the figure in the jade chariot must be of equal stature, with several clans possessing an inherent geographical advantage. The opening of the tomb would yield abundant rewards. At that moment, another authoritative voice reverberated from the heavens, each word striking like thunder, causing all ears to ring. Beneath the canopy of cascading floral rain, a voice from the chariot woven from divine flowers rang out, clear and melodious. If that is the case, then let us proceed. We shall forcefully breach the tomb of the demon emperor, ensuring that no innocent souls are harmed. Everyone, retreat. A voice, aged and resonant, emanated from the golden ancient war chariot of the G family, reverberating like a tsunami, shaking the heavens themselves with an unparalleled pressure. The 5 prominent figures spoke in unison, their voices intertwining in a chilling harmony, akin to thunder rumbling ominously. In that moment, all present were gripped by a profound trepidation, their bodies swaying uncontrollably as they instinctively retreated into the distance. The 5 enigmatic personages, unwilling to delay any further, sensed the approach of formidable forces from other superpowers and resolved to collaborate, forcefully shattering the tomb of the demon emperor to seize the treasures within. Even from 8 or 9 miles away, Yifan felt an overwhelming surge of terror. His heart sank, and without a moment's hesitation, he hastily distanced himself from the area, retreating several more miles. Boom, soon after, a cataclysmic roar erupted from the direction of the demon emperor's tomb, sending shivers through the very essence of one's soul. A brilliant divine light pierced the heavens, transcending the realms of earth and sky. It was as if a volcano had erupted, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that surged forth like a tidal wave, its resplendent brilliance crashing in all directions. Many cultivators, akin to driftwood, were swept away by the onslaught of energy. Even those who had retreated a safe distance still felt the repercussions. In the distance, Yifan was struck with astonishment. Even he was caught in the shockwave. Countless trees were snapped asunder, and numerous boulders were sent tumbling away. Hiding behind a rocky hill, he felt a surge of trepidation welling within him. The tomb of the demon emperor was truly formidable. Countless ages had passed, and though the extermination power laid down by the demon emperor had weakened significantly, it still erupted with such terrifying demonic might. Upon external impact. One could only imagine the immense strength of the emperor who once unified the eastern wilderness. The demon emperor was indeed a being of unparalleled prowess. His seals imbued with such fearsome power, a mere glimpse of his former grandeur was enough to leave one in awe. Before the magnificent ancient hall, only the 5 remained, their forms obscured, with only 5 radiant orbs of light hovering in their stead, each one filled with admiration. The extraordinary talent of the bygone demon emperor was indeed that of a transcendent master. It is likely that the remaining demonic energy within this tomb pales in comparison to a mere fraction of his peak prowess. Yet it still possesses such formidable might, evoking sheer astonishment at the thought. While the 5 prominent figures acknowledged this, they did not relent. Instead, they summoned their entire divine might, unleashing a barrage of even more ferocious and domineering attacks. Boom! Like an ocean of divine power, akin to a galaxy cascading downwards, the heavens were engulfed in a blinding radiance, with endless divine brilliance clashing, as the vast demonic force surged forth, making the vicinity of the demon emperor's tomb seethe with intensity. All cultivators fled from the area, none daring to linger. The 5 figures continued their relentless assault, brandishing their weapons to clash against the ancient tomb of the demon emperor, casting shadows over the sun, moon, and stars, causing the entire realm to tremble. Endless divine light and terrifying demonic energy surged outward in all directions. It is unclear how much time passed. The five prominent figures themselves could not ascertain how many times they had struck before finally managing to create a fissure in a corner of the Demon Emperor's sepulchre. With a resounding roar, they united once more for a powerful strike. 5 formidable weapons exhaled divine radiance, coalescing the essence and supernatural power of 5 eminent figures, ultimately tearing apart a corner of the Demon Emperor's tomb. In that instant, brilliant rays of light surged forth from the rift in the tomb of the Demon Emperor, scattering in all directions. With some sentient weapons escaping autonomously, the 5 great figures extended their hands towards the heavens, attempting to grasp the fleeing light. Yet a considerable number of luminescent threads evaded capture, darting towards the sky or vanishing into the depths of the forest. At this moment, the observing cultivators in the distance sprang into action, hastening in various directions, pursuing the radiant trails, be it towards the firmament or into the dense woodlands. That a particular azure light penetrated the rocky mountain where Yi Fan stood, effortlessly piercing through the cliffside, which startled him greatly. He had never anticipated that he could reap rewards from such a distant refuge. Just then, the 5 distinguished figures joined forces once again, brandishing their powerful weapons towards the Demon Emperor's sepulchre. Chapter 63. The unprincipled Taoist Yi Fan's fingertips emitted a thread of golden silk that sliced through the rock wall, revealing a glimmer of azure light as a portion of a dagger's hilt emerged. Grasping it firmly, he yanked it out with all his might, instantly filling the surroundings with azure radiance that made him squint. Clang! It was a verdant dagger, which, upon being fully extracted, produced a crisp metallic resonance. Surrounded by swirling azure light, its sharpness unparalleled. Measuring merely half a foot in length, it resembled a pool of emerald water, transparent and glistening, emanating a chilling aura. Yi Fan understood that this was no ordinary artifact. It was undoubtedly a weapon of significance retained by the Demon Emperor. Suddenly, a rotund Taoist priest, beaming with a rosy glow, soared in on a divine rainbow. Despite his corpulent appearance, his movements were surprisingly agile. Descending as silently as a falling leaf, he chuckled. What good fortune! I never expected to truly track down a sentient weapon. Extending a generous hand towards the dagger in Yi Fan's grasp, he wore a benevolent smile and said, "Child, this is a fearsome weapon that you cannot control. Come, allow this Taoist to subdue it for you." Yi Fan was tempted to deliver a punch to the chubby priest's jolly face. This rotund Taoist was utterly shameless, treating him like a child to be trifled with. He instinctively recoiled. The plump Taoist, surprisingly nimble, swiftly turned his hand, snatching the dagger with a swift motion, laughing heartily. "Child, I shall remember this favor. If the mountain does not turn, the road will. When we meet again, I will be sure to express my gratitude." Having uttered these words, the chubby priest clapped his hands and departed, soaring into the sky with a whoosh. "You wretched fatso. I'll remember you," Yi Fan muttered under his breath, shaking his fist towards the heavens, feeling an intense sense of injustice as the sentient weapon he had nearly grasped was so easily snatched away. Aware of the priest's keen perception, Yi Fan chose to remain silent, rolling his eyes as he watched the Taoist swagger away. The Demon Emperor's tomb had indeed released a multitude of sentient weapons, their radiant light dazzling as they scattered in all directions. Numerous cultivators surged forth on divine rainbows, relentlessly pursuing the brilliant trails, while the skies above this primordial wasteland were awash with light and shadow. Just a mere quarter of an hour later, another divine rainbow shot towards Yi Fan, startling him into a hasty retreat. A streak of crimson clouds, resembling a fiery sunset, surged forth with great speed, embedding itself into the stone wall ahead. Yi Fan felt a twinge of surprise. Indeed, fortune seemed to be in his favor. A wave of joy washed over him, as he had just been deprived of a dagger by that rotund Taoist. And now, miraculously, another weapon appeared before his eyes. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, and upon finding no one in sight, his fingertips shimmered with golden threads as he swiftly sliced through the stone wall, unearthing a blood-red orb, which instantly radiated brilliant crimson light. A boisterous laughter echoed through the air, and in the distance, a plump Taoist grin stretched wide enough to nearly reach his ears as he soared through the sky on a divine rainbow. What a misfortune! Yi Fan cursed inwardly, seizing the orb enveloped in crimson light and turning to flee. Indeed, our fates are intertwined, young friend. I did not anticipate our meeting would occur so soon. The rotund Taoist chuckled heartily, landing before Yi Fan with a flourish, blocking his path. Extending his chubby hand, he grinned and said, "This treasure bears a connection to me. I kindly request to borrow it for a while. Your actions are exceedingly audacious." Taoist, Yi Fan retorted, seething with indignation as he clutched the radiant orb, stepping back. You have already taken one of my spiritual weapons. I cannot allow you to take this one as well. This orb is a manifestation of demonic essence. You cannot hope to control it, young friend. I am here for your own good, to subdue it, the plump Taoist insisted, his face aglow with mirth as he reached out his pudgy hand and, with a swift motion, seized the red orb. Yi Fan's frustration boiled, and he exclaimed, Taoist, did you not promise that upon our next encounter, you would bring me good fortune and express your gratitude? Why then do you resort to thievery? You have already acquired a dagger. Please return this orb to me. Your reasoning is flawed, young friend. Do you not comprehend? The rotund Taoist, beaming with delight, spoke unabashedly, embodying the essence of a charlatan. It is precisely because our initial meeting forged a bond of goodwill that we are destined to meet again. Thus, I have come to subdue this orb of demonic essence, aiding you in evading impending misfortune. This is the fruit of the benevolence you have sown. Yi Fan felt an overwhelming urge to strike him, longing to leave a mark of his shoe upon that plump visage. However, considering the Taoist's unfathomable prowess, he restrained this impulse. Infinite celestial sovereign, young friend, our fates have intertwined once more. I take my leave. With a twist of his rotund form, the Taoist soared upward on his divine rainbow, disappearing with a whoosh. That insufferable fatso, may we never cross paths in the distant sky. A streak of purple radiance surged forth, akin to a flowing light, swiftly vanishing into the rocky wall ahead of him. Yi Fan widened his eyes, scarcely able to believe that a third spirit weapon had targeted this location. It was indeed peculiar. He sensed that this stone wall was not ordinary. There must be something extraordinary about it, for such coincidences could not exist in this world. How could it be that spirit weapons continuously penetrated the same cliff face? This time, Yi Fan refrained from acting impulsively, instead waiting for an extended period. When he saw that no one else passed by, he cautiously approached, murmuring to himself, surely that dead fat man won't show up again. He meticulously excavated the stone wall, and instantly, waves of intoxicating purple light emanated, illuminating his palm with a crystalline sheen. The purple mist enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of comfort. It was a purple ring, adorned with ethereal trails of violet, an enchanting sight indeed. That unscrupulous dead fat man has stolen 2 of my treasures. Otherwise, I would have already collected 3. Yi Fan grumbled indignantly. This time, he hasn't discovered my presence. Here I come. Just as Yi Fan finished his musings, a corpulent figure appeared, his face radiating joy, deep wrinkles forming on his forehead, his wide mouth stretching to his earlobes, revealing his back molars as he laughed heartily. It seems that fate has brought us together once more. How absurd. Yi Fan's face turned green with disbelief. He had never anticipated that this rotund Taoist would cling to him like an adhesive plaster. And he retorted angrily, what nonsense about fate? We are indeed fated, the plump Taoist replied, maintaining a serious demeanor as he counted on his fingers. In such a brief moment, we have encountered each other thrice. How can one deny fate? It is heaven's will. Heaven's will. My foot. Yi Fan lifted his foot, intending to kick the man's ample backside. However, considering the disparity in their strengths, he ultimately restrained his fury and walked aside. Shouting into the distance, spirit weapon. With force, he hurled the ring away, wishing for others to seize it, as he could not bear to let this unscrupulous Taoist benefit from it any longer, lest he become infuriated to the point of bloodshed. The purple light sliced through the sky. The Taoist's reaction speed was astonishingly swift, defying his corpulence. He darted forward with a whoosh, snatching the purple jade ring before it had even flown 100 meters. Landing with a beaming smile, proclaiming, "It is heaven's will." Yi Fan felt a surge of bile rising in his throat. This despicable fat man was insufferably shameless, intent on provoking him. Taoist, do you not think this is excessive? Yi Fan's temples throbbed with suppressed rage. Shouldn't a practitioner possess some integrity? Want it not to be so greedy. I am a paragon of self-discipline. External possessions cannot disturb my heart. I diligently cleanse my mind. As steady as the divine moon shining in the night sky. Seeing the Taoist's self-righteous demeanor, Yi Fan was exasperated. If you are so disciplined, then return my belongings. A practitioner embodies compassion. It is solely due to the virtuous bond we share that I have, at great personal cost, alleviated your 3 tribulations. I have reluctantly taken it upon myself to suppress 3 great demons with my own wretched corporeal form. The rotund Taoist, with an expression of compassion, appeared remarkably simple-minded as he chanted Wuliang Tianzuan, adopting the demeanor of an otherworldly sage. You charlatan. I protest. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and inquired, Taoist, what is your esteemed surname? Chapter 64. Scheming for the treasure of the demon clan. am but a humble monk, one who has renounced worldly ties and will not take a wife or bear children. Fate brings us together and then pulls us apart. It seems our destiny has reached its conclusion today. Yet who can say what the future holds? Perhaps we may meet again." The plump Taoist chuckled heartily, showing no intention of departing. "For now, I feel a connection with this stone wall and have resolved to remain and observe." Yi Fan, taken aback, had not anticipated that this unscrupulous fat man could be so perceptive. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of the stone wall, that he immediately halted his steps, deciding to stay. "Since you have chosen to remain, I assure you that you will gain something from this. However, it would be wise to steer clear of overly dazzling spiritual treasures. I sincerely wish for your well-being. Otherwise, with your current cultivation, you would be unable to safeguard a spirit weapon. Should it attract unwanted attention, trouble would surely ensue. Not everyone possesses the benevolence I do. Many who seek spirit weapons would not hesitate to resort to lethal means, and you could very well lose your life." Boom! At that moment, 5 formidable beings unleashed a cataclysmic strike from the distant heavens, an unfathomable divine power cascading down like the Milky Way itself, with waves of energy sweeping across the entire firmament. In that instant, all cultivators trembled, and many struggled to maintain their balance, plummeting from the heights of the sky. An indescribable sense of trepidation rendered them breathless, as the overwhelming pressure was simply insurmountable, causing the very souls of many cultivators to tremble involuntarily. This was the terrifying might of the 5 great figures. Their divine authority resonated through the heavens and the earth, instilling fear and anxiety in every living being. Rumbling thunder, the final strike from the 5 supreme powerhouses shattered the tomb of the Demon Emperor, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that surged in all directions. The grand ancient palace rumbled ominously, collapsing entirely. Simultaneously, boundless rays of light shot forth in every direction, as all the spirit weapons buried within the ancient tomb surged forth. Among them, several beams of light stood out, radiating brilliance that illuminated the sky like miniature suns. Clearly the most powerful treasures. Each of the 5 pinnacle experts executed their extraordinary powers, extending their hands, with nearly all of them grasping a treasure, their faces alight with satisfaction. Yet, a few radiant spirit weapons, akin to small suns, evaded their grasp, soaring upward to escape. However, the 5 peak powerhouses did not pursue. Instead, they remained stationary, their formidable divine consciousness scanning the surroundings as if searching for something, allowing various spirit weapons to transform into beams of light and vanish. The vast and inscrutable waves of energy surged into the far reaches of the sky, driving all cultivators into a frenzy as they recklessly pursued those spirit weapons amidst the dazzling brilliance. The tomb of the Demon Emperor had been utterly obliterated, with even the rubble scattering in all directions, leaving behind only a chaotic surge of radiant energy. Where had the treasures of the Eastern Wilderness human race disappeared to? The weapons of the Demon Emperor, reportedly not inferior to our Eastern Wilderness treasures, had not manifested either. The 5 unparalleled masters displayed expressions of bewilderment as their formidable consciousnesses swept the surroundings incessantly. At that moment, amidst the dazzling brilliance that had yet to dissipate, a radiant beam erupted forth, rendering the sun, moon, and stars pale by comparison. Its brilliance was overwhelming, akin to the sun itself bursting forth. Even the 5 transcendent figures found it arduous to open their eyes, their vision seared by the intensity. Yet, their reflexes were sharp, and they instinctively reached out with their hands. With a whoosh, the divine light pierced through the void, emanating an unparalleled energy that resembled a cosmic expanse in tumult, its terrifying waves unfathomable, sending all 5 masters staggering backward, causing their weapons to dim instantaneously. The resplendent divine light traversed the heavens, unleashing a dreadfully potent wave of energy that caused numerous cultivators nearby to plummet from the skies. That it radiated an incomparable demonic power, reminiscent of a world ablaze, unstoppable by any means. This was the weapon wielded by the Demon Emperor during his lifetime, rivaling the treasures of the Eastern Wilderness human race. As the 5 formidable beings regained their senses, 3 of them immediately pursued the origin of the light, while the remaining 2 chose to stay, intent on searching for the legendary treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race. In the distance, Yi Fan stood agape, for he realized that the brilliant beam was hurtling towards Shirshan. Beside him, the rotund Taoist rubbed his hands together, grinning widely as he exclaimed, "I am truly fortunate. This weapon of the Demon Emperor is no less than the treasures of the Eastern Wilderness human race. If I were to obtain it, can you handle it?" Yi Fan queried anxiously, as he watched the demon's treasure approach perilously close. If the rotund Taoist were unable to catch it, they would undoubtedly be crushed into dust, an utterly tragic fate. It was indeed true. The Taoist seemed not to possess such grand fortune. Even if he could manage to grasp it, he would likely be smitten by the three imminent figures trailing behind them. At this juncture, he seized Yi Fan and, quicker than a rabbit, darted towards another mountain with a swift whoosh. The Demon Emperor's weapon unleashed countless divine rays, its brilliance so resplendent that its form was obscured, the scorching light blinding to behold, reminiscent of myriad stars igniting simultaneously. The entire expanse of heaven and earth quaked violently as it collided with Sher Shan with a thunderous crash. It's over, the rotund Taoist lamented, rubbing his hands together. This is disastrous. There must be extraordinary treasures beneath Sher Shan, but they cannot withstand the onslaught of the demon's treasure and will likely be reduced to ashes. Such a pity. The area was wholly engulfed in light, transforming into a sea of energy, vast and undulating, casting out all surrounding cultivators. Those who were too close were shattered, becoming mere clouds of blood mist. Yet, at that moment, a surprising event unfolded. Sher Shan fractured, releasing an incomparably gentle green radiance that surged skyward in waves. The soft and sacred glow instilled tranquility in the hearts of all, as a faint verdant hue brimmed with vibrant life. Reminiscent of an oasis manifesting in the sky, that instant, a colossal green treasure basin erupted from the ground, drawing the Demon Emperor's treasure into its embrace. Unimaginable. That celestial being. At this moment, the rotund Taoist struggled to articulate. Expelling a deep breath before regaining his composure, exclaiming, "It is the treasure basin of the demon race. Someone has concealed themselves there, prepared with the basin, scheming to seize the demon's treasure." The rotund Taoist suddenly comprehended why the stone walls in that place could attract spirit weapons. Within them lay the legendary treasure known as the Gathering of Wealth. Although that individual had been suppressing the treasure with divine power, it nonetheless managed to draw some spirit weapons towards it. The Gathering of Wealth appeared to be sculpted from verdant jade, exuding a deep green that penetrated to the very marrow, radiant and pure, as holy green mist enveloped the sky, casting a gentle glow that instilled a profound sense of ease. At that moment, within the Gathering of Wealth, an exceedingly dazzling brilliance shimmered, the prized possession of the demon clan, resplendent and blinding, rendering its true form indecipherable as it spun continuously within the basin. Reminiscent of the celestial cosmos in rotation, emanating not only unfathomable demonic power but also fierce divine radiance, Yafan felt a jolt within his heart as he beheld the figure standing before the Gathering of Wealth. Strikingly beautiful, a paragon of grace that eclipsed all others, the very embodiment of the perfect woman he had encountered not long ago. This instant, she appeared ethereal and pure, still unblemished and immaculate, her beauty unparalleled. Swiftly, she collected the Gathering of Wealth, transforming into a streak of light that vanished, leaving behind a melodious laughter. "I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed seniors. Otherwise, even with the bloodline of the Demon Emperor present, it would have been exceedingly difficult to truly claim the treasure of the great emperor." The three eminent figures who had pursued her wore expressions of indifference. They had inscribed numerous runes outside the tomb of the Demon Emperor, concentrating an immensely powerful celestial force. Although they did not manage to intercept the treasure of the Demon Emperor, their efforts significantly mitigated its unstoppable momentum. Consequently, this allowed an unseen party to reap the benefits. Otherwise, even possessing the legendary Gathering of Wealth would not have enabled them to seize the great emperor's treasure. In unison, the three figures launched an onslaught towards the vanishing streak of light. Their assault formidable enough to challenge even the divine. A terrifying wave of energy, akin to a tsunami, surged forth, igniting the heavens in a blinding blaze, causing the surrounding cultivators to panic and hastily retreat. However, this formidable strike seemed to collide with the void, failing to make contact with anything. A radiant glow ascended, and the woman flickered away, merging into the gentle luminescence, disappearing in an instant. This little demoness had long been prepared, inscribing Tao patterns to gather celestial might as she traversed the void. At this moment, she was likely already thousands of miles away. The three eminent figures spoke with icy tones, unable to bear the fact that someone had acted beneath their very noses, snatching the treasure of the Demon Emperor from them, leaving them with a sense of indignation. Opening the tomb of the Demon Emperor was straightforward, yet intercepting the treasure proved exceedingly arduous. They never anticipated that they would inadvertently facilitate her escape. In a flash of brilliance, the three figures vanished, hastening towards the shattered heart of the Demon Emperor's tomb, for the legendary treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race had yet to be discovered. The very object they yearned for most. Why has the treasure of the eastern wilderness yet to reveal itself? Murmured the rotund Taoist. Yafan, equally intrigued, had often heard tales of the legendary treasure of the eastern wilderness human race. Yet he remained unaware of its true nature. It appeared that even those transcendent figures were immensely eager, desperately wishing to grasp it firmly within their grasp. Chapter 65. The mysterious green copper. The incessant sound of piercing air echoed in the atmosphere, as streams of divine radiance surged towards the shattered stone mountain, resembling a celestial meteor shower. Moments ago, the gathering treasure plate had made a fleeting appearance. Although it had vanished, it had unleashed a boundless brilliance that drew all nearby spiritual weapons towards it. Ah, the wonders of fate! The rotund Taoist chuckled with uncontainable delight, abandoning Yifan and nimbly soaring into the sky, charging towards the cascade of luminous rain. Concurrently, cultivators from every direction rushed forth, converging towards the radiant downpour of spiritual weapons. Alas, this was not a grand feast. The rapidly flying spiritual weapons were exceedingly perilous, piercing through dozens of individuals in their path, leaving behind a trail of blood and lifeless bodies, though he grimaced in pain. The Taoist bore no wounds, and upon extracting the golden short sword from his backside, no blood flowed. As if he were unscathed, to intercept such spiritual weapons that do not cease their flight is indeed a formidable challenge. He remarked that by comparison, he considered himself fortunate. The majority of those who had rushed forward were directly impaled, many meeting untimely ends. With a swift motion, the rotund Taoist pursued once more, while the other cultivators maneuvered their divine rainbows, relentlessly in pursuit of the spiritual treasures. At that moment, additional streams of light shot forth, some landing directly upon the nearby peaks, and a number of radiant glimmers also descended towards Yifan. However, upon discerning the nature of these objects, his enthusiasm waned. Most were merely debris expelled from the collapsed grave of the demon emperor. Several cultivators hastened over, scouring the mountain peak while occasionally casting glances at Yifan. Just then, another object plummeted from the heavens, crashing onto the ground. As Yifan bent to retrieve it, he was encircled by several cultivators. This left him feeling quite disheartened. It seemed unlikely he would find any treasure today. Even if by some stroke of luck he were to acquire 100 spiritual weapons, retaining them would prove arduous. Whoever desires it may take it, he declared, tossing the object onto the ground. What a piece of green iron! I had hoped it was a treasure, yet it is but a scrap of copper. Though the cultivators echoed his sentiments, they nonetheless picked it up for a meticulous examination. Upon confirming its worthlessness, they tossed it back to Yifan, suggesting he keep it for himself. Whose child is this, wandering about at such a tender age? Truly reckless. Disappointed, the cultivators departed, heading towards other peaks. Yifan grasped the palm-sized copper piece, weighing it thoughtfully. It felt quite heavy, as if it were a fragment of some shattered vessel. With a whoosh, another dozen cultivators descended, meticulously searching this peak before claiming the scrap copper from Yifan. After probing it with their spiritual senses, they tossed it back to him and departed into the void. In this manner, a series of cultivators came and went, each inspecting the scrap copper in Yifan's possession before ultimately discarding it back to him. Yifan was left speechless. These individuals seemed intent on scouring the earth for hidden treasures, scrutinizing even the green copper in his hand. The prospect of acquiring a spiritual weapon today felt as daunting as scaling the heavens. Ah, young one, what secrets are you concealing? Do not flee. Allow this Taoist to take a look. Is it yet another demon that has ensnared you? I shall assist you in subduing it. This time, I cannot possibly part with the treasure. Yifan pretended to nonchalantly tuck the worthless copper into his bosom. Upon hearing this, the plump Taoist's face lit up with delight, exclaiming, "Truly, I am destined to cross paths with you, my young friend. For I can assist you in vanquishing demons for the 4th time. Enough of your nonsense. If you desire this artifact, you must offer something in exchange," Yifan asserted, extending a hand to demand a trade. Though he found the rotund Taoist despicable and loathsome, he did not perceive him as utterly malevolent. Thus he felt no acute fear. Our repeated encounters suggest a genuine connection. Very well, I shall present you with a legendary treasure, the Taoist declared, rummaging through his garments. Who claims a bond with you? It would be best if we never cross paths again. When Yifan beheld the jade pendant the Taoist extended, his indignation surged. The pendant was dull and lifeless, hardly deserving of the title jade, resembling nothing more than a broken stone, and worse still, it was missing a corner. He was inclined to cast it aside, but the Taoist obstructed him, forcibly placing it in his embrace, insisting, "Keep it. It is a fine item. and it may yet save your life to at this juncture. The Taoist deftly retrieved the worthless copper piece. What an absurdity! Is this the treasure you speak of? Merely a scrap of rusted metal. The Taoist shot Yufan a sidelong glance, yet he exhibited no hint of carelessness, meticulously examining the copper from every angle for a full quarter of an hour, even extending his spiritual awareness to scrutinize it repeatedly. Clank. Ultimately, the Taoist hurled the copper to the ground, his face marred by disappointment. It appears I have overestimated this. You may as well keep this treasure for yourself. Yi Fan regarded the unscrupulous Taoist with scorn, having never encountered such avarice. He was astonished that the Taoist would spend so much time examining a rusted coin. A pearl covered in dust, overlooked by the world. In that case, I shall claim it for myself. Yi Fan seized the copper piece, convinced that, despite the numerous cultivators who had scrutinized it, it held no value, and he merely sought to vex the unscrupulous Taoist. At that moment, he felt no desire to linger in the desolate ruins and resolved to depart. The Taoist made no attempt to hinder him, muttering incessantly, "Where lies the treasure of the eastern wilderness human race?" As he paced back and forth on the mountain, before long, Yi Fan distanced himself from that area, the surroundings devoid of any other cultivators. He began to channel the profound techniques recorded in the Tao scripture. Swiftly surging towards the outskirts of the ruins, golden threads of energy emanated from his golden sea of suffering, circulating throughout his body, nourishing his flesh, organs, and bones, filling him with an invigorating power, and allowing him to move with remarkable speed. Just then, Yi Fan was taken aback, for upon glancing down, he noticed that the worthless copper was undergoing a remarkable transformation, shedding layers of rust to reveal an ancient and majestic quality at first glance. It appeared mundane, akin to a fragment broken from some vessel, yet upon closer inspection, it exuded an indescribable charm, imparting a sense of timelessness and profound history. Yi Fan continued to channel the techniques from the Tao scripture, directing strands of golden energy from his fingertips towards the copper piece. Yet, despite his relentless invocation of the golden powers of the bitter sea, the verdant bronze exhibited no signs of alteration, remaining profoundly archaic and eerily silent. This object appeared to be extraordinary. Yi Fan tucked the verdant bronze into his bosom, ceasing further inquiry, and continued to sprint. That moment, his golden bitter sea overflowed with golden threads, ceaselessly supplying him with vital energy, accelerating his pace ever more swiftly. Hiss! Suddenly, Yi Fan was taken aback. He felt a chilling sensation beneath his navel, followed by the emergence of something within the bitter sea. He hastily halted. The verdant bronze vanished from his grasp, and in an instant, a thought struck him, prompting him to introspect. The verdant bronze had inexplicably manifested within his bitter sea, silently sinking there, motionless like an ancient boulder, steady and grand. The golden bitter sea, no larger than a soybean, hung like a radiant moon amidst the darkness, and apart from a minuscule golden page, it now housed the archaic verdant bronze at its center. Displacing the page to the side, although the golden parchment shimmered with divine brilliance, radiating a stellar glow, it could not disturb the verdant bronze in the slightest, finding itself relegated to the periphery of the golden bitter sea. What on earth is this verdant bronze? Yi Fan was profoundly astonished, scrutinizing the golden bitter sea, only to discover that numerous mysterious Tao patterns had appeared upon the ancient verdant bronze. Chapter 66. The Yang Tomb and the Yin Grave. Yi Fan's understanding of Tao patterns was superficial. He had only heard Elder Wu Qingfeng mention them in passing. It was said that truly formidable weapons bore Tao patterns within, symbolizing the very soul and essence of the weapon. Of course, Tao patterns are not limited to this. Their applications span countless domains. For instance, they can be inscribed upon the mountains and rivers, forming various forces and condensing extraordinary power, transforming that region into an inexplicable realm of mystery. Some esoteric Tao patterns can only be engraved on rare materials, and when arranged with precision, if they are further endowed with potent divine energy, they could traverse the heavens and cross the void, appearing in an instant from one place to another. There exist even more intricate Tao patterns capable of condensing heavenly forces, possessing unimaginable transformations and strength, naturally. Many potent Tao patterns remain obscured from the world, held within the sacred lands and ancient aristocratic families, shrouded in secrecy, their true might known only through fragmented legends. In truth, Tao patterns are vast and profound, encompassing a wide array of aspects. It is said that Tao patterns originated from the insights of ancient great beings who, upon comprehending the natural world, inscribed their revelations, which have since evolved into the Tao patterns we recognize today. Ordinary cultivators cannot access this realm. Only those who reach a certain level of prowess may study Tao patterns. For in a certain sense, Tao patterns are the imprints of ancient great beings' insights. The more powerful the cultivator, the more they tend to delve into the Tao patterns passed down through generations. The mysterious verdant bronze bore no Tao patterns upon its surface, save for the jagged edges where they were densely packed, intricate and unfathomable, eluding comprehension. Though enigmatic, it possessed a certain natural elegance, evoking a profound resonance upon mere observation. It bears a striking resemblance to something inherently natural. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The venerable Wu Chi Feng once remarked that some precious artifacts possess innate Tao patterns within them, not artificially crafted, setting them apart in an irreplaceable manner, which lies at the very core of their formidable nature. Could it truly be that these patterns are innate? Yi Fan could not ascertain, for his understanding of Tao patterns was limited. Merely a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual wave of energy. He discovered that his path ahead was obstructed, shrouded in a haze, with no end in sight, enveloped by eerie mist. Simultaneously, he heard the thunderous roar of the azure flood dragon, as a prominent figure from the ancient Ji clan charged forth in a golden war chariot, a chilling aura sweeping across the towering mountains. The ruins were temporarily sealed, forbidding anyone from departing. With 9 dragons pulling the chariot, they blocked the path ahead, while the Ji clan's elite inscribed endless Tao patterns upon the mountains and earth. Severing the way forward, in another direction, a 9-headed Chilan beast drew a jade palanquin, soaring through the clouds with divine majesty, obstructing the east. At the same time, similar commands resonated from various other locations. As several eminent figures sealed off the ruins, forbidding any escape, Yi Fan's heart sank. Sensing an ominous turn of events, he hastily halted, ceasing the operation of the profound methods recorded in the Tao Sutra, allowing the golden sea of suffering to return to tranquility before vanishing. An uproar erupted among the multitude of cultivators, who were bewildered by the situation, fearing that the eminent figures were about to unleash a massacre. What has transpired? Why are we not allowed to leave? Many scattered cultivators felt uneasy, while only those from larger sects remained composed, betraying no signs of panic. The treasure of the eastern wilderness had yet to manifest, and the eminent figures were growing anxious. Indeed, the obstruction of their path stemmed from the fear that someone might abscond with the treasure. If these 5 eminent figures were unable to locate the treasure of the eastern wilderness, could anyone else possibly attain it? A flurry of discussions erupted among the cultivators, and upon learning that the blockade was to secure the treasure of the eastern wilderness, most felt reassured, having never harbored much hope for the artifact. How could the treasure of the eastern wilderness remain silent? Following the collapse of the Demon Emperor's tomb, it should have erupted with a cataclysmic force. The 5 eminent figures murmured, their words devoid of secrecy, as there was no need for concealment. Where exactly is the archaic tower, and why does it not emerge into the world? Having been missing for millennia, the archaic tower ought to reappear. Why does it remain elusive? In the distance, a multitude of cultivators stood in solemnity, as the eminent figures clearly aimed to acquire the treasure. Should they fail to locate it, one could only wonder how long the blockade would last. Yi Fan was astonished. Only now did he learn that the treasure of the eastern wilderness was known as the Archaic Tower, a name that alone suggested its extraordinary nature. Many cultivators from prominent sects engaged in discourse, recounting the past of this treasured artifact. It is said that the Archaic Tower has existed for countless ages, its origins lost to time. It is rumored to have coexisted with the eastern wilderness, having been present since life first graced this vast and boundless land. What exactly does the Archaic Tower resemble? Many cultivators remained largely uninformed. As the name implies, it is indeed a tower. The 9-story Archaic Tower possesses immeasurable power, enduring through the ages, capable of subduing all formidable beings in existence. Is it truly that terrifying? Even though your divine prowess is unparalleled, casting a disdainful gaze upon the eastern wilderness, it cannot shield you from the oppression of the ruins tower. Otherwise, how could it be revered as the treasure of the eastern wilderness human race? Since time immemorial, countless formidable figures have met their bitter fates beneath the ruins tower, as no one can withstand its suppression. It was tossed into the water pool. What? The unscrupulous Taoist's face was a mask of shock, followed by an overwhelming urgency as he grasped Yi Fan's shoulders, shaking him vigorously, exclaiming, "Which water pool? Take me there at once." Yi Fan's heart stirred. Could it be that this green bronze holds significant importance? Initially, he believed it might be somewhat related to the treasures of the eastern wilderness. But upon learning that the ruins tower consists of 9 levels, he immediately understood that the green bronze could not possibly be a treasure of the eastern wilderness human race, having no connection to the tower at all. The ruins were vast, filled with dense forests and towering peaks. He had long since lost his bearings, forgetting the paths he had traversed. No, you must remember, the unscrupulous Taoist's face was somewhat terrifying, his eyes bloodshot as he clung to Yi Fan without letting go. Wasn't it just a piece of worthless copper? You gazed at it for a full quarter of an hour, yet ultimately discarded it on the ground. Why seek it now? What significance could that scrap of copper possibly hold? Even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. Now hurry and find it for me. The unscrupulous Taoist's expression was devoid of mirth, utterly serious as he dragged Yi Fan along. Yi Fan sensed the gravity of the situation. Evidently, that mysterious green bronze was indeed of considerable importance. Damn it. How could I be so careless? The treasure I had in hand, and I let it slip away. The plump Taoist's face turned ashen. Filled with regret and frustration, a stark contrast to his previous jovial demeanor, Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that this unscrupulous Taoist was on the verge of violence. He preferred to avoid confrontation, obediently proceeding forward. What on earth is that thing? Don't ask. If you do, I swear I will go mad. The plump Taoist slapped his right hand fiercely, lamenting, how could I be so foolish? A lifetime spent seeking treasures, only to end up so blind. It was evident that he was filled with self-reproach, wishing he could sever his own hand. We parted ways here, and then I saw you running off into the distance. The plump Taoist led Yi Fan to the mountain peak, where they had separated. Yi Fan walked slowly, pondering how he might evade this plump Taoist. Unbeknownst to them, the two had traversed 3 mountain ridges. And upon ascending the 4th ridge, Yi Fan's expression brightened as he declared, it's here. Upon seeing the direction of his finger, the plump Taoist's face immediately darkened. Atop this ridge was a gloomy, deep pool, eerily silent, not a ripple in sight, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Don't tell me you threw the scrap copper into this deep pool. The plump Taoist's eyes glowed with a strange light, momentarily causing Yi Fan to feel disoriented, as if the Taoist was peering into the depths of his soul. In that instant, Yi Fan felt a surge of anxiety, hastily concentrating to conjure an image of himself standing by the black pool. Tossing a piece of scrap copper into its Yi Fan wore an expression of utter indifference. With a splash, the rotund Taoist priest plunged into the depths of the pool. For a brief moment, the water shimmered with a divine radiance, but soon thereafter, it faded into darkness, the once tumultuous depths settling into an eerie calm. Yi Fan waited for an entire quarter of an hour, yet there was no sign of the unscrupulous priest emerging. He muttered to himself, surely this gluttonous fellow isn't facing retribution down there, is he? After another quarter hour, a soft sound rippled across the water's surface, and the plump priest burst forth, encased in a thick layer of black ice. Resembling a frozen statue, with a crash, the dark ice continually emitted glimmers of light, and it was only after several breaths that the unscrupulous priest shattered the solid ice with his divine radiance, sending shards cascading to the ground. His face was a ghastly shade of purple, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Alas, the heavens have frozen this Taoist, he exclaimed, shivering violently, his body radiating divine light to dispel the chill. One could observe wisps of black mist emanating from his form, instantly freezing the surrounding foliage, which then disintegrated into powder. From a distance, Yi Fan inhaled sharply. He had chosen this black pool solely for its depth. Never anticipating such terror, the ice that had fallen to the ground had frozen everything within a 10-meter radius, causing many stones to crack. Even from afar, Yi Fan could feel the bone-chilling cold. Did the Taoist not retrieve it? I descended several thousand meters and encountered a broken stele inscribed with the words Mingtan, its depths unfathomable, leaving one in ignorance of its true profundity. Taoist, did you not discard it initially? Now you regret it, do you? Enough of this. Observing the flustered expression on the plump priest's face, Yi Fan nearly burst into laughter. He felt a surge of delight within, yet his visage betrayed an expression of utmost concern as he queried, could it truly be a treasure? The priest's face turned a deep shade of gray, and in a fit of rage, he began pacing, declaring, I have no common language with you. Yi Fan, sensing the tension, stepped aside and plucked 2 wild fruits, relishing them with great enjoyment. The priest, witnessing Yi Fan's nonchalance and his audacity to eat wild fruits, fumed, his face stern. You, the greatest wastrel under heaven, dared to cast it into the abyss. I wish I could annihilate you. But Taoist, it was you who discarded it first. How can you blame me now? Did you not initially regard it as worthless? I am filled with rage. The unscrupulous priest wished to slap himself in despair. and with a splash, he leapt back into the depths of the pool. This time, more than an hour passed before the rotund priest resurfaced, entirely encased in ice, glistening ominously, the chill emanating from him palpable. Yi Fan distanced himself, knowing that this time, it took the priest a quarter hour to break free from the ice, his form a deep shade of purple, black mist pouring from his every pore. The landscape around him lay frozen in black ice, vegetation withered away, and many stones were shattered. After a considerable time, the unscrupulous priest finally regained his composure, dejectedly emerging from the frozen expanse, plopping down on the ground, and lamenting, "I am filled with resentment." Nearby, Yi Fan felt a surge of satisfaction, relishing the sight of the disgruntled priest's despair. Suddenly, the unscrupulous Taoist seemed to recall something. Jumping up in alarm, he gazed towards the distant active volcano, then cast his eyes upon the dark, frigid pond before him, exclaiming, "I understand now. The demon emperor has two tombs. One is the Yang grave, and the other is the Yin burial site." Yi Fan was taken aback by his sudden outburst and inquired, "What are you talking about, Taoist?" The stout Taoist paid him no mind, intently sketching upon the ground, marking the active volcano and the black pond, and subsequently depicting the surrounding terrain to scale, by the heavens. "It truly is as I suspected. One Yang and one Yin, embracing the essence of Tai Chi, the source of power, the heart, is interred within the Yang grave, while the truly icy corpse lies within the Yin burial site.